So welcome to Saudi Arabia. We are currently in Esports World Cup. So do you have any thoughts that you can share with us for the fans since it's your first time in Riyadh?
首先欢迎你们来到沙特阿拉伯，然后你是第一次来到这里，你有没有什么一些想法或者是感受可以跟你的粉丝们分享的呢？
觉得这地方很特别吧，就是食物或天气吧，就这里蛮热的，然后食物就蛮特别的，第一次吃到，觉得很新奇。
I think it's a very special place, including the food and the weather. It's just, I'm very excited to be here.
Amazing. And because you guys are bouncing off MSI, you guys had an amazing performance at MSI, being the dark horses for the entire tournament. So when you guys went back home, what type of reflection did you guys make as a whole team?
就是你们来到了 MSI 的比赛上，当时你们是作为一支黑马队伍参加了比赛，然后你们回家之后有没有进行一些复盘，或者是对比赛的感受呢？
就赶快紧急复盘，我们最后一场就输掉那场 BO5吧，感受就是觉得特别可惜吧，因为非常就有一点机会赢下来吧。
I feel like we're kind of sad to lose the final best of 5 in MSI, and we can just reflect on the final game and just rebound our conditions over that.
And I am aware that there was a CFO campaign around MSI according to CFO's progression throughout the entire tournament, and according to their kills or game score, fans would receive chicken. So I was wondering, since I was told that already 2,400 pieces of fried chicken have been given away to fans in Taipei, so please let me know what you have to say for the fans that have already received the chicken so far.
就是我们有了解到，在 MSI 的时候，你们有一个就是送鸡排的那个活动。 然后可能已经有24000个鸡排已经送出了，然后你有没有就是一些寄语可以送给粉丝们呢？
我们就打得蛮不错吧，然后让你们可以免费吃到鸡排这样子。
I think we played well, and I'm really happy that we can give away the chicken to the fans.
And you guys will be going up against Hanwa live, especially in mid lane against ZETSKO. So do you have any thoughts that you can share with us when it comes to this 1v1 in the mid lane?
接下来你们要对阵到韩华，尤其是你在中路对抗到这个，然后你有没有什么一些感受可以分享？
对上了就是这卡选手，那就是非常一个强劲的中路吧，然后希望我好好的准备。
I think he's a very strong component, and I will prepare well for this game.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Hongkyu. Looking forward to your game, and back to you guys.
The tank jungler you think of that's just kind of standing there being a meat, bad, engaged, and dying. But Junji actually makes the champion look so strong, finds all these kind of creative ganks and angles, gets great ults. So he's somebody that I've got my eye on, and yeah, I'm excited to watch him play.
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating part about this series. It's the fact that it is best of one, so Coach Chowie has the opportunity to pick either top laner. We have recent performances from CFO, who's looked good at both internationals, and then we just don't know how Hanwa Life are doing, what kind of form they're going to be able to come into, and how they're going to deal with the best of one.
Yeah, and I think the word of the day for Oysters is going to be try to be unpredictable and hit Hanwa Life in draft. I see that they've chosen Rest as their top laner, and he strikes me as the guy that they put in when they want to counter pick and look for a little bit more niche top lane matchups, whereas Driver is more the standard, constant top lane tank force that they have. So I really want to see how they approach the draft with Rest as their top laner.
All right, just 40 seconds before we kick off with the opening ceremony down on the stage. So Finn, who you got here for our first best of one?
I got Hanwa Life, man. I still think they're one of the top dogs of the region, and I think they're going to come in and show a good performance.
Time for the Valid Analyst.
It's got to be Hanwa Life Esports. I think they're going to bounce back. Peanut and Delight are going to up their game, and they're all going to be on form today.
Is it a sweep?
Of course. Going against Hanwa would just be wishful thinking. I think a lot of people are going to remember them for their most recent loss, but, you know, they could have had an off day. Still a great team, and I think they're going to show up big.
CFO and Hanwa Life Esports will be our first match for 2025 here at the Esports World Cup, but it has been a long, long wait to see this whole event kick off. Let's get on to it. CFO and Hanwa Life Esports.
T1 will be your first Esports World Cup League of Legends winners. Faker is able to clear up the rest of them. T1 are looking to take their last nexus of EWC.
My opinion on Faker has always been very high. He continues to perform year after year, so he's a big inspiration for me, and I would love to play against him.
回到1到分目标就比去年更进一步啊，因为去年就比较可惜，今年想赢下来。
개인적으로는 이제 젠지와 한번 만나고 싶고 젠지가 굉장히 강한 팀이기 때문에 EWC에서 승리하고 싶습니다.
This is it. Less than a week removed from MSI, League of Legends returns to the Esports World Cup.
12 world-class teams, 1 trophy, and a shot at making history right here in Riyadh.
The greatest players in the world are here, and you are going to see them like you've never seen them before from all angles. Every flash, every fight, every fearless play, up close and personal.
The reigning 2024 winners return to defend their crown, and it's heavy. But there is a global army that came here to take it away from them, plus club championship points, plus $2 million are on the line.
This is the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends, and there is a very important element that we now need to introduce. The players.
Let's do it.
Starting with Furia.
Coming up next, it's G2.
Please welcome Movistar KOI.
Up next, it's GAM Esports.
Cloud9.
It's FlyQuest.
Please welcome BLG.
Up next, it's AGAL.
Gen G.
Here to defend their title, it's T1.
What a lineup of superstars, but our next two teams will be the first to compete on the stage. They've made a habit of flipping the script and they're back to rewrite it once again. it's Hanwa Life Esports.
Flying high from regional dominance and set on turning heads in Riyadh, it's CFO.
So many matches will be played over the next 5 days, and this right here marks the beginning. Let's do this.
Thank you very much for those introductions, gentlemen, and welcome to the EWC 2025 Caster Desk. I am Atlas, joined by Wolf, someone who I've never worked with in the... Actually, yeah, no, we work every single day together. Very excited to be here in Riyadh, though, for the first couple of games.
That's
here
right.
As we dive into the group stage.
This is the big one for today, and it is Hanwa Life Esports coming off of a very disappointing loss streak. They were one season invitational, failed to qualify. We haven't seen them for a while. Meanwhile, momentum-wise, CFO looking pretty good. They had a pretty nice performance at First Stand earlier this year. Performed well, of course, internationally, then later on at MSI. So they've had a lot of warm-up. They've been playing on this patch. They've been playing on stage. The big question mark is going to be, how has Hanwa Life Esports bounced back? Because on paper, we know they're the favorites. We know the heights of Hanwa Life Esports, but we don't know their current form now, what they've used their time, or how they've used their time to bounce back from what was such a disappointing fall from grace there at the MSI qualifiers.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, and the power of being the underdog in a matchup is something that HLE are keenly aware of. As you mentioned, 5 games in a row, that was because they lost against Gen G and they felt broken when they had to take on T1, barely even showed up, and then T1 making it all the way at MSI. Wasn't quite able to take the trophy, but they've got another opportunity immediately afterwards here in Riyadh. So looking forward to seeing what CFO are going to be able to do, because I honestly feel like they're probably sure that HLE are a pretty strong team.
I think so.
They have some awareness based on First Stand earlier in the year, and HLE kind of ran that tournament. We'll see whether they can turn the script around this time and take some advantages. But we are diving straight into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Already an Oriana and a Pantheon.
Hello. Valjda se čujemo, draft vidimo. Zovemo Raleta. Vidimo kakva je situacija. Ja se nadam da sve radi kako treba.
Dobar dan, ljudi.
Gde si, Rale? Reci nešto opet za svaki slučaj da proverim zvuk.
Nešto opet za svaki slučaj da proveriš zvuk.
Stream te čuje, to je odlično. Samo da ja...
Gde ste, chat? Kolega, ja sad u prvoj smeni ovog puta.
Da. Prva smena, pa dobro, to je da. Prva i druga, ja sam se navikao na raspored. Kao što nas vidite, ne vidite nas, tako da odgovor je ne.
Kao što vidite, ne vidite nas.
Ali ono, lagana priča. Vidite game, to je najbitnije, jel tako?
Mi danas radimo, ja sam se mnogo zbunio, ja mislim chat 6 best of 1 ili 7. Mislim da je 6.
6 plus 2 best of 1.
Kako 2?
Pa, zato što to...
8 best of 1.
Tako je.
A je siguran to?
Da.
Mnogo je čudno. Trebalo mi je 10 minuta da razumem šta radimo danas. Kad sam čitao. I opet, kao što vidiš, nisam razumeo.
Looking for the Xinjiao here with the Pantheon taken away. This is a reasonable option now as well.
Imamo dosta partija, ali realno gledano većina današnjih gamova će trebalo budu stompovi. Tako da više će nas stompati pauza nego bilo što drugo. Jer ako pogledamo matchupe, mislim da je većina dosta one-sided. Mada, G2 Furia, FlyQuest C9, to može se igra. Ne znam što drugi deo rasporeda danas nije gotovo, to ćemo još vidjeti. Šta se događa što se drafta tiče, treba bude dosta slično kao i na MSI-u. Meta se nije promenila. Tako da bar s te strane bi trebalo da bude dosta... dosta očigledno što se događa, tako da vidjet ćemo.
And picking the Galio here is quite unique. They already had the Rumble on their side, and the Galio is going to fare well early on in the lane. Like, he just sit back and absorb the pressure. But we're going to need to see something a little bit more divey here for this comp for me to really be sold on this Galio pick.
Nadam se da je vama jasno da je ovo CFO turnir.
Ne! Dobra, odlična. Vidi, ako ništa Fearless prvi game ne znači ništa jer je best of 1, tako da, to je okej. Ja mislim što je način da Hanwa ovo stompa. Ceo turnir, ne ovaj meč.
Ja sam rekao da ću da navijam za Hanwu ove godine, zato što sam shvatio pre neki dan sam razmišljao o Hanvi i radio sam malo researcha i skontao sam da Peanut nema osvojen Worlds. I zbog toga sam se jako smorio jer je to jedan od prvih igrača koje sam ja gotivio iz Azije. On je igrao za onaj tim Rocks Tigersa 2016. koji je pravio haos protiv T1-a. Tako da... bilo bi to dosta zanimljivo da se isprati. Baš sam se smorio kad sam skontao da Peanut nema Worlds.
To je fair. Ja mislim da Hanwa osvaja iz prostog razloga što nisu išli na MSI i onda su odmorni i došli su pravo na EWC dok sve ostale ekipe, ne računajući Cloud9, jer ko misli će Cloud9 da osvoje i stvarno ne znam šta radite, ali kao dolaze odmorni na EWC i legitimno mislim da mogu da urade nešto. Mislim da nisu loša ekipa. Samo nisu najbolji bili, ali kao, ako dolaze odmorni, mislim da im to daje malo veće šanse.
They're actually looking like they may opt into the Caitlyn themselves here. Would of course be blind. They won't be able to know what Viper is going to play. Living through a lot of these 80 carry picks, looks like not really very pre-planned what CFO wanted to do here in this moment.
Was just messing with us because he was always going to play Ezreal. I'm not entirely sure.
It's very safe, obviously, into this Annie-Vi composition. You could buy a lot of space, get away from that combo, but you still will be locked down by Vi if you are ulted, if you're in range, even if you shift away.
And this is going to make things even more difficult because you can press the donkey whistle, as we like to call it, on the hunt with the Sivir and catch up to just about anyone. It won't give you a whole lot of power earlier on in the game, but of course we know what these ricochets can do later on, and there is not a lot of range on CFO's side. So the likelihood that there will be some value from that W will be quite high, as there is the Rakan from Delight.
Nisam siguran da li dolazi nov patch ili je već došao, nisam 100% siguran, iskreno.
On the side of Hanwa Life, the turn is incredible.
That's a good Braum angle.
It is a good Braum angle for sure. I do think the Braum is quite strong. Your Bard also, any sort of range that you could grab would feel nice. The Bard feels safer, but the issues I have here with this composition for CFO is this comp is so much premeditated on Doggo being able to land.
Vidjet ćemo šta se događa s patchom.
If you just toss in your equalizer,
ja mislim da je već bilo patchovano, nisam 100% siguran. Sreda večeras je. Zar nije utorak na sredu, a ne sreda na četvrtak? Ok, da, došao je patch. Ok, da, to ima smisla. Čekivat?
Naravno da ne piše na kom patchu igre. To mora da piše na svakoj grafici i tokom game-a i tokom Champions Selecta, to je nešto što mora da se zna.
Ako je neko u LoLu, ljudi, samo mi recite koji je patch live sad. Piše dole desno kod onog settings dugmeta.
But I do worry that if this composition for CFO falls behind, it will just be so hard to pick up the momentum.
Mislim, trebao bi da bude live patch, to je najče. A mi se ne smiju da menjuju toliko brzo, nisam siguran.
Man, it makes me feel old, but it's really cool that the history books does have...
Okej, znači došao je nov patch, okej, patchovali su sinoć. Da, okej, samo je bitno da je stigo patch. Sve je okej. Znači, patchovano jeste, ali Junara nije releasovana, to je u redu. Da. Okej, hvala što ste proverili.
Što je novi solo mod?
2D fighting side-scrolling.
Seeing whether it is going to be Hanwa Esports able to brush things off, showing us that they have had a bit of a reset, or whether CFO are going to jump straight back on the horse after a little bit of a difficult time at MSI. But I think a lot of people were still very impressed from what we saw from this roster from the LCP. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, loading in for game number 1. Isn't it cool with the keys in the skybox?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Kasteri kod oni watch party rade.
Very cool custom setup that we have here. There they are once again. If you drop out, if you do lose both of these matches, it is double elimination here in the group stage. Your key will be crushed and you will be sent home. Hanku versus ZETSKO, such an exciting matchup.
Kasteri ko watch party da rade. Morat ćemo samo da vidimo, možda imam neki sound desync, ali to ćemo vidjeti. To je na streamu, znači Rale ja smo okej svakako, ali morat ću da proverim samo da li imam desync u gameplayu vas...
Up and coming player in Hanku is so mechanically gifted. He has no ceiling just yet. And I am looking forward to seeing what he has to offer here at this year's Esports World Cup.
Yep, and the matchup isn't necessarily the most exciting.
No,
unfortunately, we're not going to get, like, I feel like ZETSKO's never going to be able to kill Hanku, and maybe if ZETSKO oversteps, we've seen that, like, Annie is pretty squishy, right? Like, if you get your hands on her, she can fall over. But I don't think that ZETSKO is going to be putting himself in that position, and it's probably just going to be, let's get some farm until we can fight one another. And hopefully, these two teams are just going to stick to who they are, and we're just going to see fighting all the time.
Ja mislim da je spellbook nerfovan na postojećem patchu, što mi je žao što nisam mogao da pecnem bar da se spellbookom, ali mislim da je Electric svakako play. Mislim da se ovdje spellbook igra više da bi matchovao protivnički spellbook, jer moraš to u pro playu da imaš.
So you can see already the wave clear pretty good for Sivir. This is just level 1. It's going to get way better later on. And when you have a Gwen and you have a Sivir in a composition like this, playing through side lanes is so easy because you're always...
Kolega, ti gledaš na ovom linku što si mi dao, tako?
Ne znam više da gledam, imam 6 windova otvorenih, izbuljen sam.
Dobro, daj mi vreme tvoje.
Ne kastujemo, tako da je nebitno. Mislim, nema, ne znam koliko nam znači se sinkamo, jer kažem ti, morat ću ja da menjam feedove na streamu. Sad sam na 2.33.
Dobro, nisam.
Proveram samo da li je zvuk dobar na streamu, to je da li je sinkrovan, mislim da jeste.
Mato, nije timeout nego izolacija. I polako. Iće izolacija. Ide Džundžija.
On je mrtav samo, da.
Kako ga Džundžija je ovo odmah kao Silver Xin, što ti znam da ovaj nema flash. Pozor šta mi može.
There is just simply no ward here for Zeus. He used it in that top brush. He has no ward in the river, he has no vision, and frankly almost no right to be that far up. Now they are going to go for a quick lane swap here. He is going to teleport down towards the bottom lane, and we are going to see that Sivir rotate up for Viper here, but still not feeling great about this start.
Ko bi neko njihov overlay je ogroman, interfejs im je ogroman, to je reč.
Well, Zeus is going to get a ward down this time. Finds Kaiwing waiting in the brush. Snip.
Oh, nice pull. Nice, Kaivinže. Ode. Ljudi, jel neko zna od kad Doran ove sezone opet igra za Hanwa Life? Kako se to dogodilo? Jel Butterfly efekt bio transfer, rotacija Zusa i Dorana ili Jeli sajna.
Vidi, očigledno ne želi previše Tivan ako će Zevs ovako da igra na Internationalu.
Ja bih rekao da je Butterfly efekt.
Ništa, Tivan Bin, sljedeća sezona.
Tivan da šalj bi bilo idealno. Samo što to ne bi bilo fair, jel znaš?
Vidi. Ja sam uvek za taj ugao. Kad se igra best of uvek je fearless, tako je. Kad se igra best of uvek je fearless. Mislim, da, best of nešto. Ovo je best of 1, pa kao fearless baš i nema leba. Ali da. Ako je best of 3, best of 5, onda je fearless.
For CFO, but we've mentioned already, this is a team that wants to get into team fights, that wants to go later into the game and really...
On je vaš. Ma svi su vaš na topu, ja kažem, evo vidi, Zevs rundowna, Doran je grifovo.
Čak nije bio toliko insane, realno. Nećemo se lagati.
Znači kažem, top laneri trenutno su samo kritični.
Ali Kin je bio dobar.
Punishing greed always feels so amazing in the early part of a tournament like this, where you're like, oh, you know, beating Hanwa Life would be so huge for us. I'm not sure if we could do it, but we're going to give it our best shot. Then you get a lead like this, you feel amazing. Now, Exhaust is committed.
Yep, Zest going to look for the 1v1 here as the Conqueror is going to proc. Snip comes down and he gets the flash out from Rest. So it is a trade of summoner spells, but Flash a little bit more valuable, and Zeus is still going to be able to stand his ground. Slight CS advantage.
Nezgodno, iskreno, kad dopustiš da se face rushunom budeš catchovan, da mora da flashiš ovako, ali kad se udali dva puta. Nije cool.
He doesn't have TP advantage or anything like that either. He's going to stick around here and see if Rest really greeds for clearing this wave. Does have another opportunity, but without summoners, I think, unless Rest makes a big mistake here, I don't think he'll find much. Just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, waits for the silence to
Moram samo da im sam format, to me zanima. Kako su oni ovo što uradili? Znači, 8 best of 1 ima danas. I onda padaju u kvort. Čekaj bre. Aha, ne, okej. Ne, dve grupe best of 1.
Da, dve grupe double elimination bracketa. To je jako čudno.
What?
Da, dve grupe double elimination bracketa, čudno.
I onda, znači, a sam toliko zbunjen. To je vjerojatno zbog nedostatka spavanja, ali...
Znaš koliko sam ja spavao?
Koliko?
10 sati.
Spavao si iza mene dovoljno.
Tako je. Spavao sam od 10 do pola 2, onda sam se probudio, zaspao oko 2 i ustao u 9, tako da... Možda i više od 10 sati se zajedno sa Vera, tako da i GG.
Kako su ovi schedule užasno napisali na sajtu. Uglavnom, znači danas imamo 8 best of 1, što je skoro cijela grupna faza, ali ne baš. Da, tako to radi. Što znači će neki ekip igrati 2 puta danas. Da, to znači. Neki ekipe će igrati 2 puta danas. Znači ovo je grupa B, CFO, Hanwa, KOI i GAM. Kako su odlučili koje dve partije se igraju sutra?
Opa.
I too like using my flash, so I respect it. That was probably just not where he really wanted to go.
I think he expected maybe ZETSKO was rotating up towards these grubs and was surprised to see him there, so ultimately decided to flash to save himself there, but didn't expect him to be there when he did take that journey.
Not actually connecting here as the equalizer's in a great spot. The grand entrance, sorry, heroic entrance, also in a great position, but Zek
Bravo, Junji. Stiže Kajving. Lepku. Kako su lepo... Zeka je na jako lepo mesto flashova da mogu da završi Junjiju, ali sad se Dogo izrotirao. Što može da bude... Evo, ovo je dobro da stoji na TP dole, okej, fajn. Odlična rotacija. Rest nećeš mu ništa uzeti, osim strašno. Neće valjda daje bio, pa nisu ludi. Sad možda je moglo, znaš? Oni su bacili oba CC-a, zašto su radili ovo? Honkyu?
A Honkyu follow-up...
Honkyu, ali nemaju ostali...
Dobro.
Galio je.
Sad će da...
Honkyu, bre... Hvala ima što je Dogo je level 6 i ovi su u Veju, šta je Landovu sve likiju.
On možda ih pobije sve ovdje, samo...
Dogo! Kamermane!
Kamerman ubio je Eni, znaš da je ubio Eni? Znaš da je ubio Eni?
Ali permaban! Ali permaban! On je Silver! Silver Observer!
Da, observeri grifuju, da.
A daj, brate, nisam vidio Doga koji je pogodio, lik je pogodio 14 consecutive Q u 90 sekundi fajta. To je highest skill expression, tu koje trojicu u wave-u, brate. Da, pokaži mi početak. Ne bude li bilo na replayu, ja izlazim, radiš samo 8 sati, radiš, i ne, izlaziš i ti. I ti izlaziš. I bez radimo.
Tako je, da. Mislim da je to legitimno, iskreno.
Obratite pažnju. Da. Šalio sam se, nemojte da obratite pažnju.
Ovo nismo vidjeli na MSI. Niste vidjeli ni ovdje, pošto Observer gleda kako se skrmišaju na botu.
Pogledajte Doga, jedno Q. Samo gledajte. Drugo Q. Treće Q. Pa i sad, double Q. Ide. Četvrto. Peto.
Ovo je prelepo bilo, da. Ovo je prelepo bilo, da. To je baš lepo bilo.
Into an advantage as far as that skirmish was concerned, because it's back and forth the whole time.
Imagine if Delight doesn't get that interrupt on Honkyu as well, and he actually shows up to that top fight. I mean, there's so
the
many...
game might have just been over.
Yeah, there's so many things that are so close to being incredible in terms of the lead here for CFO. They're still significantly ahead here, sitting at about an 800 gold lead right now. A 2-kill Ezreal heading towards that 2-item spike, feeling very good about their position right now. Again, when we get to those side lane situations later on, though, that is where things are going to get a little bit tougher.
Da, slažem se, bukvalno identično.
Ne, Dogo je baš dobro.
Right now we already have the feats of warfare set up here for CFO.
Trebalo bi LoL da su mi ostale još 2. Trebalo bi da se 4 položio. Mislim 3 jesam, 4 čekam rezultate, 1 je preko sutra, 1 je još sljedeći nedelje. Hvala na pitanje. Tako da, ako Bog da, Worlds vam prenosi diplomirani ekonomista.
Dogo je mrtav. Outplayovan je bio ipak, nije on kriv.
Užasni fight. Ako si outplayovan, ti si kriv. Realno. A misliš, bio si ironičan zbog Eni, jel?
Tako je. Bio sam ironičan zbog Eni je samo...
Jake analize gold grafova, tako je.
Eni je samo heroj.
Now Hanwa Life actually will take a gold lead for the first time in this game. They do not, however, secure that very important dragon. So, you know, one of the big key parts of this fight is Delight's engaged here. He goes on to Shinjia, then turns around, looks for Doggo. Doggo is then forced over the wall here. This leaves him vulnerable because Zeka can follow up here, gets the stun with the Tibbers. And once Doggo's out of this fight, the bottom side of this fight is just so tough because if you don't hit that equalizer, Viper is going to do so much damage with Zeus here. You can see Jinjia, who got engaged on her, is just so low. He has to leave the fight. On Hanwa Life do get that exit kill.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You can see Honky not super psyched about how that one went, but still very even matchup between these two squads. As we can see, 400 gold means not...
Honky never najbolji ovaj game.
Honky even managing to do almost the most damage in the
Ali
team
polako.
fight. Unfortunately,
Je, Sajna ako ništa, možemo da priznamo da su lepe grafike.
So nicely done. And Zeka actually
Realno baš lepi interfejs. Možda malo prenatrpan, ali lep.
Pa fair, mislim da je samo interfejs povećan. Kao interfejs skill je veći nego što bi trebao da bude, ali ovako je okej, da. Da.
Bra. Samo što ste i midi to postavili, to mi se baš ne dopada. Da bi Zeus otišao 2-5 dok su Peanut i Delight na bot side mogu da zafaju kulu. Ali dobro, Hiving je portao.
And even though the Bard ultimate shuts down the turret, like you said, the coordination was a little bit off there on looking for the dive. They see the TP, they hesitate for a moment. And Delight did a great job, obviously, of getting that triple charm there to delay. But yeah, ultimately, sure, you get the kill, you push the Gwen out, but a lot of map control was lost, a lot of resources were used there by CFO. So idea, I think,
Treba interfejs ceo da smanje, da.
Eventually going so slowly, I think it was the advantage they were really looking for.
Well, we'll just have to see whether HLE will be able to create some advantages because no turrets fell down or anything like that.
Ja mislim da CFO nema šanse da dobije late. Ali to je već... Moj neki pogled na skill Sivir vs. Eza ako Viper igra kako treba, Viper bi trebao da igra kako treba. Ja mislim da Sivir 1-5 dobija ovaj game.
Barrage also going to tenderize Delight and Peanut here just a little bit.
I mean, if they're going to go, they got to go now.
Yeah, well, they do. Junji just blast cones his way over. Delight immediately going to knock him up. And Kaiwing, is he going to survive? The magical journey gets him out of there. That is going to be the steal from Junjia as well. They upgrade their shoes. Mid-team fight. Rest is going to go down. But maybe they're okay with this as long as they don't lose too much more. Delight goes in, gets another charm, but Honkyu makes his way out of there. And CFO, they're just looking to get out, and they will.
Yeah, very measured team fight there from CFO. Looked like it could have gone very disastrously there, but Honkyu bides his time.
Driver je samo bolje od Resta.
Very patient, gets the steal away, grabs the Herald there.
Sorry, guys.
And CFO, yes, they end up, losing a member there. They end up losing Rest, but they got the objective they were looking for. Their objective control this game has been so critical. Now, we are looking at, in 1 minute's time here, the Infernal Soul Point, which is going to give Ezreal so much power in this composition. We'll go back to this fight once again. Kaiwing, very risky plays this guy has been making on this far. But look, Jinjia comes over here, and now we're looking at, okay, smite range, not quite there. Peanut decides to engage. They can't lock Kaiwing down. Now Peanut's a little bit out of position. They can't get the smite here. And then Doggo's split off again here because he has to play safe. He has to be on this Ezreal, so Rest will just be left to the Wolves. Ult there from Kaiwing buys time for the rest of the team to escape. But I think for CFO, likely worth it. They can use this Herald now to try to grab Cryo for what will be that Soul Point fight here in 25 seconds.
Yeah. And they don't have Soul Point just yet. I was actually, when you said Soul Point before, I'm like, whoa, they're already up there, but no, not quite yet.
Yeah,
so like you say, fighting
malo bliže nego što bi smelo da bude, rekao bi za Hanwa, ali dobro. Iskreno sam od njih najviše očekivao, uzet ću obzir da kažem dolaze full odmorni. Tako da bi oni u teoriji trebali da budu najlaganiji ovdje, jer su ovi putovali iz Kanade pre fazom 2-3 dana. Možda nisu ni došli kući. Su pravo išli u Rijad.
Ja bi išao pravo u Rijad da bi se navikao na vreme tamo.
Pa da. A ne znam, napeta situacija.
Čekaj, Rijad je Katar?
Aj, vidite god da je, mislim da je u suštini
Jao, je li ovo onaj poznati CSGO caster kod nas na streamu?
Moguće.
Jesi to ti? Možda ne razume srpski.
Moguće, mislim da ima,
Are you that one famous CS caster, bro? Please answer me. I'm a big fan. Vidiš kako sad razume na engleskom. Zaboravio je srpski, kao tetka iz Kanade. Tačno čekam Ljubu za godinu dana. Kako se ono kaže kod vas?
And HLE will be able to win this fight.
Unfortunately for CFO, I think they need to be...
Was that a tempered fate? He surely didn't buy a Tonga. That would be insanity.
But look, you're Xin Zhao buying a ton of time. It was a really cool...
Kada su ovdje počeli samo da okreću, tako da... Na kraju mi se vraćamo na isto, a to je da Hanwa slepuje CFO. A i realno gledamo u ovoj grupnoj fazi, mislim da su oni Mislim da su oni manje više jedini sigurni da prolaze. Ostatak ekipe u grupi su svi tu i tamo.
Tako je, Ljubo, tako je. Baš tako kako si ga napisao. Brzo si se uklopio. A Junjia ima fine ideje, ali malo... Lepo su ovo tukli, ali nisu imali dovoljno damage-a, nisu sve landovali što je trebalo. Mislim da mora mnogo više da se igra oko toga da li je Dogo u poziciji da outputuje dovoljno damage-a. Kada pogledaš 1700 od strane SVL i 3100 od Sivir, ne bi trebalo da izgleda tako damage graph fight u 20 minuta.
Slažem se, da, u 20 minuta, to je dobro.
Trebalo bi da bude obrnuto. Zar ne?
Da, malo, mislim, kažem opet, ako ovo ode do late even, Hanwa je samo default dobila. Tako da, ako ne dobijaš fight kad imaš Muramana, Trinity na Ezu, vjerovatno samo ne dobijaš game uopšte i to je to.
Treba se vidi Junjia, ako vidite da Junjia ima neke engage-eve takve, on ima dobru ideju, sa igrači greše. On je najiskusniji u ovoj ekipi. Možda je Dogo malo iskusniji, zar ne? Dobra ideja od Kaivinga da ulta nakon Nea. Ali ovo nije bilo dobro nikako. Dobro, to je to. Uvetili su ih u veš mašinu.
To these ricochets coming out, and I think from this point on, it's going to be really hard to stop this guy on the Siva.
And you know, the Zeus was super far behind, but now he has a 1,000 gold lead. He's sitting on 2 items, and he's a huge side lane threat.
Honkyu malo više grif ovaj game.
Cannot be overstated. I mean, you're going to see it a lot every time she's on screen.
Mislim, Dogo je clean, Rest također igra okej. Interesantno da je Rest ušao prvi. Da, obično im driver igra, zar ne?
Ne, prvo igra Rest, najčešće.
Jesi siguran?
Poprilično siguran da Rest ima... Znam da zato što je Rest uvek koji igra Game 5. Ako igra Best of 5, toga se seća.
Ja sam skoro siguran da im je driver uvek igrao prvi, ali dobro, ko će ga znati?
Možda prošlu godinu. Ove godine znam da je Game Boy 5 protiv Tivana igrao...
Da, dobro, Game Boy 5, ali Game Boy 5 protiv Tivana igrao, iako je driver dao intervju, to znam da sam čitao, da je on trebao, jer on igrao Orna tada, ili tako?
Da, i nije mi jasno. Sve su ti ja pitali zašto Temka igra Rest, zašto nije igra driver.
Da, i driver je dao intervju, rekao je da je on trebao taj game da igra Orna, jer je plan bio da Weak-sideuju top, ali zbog kao ličnih problema, mentalnih problema, šta god, nije bio taj koji je igrao.
Onda je vrlo moguće će pravo izim.
Tako da mislim da je driver starter. Čekaj, provjerit ću svaki slučaj. Jeste, driver je starter, da.
Bravo.
Zato mi je čudno što sad ne igra... Dobra, I guess da je ovo prvi, ali ovo je jedini. Driver igra prvi, da.
Možda su imali samo gameplan da se igra Rumble, pa su teli da stave Rest.
Da, to je fair, da.
You know, looking for picks like this so aggressive while the rest of his team is clearly backing away. And, you know, I feel like some nerves are coming through. You know, I've watched a lot of esports, I've commentated a lot of esports. This looks like a classic example of, oh my god, we have a huge lead against Hanwa, maybe we can do this. And then once it starts to fade away, you start to panic, you start to make some...
To je legit take. Fincher, fati od donacije, fati na porisi. Lagana kafica, koja će nam očigledno trebati u sljedećih 5 dana. A ja sam već popio jednu, ali...
Ja pijem drugu šonicu sad.
Is the reasons why I don't think they will come back. It's not impossible.
Nije bilo SNM, se vidim zašto. A nije, driver, to jest Dogo je... Mislim, on legit igra, nije on kriv što mu ekipa grifa, iskreno. Nije on kriv što mu tim grifa.
Dogo je ozbiljno igrač.
Da, baš lepo igra, ali šta će?
I Honky igra jako dobro MSI, i driver, i mislim, svi su igrali dobro dosta. Mislim, igra protiv jedna najboljih ekipa na svetu, tako da da im pustimo ovo, ali mene samo zanima da li će moći da... Svašta interesantno su pulovali.
Mene jedino brine što ovdje ne mogu. U smislu, igraju 2 ili 3 best of 1 i to je kraj.
Da.
To me malo brine.
Ovo može bude dobar fight. Au, koja greška njegovog... Koja greška Junjinog tima da kolapsuje na Delighta. Koja greška Junjinog tima da kolapsuje na Delighta. Ne znam zašto okrenuti na Delight ako ti jungler kolapsuje na Zusa. Vrlo je obvious šta želi. Jedino ako ovo ima zonju, ali ne bih rekao da bi Junjija kolapsovo da catchuje nekoga ko ima zonju, to mi ne izgleda tako.
Nešto je 20... Neću završavaju, ću odu na Drake-a, ali... Ko mi je čudan ove overle gore, ne mogu se naviknem. Pogotovo sad što smo cijel MSI gledali dole, donji ugao, a sad gore imaš ono ogroman banner preko cijelog ekrana.
I mean, Hanwa Life can do no wrong basically at this point. And it's an easier game to play when you're the one pulling the strings, when you have control with this comp as CFO, because you can sit back and say, oh, you have to come towards my Ezreal, you have to attack me. And right now when you see this collapse, Zeus is very well aware of where everyone is on CFO. They have the TP to come through here from Zeka. So you have to win this fight instantly and you have to win it so fast.
Mislim, kaj neka pogledaš da dolazi iz regije od koje dolazi T1 i Genji realno pije vodu kako su treći, ali i dalje ide ona dobra stara, daj, stavi 600 LCK ekipu u bilo koju drugu ligu i dalje će biti prvi fazan.
I to je činjenica.
Samo je prestakovana liga.
Isto sa Kinezima, Kinezi imaju tipa 16 ekipa u ligi. To je kao LFL u Prime-u, kad im pogledaš onaj tim koji je izvisio za kvalifikaciju za NA Masters, koji je peti.
Jesi video bre, mislim jer ste vidjeli kolektivno, pošto streamujem pa je dobro kao malo na sve strane, što je... Slagaću te sad, Asus BK ROG, recimo, pobedio Let's SK ekipu na turniru.
Da, na kom turniru, molite, na onim njihovim nekim sad kupovima što sad...
Tako je, NNO kup, da. Znači, ja nisam mogao da verujem, sad ću probati da vidim.
Imaju neka dva kastera koja su pričala o tome dugo baš. Da su bottom 4 Let's ekipe beatable od top 4 Let's ekipe, MA ekipe.
Moram da probam da ti nađem. Ako mogu.
Što ja da nađem,
Ne, probaj slobodno. Znaš šta je problem? Ja sam našao na Twitteru. Mislim, mogu da nađem na netu kao turnir, ali mislim da je negde baš bio screenshot.
Sofri, sad ću mi to nađem.
A ne, ovo je prvi game. Našao sam prvi game, ali treći game je bio veći stomp.
It's a lot of information for CFO though. We'll see whether they can utilize it here as Honku in position for any ultimate that he's looking for. HLE now just trying to regroup. There's the on the hunt to try and get that extra movement speed. Already a lot of damage onto Peanut as Zeus manages to take down a turret, but he's in the mid.
Da, izgubili su 2-1 best of 3 seriju.
Trying to get himself out of there, but he runs right into the scissors. And there goes the rumble.
Ali nije, ovo je akademija.
Here for HLE, they'll take their incredibly heavy wallets and look.
A ne, nije.
Lupik je Dui, ne, mislim da samo...
Ali ovo im je Dun im je igrao top, kogod da je Dun.
On je... Mislim da je to neki kines koga su uveli. Čekaj, pogledam.
Abadage, Abadage isto nije igrao. GG ljudi, Hanwa je dobila. Alo, treći game je bilo 21-1.
Da, treći game su ih urnisali, kao prebili su ih.
Da šta su igrali? Raka Nash na botu, Oman je igrao Kali, XNS je igrao Trandlash i Genda je igrao Rakana. Sasvim dobar teamkom. Jin, Niko na botu, na midu Twisted Fate, na topu Rumble i u džungli Zir. Ali XNS ljudi bolesno dobar igrač. Sajna, jel znaš, ima aktivan Slack, jel znaš koliko će biti pauze i to? Jel ti dobijaš info? Pošto bih ja išao.
Slack nemamo. Pokušavam da vidim 15 minuta, Derivative Matches je 20? 20, to su dugačke pauze, holy.
A mi nećemo završiti do 11, znaš? Mislim, meni odgovaraju dugačke pauze, jer mogu da odem da uradim nešto tokom njih, tipa sad ću da odem do prodavnice, recimo.
Piše Delay Between Games 15, Delay Between Matches 20. Ali pošto je best of 1, onda...
To je isto.
Pa to mi nije, mislim... To znači da je verovatno 20, jel tako?
Recimo da je 17, ajde.
Ok, imamo 20 minuta pauza, pa ide next game. Napisat ću ja, Odo i ja, ljudi moji tu smo za 20.
You know, he even had his unsealed spellbook to look to threaten a smite steal on the dragon. He was always where he was, even when this team wasn't performing well in the early game. He still was. He wasn't missing a beat. So great performance from the support player that we've loved to watch over the years.
Yep. And thankfully, we're also going to be able to hear a bit about how this was from Peanut as he's standing alongside with Fancy. We'll be getting down there for the interview pretty quickly, I'm pretty sure. In fact, right now, let's hear from him.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. After an amazing performance, maybe a rough start, but HLE win their first upper bracket match. We have Peanut here with our Amazon winner interview. Peanut, I want to ask you first, a rough start for the season. You guys were able to win first stand, but then not quite qualify for MSI, and then you moved on to EWC, were able to qualify barely, but then you start off with a clean win. How is the preparation for the team for this tournament?
일단 피너 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 이번 시즌 조금 다사다난했다고 볼 수 있겠죠. 일단은 첫 번째 퍼스트 스탠드를 우승을 하셨지만 아무래도 MSI 진출에 좀 실패를 하시고 좀 여러 가지 우여곡절 겪으셨는데 그래도 이렇게 MSI 그 EWC에 이렇게 돌아오셔서 이렇게 준비하시게 된 것 그 과정을 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있다면 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 제가 들려도 될까요? 네네. 네, 아무래도 저희가 MSI를 진출하지 못해서 어쨌든 저희에게는 어떤 충분한 휴식 시간이 있었고 EWC를 위해서 한 대회 2주 전부터 저희도 MSI를 관람하면서 대회 준비를 하고 있어서 오늘 이렇게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같고 오랜만에 경기라서 좀 더 경기를 더 진행하다 보면 좀 더 좋은 경기력이 나올 것 같아요.
Yeah, so definitely it was a rough start, and well, we missed out MSI. But that being said, we had enough rest time for us, and also we have watched a lot of MSI games to prepare. So with that in mind, we try to show our best game as much as possible. And this was our first game, so we couldn't bring our best in our first games. But it was a rough start, but still, I think we're gonna show much better performances in our next games.
Absolutely, it's still early in the tournament. We're still in the group stage, and you still have so many matches to play to get to this trophy at the end. But I want to ask you, is there a team that you're looking to face particularly?
이제 다음 매치로 이제 승자조에서 또 다른 팀을 상대하게 되실 텐데 다른 팀 중에서 상대하고 싶은 팀이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
제 둘 중 하나이긴 한데 그래도 감 e스포츠랑 다시 붙고 싶고요. 이바이 선수랑 다시 한번 붙고 싶은 마음입니다.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course it's a choice from two, but I really want to face GAM Esports and really want to have a nice match against Levi again.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for our winner interview. Let's go back to the studio to talk more about this match.
And after a kind of a rocky start here for Hanwa Life Esports, getting a little worried maybe if the road to MSI hangover was real, they are able to lock in. The team fight supremacy came through, and the third seed from the LCK move on against the champs from the LCP.
We all expected it, we all kind of expected HLE to win, but in the end, it was kind of, it was a little bit of a rough start, honestly, leading into this game.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting early game this time around. I think it did highlight a little bit of what we were concerned with for Hanwa Life Esports, where it's a little bit fast and loose. You know, they weren't playing the tightest League of Legends you could ever say, but once the team fights got going, their composition really shone through. It was kind of everybody going in the same direction. You've got Annie, you've got the Rakan, you've got the Vi. Everybody wants to just focus on one target, burst them down, and CFO just couldn't really handle the pressure once it did get to those team fights. So showed a little bit of why Hanwa Life were the favorites in this one.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't watch LCK on the day-to-day, this is such a good example of what they've been doing over the last, I'd say like 2 months, Valdez, as it is a push, create pressure, try to hold down a team, they fall behind, and then they're able to just usurp in a team fight. Even though Zeus had like 5 deaths at one point, still up in gold. Still up in gold on a Gwen who's going to be impactful. So a very tough thing to play against here.
A lot of good deaths there. Yeah, a lot of good things happening in the top side. I guess I'm going to see if we can look at it later. But yeah, it really felt like Hanwa Life got everything they wanted. They got Vi on Peanut, which is, in my opinion, I remember that as from first hand being like the prime champion for him. That was like the game winner. And they got the counter matchup into the top lane. And I feel like they kind of just got everything they wanted, and they kind of did what they should do.
Yeah, I mean, it all came together. Their composition made a little bit of sense. You know, we were looking at the draft for the side of CFO. We were not very pleased with the Bard, and in the game as well, it didn't really do a whole lot. It kind of felt like it was counteracting, actually, what CFO wanted to do as a whole. I know you were kind of...
Oh, don't get me started on the Bard, man. Like, what is this Bard doing in his team comp? Like, you have a Rumble. This Rumble picked first in the draft. He's like, I'm playing Rumble, guys. So when you have a Rumble, you gotta give that guy some setup. You can't leave that guy alone in the top lane with all these blind equalizers. I would love to see like a Rel or like a Nautilus as that last pick to really give more help to the Rumble that kind of sacrificed his own matchup for the team comp.
You can see that CFO got the idea halfway there as we take a look at our first highlight, which is of Zeus getting bullied on by CFO.
Oh, let's watch.
There was some pressure from the jungle. They were like, hey, we got to hold him down. We got that Rumble. Let's get it going.
But this is like so typical Zeus, because he got like pushed in the matchup he should not get pushed in, and then he didn't realize that, oh, maybe I can get ganked.
Yeah, he got ganked, and then he overextended here. He's like, oh, I've got my team with me, right? Well, he's got the other team with him, I guess. And then, you know, we had a team fight here over the Grubs, which he got a lot of work done, to be fair, in this fight, but he did die, so we added it to the reel. Kind of just frontlining as the Gwen. And it's kind of the Zeus playstyle. You know, he gets a little bit bored. He's like, well, I just got to go in for the play. I got to go for this. This one was another death where we were like, huh, this didn't really have to happen.
It felt like whenever Jinjia was done with his full clear, he went to get collect his 7th camp on the map, which was just that Gwen. I guess this was a 1v5, so like you can't do it. But despite him dying so much early game, it always felt like he still had push, he still had pressure, and no matter how much help they gave to Rumble, he never really achieved that 1v1 pressure back.
Yeah, and I like just at least highlighting it because it shows the priority that Hanwa Life Esports has on getting lane pressure, and it kind of showed the balance that you need to have when you play against Hanwa Life Esports and Zeus of focusing him too much when he's there to kill and needing to make other plays around the map because he still was a menace. And then at the third Drake for our highlight number 2, this is the team fight that exploded the game wide open.
Yeah, and I just want to say that like CFO wants to contest this, but their Galio is pushing a top wave. Their Estral is like just arriving now. He's on the mid lane tier 2, so they're walking in basically 3v5. And they don't have the champions that are walking 3v5. I don't think anyone does.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit confusing. I think that Hanwa Life Esports, even though their early game was messy, they really locked it down when it came to the team fights. Everybody was on the same page. The setup is always fantastic for them, and CFO, it was kind of the opposite, right? Jinjia was like, we got to go in on this, but nobody else was really on the same page, and then everybody else was kind of like
filtering in one by one. It was kind of a messy one from CFO, and that was essentially the nail in the coffin on that best of one.
Yeah, pretty tough because we didn't get to see Hongq and Doggo get put in positions to have those huge team fights other than that third Drake fight, which just didn't really go their way. And from there, Hanwa Life Esports, they know what to do with the lead, and they close this one out.
I felt like CFO in general, they were kind of like indecisive on if they wanted to actually fight Hanwa Life at specific moments. I feel like if you want to contest these dragons, you need to have your guys with items ready on the spot, because you have an Ezreal. He's a poke champion. He wants to be there early before the dragon even spawns and poke them down a little bit to secure yourself an advantage for the team fight. If your Ezreal is joining the fight when the fight is already almost over, it was probably a bad fight from the beginning, and you shouldn't be taking those fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not. All right, let's take a look at the updated bracket. With that victory, it is Hanwa Life Esports into the qualifying match. That'll happen a little bit later on today. They will play the winner of Movistar KOI and GAM Esports. We'll get you set up for that one in just a little bit. Final thoughts here on this series and how CFO can bounce back into this bracket, Valdez.
I mean, you said it earlier, like CFO is probably number 2 in this group. So for them, it's got to be a little bit of a road through the losers bracket, essentially. It's double elimination. They get a second chance. I'm sure that this isn't the play that they wanted to show, because they are a better team, I think, than what they showed in this one best of one, but they should be the favorites going forward.
All right, coming up next, GAM and KOI, and we have the face of GAM here to join us on the desk in just a little bit. To go anywhere, you're watching the Esports World Cup.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Our second match of the day brings the rising tide of the Pacific and GAM Esports up against the new kings of Europe. It is KOI trying to get themselves the first win and into the qualifying round against Hanwa Life Esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and joining us, the man, the myth, the legend from around the world. It's TK Nguyen, owner, CEO of GAM Esports. Welcome, brother.
What's up, everybody? Hello, EWC.
Yeah, man. How's it being back here in Riyadh?
Amazing. We were here last year, but it's great to come back and actually be competing this time on the EWC stage and be able to represent the LCP.
Yeah, LCP has been popping off lately, right?
Yes.
Before, I feel like it was very synonymous with PSG Talon, then Talon, now back to PSG Talon. You guys, you have CFO as well. Like, what's changed in the region so far that's led to a lot of this success?
I mean, we're excited just to see, like, you know, with the Tier 1 league, the LCP, so us coming from VCS, teams like CFO and PSG Talent from PCS coming together, and then now it's like one big region with teams from Japan, Australia as well. So it's been, everyone needs to level up. The competition is crazy out there. We had a really good, fun mid playoff run, you know, losing to Talent, not beating them like throughout the entire, both seasons, both splits, and then coming back, taking them to it was a 3-1, and then taking CFO to a Game 5, but we fell short just by a little bit there. But you know what? You know, it's just one way for us to continue to level up.
I mean, I think right now the Pacific League, I think they've never been this strong before. Like, I think right now they're actually a real threat on the world stage.
Yeah.
And I think as a representative of the European League, I'm a little bit nervous about this matchup.
You should be nervous, baby. You should be nervous. We're coming for you guys, all right? We were the minor region teams. We were always the underdogs, but we're here. Now we're at Tier 1. We've brought some of the best players from our regions together to join GAM, so we're really excited to have them here showcase what they got.
Valdez?
I just think, you know, competition always breeds a different level, right? And now that it's, as you mentioned, you know, the combination, you're all in Tier 1 together, it's like you got all these different rivals now building up. It's not just Vietnam anymore. So I feel like that's definitely a big part of the reason why you guys have improved. CFO have looked better. The talent have looked great. And everybody's just chomping at the bit to try to get that one spot now, so it just makes it really, really fun.
It's so competitive now, man. Before, you know, we've been very fortunate to be in the VCS and win back-to-back championships, and then now coming in, we're not used to being the 4th seed and everything, right? Going into the playoffs, we're 4th seed, you know? But, you know, I'm really happy to see the boys stay resilient, not back down, and then give it their all, and we're very happy to be here.
Yeah, in that post-game interview that we just had on stage with Peanut, he said, he was asked, hey, what team are you excited to play? He said GAM Esports. How does that make you feel?
Let's go, baby. We want to see that, all right? Because you know what? Kiaya, he's been representing for the LCP, and he loves actually Zeus. It's one of his idols and stuff. So we want to see that matchup. I hope to see it happen. It's going to happen next because we're going to beat you guys over here. And, you know, I'm just messing with you.
No.
Not really, but you know.
What do you got to say about that?
Hold on. Let's fly the rosters of KOI as Finn figures out what his defense is.
Now let's talk about the representatives from the Iberian Peninsula. KOI representing the LEC as the 1st seed. This is a team that really took this spring split by storm. They came in and they improved so much in these last few months. They have really solidified themselves as a team that excels with their support and jungle duo. I think Elyoya and Alvaro, when they work in tandem, they're one of the strongest support jungles we have ever sent from Europe. And I think right now one of the strongest support jungles in the world. And I want to see the rest of KOI kind of help them fortify this bastion that could be KOI on the global stage, because Europe has been really good in the past internationally, and I think this team has what it takes to retake that throne. But I think it all starts with beating GAM Esports today.
Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to see, you know, KOI, Elyoya, who's just been driving that team forward for such a long time, the captain of that team, and then obviously a guy near and dear to my heart in Jojo Pune, heading on over and finding success as one of the first and only players to win in NA and EU from NA. So shout outs to Jojo Pune. And speaking of Jojo Pune, he's standing by with an interview right now.
Hi everyone, by my side is the mid laner for KOI, Jojo Pune. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to ask you about your MSI journey. I know it was a disappointing end to your run. So is EU doomed, and are you truly the savior?
I mean, it's kind of funny because I think it's like a couple best of fives, and people are always gonna over-exaggerate in the present. So I think it's understandable because it builds up more hype. But I don't think EU is doomed. Of course, we're gonna save EU. So at MSI, of course, we didn't, but we still have Worlds in this EWC, and I think we improved so much at MSI. So yeah.
Yeah, and talking about EWC, it is another international opportunity for you guys to prove yourself once again. So can you please share me some of your thoughts about your expectations going into EWC this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think EWC is another chance for us just to verse the best of the best. I think we always learn so much at this MSI when we verse the top teams, and we're doing it again. So I think we're all just taking this as a learning opportunity, and yeah, we get to for sure compete against the best. So we're just going to try our hardest.
And I did see your group. You guys are in Group B. So can you share us some of your opinion about potentially facing CFO and HLE in the later runs as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think CFO and GAM are kind of similar. I think CFO is, of course, a very strong team, but I think if we play our game, we should beat them. I think HLE is, of course, a very strong team. They have Zika, the GOAT, so it'll be really fun versing against them too, and I want to see how I match up against HLE.
I thought I was saying Zeka.
I say Zika, yeah.
Okay, well, hoping we will see this rivalry between Jojo Pyun and Zika. Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty, and you got to hear some fighting words there from the man who isn't short of any words, Jojo Pyun for MKOI, but we actually have Levi, captain of GAM, standing by right now.
By my side is the jungler for GAM, Levi. Thank you so much for joining us today. You are about to go up against MKOI, and also, this is your first time at EWC, so how do you feel?
Levi, đây sẽ là trận đấu đầu tiên em chuẩn bị đối đầu với em coi, và đây cũng sẽ là giải đấu EWC đầu tiên của em. Em đang cảm giác như thế nào?
Mình cảm thấy rất là háo hức và mọi thứ xung quanh thì cảm thấy rất là choáng ngợp với cái sự quy mô nó rất là lớn.
So I think I feel very exciting. I think everything around here is so overwhelmed, so amazing.
Amazing, that's great to hear. So you guys are going up against MKOI and their jungler Elyoya. So please share some thoughts and opinions on what you think MKOI showings as of recent kind of allows you to understand what type of team they are. So can you let us know what type of team MKOI is?
Thì em sẽ chuẩn bị đối đầu với cả người đi rừng ở bên kia là Elyoya. Thì hiện tại thì em có những cái đánh giá cũng như nhận xét như thế nào về anh ta cũng như là cái lối chơi của bên phía đội MKOI.
Mình cảm thấy Elyoya và MKOI đều là một đối thủ rất là mạnh, nhưng mà bọn mình đã từng đánh bại MKOI trước đây và mình tự tin rằng trong ngày hôm nay mình vẫn có thể làm điều đó.
So I think like both Elyoya and MKOI is a very strong opponent, but we have defeated them before, so I have highly confident we can defeat them today.
I'm looking forward to GAM's run at EWC. Thank you so much for joining us today, Levi. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty, and hearing from Levi there. And to introduce GAM Esports, I'll give it over to TK.
All right, EWC, we got GAM Esports representing the LCP and #1, the top lane, the one and only, my man Kiaya. You cannot but love this kid. And we got the Asia Pacific GOAT, a.k.a. Levi, a.k.a. Levy. In the mid, we got Eris. Eris is the young gunner. And coming in at ADC, we got Artemis. And to round it all off, we got support, a.k.a. Elio, and that goes GAM GAM. We are Vietnam. Let's go.
Damn. I don't think I could have done it better. I knew I was going to do it better. Not only putting us on notice, but again, the rest of the world on notice. They have always been the underdog that have been able to find success, but now getting acclimated to a new role with success expected, international results expected. So season kickoff not making it there was kind of a surprise, finishing fourth, but the changes were made to be able to make it to MSI here.
Yeah, and I think like great comeback from GAM this spring and a great improvement shown by the team. And the player I'm actually most interested in today is Artemis, because I think he, especially at MSI, showed great laning phases against really good players. And I think when MKOI works at their best, it is when Supa is in a good spot and gets that help from that support jungle. So my eyes today will be on this bot lane matchup, because I am a little bit worried that if Artemis can keep it up, it might prove a challenge for the MKOI boys.
I just kind of want to see GAM make it through so that Peanut can get his wish fulfilled, right? You know, I feel like
here to make dreams come true. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I do have TK right beside me, his hand on my shoulder. No, but for real, I think that Peanut is he's not just saying that. You know, I think that Levi is one of the more well-known players for sure on the roster, and he respects him a lot. Peanut does, and wants to meet him again. So for me, as not a member of either of these regions, I kind of want to see that matchup happen.
Yeah, on the opposite side, that's the matchup. The man in the matchup that I'm looking at, it is Elyoya versus Levi. I think it can't be understated the type of character it requires to be a leader of men, and both these squads are synonymous with those leaders. Obviously, Levi for GAM and Elyoya for this current iteration of MKOI, but it's just been so long-standing for both those guys.
Yeah, we gotta keep in mind that Elyoya built this team with a bunch of players from ERLs that no one believed in. He took these players on his head, like he decided this. He brought this up to the league, and he believed in them, and he said, give me these players, I will turn them into stars. And now they're standing here as the LEC champions, and they have made that journey beautifully, and I think we gotta give Elyoya a lot of that credit, because I think the way that he has led his battalion onto this stage we're standing on right now, I think this is the first step for him. They're always talking about Worlds, but I think this is a great time for MKOI to get some international experience and keep growing as the team of stars they are.
Yeah, again, remember, they were kind of missing that one piece, trying to figure out what player it would be. In this case, it was in the mid lane for JoJo, and the whole season one, or split one storyline was follow JoJo's plan. Didn't quite go well in split one, but they were able to figure it out in split two. Now, UTK, you guys run a 6-man roster as well, or experimented with a little bit, just kind of like what CFO has done. What are the thoughts behind that, specifically in your mid lane?
So we actually have Emo, who's been with us since last year, and then we actually had Eris join the team this year, and he's like a young talent, right? So them two have been playing it out, duking it out for that middle spot. So we've been kind of using them interchangeably. So it's worked well for us. But this time we're going to see Eris start today, and hopefully you guys will see Emo later on when we take on some other teams after we beat MKOI today.
Oh my God. Finish just take it right now, brother. Okay, we've got a little bit more time before we head on to the stage, so let me just start getting some predictions here. What are you thinking when it comes to this series?
I think it's gonna be a nice MKOI win. I think they're just gonna take it all across the board. I really believe in Jojo Pune. I think his laning phase is one of the best. Even Knight complimented his laning phase. I think going up against Aris, I think he should be favored in that matchup, and I believe in the wholeality. That's a new word of MKOI.
All right, as the neutral party, come on, Valdez, don't worry. Finn, yeah, you can get his,
So,
oh yeah, what's happening here?
What I'm going to say is I think the LEC as a region has taken a little bit of a small step down. So I think this is GAM's perfect opportunity to step up in a best-of-1 and take the win.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You want to know my prediction? You already know. We about to let the world know what time it is, baby. Because GAM is on stage. You know what's about to be GAM time.
GAM time, baby. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got GAM and MKOI. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
I can't be without. Let me be without. I can't be without. Let me be without. I can't 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 be without.
So I decided to lock in Ziggs because I do believe that it's probably one of the best teams to take out towers, especially with his W as well. When you are full build with this team, you probably like do a lot of damage to towers, and I'll play with demolition runes as well. I think it will help me to just destroy as much turrets as I can, and I do think that he has a good wave clear as well, so I'll probably just be able to clear as fast as I can, so I hope that I'm not wrong. And for my runes as well, I went for like fleet footwork, so I can go fast. Maybe it won't change a lot, but I do believe that maybe it will make the difference. Minions are spawning soon. Let's see how fast I can go. Maybe I can finish with one wave. It might be a bit optimistic, but I'm close. I have like almost 1k AP as well. The minions should come soon. 30 seconds. I think my build should be fine. I'm looking if I missed something, but maybe some movement speed could help. I didn't buy boots. I'm not sure if it will change a lot. But I think more AP might just be better. So let's see how this will go. Minions are spawning now. I'll one-shot the wave and hope that I can one-shot the tower as well. Since it's only like there's also like the turret plating and stuff, so like it will be a bit harder to one-shot the towers. But yeah, let's see how this goes. That's one. So far so good. That's two. That's three. About 2 minutes in. I have another wave coming as well. I'm not sure if I can end with 2 minions though. Let's see. I want to keep my big auto attack for the tower as well. Ah, let's go. One more. I don't think I make it under 10 minutes. Last wave coming. I'll finish now. That's 230. I think it's not bad, but maybe I missed a few Fleech Bell procs. But in the end, I think I'm pretty happy with how it went. So that was it for my try to destroy the enemy nexus as fast as I can. 2 minutes 30. I think it's pretty decent score.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Degon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and we're just about ready to get our second best of one of the day underway. It is MKOI against GAM Esports, the reigning champs of Europe, against the upstarts from the LCP.
Please, we really do need a win right now. Like, I can't take another European defeat at internationals. I need MKOI to win this game for my mental sanity. I beg you, please.
I mean, if you guys don't win this one, where do you go from there? Like, what is the next step? I don't know, because G2 kind of fell down big time at MSI, and now KOI have to prove themselves, and it's up against GAM. On paper, they should be favored, but I don't know if I can believe in that right now.
Well, from a technical standpoint, the next step is playing against a CFO who lost earlier, and CFO looking good from the MSI. So, kind of scary situation here for KOI, and I feel like this pressure, Finn, as you know as a player, can be devastating if you're not getting positive results.
Yeah, but also as a player, this is the time where you gotta step up. You just gotta take it and show that you can actually perform in these pressure situations, because this is what you live for. This is the privilege of a pro player, to be able to stand on this stage and compete in a game that you love. This is what they play for, and to be able to play international against so many strong teams. I need to see an KOI that is ambitious and excited to take the stage and make it their own.
You know, when we had TK Nguyen here earlier, he said maybe the best of ones with the sneakiness of draft, right? You can pull out some sneaky things, would benefit them. But I think if there's a team from the West that it benefits the most, I think KOI is a team that's able to do that. You play all the weird stuff in the top lane. It feels like Alvaro, one of the best supports in the West, can utilize everything as well. Let's see what they put together in this matchup against GAM Esports. The pressure is on for the reigning kings of Europe in KOI. Will they be able to move on to the match against Hanwa Life Esports, or will it be GAM with the upset? Let's find out as we send it on over to the stage.
The ball is officially rolling here at League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. We've still got so much more to come, Ian.
Fancy, we are just getting started. Let's not waste a second and bring our next two teams out here onto the stage. Firstly, they are wild cards with teeth. Underdogs on paper, predators in game. It's Movistar KOI.
And their opponents, Vietnam's most explosive squad, fearless and firing on all fronts. It's GAM Esports.
The group stages of the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends continue.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone. It is time to get onto the rift for the second time of the day here, as we are remaining on the top side of the bracket. No one going home just yet. The keys are safe for this particular match, but if you lose here, you are on the precipice of getting it crushed.
It's a tough group, so you know you'd rather you take your chances against Hanwa Life Esports, have that extra life, and then have the opportunity to study more games and get ready for that final match to potentially survive, than to drop down to your last legs here. So this is a matchup that's really tough to predict. We talked about earlier in the first series, you know, okay, Hanwa Life on paper, we haven't seen them in a while. They should be the stronger team. It ended up being a closer match that I think a lot of people expected because of that early game. Here, we look at teams, I think that, you know, for KOI, a little bit of a disappointing result compared to what people had expectations for them. And then GAM coming off of, I wouldn't say necessarily a disappointing result at MSI, where they overachieved, were able to, as 4th seed, then fight their way to that tournament. So a lot of pride on the line here as well between these two squads. We saw it on the desk. You know, you had TK and Finn going at it with each other a little bit. You can see how much this means, though, to the Vietnamese squad. You see them on cam now here. Aries solidified himself as a starter, actually, at MSI, and that will continue here in their first match of EWC 2025.
Yeah, showing that they are willing to grab some of that young talent. Of course, they've got some veterans as well. Levi's been with the squad for 6 years.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. Of course, spent some time in NA, has been sort of around the world, and then settled in Vietnam, back at home. And it was very cute hearing that Peanut wanted to face off against GAM as well. Of course, if you guys didn't know, the LCK is actually incredibly popular in Vietnam. Like, Vietnam is a huge place for, like, a lot of the LCK fans. And so a lot of the teams actually visit Vietnam a lot to go and hang out and stuff like that. So very, very cute that Peanut gives them a shout out there as well. Yeah, they've got a lot of bands.
Evo nas nazad. Game broj 2, trebalo im je malo više vremena, je blago rečeno da uđu u game, ali dobro, bit će bar nabadanja. Ko i GAM tu su negde, iako ko pitate moj kolegu GAM ovo stompa, bio im je dobar onaj desk, bio im je dobar desk sa Finom i sa ovim bratom iz GAM-a.
Da, okej, ajde. Ali trebalo je tačno 41 minut da uđemo u game broj 2, što se definitivno nije bilo dobro.
Nikako. Na kraju će game-ovi biti, mislim, za sad je game kraći od pauze, tako da to je nešto.
Da. So popular. Faker kind of bringing it back into the forefront at MSI, and that is going to be what he decides to go with here ultimately. Great ball carrier in the Wukong, great setup and follow-up to the Shockwave there. And the Galio great with Wukong and great into the Aurora, so I thought that might be something they would consider, but ultimately do...
Šta Levi igra? Best of 1, Fearless ne znači ništa, jel nam daje nešto fan? Ostari igra Wukonga, čorav sam je... Ne daje nam ništa fan. Zaboravio sam to pitu.
Pa to nije loš pik za carry potencijal. To je najdosadniji od svih carry pikova, ali je fajn. I dalje dobio carry pik, mnogo mi je bolje nego da... Mnogo mi je bolje nego da ga stave na Sejuani.
To je fair, to je fair.
Looking for a top laner, Kiaya, of course, a superstar for this squad. See what he can take into what is likely.
Kiaya je superstar, dobro. Nisam znao.
Don't know whether it necessarily feels like an easy matchup there towards the top side, especially in the
Čemo koliko je meni raspoložen ovaj game, mislim će to dosta odlučiti.
It's going to get harder and harder
for the
side lane into this.
Definitely feels like now that Aurora is 100% going top lane, and that's the advantage you have as the one who picks the two flexible solo laners. Is the enemy has to kind of decide what they want to play, and you get the advantage there because it's still relatively unknown. This is a pick that we've seen Kiaya play a lot in the past. Ezreal's going to get taken away, a pretty safe 80 carry into what is so much dive already here for GAM, so makes a ton of sense.
Mnogo mi sviđa GAM-ov komp, iskreno, baš mi sviđa GAM-ov komp. Oni ako uvete zalet s ovim pikovima, ovo će biti nemoguće za koji da dobiju. Mada imaju koji dobar draft, samo što ja nisam... A u stvari nije, imaju dobar draft. I on Seju je giga dobar kombo, Aurora je giga jaka također, tako da... Smisla.
That's what my expectation would be if they want to continue with an 80 carry ban here on the side of GAM Esports.
And I know we just saw it out of Viper, so it is something that I guess is fresh in our minds, but Sivir is another champion with self-peel. Obviously, that's what they're looking for, because these champions are just going to dive forward. There's no peel so far.
I ovo nismo gledali skoro ceo MSI. Baš je bio malo pikovan.
The amount of Kalista hate was absolutely insane, by the way, at MSI, for decent reason, but I think she is still something worth fearing in certainly the right hand and the right position.
I'm a little bit surprised by MKOI's decision to ban the Xayah themselves, because like I said, I felt like it was a relatively safe pick for them, but it just opens up this Kai'Sa, which is so obvious for the draft here. It's a dive composition from GAM. Yes, you have the...
Xayah nije nužno loš pik, zato što možeš da uzmeš uvek kada god misliš da protivnik ide na dive komp, mislim. To je potpuno legitimno, zar ne?
Slažem se, i u Kai'Su je u stvari dobar matchup.
Jeste? A, jeste, da.
Da, stojiš u wave'u i na ruki se biješ. I lepo ti.
It feels like a no-brainer, but that Alistar is still available. It's been a pretty common counter pick into the rel. So, I'm gonna give it an extra consideration here.
MF mi se nimalo ne sviđa, mislim ne za MF ne igrivo kasnije.
Mislim, nisam siguran zašto ljudi, nije prvi put da vidimo MF pikovanu kao neki polo dive comp. Mislim da će ovo biti pre, tako je, pre će biti nešto normalnije. Rakan Alistera možda nije ono što sam očekivao, ali je definitivno malo laganija varijanta.
A lot of damage, but I think they're going to need stars to align earlier on in this game, get a snowball or rolling, because otherwise I think that GAM, like fighting 5v5, it's exactly what they want to do. The VCS is known as just teamfight simulator as often as possible. They are getting everyone together and they are just throwing down. So this is a perfect comp for that.
GAM's comp to me has a very clear identity, you know? It's put circles on the ground, lock up that CC. You know, the immobile misfortune is going to really struggle if you're not winning the fight by default. If the Yone isn't getting a big ult, if the Alistair isn't buying space, if the Aurora isn't on that flank angle, you know? I feel like so many things have to go exactly right for MKOI. The ease of execution here for GAM's composition makes me feel very confident that they should be able to take the win if both teams play perfectly. Now, MKOI though, this
Ne znam iskreno šta da mislim, Evropa je giga razočarala na MSI-u. Sad su bar dobili da igramo protiv Brazila opet, bar da se malo naložimo sljedeći game.
But going into a series like this where the teams are relatively evenly matched, I gotta go with GAM's draft. I feel like it's just so much simpler and it's hard to mess up.
Slažem se s kolegom Casterom, GAM draft se meni isto više sviđa mnogo. Da je Zaj umjesto MF rekao bih koji, ali ovako ne baš.
And like if you've got top side of the map going well, right? Sejuani Yone can kind of just win a game by themselves if things are put in the right position. But if they don't do that, this 5v5 is so terrifying from GAM. They have really just picked themselves a lot of things to get a lot done.
Ali dobro, mislim šta da radimo ljudi, taka je situacija.
It is going to be hard.
We know, like, as we are kind of resident dislikers of misfortune in general, and I think this is the worst position for it to be in right now.
Yeah, as we jump into the second game of EWC 2025. A big one for these two teams. Would love to have their chance to face off against Hanwa Esports in that upper bracket. My big question is, does the MF even run cleanse in this comp? Because I don't know how much it's really going to help you. Like having barrier and the extra combat ability, I think is better than...
Yeah, just take teleport, man. So you can get back to lane after they inevitably
He is going to take barrier, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to get a lead in that lane against Artemis, who obviously does, in fact, also take the barrier. He could have theoretically taken cleanse in this comp, but I do think that's the correct call from both AD carries here. But man, this one, I feel like MKOI, they're so...
Zaja je legitimna bila.
When you see a draft like this, oftentimes, especially, you know, someone like me who obviously has watched a lot of MKOI's games, watched their performances at MSI, but isn't inherently familiar. It's not my region. I think when I see a draft like this, this team knows there are inherent risks with it, but they're okay with that. And I like to see that in a best of one.
Yeah, I do too. That certainly shows confidence, but we have seen hubris punished in the past. And we'll just have to see what GAM is going to be able to show us here. Of course, TK really letting us know that GAM are a team to be feared. And I think after so many years of this guy's charisma, we all agree. We all believe.
And one thing I want to say about the early game here is top and bottom lanes should be massively prio favored for MKOI. You know, you have this MF here that's just going to be looking to poke down the Rakan, Kai'Sa lane. Really tough for Kai'Sa to compete early on. Even with the Alistair's weak level 1, you're going to be able to get level 2 first. Range advantage here goes to Mirwin in the top lane, of course, into this Ambessa. It's going to help if you do miss your skill shot, but it's going to still proc the electrocute. Very annoying for Kiaya early.
Ne Jinx. Ne igraš Escape sad i carry u dive comp, to je problem. Zato kažem da je Zaja bila najbolja, jer ona u stvari ima dugme koje fully disengage-a. Nijedan drugi AD carry nema to na taj način baš.
Baš biti u problemu, da. Ono, Zaja i Ezreal se najviše pikuju u tim situacijama, da.
Da.
Mislim da retko kad postoji neko drugo rešenje.
Mislim, problem sa Sivir je što ona ima spell shield, ali ti prvo što ne možeš spell shieldaš Wukong koji ti flash ulta u facu, spell shieldat ćeš prvi prok knoka pa onda ćeš biti prebijen svejedno, a drugo što nije to jedina stvar koja ti skače na glavu, tako da Sivir baš teško igra.
Doesn't feel great in this early game.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on how this top lane matchup is going, because you can see CS not looking like it's too much of a worry. That Doran Shield certainly putting in work at this point in time, as Arrest doing a decent job here in this mid lane as Jojo going down lower and lower. Of course, that is just how Yone works in this matchup. Range versus melee, things like that. We've said this before. But so far, Arrest really controlling this lane.
Good spacing, yeah.
As the Orianna wants to do.
Because she can ramp up those autos and really start to do some serious damage as Yone is
Jer će opet da... Kako Bipo kaže, ovo je happy meal, ali tako? Kad jungler uradi full clear i gankujete na topu i umreš.
Happy meal, happy meal, happy meal.
Kiaya dashing forward, Bowen trying to trade one back, but it is not
Happy
quite
meal.
going to work. The triumph.
Happy meal.
Full clear u gank na top i radi.
He went down to like double-digit health there.
That was very close. I think that was a really good calculation there from Merwin. He's like, I can't get out of here, I can't flash.
Kakav dobar calculation od Mirvina. Mirvin samo ne bi trebao da stoji na topu u 3.20 bez varda. Što je moguće da ljudi umiru ono u 2025. godini umiru od full clear u gank na topu, ono, please ljudi. Ozbiljite se malo.
Ajde, mogu da im oprostim kad umru od gank, 3-cap gank. To mi je u redu, kao, ajde, niste navikli na to.
Slažem se. Bilo šta što varira od full clearovo sam i onda sam te gankovo, u neku ruku možda kažeš ajde okej. Ali full clear u top gank i top laner koji nije vardovo stvarno ne... I kao sad je postavio vard kada znaš da Levi nema šta na topu i nema razloga da bude gore, nema razloga da petuje gore. I ovaj vard mu je wastovan.
GAM has been a Levi team for like 6 years, right? As we know, this is the guy that takes so much control for this team. He coordinates them, he's the ringleader, he's the guy. And he's got first blood. He's on a Wukong as well that wants to race to that level 6. And if he has a tempo advantage, the amount that he can control...
Ja se prvom game. Pa jeste, Martin, ali vidi, ako se jungler nije pojavio do 3-0 na mapi, full clear i gankujete kad završi clear, kao, to je to.
I svi to znamo.
Kao, stvarno nema, ili se diskonektovao, znači kao trećeg nema. Kao, nije gankovo, nije invadovo, vidi, nema gde drugdje da bude. Gledao Zevsa pa se naložio, očigledno, očigledno.
Looking like they're ticking all the boxes so far, and MKOI gonna have to find something around one of these objectives.
A little bit of prio when you've already died once in the top lane isn't going to cut it. A little bit of prio in the bottom lane, a little bit of a CS advantage isn't going to be enough. Now, it will be enough to get them this first dragon of the game, which will end up being a Mountain Drake. We'll end up waiting to see what the soul is going to look like here, but those stats will always be valuable. But yeah, I think right now this game is kind of going exactly as you'd expect, right? MKOI a little bit of prio, it gets punished. But still, the fact that
što bi rekao naš kum Speed, Zalizak. 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 Koliko mi je smešan. Speed koji poravlja Zalizak, to je... Za mene je to STF content, iskreno. Koliko sam se smejao, bože mi.
Basically half health throughout the majority of this matchup.
Levy is so close to 6, but he doesn't quite have it yet.
Yeah, Grand Entrance comes in. Decent pulverize there for Alvaro, who's controlling the battlefield for now, but that is a clone set up here for Levi. And the Drake is gone, guys. We do not need to fight right now, and they are going to remember that. And that is just going to be the crab picked up.
I think Levi thought he could just get one extra minion there in the mid wave to get 6 to try to look for a gank there, and he was really just trying to lurk around and force it as, uh-oh, Elio.
Yeah, but Pulse, they do have to use the flash. Elio gets himself out of there, but no Grand Entrance. Can't use that to escape. So he's going to have to blow the summoner spell.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite getting the level 6 power spike timing there that Levi was looking for, but just going to be a lost flash here for Elio. Nothing too crazy from that exchange after the dragon over, like you said. The game slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Levi with a little bit of time on his hands, perhaps, and maybe he can use that to save his bottom lane.
Elio, fine.
Little dance there from Elio is going to be able to get him back towards Artemis. Things will be fine, but Super and Alvaro having a good time here in this lane. And that is precisely what they wanted. Being able to play around this 2v2 is really important for the early stages, and that has allowed them to claw back a little bit of this gold. Leoya getting to work on his camps that are now back up once again. We'll be looking for a little bit of a reset before we head towards some grubs. We're going to be up in 12 seconds time.
I've been pretty impressed with Ares' ability to space against the JoJo's Yone here, and how well he's played this matchup so far. Really hasn't been struggling at all. Looking very clean on what can be so tough to play out if you end up making even a single mistake. Such a volatile matchup there. The Void Grubs are up here. GAM already has Levi on them. With the back timing here of Merwin, it looks like they may just simply be able to get all three. Merwin does stop his back, and they're going to go for a contest.
Yeah, Levi just going to take one of them and then back away. It looks like it will be the feats of strength going over to MKOI once again. That will allow them to just be one away from locking that one down, getting one step closer to some fancy shoes. Will be good. The 300 goal game as far as the matchup between these two squads. No one with any big lead just yet. And now maybe MKOI able to answer that first blood from GAM that happened earlier.
Mislim ko je u boljoj poziciji, interesantan Supa i njegov build sa BF pickaxom. On će baš da bije u ovom delu partije. Kad pogledaš 2 dekerija nisu ni blizu itemima, ali onda Wukong u MF.
Ovako treba da izgleda Wukong u MF.
Jel se pitaš, a što si pikao MF? Ha, solo kills the MF, oh really? Oh really?
This is a horrible situation here from Movistar KOI. I mean, that's the kind of dive where it feels like a foregone conclusion. Like, yeah, I got this set up, but I mean, the ult was early from Kiaya.
Kako mislite MF ne može da igra u Wukonga?
Had to tank so much damage early that they were kind of doomed, right? Supa is such a squishy target. Get on top of him with that Wukong Cyclone.
Istina, budala, istina. Mislim, Granu imala boljeg pobednika. To je, znaš, ono. Malo je opao kvalitet LoLa od tog dana, ali bože moj.
So 2 kills over here to the side of GAM on the exchange, and now leading 3-0. They have Feats of Warfare. And look at this. This is a pretty early ult here from Kiaya, but it just buys enough time for Levy to get over here. Drops the triple, and Supa's just not going to get out of here, right? And then Flash comes out for Alvaro Elyoya. Really nice attempt here to stop Levi, but he can't stop Kiaya. He has to flash away. Otherwise, it would have been 3 over to the side of GAM, and you can see he's feeling pretty good about that. Elyoya, not so much.
Little frustrated, as we could see there. Still early days, but that is a real gold lead now to the tune of about 1,000. Artemis now switching up here towards this top side. We're going to try and defend as soon
A nema šta, deki, gledaj, znači, MF, si svesno pikao MF u ovaj komp Gama, to je straight up grifovanje. Znači da se Elki i Uzi drže za ruke dok igraju MF, ovaj game opet ne bi mogli da rade ništa ako Gam Miole igra normalno. Pa ni igriv je matchup. Baš je ni igriv matchup.
Ovo je dobro odigrao Supa. Mislim, Supa i Alvaro nisu krivi nužno. Kao, MF je dobar u smislu lane bully. MF je dobro u short range rade carry-a jer te baš panišuje auto-atakovima. I kao, da, napravit ćeš razliku, kao 20 CS-a i neki plate-ovi i slično, ali nebitno je koliki ti lead imaš u lane-u, koliko će ostatak kompozicije samo te ugasi. Igrati MF u ovu kompoziciju sa 10 kilova ili sa 0 kilova bi trebalo da bude istog ishoda.
Tako je.
To je Wukonga, Besa i Oriana te izbrišu i ti, nebitno je, možeš da igraš tank, dobro, ne možeš igraš tank MF, možeš da igraš AP MF. Ako igraš tank MF, tad imaš value jer ne mogu te ubiti. Ali kao, šta god buildovo, koje god iteme imao, kako god leada imao, isti bi ishod trebalo da bude, jer ne možeš da izbegneš protivnički engage. Sad sigurno imao neku ideju koji, i verujem da će i dalje igrati oko te ideje u smislu da MF ode ahead u lane-u kao što se sad dešava i da možda da na neku foru dovoljno dobro ispiluju i disengage-uju. Ali mislim da u teoriji ukoliko GAM odigra savršeno, ako se sjetite recimo kako je AL dobro kolapsovao u fajtovima kad igra protiv DLG-a i slično. Da, 3-0 Levi, mislim da je over. Samo zato što je Levi i samo zato što ima 3 kila, ovoliko lida baš nerealno imati.
Yeah, he is massive. Now, MKOI will get first turret.
Yeah, ulti comes out from JoJo to get himself to safety, but that is ulti's traded from our mid laners. First turret blood going to be a big deal as Artemis chasing down Supa here as he ults in. Finding that killer instinct angle. Elio looking for the quickness. Can he flash forward? He does manage to find it. Elioya in position.
Kako misliš MF ne može ti? Neće mi dosaditi cijel ovaj game, samo to želim da kažem.
Koliko Miri doći da eliminiš skill iz igra, da ne možeš da promaš predom. Dobro, Elio je dead. Ovo komitovali se za MF njihova greška. Uduši, Liva je dobio Eliojinu bot džunglu.
As you pointed out in that last exchange, so I don't know if he would have really been able to turn the tides there, but he ultimately decides to take a plate in consolation as MKOI do bring things back. A relatively close game here, slight gold lead here for MKOI, but remember the ease of execution and team fights in real
rekao je ko, Čovi je rekao Savjet Evropi da nauče da draftuju, tako da, mislim, fair, nisu uzeli savjet, ali ideja je bila to.
This is a really cool play here from Artemis, stacks up his passive, gets that final auto here. You can see there's a moment of hesitation that Elio's like, no, I
flash i barijera i opet mrtav.
Well timed for Supa, but it's still not enough. The problem is the overextension here, where the TP does come through, and they end up getting more than what GAM was able to get. You could see he still wanted to live there. Obviously, I was not too happy about dying, but I think his team is probably happy about the end result of the play in general.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's some frustration, obviously, for Supa, but there was some revenge immediately found for the LEC squad. So, should be okay. Like you say, I'm also just waiting for these 5v5s. Want to get some more of these skirmishes set up because Levi needs to utilize the Trinity Force that he's got extraordinarily early in this game. Make stuff happen as the steel caps as well already done. And this Wukong is just going to be extremely strong. Yeah. Very, very scary.
Došli draftovi do kočeva, to je jako, jako teško reći. Mislim, u teoriji da i ne, jer znaš, može igrač da kaže ja mislim da je ovo dobro i onda coach da bude u fazonu pa dobro, verujem ti ako misliš da je dobro. Tako da je jako teško u stvari kao staviti prst i reći kao ta osoba je kriva.
Ja mislim da je MF dobra.
A kako?
Mislim da je dobra.
Kako mislite MF ne igra, ljudi?
Zašto ova dva lika prozivaju profesionalni igrači i trenere? Zašto oni nisu tamo? Je li chat? Gde ste sad? Gde je chat? Gde je chat?
Strašno.
I'm chilling. Almost nobody can break me. The enemy AD carry can't even really interact with me in a positive way. There's no trades, but you consider all that CC, the hard engage they have. If you're out there and you don't have support, you will get killed.
Ne, znači, okej. Postoji svijet gdje MF radi. Ako protivnik nema dovoljno, ima dve stvari koje mora se dogode. Znači, protivnik ne sme da ima dovoljno backline dive-a i tvoja ekipa treba da ima dovoljnu količinu setupa. Što znači da ti, recimo, lupam, imaš Orijanu sa nekom Orijana, Real Rumble ili Leona, šta god, znači nešto na taj fazon, okej. Znači, okej. Onda pričam.
A protivnik nema Wukong, Rakan, Kajsa.
Protivnik nema sve ovo što vidite ovdje. Sa Wukong, Orijana, da. Kajsa, Rakan, tako je.
Znači, treba da nema 3 od ovih 5.
Fair.
Isto idealan scenario kada MF radi je u polekompe. Jer polekompi uglavnom imaju 2 načina za engage, recimo, i 3 pokeroja. Tipa, imate Jace Varus Syndra i imate Real Wukong. I onda u ovoj situaciji MF može da radi, jer Real Wukong mogu da ispiluju, mogu da engage'uju na MF, MF ima Alistara da ispiluje deo tog damage i Real Wukong sami kasnije neće imati damage da ubiju MF, a MF može da sustainuje sav pil koji ima njihov protivnik. I u tom scenariju i dalje je teško igrati MF, ali vrlo dobar pik. Tako da ono što moj kolega je objasnio je bukvalno najtačnija stvar ikada, to je da postoje uslovi koji moraju da se ispune da bi igram Swatch. Inače postaje mnogo teško. Ali isti princip i sa Jinx, jel da? Sa bilo kojim drugim imobilnim AD carryjem, zar ne?
Da, samo što Jinx, mislim šta je specifična stvar kod Jinx zbog njene pasivne, jako ti je bitno šta je ostatak tvoje ekipe, jer to je recimo Gen G ili T1 radili su jako dobro, napravili su draft tako da imaju jako veću šansu da oni dobiju prvi kill u fajtu. U kom slučaju ako Jinx dobije Get Excited, onda može da igra određene heroje u koje MF ne može. To je jedina razlika. Znaš, ako igraš na taj imam pik pa ćemo snobalati fight, Jinx ima, i plus ima veći range, a ima ugo u stvari da bude korisna. MF sa stratom samo, on je kupio ninja tabi pre nego što je uzeo drugi item, sve vam je jasno. Sve vam je jasno, i neće biti dovoljno, ali sve vam je jasno.
I kao da, on ima 30 CS lead, da, on je uzeo kulu, ali sve je to super, dok Wukong nije 4-0 i trebalo bi da može da je solo killove svaki put.
Da, i kroz tabi.
Kroz tabi, kroz sve. Jer on ima jedan level na njoj i imaće do kraja gema jedan level na njoj, verovatno. Ajde, molim te. Corpus Delicti odmah, okej.
It's proven to be a difficult game.
Hvala,
dobro, 18 minuta, 20 sekundi, nije loše prolazno vreme, mislim. Ilo, ne znam kako, ali sigurno možda promeniš username na YouTube-u. 100% može se promeni. Znam jer ljudi non stop menjaju username. Ovo je faktički pauza broj 2, ovo je G2 waiting room trenutno. Jao, a što je najgore, igra Gigo za Furiju, bit će napeto. Ako Bibi dalje u raspadu, mi smo u problemu.
Kako smo rekli, kako smo ga zvali? Gogi, brat naš. Šta je beše? Pite kod Gogija, jel pite kod Gogija?
Pite, da.
Gogi drži Peter.
See whether MKOI, they're at least able to defend this outer turret, so that isn't going down just yet, saving some of that gold explosion. But it's still 2.5k. This is still a big deal.
Gogi se ne šali. Vuko hapsi pa mislim. Još kad pogledaš Kajsa builda AP, to je builda će AP namerno kasnije. Oriana full AP, Rakan, jeli, radit će magic damage.
You have to really bait him almost into using his ultimate in an awkward spot and then winning the longer fight, but you're playing it.
Tako da imaju dosta AP-a što forsira. Ono, MF ode sad na plated ok, i onda dođe Oriana kliknera i šota je. A Hanwa je dobila, to je očekivano će Hanwa dobije, mislim samo.
That MKOI are in a position to where this is going to be the case, where the threats mean that MF might not even really get to use her ultimate at all, much less sacrifice her ultimate for doing enough damage in these fights. And the Oriana has been slightly behind this entire game, but is really just a facilitator. Yeah, when you look at where the game state is right now, so it doesn't matter that JoJo has that 300 gold lead, because I don't know if his damage, that lead is really going to matter all too much in 5v5, so...
And, like, you look at it, and you mentioned JoJo, like, he's got 1.5 items. Levi has 2. Like, and he's a jungler. Yeah. Like this, it's kind of all skewed. Feeling a little bit unfair. But in the neutral, you can see that MKOI are able to get money from the map quite effectively. They're closing that gap slowly but surely. And if they can make the magic happen, see whether they can get back on the horse. As Levi comes on over, Moen does try to utilize the weirding here and gets out.
Mislim da je Levi Loki probao da uđe u... Da li će da izbogu Aurora ult da ga teleporta za njom. Pa je onda udario Atakan.
Valja probati, poštujem.
Is now going to be seen on that wave that JoJo pushes through, but it's really difficult for MKOI to make a decision here that favors them because they can't start the Otacon right now. They don't have enough damage. And so they do end up wrestling Prio away, but GAM, the ball's in their court. They're the ones pulling the strings. They're the ones pulling MKOI around the map right now. And every time Kiaya pushes a wave into JoJo, they have to wonder, like, is that Ambessa TPing in, or are they going to turn to the Otacon? Because they just don't have a lot of map control right now. They're fighting tooth and nail for this vision here on the river, as you can see, but it's just being cleared repeatedly as GAM keep MKOI in the dark.
Ja ili Rale? Trebalo bi da bude okej. Rale mi zvuči okej, ja valjda zvučim okej, nemam pojma.
Jedino ako mi je prso mikrofon, ali ja sam ovako radio. MSI je bilo dobro.
On sad kad si to rekao je zabao, do tad je radio, mislim kao radi.
Ne, zato što sam ga... Okrenuo sam ga ka sebi dok sam pričao, verovatno se zato nije
Milozov je sve watch party, pa mislim uzet ću obzir da su malo ono... Da će današnji program trajati 12 sati, mislim da akcija da radimo iz studija tume nije baš optimalan ugao.
Elio's going to back. He does have TP, can rejoin instantly. GAM are going to have to make that call. Kiaya also hasn't TP'd yet. Here it comes, double TP from support and top.
Yeah, you can see this Otacon is going down pretty slowly. Levi able to get into position over this wall. Down to 5k. We'll see whether there's going to be a turn from MKOI. Super's positioning pretty good right now as the headbutt gets Levi out of there, but he flashes forward. The bullet time is down, but it's not quite doing the damage. And there's the steal from Levi. This guy can do no wrong today.
Oh, Jojo Pune.
Sam dobili.
Da.
They lose the objective, but who cares? As they take down GAM, and that is a lot of money into their pockets.
They might even get one more here onto Ares.
Yeah, Jojo under that turret doesn't look too bothered about it, but it looks like Ares will be able to make his way out.
They'll grab the turret, but what a play from Jojo, so patient on the ultimate. It looked like not only was the Otacon going to be stolen, but GAM might have been able to run away with that fight. The low health bars there. Levy having a really nice ultimate, but Jojo Pyun is able to turn around the last possible second. That turn saves the game here for MKOI. They will be able to take the second dragon for them of this game, evening us up 2-2 as the Otacon falls on the other side. This is a little bit slow here from GAM, though, and I think that this was a pretty obvious play from MKOI, even though they had vision control. The reaction here from Levy is good. Backs away, flashes back in, gets the steal.
Koliko je Mirvin uradio AOE-a, brat.
Jojo, who's super low, by the way. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right angle, gets the Q3.
Jojo je prelepo odigrao, baš je prelepo odigrao.
Da, solo laneri su iznali fight. Mirvin je naneo mnogo damage-a i Jojo odigrao insane. Gledajte ovdje koliko je Mirvin odradio post.
This team said, I'm okay with that. Jojo said, I'm okay with that because I can get it in the clutch. Look at this moment here.
God.
Just so well played. A game-saving move from Jojo.
Yeah, absolutely was. And that, for me, it started even before that, right? Where he ate so many cooldowns using that...
Da, Mirvin, teamfight damage. Ovo ne radi. Nije mogao da uradi 14k u teamfightu i nikako. Mogao je da uradi toliko za cijel game, ali dobro.
No, it's not. Just be better. And that's what he did.
He certainly did. I think the game is still playable here for GAM. I don't want to, overstate the last fight, but it's the kind of fight for MKOI that gives you hope that even in these types of circumstances, given the right clutch, given the right angles, given the right circumstances that Jojo was able to judge there, this is a playable comp. Even in the face of so much CC. And also, they made a great decisive call. Like, that timing window to do the Otacon was absolutely correct. They ended up getting it stolen away, but they won the fight, and they're very happy with the result.
Yep, headbutt pull here from Elioya as Kiaya wrapping around. They wanted to fight again, as GAM wanting to show that they can win some of these. Levi, 3,000 health, level 14 on this Wukong. He is still very scary, even though he just did get shut down. As Kiaya fighting against Jojo, of course, Jojo able to match this Ambessa a lot better than the Aurora.
Certainly true. A lot of side lane control in the top side of the map here is,
Oh dear. Artemis doesn't really like being here as, the hero! Elio able to try and save his AD carry, and in fact, he does so completely. That could, he did nothing. He used every single button he possibly could, and that was enough to save Artemis.
Yeah, that was really very clean. I suppose he could have self-decaled or something. If he
Što znači za te 4 minuta koji će imati ogroman spike kad uzmu double infinity edge.
And that would feel really bad if there was an objective up that we were about to fight for, and you're like, oh man, now Elio doesn't have any of his doesn't have his ultimate here. If he used the exhaust, he doesn't have his exhaust. But it will be back up his ultimate when that next fight breaks out here in 2 minutes on the next dragon, assuming we don't have a Baron fight before then. So good heroic play there to keep Artemis alive.
This is so close.
It's a close game, and for a while it seemed like it really just wasn't going to be.
Yeah.
And now I'm suddenly invested. Now I'm like, wow, this is anyone's game to take.
Yeah. And Jojo's got so much money here as well now, 1.7k ahead of Ares, and he's got the That was what I was about to say. I saw him going back to base. I'm like, he's got.
Ali pogledaj fight gde se MF vratila. Jojo Pune i Mirin su 2-5 dobili fight.
And I don't know how GAM is supposed to stop this outside of them just avoiding his re-engages.
Duše, ovo je nešto što mislim da kontuje GAM od početka. Imaju neverovatan early game prvih 20 minuta igre i onda samo posle prestanu.
Which is going to be a lot of damage that is going to be very powerful in these upcoming fights, but you know, can he finish that Void Staff before we get to it in, you know, just 70 seconds time here is the real question. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but that's going to be a big spike for him. Also really close to 16, like that's such a huge spike for his ultimate. Doesn't quite have it yet. And in fact, like this is such a good angle here. Another great judgment call for MKOI because there's no vision here for the side of GAM. And
Da će biti maj pauza, nemam pojma.
MKOI are just like, you guys
To nije
aren't
do
doing
nas.
due diligence. We will just take this objective away. Yep, Blue Trinket goes down. Void Seeker to try and get some extra vision back as Levi goes in. But Jojo says, I found you. It went down to 14. That was very scary, but there was no one in the pit. So don't you worry about that one. They kill Levi once again. Jojo able to get over that wall, and honestly, he's been such a hero for this team.
I mean, between him and Elyoya's ultimate there, just you have to know how to stop that Wukong. Is such a slippery champion and get into the pit, look for the steal, which he absolutely would have gotten, we know, based on that smite timing, but they shut him down. Speaking of shutting down,
there is the Zhonya's trying to keep Ares alive. He flashes as well, and yeah, he's not getting out of that one. The circle goes down. Merwin locks that one up, and MKOI, they said they found the window. They indeed did. They take down the top inhibitor turret. The inhibitor going to be falling soon.
Ok, ide Evropa, sve cool, sve pod kontrolom, ne brini se ništa. Ovo je Redemption Evrope na Internationalu.
MKOI playing around their vision and the map so incredibly well. Great macro game. Jojo really being the glue that ties it all together, though, with his clutch plays. Without them, that wouldn't have been possible. But you saw, you know, Kiaya was trying to push bottom side. He has to back. It's going to not be a trade. This inhibitor turret for nothing there in the bottom side. Merwin, who has TP, is now going to go down and clear that wave as they can go ahead and take this dragon, while he also puts the pressure on that bottom turret. As this is a moment where you have to decide whether you want to just hard push here or go for a really risky contest.
Akica, fair bet. Da, Levi je malo unlucky. Ali bit će bolje. Samo ne za Levija. Bar mu je menadžer good. Ne igra, pa ne. Ono što sam rekao, kad ovi dođu na Double Infinity, ovo je neigrivo za GAM. Momentko, stop, nema šta.
What a snapping of the neck we saw here from MKOI. 3 back-to-back decisive.
No radi, ljudi.
The third one, the simplest of the 3, but it's the one that ends the game.
Jel' tako, Sajna?
Tako je. Najbolji pik ovde. Vjerovatno Soraka, AD Carry bi imao isti efekt, možda i malo bolji, ali vidi, nije samo solo laneri, moramo priznamo da li je radio posao, mislim, koliko je bio 0-0-10 na kraju, igrao je baš lepo partiju na Sedžu, jako clean. Nije uzimao killove na heroju kome ne trebaju killove i bio je tu za utility.
Mislim, izgubio maksimum koji je mogao, u smislu dobili su lead u lane-u, ali nisu mogli protiv abuza protivničke kompozicije. Tako da, ispalo je najbolje što je moglo za koji uspjeli su sa pobedi i to je to.
Da, sa pikovima koji su dobili to je okej.
Verovatno velika greška i Livanja što nije uspio da snowballa ceo lead, ali šta da se radi. On ima baš dosta leada.
To je fair.
Ja mi idemo na pauzu od 90 minuta.
Tako je, da.
Šalim se čat.
Nadam se da pauza neće biti
preduga.
Turbo dugačka, mislim da info nikakav ni nemamo od njih, tako da mislim da je okvirno 20 minuta pauza, pa ide G2 vs Furia. Eto, to ćemo ispisati u chatu. Idemo na pauzicu, tu smo za 20-ak ljudi.
Their first matchup here on the main stage in the groups. I'm here with Jojo. You were so clutch. Some incredible hero players there. Your team started slowly, but then when you found your form, it all started to click.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was a bit rough in the early game, but we got our items and we set up a good fight for us. So I think we just all played the fights pretty well, and they messed up one-shotting me, so we just took advantage of that.
Do you think that this is another amazing opportunity for you to showcase what you can do? You've given us a taste of what to expect from JoJo?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like MSI was improving so much, and I still didn't show my all on stage, so I want to show my all this EWC for sure.
How important is it to get off to a winning start here at EWC after how you went out of MSI?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Obviously, if we lost this game, we lose one more route, so it's a bit rough. So it's really good we win this game, and we just focus now on the next game.
On the flip side, you win one more, you're in the quarterfinals, HLE next. What do you make of them?
Yeah, I mean, of course, HLE is a good team. I think if we focus on our own game, it'll be a really close match. So I have really strong confidence that we can take it out on top.
Great performance. Can't wait to see more from you. Thank you very much.
Scary start there for the side of MKOI, but they're able to battle back against GAM Esports and make Europe proud and make one man on this couch relieved.
Oh, oh my God, it looked so scary. When I see that Ambessa getting so many early kills, I was starting to freak out a little bit. But then I put all my faith in a great Canadian man, and he found that massive engage on that Arakan fight, and God am I thankful for it.
Leave it to Ine to bail EU out of that one. I was seriously surprised. I thought it looked completely over. You know, the Ambessa just dominating the top lane. Wukong was so fed, but then, yeah, somehow MKOI just found the fight.
Yeah, great to hear from JoJo. Korean blood, NA passport, but EU talent. Getting the victory there, as it is a win for MKOI. And I think on the side for GAM Esports, you see why they are so dangerous. They are able to play early and figure it out, but it was just these couple of critical moments where they started to falter. When it got 50-50, that composition doesn't quite play itself as easily.
Yeah, I felt like they struggled a little bit when it came to approaching objectives that MKOI had started. I feel like MKOI started objective and then kind of dared GAM to face check them, come into them, and I don't think they like found the correct angles. Their Orianna was a little bit cut off in the fight. Their Wukong had to flash in just to get a smite. That was a 50-50. In general, I could see the preparation for these objectives being something they really need to work more on if they want to have a little bounce back in this tournament.
All right, let's take a look at the Otacon fight, which is something they would be able to prepare for better next time, especially at that state of the game, where, again, GAM looking okay, but weren't quite able to get over the line here, Medios.
Yeah, I thought that Otacon fight was really huge, and it was, I think, a combination of a good play by Alvaro and maybe a bit of a mistake by Levi here, because generally on Wukong, when you're this fed, what you want to do is go in with your ulti and then use your W to reposition, avoid some damage, and then, you know, get the double ulti when you use second charge. But he uses his W early, gets knocked over the wall, and then has to flash in. So basically he's no ulti, or no flash, no W, trying to go in. And at that point, it's just so hard to get anything done. So, yeah, I think that was a, you know, really bad fight for GAM.
Yeah, again, just that full channel from the Misfortune was pretty brutal here. But who else jumped out at you for the side of MKOI here, Finn? Because we've sang the plaudits and praises of JoJo, but who else do you think was key?
I mean, it felt like Mervin was getting really targeted by GAM, and I feel like I don't think there's a lot of teams in Europe right now that plays heavily towards the top side like GAM does, and I think MKOI was a little bit unprepared for the amount of pressure that was being put onto Mervin. So I do enjoy to see him bounce back like he did, but for me it was just that JoJo and Elyoya, like despite the goal lead for GAM, Elyoya got almost all the early game objectives. He started the game with 2 dragons and got the grubs. So I feel like while GAM was getting all these plays onto Mervin, it's not like MKOI was sleeping. He was still getting things done on the map, and it gave time for JoJo, my standout player, to really scale and get those items and find that critical fight that brought MKOI back into the game.
Yeah, I think the team play in macro from MKOI was also impressive to me, because in these games where, you know, you've got the comp with a lot of frontline, they got Sejuani, Alistair, they should win fights front to back, but you know, when your top lane is so far behind, it can be hard to actually get those setups without the other team having a lot of angles on you, a lot of flanks. So I think MKOI managing to find the angle to start Otacon, get a good front to back fight, and then get on Baron kind of is a testament to their macro. because I think it should be really hard for you to get that situation when you're so behind in your side lanes. So being able to do that, execute it, was huge for them.
And so much of this comes back to that draft that we saw earlier. Again, when we were going through the pick and ban in the green room, and it was, what are they first picking? Okay, the Aurora. Finn called it out right away. It was like, yeah, we're going Sejuani. It's going in the mid lane. Merwin will be able to play it on the top side of the map, and it really helped them out there to get the victories. We take a look, an updated bracket here. We've got our first matches in the book for the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. It was Hanwa Life Esports with the victory over CFO, and Movistar KOI getting a much needed win for the LEC to have a qualification match later, which means we will have both LCP representatives playing for their tournament lives later on today. Those elimination matches will be matches 7 and 8 later on. So hopefully in about like 4 to 5 hours, we'll see. We'll see how fast some of these matches go. But that means sooner rather than later, Hanwa Life Esports and Movistar KOI to qualify into tomorrow's games. That feels pretty good. I feel like if you're an LEC fan, and I'm gonna make you be the LEC fan this time.
Yeah, welcome. I mean, they got JoJo. It's basically honorary NA team. But yeah, that's got to feel bad for LCP. You know, both of their teams are just instantly in that knockout stage, and it's probably not going to feel good for either of them, because it's either you're getting knocked out or you're having to knock out, the other team from your region. So yeah, definitely not where you want to be this early on.
Yeah, especially after the fact that, like, you could be proud of those games, especially if you're in a best of 3 series, best of 5 series, you'd be able to bounce back, but it's part of the format. Best of 1 is so brutal.
It's brutal. There's no time for mistakes, and if you slip up, you will get put down. And I want to see some fight in those teams, because I think both CFO and GAM, they didn't really give me that much to be excited about. I really liked how GAM played towards top side, but I think CFO earlier today, they did look a little bit disjointed, and they didn't really put up a lot of a fight against Hanwa Life. So looking at that matchup, I need to see both these teams reinvigorated and fightful.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have a special guest joining us here for just a second, so he's getting mic'd up right now as we take a look at the stats one more time here. MKOI with the victory over GAM.
Look at that Merwin damage. He was getting targeted, but he's doing so much damage in this game. What a bounce back from him.
That's so impressive, honestly. Just going from being unable to lane, we saw Mbessa with the Eclipse just proxying bot lane, not even letting him get XP. He was like 0-2, managed to just find a good TP, get back in the game, and then just have some massive team fights. I don't know. That's impressive. I feel like that's really hard to do.
And this really does highlight why this Aurora build is so common, why these Asian teams really prioritize this Aurora so much, because he doesn't just get super tanky, he also gets so much HP from all the stats and all so much damage from the amp that despite not having as many items as the Mbessa, he puts in so much damage.
All right, well, joining us now after the victory and representing the LEC proud is the man in the top lane. It is the mad scientist, Merwin, joining us. Bienvenidos. How are you feeling, brother?
I mean, pretty chill. Was a pretty chill game 1, I would say. Even when I trolled a bit, I found a way to recover, and yeah, I would say, I mean, we all played well. I think until I connected into the game, I was making a lot of mistakes, but then I think everything just went like automatic,
With best of ones, is the preparation different for you and the team, knowing that you had to do it here and in the next series?
I mean, honestly, I just leave that to Melset and our coaching staff. I don't really mind too much. I say, I don't really want to play this champion. I prefer this or this, and they just work with that. So yeah, to be honest, I'm happy with the preparation they do. So I have confidence in them.
Ben?
It's so cool to see players have so much trust in their coaching staff, because there's a lot of coaching staff that has gotten flack for the fact that they don't really know what their players' strengths are. And to see a team with that much trust in their coach, I think that's really nice to see. And also welcome my brother from Europe. I want to ask you, were you used to this much pressure from a top jungle? Because I feel like in Europe, not a lot of teams play as heavily for top as GAM did and usually do.
I mean, I already knew from the moment they choose red side, they were looking most like to look for a counter top. So I just choose like a strong top line that I know I'm comfortable with, and then in the end they were looking around top lane a lot on side. And honestly, it's my mistake because I didn't really expect it, and I think it's easy to fix it. I just wasn't prepared in the game, and they punished me well. So, So yeah, I mean, props to them because I think they did really well. But yeah, I think for next time, if I play to them or something, or other team that will play around top this match, I will be more prepared and I will play better around vision, more with my jungle, and not doing this solo plays of a top laner. Yeah.
Were you feeling pressured at all in that game when it was, you know, they kind of had a pretty big lead early on, and I think especially for top lane, it was kind of rough. You know, there was that bot lane situation where Ambessa was taking your tier 1 turret, you couldn't really walk up. How do you feel in those moments where, you know, I think for a lot of us who play top lane, we've experienced something like that, and it can feel kind of hopeless, but you managed to keep it together and find some good plays.
I mean, honestly, it's just life. Like sometimes you can do everything you want, you know, and you have to drop like 2 waves or 3. But I think we just did a mistake there. Like we should probably be covering, and I should like, stand under tower and play it. But we didn't do it. I just need to adapt. It's like, for example, in the first time I die, I should just be respecting my jungle, play with my ward. It was coming soon, and I just didn't do it. So in that moment, I actually accept the mistake. It's fine, and I just found my way to recover in Atakan in that fight. So it's just like waiting for any mistakes too when you're behind. Doesn't need to look for the perfect play, and it's how we managed to come back this game.
Look at that. Everyone at home with solo queue. You don't have to fix it right away.
Yeah.
He waited until Otacon to make the fix 20-something minutes into the game. Merwin, congratulations on the victory. Best of luck in your match against Hanwa Life Esports. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will set up our Group A match. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup as we set up another LEC matchup, this time against the representatives from the Latin America South, LTA South. It is Furia joining us here, arriving safely thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports. As, yes, upset-minded is Furia, but G2 looking to bounce back after a disappointing performance over at MSI, Finn.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in Europe was happy about it at MSI, and I think especially not G2. I think they've been very self-critical, and I think they have kind of gone back with a tail between their legs and just trying to keep their head down and just try to focus on what they can do better, because they have a lot of components of a star roster, a lot of players with a lot of success, and they need to find their form back. They still have Caps in the mid lane, the best Western player of all time.
Western GOAT!
And we need to see him make his magic happen.
I think this is a huge game for G2 just because, like you mentioned, in MSI, they really didn't look like you're used to G2 looking. They've been such a strong Western team. One of them that, you know, has beat T1 in series. They've gotten really, really far in international tournaments. They're almost always that team that you can rely on. But obviously MSI, they went out real quick and they didn't look like themselves whatsoever. You know, kind of weak drafts and weak play. So yeah, hoping to see him bounce back.
Yeah, after a string of European titles back to back to back, now 2 domestic leagues fall out of their way. And right now, standing by with an interview is Kitty with Hansama. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-match interview between G2 and Furia. By my side is the AD carry Hansama. Welcome to the interview. I'd like to talk about your MSI journey and how you guys had a very disappointing end. So can you let me know what type of reflections the team has made so far before coming over to EWC?
I mean, for sure, we talked a bit and touched on what went wrong. It seemed like playstyle was a lot more than the draft itself. And yeah, we came up with a few things to focus on, and I'm feeling pretty optimistic for this tournament with the team.
So there's a lot of conversation around you and Lebrov as a bot lane duo. So going into the competition, what advantages and, might I add, disadvantages does your team have when it comes to this bot lane duo?
I mean, I still feel confident, me and Lebrov, that we can always have a solid laning phase. I think that's been very inconsistent throughout the MSI, but I think we just need to focus up and actually find the champions that we actually want to play. I feel like there's a lot of champions in the bot lane, and we're like maybe not sure of like, oh, let's play this, let's play that. But I think we need to be more confident in what actually we want to play and put it off on stage.
And for my final question, will you buy LDR next time?
Yep, maybe.
Thank you.
For those of you that don't know, Kitty is like Diamond or Masters, I think. So she knows what she's talking about, making sure that Hansama itemizes correctly. He'll need to do so against their opponents from LTA South in Furia.
And here we see the roster, and there's one man on that roster that I'm really excited to watch. It is my man in the top lane, Guigo, because last time Guigo played against Broken Blade, I remember a certain Aatrox was going out of control. And I think in general, that series against G2, this man had Broken Blade's number in a multiple of games. That was not a one game off, that was a series of demolitions in the top lane. And I want to see, hopefully not that happening again, because I need Broken Blade back and forth.
I want to see Furia hover Warwick every single pick as a reminder, because that was a rough game for Broken Blade, absolutely. And what sticks out to me with this team is that I feel like Furia was a really interesting Fearless team because they have so many different picks that they pull out, especially bot lane. You know, they were playing stuff like the Neela, they were playing Ashe Seraphine, combos that you don't really see anyone else playing. So I'm curious how they're going to adapt to a best of one where, you know, it's just pull out your strongest comp, play your best, and you know, you don't really have to be as versatile in a best of one. So yeah,
the fact that they all are familiar with against each other due to MSI, I think, is so fascinating. It adds yet another layer here. And for Furia, a lot of the time when you think of CB LoL and LTA South, there hasn't been that consistent team that's just been there. And this is one of the newer teams in international stage where you don't have like a player that has just been there time and time again. You're used to seeing them there and they build upon it. No, this is still a young, fresh roster getting yet another opportunity at international experience with Coach Thinkcard coming down from his experience, long time in North America, winning the championship over with NRG, then moving down there to the LTA South. It's a really unique opportunity for them to surprise G2 in a best of one.
Yeah, I think we have seen an LTA South or Brazilian league like it was before that has been constantly improving year after year after year. And I think we're approaching some kind of culmination at least, because I feel like they have really worked on their fundamentals across multiple years, and they've really played catch up. And I think they're about to catch up to a lot of the other regions. I mean, we all know Korea's at the top, but I've seen these teams get better for every single year. And I think now we can finally say this is a strong team that you need proper preparation against, or they will beat you.
All right, help me out here, Medios. What are we going in terms of this one? It is the longest standing, most successful organization in League of Legends from Europe in G2 against an upstart team that gave them a really difficult time over at MSI in Furia.
I might have to go against my native LTA brothers and vote G2 on this one. I think that even though Furia had a really good showing at MSI against G2, I still think that G2 is just such a strong team, and obviously they had some issues at MSI, but you know, you can have a bad tournament, bad couple days, doesn't like spell out your entire team. So I think they'll get it.
G2 win, baby. I can't go against my region. Of course, I think they will take it. I think they're going to take the lessons from MSI, and I think they will finally get into form where we can be proud to call them our LEC representative.
Yeah, and again, more experience for Toots in the mid lane up against the Western GOAT in caps, who I feel like that is so invaluable when you have an opportunity to play against someone like that, scrim against someone like that, and then put it all on the line with stakes there, knowing that it's not an elimination game, so you're not going to play outside of your body. As we have a little bit of delay on stage, so you're going to stick here with us for just a little bit longer before we head on over to that huge matchup. One more lane that you want to take a look at up and down. I know that you said the top lane because of the history, because of the Warwick pick. What else?
I mean, if top lane is where I don't want to look, then there's one place that I need to see some improvement from, and I think it is still the G2 jungle support. I think they've shown, or they haven't shown, but they have been kind of an inconsistent part of this G2 roster, and I feel like we haven't really seen Scuman and Labrov be able to sync up in the mid to late game, or at least in the early to mid game, where you need that support jungle to walk together, create skirmishes, and take vision deep in the enemy jungle. I feel like Scuman sometimes does his own thing, and Labrov maybe sometimes follows Hansama a little bit too much, and I would really want to see them focus heavily on just making plays together.
Yeah, I really like that because thankfully we've got a guy who's played that role at a pretty high level for a long time and has had such unique different supports, starting off with Lemonation, then moving on, I think Smoothie, you had Afro, you had Gate, I think it was over at Optic, and then finished over with Stunt. How important is that jungle support synergy, especially when you're the new guys on the team?
It's huge because it kind of affects the entire map, having vision. And in the earlier days of League, you know, junglers had sight stones or the tracker sniper, you could get wards on your own. But nowadays, you can't really do that as much. So it's really important that you have good synergy with your support, so you know the timers. It's not like when your support wants to get vision, you have to clear your camps, or vice versa. Well, I guess your support's not going to clear your camps, hopefully. But anyway, you know, you just got to be synced up. And I remember having really good synergy with Afromu for this. That was one thing that when me and him played together, just felt really good, you know, being on the same page. And then you can make a lot of plays. It's super hard to play against a team that's that in sync, because it feels like their jungler's just walking into your jungle, and then oops, there's an Alistar flanking you from behind. So that can be really tough to deal with. And I think that's something that G2 has kind of been known for internationally, is they have those really creative style of play, supports like Mickey X and whatnot. I think they kind of bring that magic that is so hard to play against. And obviously Labrov's newer. I think he's more of like a standard player. So, you know, hopefully he can get more comfortable, go for more creative plays, and team will look more like their former selves.
Yeah, and I think, like, we're talking about support and jungle, it's like in any healthy relationship. You have to make sacrifices and compromises. Sometimes when you're a jungle and your support has his time to get vision, you gotta drop that camp. You gotta be with him. And sometimes when you're playing support and your jungler has finished his full clear and he wants to walk into the enemy jungle to invade, you just go into fog. You just go to him. Your AD carry doesn't need to, you don't need to hold your AD carry's hand every single second of the game. You gotta play with each other, and you gotta look at each other. You gotta know when your teammate wants to make a play, and you gotta be there for him.
And I think that's why sometimes we've had maybe more muted performances by Hansama, because I feel like those two at the jungle support role are trying to figure out how to play together. So it's been a lot of BB and Caps driving it through, Hansama being able to clean up fights if they get to that point, but still the former kings of Europe still trying to figure out how to play against each other, against a Furia squad that seems to have a lot more directive over this last split.
I'm really hoping that Hansama works on his builds a little bit. Like Kitty mentioned, getting the lore dom is super important, but even some of his other games for MSI were some really weird builds. He was, I think, the only guy doing crit Kai'Sa.
Yeah, like he was still doing the 80 Kai'Sa.
Into IE, and he actually lost every single Kai'Sa game doing that, whereas, you know, the champion had a very high win rate otherwise with the normal, like, on-hit AP build. He also did the Bruiser Corky thing, and yeah, just some really kind of out there builds. So I would like to see them just, you know, kind of go back to their roots, do it maybe a little bit more standard play as far as builds go, maybe a little bit less TF. And yeah, hopefully we'll see that G2 that we know.
Yeah, Finn, when it comes to these best of ones and we're thinking of these sneaky picks and unique picks, why don't you give us a couple that come to your mind that you feel like could alter a game plan here?
Ooh, it depends heavily on which side you're playing, right?
Sure.
If you're playing blue side, suddenly your creativity is a little bit limited because you can't just blind pick weird champions. If you blind pick weird champions, they'll pick a good meta champion and you won't be able to breathe. But if you are red sided, that's where you can really find your niche counter picks, or you can come in with a strategy to like pick champions with good synergy. A lot of the times it's better to pick champions that work well together and want to do the same thing than picking your absolute best matchup. And that is like kind of a philosophy that a lot of teams have adapted the last couple of years, where it is way more important to, for example, with your jungle, like your solo laners are drafting around your junglers. If your jungler wants to farm and then skirmish, then you're picking somebody that can skirmish with him. And if your jungler wants to just farm and play a slow game, then you're also picking a slow farmer. So just finding what kind of works well in tandem and in symbiosis like that, I think is the most crucial to be able to find a good draft.
Yeah, but when it comes to deciding early on how you want to play in this best of one, Meteos, knowing now that like it is a knockout stage, you know, you get one game, I guess. Would you rather be on the scale and win side, or would you rather be on the let's try the unique pick and try to sneak a win here?
Well, I don't think I would go for the cheesy angle, like trying to just surprise them with something they've never seen before. I know that G2's had a lot of success with Maokai, so if that's open, I would expect them to go for it. But I would also assume that nobody's going to give them Maokai when it's their most successful jungler by a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think you generally just go for comfort is what I would do. Play whatever comp and style fits your team the best. You don't really want to lose the game because you played something you didn't really understand that well, or tried some crazy pick and have it backfire.
Yeah.
So I think comfort.
All right. Well, we'll see what is comfortable for both these squads. It seems like they're comfortable over at the stage now, so let's get into it. The first match of Group A, it is G2 and Furia.
It is so good to have League of Legends back at EWC as all of these teams continue to battle for that huge $2 million prize pool. And as our upper and lower brackets of our group stage continue to reveal themselves, it is time for another inter-regional battle.
That's right. We have two clubs with millions of fans backing their every move. So let's welcome the first one on stage. First, we have Europe's Kings fighting for survival in this tournament, and they are unpredictable, unbothered, and unbelievably dangerous. Please welcome G2 Esports.
The best Brazil has to offer, and they're here to show the world why. It's Furia.
It's a heavyweight clash. Who will hit the hardest? It's time to find out.
All right, G2 Furia once again into the fold. When you don't think it can get any better as a start, you then realize that these guys going head-to-head at MSI was exactly that. It was a beastly batch as I take you through. My name's Težak, joined by Orcs, who looks very handsome today, but you don't need to know that.
Thank you.
Brother, you're doing good. You're doing good. It's good to cast with you again, actually.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, and it's a good one to start it off with. I feel like sometimes, especially teams, you know, a team like Furia, a team like G2, we had that great matchup at MSI.
Yep.
And, you know, you could have a situation where we don't see the matchup again for maybe months, years, longer, when it's international matchups, but we're going to rematch so soon after that first heated matchup we had at MSI. A chance for a bit of revenge for one side, bit of redemption, I feel like, for G2, who didn't perform to their usual standard.
Oh, it was rough. And G2, if you haven't been keeping up with this year, have had a rough year. It started all the way back in winter, losing out to KC, not getting to go to first stand. That was a dominant series that they weren't even a part of. Go to spring, same deal again. KOI smashing their way through, making sure that MSI, #1 seed representative for EU, was not G2 again.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, is that even though G2 came out as the victors, I think the pre-series sort of expectations going into it, you know, I think Furia dealt a heavy blow to G2. So going into this, I think if there's any player who I think is looking for a better performance, in fact, I got a chance to speak to Broken Blade yesterday.
Oh, yeah? And
normally when you ask players, hey, is anyone you're looking forward to face? They talk about, you know, some of the greats. They talk about the bigger top laners in the league. You talk about your Zeus's, your Keens, your Bins. And he was like, I want to go up against Furia. You know, they got the opportunity to. I want to go up and redeem myself a little bit, because he kind of got gapped last time.
He really did. It was one of the, you and I were talking about it in the car on the way here, one of the worst international performances I've seen from Broken Blade. I think a lot of people have seen as well. So not only redemption for G2, but for that top lane.
Evo nas nazad, idemo da flameuju BB-a odmah, nismo ni počeli, što ima smisla. Superstar za G2, što mislim su best of 1 dosta jači, jer Skuma nema champion pool, tako da u fearless modu ne mogu ni da ga izbanuju, to jest da ga outpikaju.
There's a lot about those skirmishes, about those team fights, and just proactivity. It feels like the team who had the edge there really was having the driving force in those games.
Tako da ćemo vidjeti šta će raditi. Svakako. Kažem opet, očekujem sličan draft. S facecama nema, zašto sam spao 2,5 sata i ne pali mi se kamera. Ili ću je paliti danas, uzit ću obzir da će program da traje jedno 20 sati. G2, kažem, imaju svoje pikove, imaju stvari koje znamo da rade. Tako da će samo da fure isto, jer kažem, ne mogu da rade išta. Trakam. 2 trake, Sobi mi radio traku danas.
That team fight power interesting. You know, definitely want to have some of that dive power to threaten maybe the center on the back line. That's clearly going to be the goal. You know, you already, whenever you have a center on the opposite side, you know that there's going to be the potential of being outranged quite hard. And especially when you have like a Wukong and Annie, you know you have to try and get deeper in this situation. You know, you have
što najverovatnije, verovatno ću to i raditi za sat vremena, sljedeći game, onaj tamo game. Serenot je fine, viable je botlane, mislim. Opet imaš problema kad te hard dive-aju, ali kao 2 na 2 botlane, Serenot je legitimno. Okay.
I feel like right now for Caps, there's a lot of options open and available. A lot of things that can go for anti-dive, bit of disengage maybe, things like the Rise. We've seen a lot at MSI. That's just kind of sinking to mind. What pairings do you have with Pantheon? The other thing on a race to Orcs is Smolder's going to be started to take away.
I mean, it's honestly interesting the Aurora didn't really get a look in at all so far, considering how high priority that has been. It can also just make it difficult when you're trying to engage the ult being thrown down, slowing everyone up. Smolder comes through. We often see Smolder picked in a center just to try and match that scaling as it goes on.
Yep.
But also if they are fully committed to the dive, like a Kai'Sa could work well for Fury as well. The Rise does come through and is denied. We did mention that one before. See what they have to go for. Even a top lane ban wouldn't be too crazy here. Especially as it is going to potentially
so bukvalno isto ko prošli game. Furia radi GAM of draft, ide na full dive comp, što je legitimno.
Have good partnering with Rel, have good partnering with the CC support like this. But a high pro in the meta, want to see this last ban, then we can maybe look at the
Serije
matches.
sve best of
When
1,
gets
sve
taken
best of
away.
1, sve best of 1.
Maybe G2 are thinking about a scaling top, maybe a tank top here, Orcs. Some long range and
Evo me.
gauge to go with something like
A dobro mi
Sentinel.
došao kolega.
Blade feels really comfortable on some of these tankier tops. You know, Ornn has often been a big pick for him, so if he feels like he just wants to
Šta gledamo, opet sličan draft, dive comp s neki, pa mislim ne znam šta radi G2 još, ali imaju pick comp za sada, I guess.
Definitely means that as the game goes on, a little bit concerned for how Furia's composition holds up. Feels like they need to hit hard, find the momentum in the mid game, and close the game out before that really comes online. I mean, that's what I feel like they did well in the previous matchup, you know, setting the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And the Syndra looking to come in, so a lot of disengage, a lot of peel, and it feels like G2 leaning into that style of composition where they know they need to protect the center, they need to stop this dive.
Ne, best of 1 je do
And the scout of the week can have so much value here.
8 partija. Kad uđemo u playoff, onda je normalno
When Caps was the best player at MSI, everyone's saying it's like he was 1v9.
bio 3, onda ide bio 5.
It's nice to see them put priority towards solo lanes and not just mid, because now top here, it is a blind Renekton. I don't know how you feel about this as ex-LPL cast.
Syndra Renekton.
You cast LCK now, brother.
Šta pikaju Atroxa?
Hey, they do that playing the LCK as well, don't worry.
They do, that is true.
Ksantija, mogu rade što hoću u ovo.
Yeah, we'll see what to go for in this situation. Could have to go.
Galio u Renekton je užasan pik. Zašto bi to ikad uradio?
Looking at the Jacks.
Okay.
It's definitely a matchup where you know you're going to do pretty well in the side lane later on.
Ne, ima loser bracket. Ako izgube best of 1, imaju Furia još 1, moraju da pobede.
Jel Gigo gazio? Gigo ima counter pick.
Da, ne znam da li si čuo što su rekli kasteri, ali malo sam u šoku. Ili su ovo, da, očigledno Gigo pika Galio ovde, odličan je pik u Renektona. Sam fuzonu, a ne razumem ja.
Zašto bi pikovali Galio?
Ne razume niko.
So I think G2 are like, we don't need more scaling in the center really, right? We just need to make sure
matchup ne radi, Galio se pika u AP heroje na topu, ne u early game AD bruzere. Znači kao... Ali dobro, trolaju, to je okej. Da, ne, ako top lane izgubi, Gigo se nafida u Renektona, bukvalno je doomed.
I say, okay, you've given priority over to Caps, but how is that support jungle going to pair up? How is that support jungle going to get them through the early part of the game? Because as Finn was saying on the desk, that was something we really didn't see over at MSI. That is something that they have been struggling with, that other teams in the LEC have not. When you have, you know, El Yoya and Alvaro, like, as a comparison, you think, well, yeah, Skumon and Lavrov aren't even there. I'm yapping on about LEC Orcs because obviously...
Oh, did you cast LEC? I didn't know.
I cast LEC now, yeah.
Oh,
You've never checked on me.
Of course I have.
Been so far, have you? Oh, that's nice of you. Well, I've been checking on you, and I know you think that this could, this best of one could be a little bit spicy, and I hope it does. Furia versus G2. It's a grudge match. It's a rematch. A best of 5 was the distance over at MSI, but this is a single game. If we talk about how the game opened up, Furia opened up with a big bang against G2 at that last international. Here at this one, here at the EWC, let's see if they can do it again.
Iskreno, bilo bi zanimljivo da G2 čokuje.
Za koga? Lagana pauza. Gde ste pošli? Vi mislili mi nećemo kasniti. Jao.
Okej, nije. A ne, jeste.
Šta, kako nije? Pogledaj, ovi Brazilci već u depresiji.
Ne, zato što sam, otvoren mi je chat s druge strane i onda sam pogledao sam na drugi trenutak u drugi monitor i tu je bio gameplay, razumiješ?
Okej.
Something like peripherals, could be something like in-game settings. Normally something that's pretty easy to solve, so hopefully we'll get that one sorted out pretty quickly. But yeah, I think G2, especially with MKOI having just won their match, right? Already got a win on the board, and especially when there's not much opportunity to turn things around with the format at this tournament. You know, 2 losses and you're out, and you can have those 2 losses today. Yeah. So I think, especially with the fact that LEC's other seed has already secured 1 win, they are safe today. MKOI cannot go out today. I think G2 kind of need a...
Taj film nećemo gledati.
They want to be in the same position. They want to at least be safe for today, make it to tomorrow.
True.
Even better would be getting 2 wins on the day and being safe to the next stage of the tournament. But
jel sljedeći stage isto double elimin ili jeste?
Šta znači sledeći? Nije misli kao playoff?
Playoff, da, kad je best of 3.
Pa ja ne znam kako bi bilo drugačije da se uklopi ovoliko gameova.
Nije double elimination, ne?
A ne, u stvari, trajeće kraj ovoga. Joj, ne znam, potpuno sam razumio.
Ne, sad sam pogledao. Znači, playoff je single elimination. Izgubiš jedan best of 3 i dumci. To je presmešno. Iskreno, to je presmešno. A na šta je najjače od svega? Ti ako prođeš ove grupe... Samo da imam što se dogodi ovde.
The damage, the follow-up great, the heal through. Hans gets a slow but a remount and Cleanse won't save his life. In fact, one more auto.
Sad kad smo to videli. Znači, ako prođeš ove grupe, ideš na Genji, BLG, AL ili T1.
Odlično. Jedno čekaš prosto da prođeš.
Da, bukvalno si ono kao, jao, nadam se da ću proći.
So I think just, G2 kind of lazily walking in there.
True.
Didn't really have the information to go for this. They see the rel, they're like, hey, let's just go for a quick
Genji,
trade.
BLG, AL ili T1. Pa kao...
Right, who has that stun available. I think didn't know that IU was there. And
Eventualno Hanwa možda uradi nešto, ali to je pitanje.
Plus as well as his flash, Labrov had to burn the heal to try and get him out. Hans only walks away with a flash that I'm sure he was going to try and burn to get over that wall, but first blood over to the Corki. The perfect wave of Furia.
To je možda jedini ugao. Mimo toga, ne znam, FlyQuest je bio okej, ali opet ne vidim koga dobiju od top 4.
Well, Elaine, let's see how it affects as IU. Bless you, Orcs. It's alright. As a good luck sneeze.
Yeah, good luck sneeze. Start the game off, yeah.
Oh, I liked it. As Crashdown comes in again, good dredge line from Labrov, but his aftershock is down, so...
Oh, a little bit mistimed. I think Jojo wanted the level 2, and there was one minion super low on HP that didn't get finished off.
Yeah.
But still, finding these good trades, getting that early pressure down, what you like to see. And if you keep the pressure on this bot lane, stop Labrov from leaving lane, because I think the Nautilus Pantheon is a really strong duo. They both have that single target CC, very easy if you catch someone slipping just to burst them down, to focus them. But if you keep that Nautilus trapped in lane, won't get that window. Now Skewmont heading top. Oh no, this is not a good
Diego
start.
has everything but Broken Blade. He's trying to chunk him out first. The flash engage, nowhere to move. Diego down in the dirt.
Good start, good opportunity found there. The stun came out from Broken Blade. I'm not sure if the counter-strike was on cooldown or he just found a window where it was unavailable, but considering...
Oh, they did know. Labrov does have aftershock this time though, so Hans gets a bit of soul trading out of it.
Yeah, just a fine trade. But considering, this was the sore point, the top lane matchup for G2 last time, I like the Skewmond already finding that early gank, making that happen, and just giving a bit of help towards Broken Blade.
Because in isolation, I remember that Aatrox opening up the series.
Labrov I dalje žvaće istu žvaku.
That was horrible to watch. Broken Blade getting a bit of a reprieve. You saw the top wave as we're seeing some good mid lane trades. Looks like top wave is either going to become a slow push or was just frozen so that Higo has to go in response. The one good thing is that Flash wasn't burned, so Skewmon makes a return. His Flash will be the difference maker that gets him out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with these situations, when you have teleport and you end up dying in that situation, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Especially if the kill goes over the jungler. A return gang, that would really be painful.
Yeah.
So...
To je neverovatni, neočekivani 3.20 gank na topu. Stvarno nikad niko nije očekivao da će jungler da nakon što iskliri ima full heal da gankuje nešto.
On this Syndra does have the first strike as well, and I feel like kind of indicative how the lane has been going. The Syndra really able to find those good trades.
On dredge line again, but can't get in range. Just that auto attack in the end. Hans Summer, all about those trades so he can get the souls up as well. Left side of your screen, 15 is the count early. I think it was talked about internationally at 20 minutes. It was like 60 souls is good. 80 carry center. So already within reach as Hans Summer gets the pace on the way.
And honestly, if you have a center lane where you can just rapidly trade and have lots of short trades and not die, that's really good for the center, you know? So situations like this where they are fighting, but the center's not like getting caught out or going down, you're happy with that. So I think Labrov having these
Cena je slaba early, ali dalje može da igra u smislu da da ono, na Q basic uzima i trade solove, tako da s te strane je okej.
Opa.
Flash and Cleanse burnt out as well, but it's not done yet. Jojo's going to get a remount. Riptide out, but Labrov with no hook and getting out his Furia's benefit here, but a lot burnt in the process.
That could have been so much worse as well, because Skumond reset, you know? He was there to help us score the wave in, and then he reset. He wasn't waiting around.
Imagine if he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a kill. I don't think it's like a wrong decision from Skumond, because he doesn't really waste any time. He didn't know that Furia going to step up like that, but a great reward there for the G2 bot lane. They get an advantageous summoner trade, and they're going to be able to make that swap up towards the top side. You can see them walking mid first.
Yeah. But I noticed with that swap as well, Orcs, bit of minions denied in top. Broken Blade got the push in, so I feel like you got 1 or 2 minions out of that wave, so small little gold advantage for G2 as bot seems to be slow pushing towards him.
IBL kreće 23.
Corrupt's not up for 2 minutes, so it's not like this push is going to lead the
To je za 7 dana, 6 dana.
Making sure it's all okay. Tipper's going to be in the way so that Puts is not pulled in the meantime.
That's one thing when playing Nautilus, when you're into picks like, you know, Annie or Ivan or anything that has like a minion.
Oh yeah.
So annoying.
Even into a Wukong who can clone out.
Yeah.
Line, right?
Just anything that has something that can just block your dredge lines makes it so much more difficult to play into, because you can see Labrov was looking for the angle there, and it looked like a good angle. The Annie just gets blocked, doesn't find it. Tati going to take the dragon in this situation pretty much for free, so happy to pick that one up. You can see on the other side, Schumann going to punish him and look to take away his red buff in return. No real response in time. You can see Tatu did reset, but I don't think
Iskreno jako sport game za dvije ekipe ovog kalibra.
Gets anything here. There is a Pantheon ult to Skyfall down. Skimon, his finger on the trigger.
Se Furia meni lično nije ostalo nešto mnogo dobar utisak, ali...
Tuts is going to sacrifice that and move.
I mean, look at the vision control now in this jungle.
It's huge, isn't it? Tatu spotted.
The death thumbs up comes through. But yeah, Skimon doesn't really need to overstep here to contest these Krogs. They've already established a lot of...
Da, Genji može da osvoji, ja mislim da Genji čuka, mada ja generalno ne verujem u Genji nikad. Da bi neko vidio da bi se rekao ovog svetskog i LoL svetskog. EWC kao koncept je turnir koji uključuje mnogo više igara od samo LoLa. Tako da Esports World Cup je jedan ogroman turnir koji pokriva, slagaću te, ali fazon 20 esport naslova, a LoL svetsko je specifično League of Legends svetsko prvenstvo koje je najbitnije za League of Legends, tako da ovo je samo cash grab turnir manje više.
Znači ovo ti je kao neka olimpijada, samo napravljena novcem, nije toliko sentimentalno važno kao titula. Najvažniji turnir u LoLu se igra u togu.
Tatu is trying to find a way in, but he is on vision.
One taken, but Pantheon's Q with Smite there, you see it. Two should be a quick take as Labrov is going to be the target. Cyclone early, but Tatu's going to flash second version of the Cyclone, getting down Labrov quite low, and with an auto, Tatu takes a kill. Skumon can't get there in time. He's taken 2 grubs at the cost of Labrov's life.
Yeah, Labrov maybe a little bit overextended, wanted to give the support to Skumond, and you know, it's talked about on the desk before this how sometimes the synergy between this jungle and support not quite there. I think this disconnect does get punished by Furia. I don't think it's a big deal that they get 1 grub, you know?
Yeah.
G2 get the advantage to get the 2 grubs, but Labrov going down there feels a bit unnecessary, but a good punish from Furia to get that kill.
Where are you LCK guys at with grubs? Do you care about them? Because I feel like when we went down to 3 grubs, a lot of people, you know, it's been a lot more of these.
Neće oni menjati Skumonda.
A lot more composition dependent. How do you feel about it?
I mean,
Skumond se ne menja do kraja godine. Na kraju godine ćemo vidjeti šta radi G2, ali uzet ću obzir da je Fnatic benčovao humanoida, a ostavili Oscara, očigledno menadžeri troluju.
They feel more universal dredge line. There's the clone. You talked about the interaction, and we see it again. But Tuts is coming in. A punish onto Labrov. No stun yet. Tibbers comes out. 3 members there. Skumon goes on enemy jungle, and Tibbers sent packing back over to Tuts. With the ult from Caps as well, there's no kill, but a scatter the weak might make one happen. Jojo is running for his life while coming into Ayu into melee range. Still works out his Gatling gun, shredding down Skumon for a re-engage while Broken Blade is joined in. But he's found a clone with his W. Still enough for the Dominus to Q spin, and Broken Blade picks up a kill, but in the end, Furia is still getting a trade back.
Yeah, considering that was a 1-for-1, kind of surprising, because I feel like G2 had a lot of power there, especially with Renekton moving over. but maybe a little bit of split focus. Still, they get control of the area, but a 1-for-1, I think they could have got a bit more, especially as now Ego gets that plate in the top lane as well, a bit of gold in his pocket.
And the question is whether that trade's really going to matter too much, because the kill over to Broken Blade still keeps him in that lead quite healthily, picking up the wave on top of that as well.
I mean,
Stride breaker soon too as well, right?
You know, we have an advantage in the top lane, advantage in the jungle. This trio on the
Što Jani ovako rano ide na MR, to baš ne želiš.
Mid-game strength really feels online as they're approaching their one-item spikes. The mid-jungle already has it. Broken Blade's going to be close. And,
Scat of the week again, Perma CC, but with Aftershock up, resistances are enough.
It's real. But yeah, like these big advantages that G2 have, they make it hard. And you see, so Labrov initially looks for Tadu, doesn't find him. And then we have here, so ult comes down on the Annie, and you can see Labrov trying to look there. Skumon splits onto the Wukong, Caps ults the Annie, but it just feels a little bit split. And when the summoners coming out, they don't really find the ability to connect onto one target that well. Labrov goes down in return.
Po G2 igra solo, ki je svako za sebe.
Kako su... nisu više ono što su bili u prethodnom rosteru kada smo videli njihov mnogo dobar zajednički makro i slično. Mnogo drugačije igraju nego što su igrali sa Jajkom i Mikijem. Nekako je bilo kompaktnije sa njima dvojicom. Ovo je baš lep kuk od Labrova bio.
Again as
Užas.
yet another kill. Labrov dying a few times in the early game while Caps is getting mid.
I mean, of all supports, Nautilus is that sort of champion where once you start overextending, you can just die on repeat, on repeat. 0-3-0 right now for him, not having the best game. And G2 are still ahead, right? And, you know, they still have this center who's scaling up, but giving some kills back over
Iskreno užas, previše odvojeno igraju, baš nije lepo za gledanje. Ako si fan EU-a.
G2 still have, I would say, a bit more control over this area. But, you know, with their support dying a lot, they keep forcing him off the map. It's hard to maintain vision.
Stun up, hang on, couple more autos, waiting for the counter-strike. Broken Blade, his flash is available. But now he has to time it with the
Što bacit će flešku i ubit će ga. Šta radi Gigo?
A second kill for VB.
Oh, he feels good about that one. Redemption after the last time these two top laners matched.
Bacit će flešku i ubit će ga, bam.
He was there, trying to offer cover.
Da, od kad si dobio ovu staklenu loptu kuglu.
Ja sam klasičan top lane main, očigledno kad znam limite bolje, ne mogu da verujem što je Gigo očekivao. Ja stvarno ne znam što je Gigo očekivao. Eventualno što je mogo da kada ovaj baci flash, ovaj u tom trenutku baci i flashuje unazad, dođa Q i onda ga Q nazad i stane ga ispod kule da ga ubije. Eto, neki ono Matrix potez.
It just really bolsters your wave clear. So it just becomes so much harder to really make use of an advantage because you just thin the waves out repeatedly and you can just kind of put the center down mid, clear the waves, pick up the souls. It's the other members of the team who are really going to carry you forwards, and then you're just that insurance policy for the team. You're not having a fun time in this one.
Even up against the center. Caps Scout of the Week is good. There's a lot of burst potential here. The Unleashed power is up and available, but maybe not enough orbs to play with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is level 10 Caps, but he's nearly level 11, and I think maybe a level 11 ult might have been a bit close, right? Whether we would have gone down on that. So Broken Blade now looking to focus him. His ult's very close to being up, though.
It is, and if you can clear the minion wave here, he might get enough of the Rain of Anger to get to 50%. The crash down the CC chain. Center ulti buys him some time, but the slice and dice will not get him to safety.
Bilo je loš igrati oko tog cooldowna.
So sad with how close that ult is to being available, the extra health that it gives you, and the Fury would have made a difference. Are you, taking some tower hits? But it's a good shutdown that comes through. And this Corki is getting a lot of gold. 3-0-2 right now. Okay. And the spikes will be coming in soon. Return play on the top side, maybe?
Panthers coming in, flying from the sky, and with the shield vault, unable to move his Gigo. It's just CC chains on both sides of the map that make the kills come alive.
Yeah, really easy to pull off with that Pantheon ult coming in. Skumon able to finish that one out, and will be first tower going over to Furia, so they all get the feats of strength. But a quick response from G2, and you know, the game is not completely out of control, but G2 have 1,500 gold lead. You know, they have that Senna who's going to scale up pretty well. But I think when we get to the point where IU gets that 2-item spike, you know, the Manamune and the Triforce, that is kind of the make it or break it point, I feel like, for this composition for Furia, where they need to start finding some big fights, need to be getting some backline access, and really maybe dealing with the problem is this Renekton. 1,100 gold ahead in this top lane matchup.
That Stride Break is going to be accompanied by something else as well. So 2-item Renekton, I mean, it's such a powerful point as G2. Starting off the Herald, but no contest. Wrong side of the map right now is Tattoo. They're giving this one up. Might just be the contest of the Dragon in 2 minutes as Herald is a good way to open up mid.
Yeah, it's so low. That's just Herald just kill that tower whenever they want to go for it. TP coming in though. There's no tower. That's a dead Annie.
And she's on a ward, and they know her stun was just used. So W on a 3-second, 4-second cooldown. There finally with Tibbers out, but what will
Dobar input za slow.
Scatterwig against the wall. Look away. Caps will take kill number 1, and G2 are going to open up an with that great move.
Yeah, I think maybe
right. Mid tower's pretty low. You know, we have the long range of a Senna. Don't need the Herald to break the mid tier 1. Instead, just going for that influx of gold from this top tier 2. And Furia, there's no real way for them to respond right now.
Mislim, je niko rašuje Mrks. Znaš da nešto nije kako treba u tom slučaju.
A gotivim kad neko kao respektuje Syndra matchup, ali šta znam.
Da, samo kao Neni, kao heroju da respektuješ matchup, ono, ljudi bi trebali tebe da poštuju, a ne ti njih. Jer je Neni takav heroj.
Zanny's very much behind the curve. And he bursts as well, I think. Something that we've kind of realized is not all that massive at 1 items, maybe 2.
I mean, that's the thing with Annie is that, you know, support Annie was a thing for so long because even if you are behind, you still have that CC. But there's such a big difference between an Annie who drops a full combo, one-shots you, and an Annie who drops a full combo and does, what, like 50% of your health?
Yeah, and then you just gotta wait for the rotation. Well, you gotta wait.
Evropa se nikad neće suprotstaviti Aziji. Mislim da je to vreme bilo kratko i prošlo jako brzo.
You know, she is a burst mage, and when you don't have that burst, it feels pretty bad.
You're just a mage. It's not a sad title, isn't it? Gigo caught out. He's got a counter-strike. That'll buy him some time, but Lebrov's waiting. He knows the flash is coming. Dredge line as well. Look how much time it's bought with the depth charge. Gigo will go nowhere, and G2 will play with their food. Third time here for Skubon.
It's just like G2 are playing so well, rotating around the map, taking these towers, finding opportunities to punish. The setup they have with this single target CC really paying off, and now Furia just trying to push the mid wave out, but there's no way they can contest this. There's no way they can contest this Dragon. And G2 are taking more and more this game.
Look at his souls. 51 souls, 17 minutes. Almost 18 minutes. And again, 60 by 20 is like the margin. That's like the, hey, we've had a good center game.
Yeah, I mean, all that early trading has really paid off.
It really has, yeah.
Su dodali ko igra posle. Mislim, posle igra NA finale, pa onda...
Like how much souls she gets based on, you know, the balance changes. But you're always going to get less souls as an AD
Neko pa CFO GAM.
Fasting center, right? It's because you get items in return. But if you're able to farm more souls because of the trading, it feels so good. If you get those souls online quicker as the AD carry center, when you get the items as well. So, Hansam are feeling great this game. We have items online for Caps as well. He's got the
FlyQuest Cloud9, pa Hanwa KOI, pa pobednik ovog pa Amerikanci i onda CFO GAM.
Tibber's going to come down, but Tutsa doesn't end here. Broken Blade has his flash available. No Q damage. Might help out Tutsa surviving here as he looks for the chase.
Yeah, Albin was looking for it. Doesn't find it. I mean, Tibbers is a pretty short cooldown, so it's not a big deal for Tutsa to end up burning it, but yeah, the Renekton is scary. Mirktrez as well just means harder to keep down.
Oh, round two. Stun is up.
Rocket League? Ne, ništa, ove godine ništa osim LoLa. Samo radimo watch party LoLa, to jest pratimo šta se događa na EWC-u i to je to. Ne znam kad je Rocket League, iskreno. Znam je bio King of Fighters, iznenadilo me, ono giga random igrica, a i dalje postoji, kao ima neku scenu.
Yes, the Corki is approaching a point where the Corki is going to feel a bit stronger, but how are you going to cut through this Renekton?
Yep.
How are you going to deal with all this CC coming in? You know, if Labrov presses ult on you in a fight, and then the follow-up is Skewman, maybe flash stuns you, is it even relevant that the Corki is strong?
And if you have a strong Renekton as well, if Broken Blade gets on him, with Black Cleaver built from Hansummer as well, he's just shredded. He's dead. Any armor he's going to have.
Da, upper pa lower, zašto da, kaperam to, kaperam i...
So I'm curious here. Fight might be starting off soon. Well, Atakan's up in 5 seconds down in bot. Furia think, well, this might be the fight we have to take, try and force it. TP up for Gigo as well, as 4 members hover around for that potential pick.
They are looking for Labrov here, though. Maybe nearly pick.
They're going to find him. It's a stun, it's a crash down, and there you go, Labrov. Nothing else. No, he flashes over. Tadu doesn't...
Moram da samo odbranim Labrova na trenutak. Nautilus igrati u ovoj meti je jako nezahvalno, pogotovo u CC Heavy Combat. Edite panišuje instant za svaki overstep.
14.8, jel toliko dugo traje EWC, a? Čudno.
Baš put traje toliko. Ovaj fight je jako loš za Furiju, zato što Tatu više nema ulti.
Furia have no longer a way to get a harder engage.
I feel like this is worse for Furia, right? They've been a lot, don't get me wrong, getting hands on a flash, getting a flash from Labrov, but a lot invested. The fact that they don't have the Cyclone, they don't have the Tibbers anymore. Yep. I'm not sure if you can really fight this. The resets are coming in, they can't stop the Dragon. I think G2 just take this and put themselves in... actually, it's not even up yet. I was saying take the Dragon, but it's not even up for a while.
Well, 2 minutes, I mean, you can still get yourself some deep vision here, as Labrov is starting to do. I guess the extra G2 stands for no game too, yeah.
That is what they can take right now.
Okay. We'll hold off on that. GG2 Labrov is just going to zone off for now. Tadu comes in, remember, only ulti on the Rel.
Rel is big here. If they're all stacked around the Atakan.
Jojo need one hell of a 5, man. He's angling for it, and 5k, but Broken Blade goes right, the rest of G2 go left. He's going to Hex Flash, and they're out. Looking for a quick reset on the Atakan.
Ja, da. Čekam da Jojo i Jojopi budu u istom gameu, to sam zaboravio.
O! Čajani se flasha na Kapsa, Kaps preživi. Toliko o tome. I Korki u 3 života ne bi trebao da istanka ovaj hook.
Keeps everyone else alive. G2 wipe them clean.
Not able to find the backline, not able to connect onto the key targets. G2 respond in force, and only the support is sacrificed. Hansam are freeing, Caps doing so much damage, and it feels like the damage in this game is done. 7,000 gold lead. Atakan secured as well. 34 pedals in pocket.
Amazing how the snowball this game from
all comes through, but the cleanse is there. The shield to protect Caps, and then yeah, Rel gets on the Caps, but there's no follow-up.
Očigledno hype.
Trying to find something, but the damage is just shredding them. And Ayu, that Corki, only really able to trade 1 for 1.
Okay. Well, I guess in a best of 1. Kind of rough as
look at that damage dealt by Hansam. And the thing is, with the Senate, you're also doing so much healing and shielding in the fight, so you're getting so much value from that pick on top of the damage. Oh, you go in trouble.
He's just going to be stunned up. I mean, Counter-Strike, you're waiting, but there's no point. Broken Blade with another, and G2, they're starting to dot the I's, cross the T's at 23 minutes here. They charge in through bot, and another inner for their troubles.
Yeah, it feels like inevitable at this point. 73 stacks on this center now. Doesn't quite have the rapid fire, but the range really starting to be a major issue. We'll just start to pick up some of these turrets.
Well, it's a very different game 1 that we last remember, but for G2, a much needed recovery when it was really revenge on the line for Furia, pushing them so far. You can see opposite sides of the map right now. It's all about that trade for objective bounty, but double in a turret, that's all that's going to be taken while Skubon solos the Dragon. Tattoo's like, I'm just going to try and take jungle, get some gold back, but they're down almost 10,000 at the 24-minute mark.
A bio je previše dobar na MSI-u. Nevjerovatan je bio na MSI-u.
Da, baš je bio dobar MSI. Ovo je baš onako baš ovo nismo mogli da očekujemo na početku game, iskreno. Biro je matchup, prebio je MSI kao da će da ode, da izabere Jackson Renektor da 0-6, ni na kraj pameti mi ne bi bilo. Jedino ajde, možda su imali zbog MSI-a više prilike da specuju Giga, pa su se bolje spremili za njega. Vidjeli smo da ga jeste Human maltretirao koliko je mogao, čak i Labrov i Caps su se pojavljivali gore, ali šta znam.
A mislim i dalje on birao šta će u Renektor da igra, tako da... A i znamo da igra Atroxa, to mi je čudno, on igrao Atroxa na MSI-u.
an even healthier lead throughout the game.
The thing is, like, the gank definitely helped, and it was a good move from Skumon.
But more than that, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, the individual performance from Brokeblade, I think he maintained that. He was playing well. You know, the matchup is going to be Renekton favored early, but he built up a massive lead, and then from then on, just continued to find angles and find value in this pick. And now he's an absolute monster. You know, biggest lead in the game. In a matchup where we saw him get outclassed earlier this or last month.
It wasn't that long ago, and maybe now caught out. He's going to slice and dice, stunned up, and double cyclone, broken blade. We're just talking about him, but can you kill him? The new question arises as the send-up is real. Furia in this choke now need to get up because Caps is looking for a new angle. Dredgeline in, flash over from Gigo, being smart and getting Caps. Yes, that's one thing. Somehow Furia get out with all 5 heads alive.
Mogu samo se vrate na Barona I da forsiraju ovakve fajtove konstantno.
Unfortunately, not able to finish him off in time, and they don't even end with getting his flash. You know whose flash they get? Labrov's again. That thing's been on cooldown this whole game.
True. He's 0-4 and 9, and for a reason. You know, that's what I said at the start of draft. I like Labrov on engage, and if it's like this, that's fine. I mean, seeing Labrov just kind of send it.
You know, I think sometimes, look, some of his stats win ideal. Yeah. I'll admit it.
I agree.
But sometimes you just need to send it, right?
True.
You know, not a KDA player. I think that's something we can say about him.
Not a KDA player. One of the highest insults in League of Legends, isn't it?
You know, I don't think Gigo's a KDA player either this game.
No.
Malo ne prozivajte Giga, sram vas bilo.
He's got a roughie. No. G2 are just putting in the final touches, aren't they? Jojo's going to look for a counter engage. This Broken Blade stuns up and a flash away from the dredge line. Here we go. Once again, the Grand Starfall and Skyfall rather. Broken Blade's found his angle and Toots is just an auto away. Can they kill him? Yes. It's a trade. It's not bad. Skumon goes a bit far forward with Tibbers helping out as well. It's going to be Jojo who makes it a 2-for-1. Broken Blade gets the Shojin on his deathbed, but G2 still have numbers advantage.
Feels like they have to do so much work just to answer that kill back. It's so much effort put in by Furia to even make that happen. It's something though, right? The shutdown on a Broken Blade, they'll take it. But G2 trying to maintain control of this area, set up this Baron. And just clearing out any vision.
Možeš tu više, to jest ne igra jače oko Barona. Iz nekog razloga baš, mislim, forsiraju fajtove jako duboko gdje moraju da jure I stavljaju sebe van pozicije. Da isto tu urede kod Barona imali bi mnogo više prostora da jure ekipu Furije I onda da u stvari urede nešto.
Steps away from regaining pride. Yeah, at least Labrov, he can die, but he can also land some pretty good hooks here. And Skumon got ahead early as well, but he's just quietly achieving in these team fights. 0 from the Jacks. It wasn't really in the fight, I think.
Yeah, 90 stacks now from the center, plus that rapid fire cannon. Firmly online, I think is safe to say at this point. And Cap's about to hit level 16. Does have the 120 stacks. You know, very stacking game for G2. Once that level 16 comes online, that's when the ult is just full power.
And the Scout of the Week's apparently look even better. Labrov close to a hook. Also the 3.5% AP as well added into the mix. So with the Blackfire Torch, there is a lot of extra ability power hidden under the layers as Caps is on no wards. He's looking for a Scout of the Week. They're a bit blind at the moment. We'll go a bit to the right where Furia are hovering only to the left. G2 covering all the vision they can as Furia just try to defend the jungle that they can. Tattoo wants a single camp, please.
Jax nema TP, zato je Bibi dole, ali oni bi trebali sada forsiraju Barona I da Bibi baci TP I samo da vinaju game. Mislim, G2 ima problema da zatvori game protiv Furije, tako da mislim da Evropa blago dumt.
Jesi rekao G2 ima problema da zatvori game protiv Furije? Jesi to rekao?
Da.
Šta radi Tats tu bez tier dvojke u Panteona samo već je problem.
Yeah, I mean, with one down, you could move towards the Baron, but it looks like Skumon just gonna take the Dragon, the easy objective. Oh, Jojo.
Čak ni ne outscaluju, mislim možda da, blago outscaluju, ali nedovoljno da bude prebitno. Jer Sena I Sindri dalje jako dobro scaluju. Da, Jax outscaluje Renekton, Vuku outscaluje Panteona, Rel outscaluje Nautilusa, zato što je kvalitetniji engage I teže je ubiti iz njenog engage-a u odnosu na Nauta, ali I dalje nije toliko velika razlika. Sena I Sindri lepo scaluju I to je sasvim dovoljno. I sa ovoliko lida vrlo lako mogu da snowballuju kroz njih.
Mislim, preveliki momentum. Soul
Yeah, it's nice they pick up the dragon. They can
prvo
reset.
su obojili zadnjeg Drakea, što je interesantno.
You know, super out a bit more, and then you get like max time on the Baron.
Što je guess da ima smisla, samo nije toliko
The
primetno.
extra movement speed, things like the Senna, things like the Syndra are valuable. I just don't think you can walk up this far, especially when you don't have flash.
Ali ne
It
igra.
feels like an impossible situation though. You're just being choked out of visions.
Evropa, prošle godine je bilo možda još i gore. Prošle godine je Fnatic baš bio bruka.
The window is short. You can see members of G2 moving over. The opportunity to get vision has ended. And it's already just being cleared out immediately. And you can see G2 are being really good, really effective at ensuring like there aren't any bonus wards. There is that one again. You can see just at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Mislim, ko je bar dobio, tako da to je okej.
But Tatu is still like, what if they're doing it?
I G2 kako stoje stvari, mislim, morali bi da dobiju, samo što... Kažem, problem je kogod izađe iz ovih grupa, samo su doomed. Jer ideš na Genji, T1, Hanwu ili... Genji, T1, BLG ili AL, tako da si doomed, isto ti dođe. Jedino možda, ali možda Hanwa možda uradi nešto tipa protiv BLG-a. Da bude iznenađenje, ali mimo toga je sve...
Their opening game of EWC.
They had something to prove after the last time these two teams matched up. And G2's performance at MSI, they really wanted to make it clear that they're the stronger team in this game. They did. Gonna be able to close this one out. Jojo, last man, trying to defend, but he's not gonna be able to do much here.
It's faith in G2 being restored. It's faith against Furia when they made them work so hard for it at MSI, but at EWC,
Dobro, to je to. Mislim, ubedljivo su ih pobedili. Jeste malo bilo tanki, ali pobeda je ubedljiva poprilično, tako da...
Dobit ćemo, mislim, još malo i raspored do kraja, mada mislim da sam polako ubadao sve. Sljedeći game koji gledamo je FlyQuest Cloud9, nakon toga Hanwa KOI, nakon toga G2 i FlyQuest, ako FlyQuest pobedi, nakon toga CFO i GAM. To je game 4, 5, 6, 7 i onda finalni game dana
su kraj bracketa, ali tako?
Sutra su luzeri, tako da fali mi jedan game, ali ne znam koji ću da imam. Hanwa KOI.
Pa trebalo bi da bude gubitnik Hanwa KOI i pobednik CFO GAM. Zar ne?
Onda će igrati onda će igrati 3 gema GAM, ne. Mislim da im je ugo da svako igra po 2.
Ne, pazi, šta se događa, znači igraju GAM CFO, igraju Hanwa KOI, sad su igrali G2 Furia, pobednik G2 Furia, pobednik, znači G2 igra pod pobednikom Cina i FlyQuest, i imamo onda gubitnik Furia protiv ovog i to je to, zar ne? To je 8.
Tako je, Furia...
Znači Furia protiv gubitnika Cina i FlyQuest je ono što ti fali.
Da, okej, to je taj meč. Ok, slušam intervju, idemo na pauzu, 20 minuta pauze, ide next, ja se nadam da je...
20 minuta.
Ide Fly C9. To je to, odo smavka.
So it feels great to have another chance and really show that we took some things away from it. So I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. So you guys struggled a little bit in LEC this season after dominating LEC for so long. Is this your redemption arc at the EWC?
For sure, that's what we're looking for. I think we have made many mistakes this year, but every time we try and learn a little bit every single time, and we're looking to put all of it into effect.
Amazing. All right. So you're playing next either Cloud9 or FlyQuest. Who would you rather face?
Probably FlyQuest. they beat us at MSI, right? And we would like to get some revenge against them.
All right, absolutely. So that's it for our stage interview. Back to the studio.
With the Western GOAT, it is a victory here for G2 as they're able to bounce back and make it 2-0 through the early parts of the group stage for the LEC squads. And this one, not so much in doubt. It was close all the way through, I think 5-5 until we got to the Otacon. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And it is a victory for G2.
Finally. Finally, I have a sliver of hope again for my region. I love what I've seen today already. And I've seen a G2 that came in and they respected Furia. They did the proper preparation and they came in and they played as they should. Amazing series by Broken Blade, or game by Broken Blade. Big redemption from the MSI, and wow, what a relief.
Wasn't a very close game, all things considered. Yes, the early game was a bit even for a little bit, but then Guigo started dying a lot, and Broken Blade kind of just took over the show. I mean, Skuman was doing a lot from the jungle as well with some of his early ganks on the Pantheon, and just kind of felt like Furia never really got their footing afterwards, and to be honest, didn't really show their best stuff. G2 did look good, though. I do like what you were saying, Finn. Like, they showed up, they showed respect, and they knew, you know, this is a best of one. You got to win this one, otherwise you're going down to the elimination match potentially. It's going to be rough, so it's definitely a good showing from G2, but potentially some bigger opponents left.
Yeah, that gold graph is what you want to see if you are the favorite here, right? We've seen a lot of, you know, changing of maybe the guard, changing of some of the power rankings over the last several years for Europe, but nope, G2 keep it nice and simple, and the gold lead basically came from the bottom side of the map. Senna, we know, scales later on, Corki able to get lane pressure, but other than that, in the top lane, it was not a repeat of the MSI match that everyone's gonna remember. It was Broken Blade getting it done.
Yeah, he was voracious. He kept eating it up over and over again, and I don't know. I feel like I saw, like, G2, I think they just drafted heavy comfort. I really like the Renekton pick for BP. It's a champion he's been very strong on domestically. Syndra coming out from Caps is a little bit of an EU special. You know, we have Nemesis and Los Ratones, really liking that champion. Shout out to them. And I like it as an answer into these low range kind of burst mages that kind of needs to get onto you, because the E of the Syndra makes it so easy to kind of keep them away from the back line. And yeah, I think we are poised already for a beautiful EU versus NA match later on today because of this result. And that is something I am very excited about.
Yeah, we are definitely poised for that, because that is the next matchup. We've got two NA teams playing. Let's take a look at how this one all shook up in this game, with Guigo getting bullied to make sure that Broken Blade was not to repeat the top lane experience he had against G2 back in MSI.
Yeah, and this matchup is quite volatile. Usually the one who falls behind early really struggles to get back into the game, just because of, like, when these champions commit, it's really hard for them to get out because you're standing there in the fight. Here, Renekton is gonna find a really beautiful flash Q. Big disrespect here from the Jax to stay. He really wants that cannon minion, but he did get it. Maybe he thinks worth, but so does Broken Blade.
Yeah, and then it comes down to the third death as well. I feel like G2 were really pressing the, okay, let's go for the weakest guy button. And, you know, great first gank, follow up with the Pantheon ult there on the kill number 3. Like, Guigo is just not in the game, right? He's just not in the game from minute 1, essentially. And it's hard to win a 4v5.
Yeah, and then finally, over at the Otacon, it was time to try and work their way on in. We were thinking maybe this is G2 starting up a little bit too early, taking the shred damage from Otacon, but not the case. The fight ended up going their way.
I mean, this looked a little bit sketchy. The Annie ult looked a little bit scary, but I think G2 held their formation really well, with a really strong showing here in the fight, an extended fight, and I love the patience we're seeing. They don't rush into the fight, they let the fight come to them, and they punish the moment Furia oversteps.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Syndra and you're playing Senna, just having them put that much pressure and commit that deep into this kind of a corridor when you're already behind, in the case of Furia, it was never going to go well for them.
All right, surprise! Joining us here on the stage is the man in the top lane for G2, Broken Blade, joining us just like you did last year. We had the interview last year, just felt like it was just last year. Congratulations on the win, man. How was it?
Thank you. It was great. It was great playing on stage. It's a cool stage. You know, the headsets and stuff, they are nice. Nice to play.
That's right. Hit all the talking points right there, Broken Blade. You know, it's been a interesting journey for G2 so far this year. You know, it is Furia, but how do they really change the mentality of the team when you're getting them done on the stage?
It feels good. I mean, especially after like a pretty rough performance, you know, in MSI. we go into this tournament with a much better mindset, much more confident mindset that we are the team, you know, like we need to think that way, and I think it was a good first game.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, what kind of adaptations did you take from that MSI? Because I saw you come back to Europe and spam Jace, Rumble, and solo queue. Was that more for your coaches, or was that actually something that you want to put more work into?
I guess you're gonna have to wait and see.
Oh, you're teasing us.
Something I feel like you should have planned, I guess, is for the future, right? You take this first game, it feels like, okay, your mental's back, you're back in the driver's seat, you are the team to beat. How far do you think you're going to go, and who's the team that you want to play against and kind of prove that you're back against?
I mean, right now, I really want to play against FlyQuest. They beat us pretty convincingly, you know. Props to them. It's going to be a best of one. It's very volatile. Anything can happen, right? In this best ofs. So I really just want to beat them, especially convincingly. I don't want it to be close. Obviously, it's a bit of, you know, emotions in the game a little bit, but at the end of the day, we just want to win the whole tournament, of course. That's our ultimate goal. And judging from our last international tournament, a lot of people are going to say it's not, you know, expected or whatever, but for us, we have to think that we can win. We have to think we will win. So right now, that is our mindset until proven otherwise.
Yeah, and I wonder how you see that matchup with Bwipo, like, because he's quite unorthodox as a top laner. Do you think of him as like a strong laner? Do you think of him as a player that really likes to make things happen on the map? What kind of category would you put this player in, or is it even possible to put him in one of these boxes that are so conventional?
For Bwipo, I would put him in a category as like a smart player. I think he moves well around the map, and the way he moves around with his champ, like his champs are always like weird, right? Sometimes he plays like Garen and stuff, and he knows when to proxy the wave, he knows when to pressure the mid wave after proxying and stuff like this. Not a lot of top laners know exactly what to do at any stage of the game, but Bwipo's been around for a long time, you know. He's kind of like Mervin, as in like the kind of champion. He plays weird champs. I always play weird champs, you know, don't get me wrong. Bwipo definitely plays, for me, the most boring weird champs.
Always fun, but it's boring fun.
Yeah. It's fun for him, probably. But he's still very good.
But what about his champions are so boring? Is it just because they like stat check you and then just click on you?
Yeah, I mean, like he plays Set, he plays Garen and stuff like this, you know, like as a top laner, you know it.
Yeah, I know
you don't like to play against that stuff. So
yeah, two top laners nerding out over here at the desk for the Esports World Cup. But it is a victory here for you. You know, obviously, everyone wants to win, ultimately become the title winner here at the Esports World Cup. But what is one goal that G2 has for this tournament other than ultimately defeating everyone? What's something you want to take away heading over to the LEC?
Let's say the most realistic goal is for us to beat an Eastern team. That, I think, is something that we really want to work towards for this split, for this tournament, and for next split. I think it would give us a lot of morale and like just a lot of confidence, you know, going forward, and that we can actually win a lot of stuff. So I guess that would be the most real answer I can give you.
There you go. Broken Blade back to the winning ways with G2 with a victory over Furia. Congratulations, man. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it is a rematch of the LTA North Finals, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Esports World Cup. welcome back to the space. It is Digon here, along with Medios, Valdez, and joining us, CEO, owner, and just the heartbeat of Cloud9, it is C9 Jack. Welcome, brother.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, man. It's great to have you here. Just wanted to get your quick thoughts here on the LTA North, being back here, getting the opportunity to play international play. How does that, I guess, work out here for Cloud9, and how beneficial will it be?
I'm pretty excited to be here. We missed MSI, obviously, so having this event to be here to kind of have another international event to show up in is really exciting for us.
Yeah. All right. Talk to your boss.
Hey, Jack. There are some rumors that C9 was doing real well in scrims against the MSI teams. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so usually when you miss an international event, it's really hard because you kind of are behind with all the teams that went out to the events because they get to practice against all the top teams in the world. It's really nice having it in Vancouver because we could actually scrim just like all the other teams are actually participating, but we're a team that's not a threat to anyone out there. So the top teams would be happy to scrim against us to show us their best because we weren't a threat at all to them. And we actually did really well against the Eastern teams, which is kind of surprising. Historically, we kind of just get stomped, but we were very competitive, which is nice and give us a confidence boost coming into this map.
Are you hitting the classic "the gap is closing" kind of storyline here?
Listen, I mean, scrims are just scrims, you know, so we actually got to see how they do on stage, but it still feels really good to actually be competitive in scrims.
I'm curious, what is different about Cloud9 at this event? You know, we have so many different strong teams. Do you feel like you guys can beat some of the best teams here? And what unique way can Cloud9 do that compared to some other teams?
I mean, our players are certainly capable of beating these teams, but we do have a very young team. Not every single player, but two of our key players, our solo laners, are quite young. One's a true rookie, and the other guy's been with us for 1 year. So being on a top stage against these top players, they need to have confidence. And so we'll see how they do. But if they can play the way they have been in scrims, we can win, and we can get pretty deep. So we'll see.
Let's zoom out real quick and take a look at the Esports World Cup as a whole. You have a couple of teams here at the Esports World Cup. What are the goals for Cloud9 as an organization, since they are one of the global brands in esports?
Let's see. We've got our League of Legends team. We have a FIFA player here, and we're going to have Call of Duty coming up like in a week. It would be wonderful if we could, place highly with all three teams. That would be the goal, of course.
All right. Well, it looked like you had one more question here for Jack.
I was just going to ask how the team's holding up with the jet lag, because I was on the same flight as you guys, and I'm feeling it for sure. Is that how are the boys doing?
It's tough. Like, seriously, it's tough. Like, we all wake up super early. I see, like, the team chats, like, at 5 a.m., like 6 a.m., anyone hungry? Let's go eat. I'm just like, oh, my God, you guys cannot sleep. And then we get to, like, lunchtime, we eat a meal, and it hits pretty hard. And I see the guys, like, doing, like, squats, trying to stay awake and running around. But I think, like, from like our scrims last night that were in the evening, once they locked in the game, they woke up. They were excited. But I wouldn't lie, there are a couple of them taking naps between that first game and the second game for 15 minutes. So, it's tough.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see him in international, and I think we're going to see some good stuff.
Hell yeah.
It is an international tournament, but it is a domestic battle here, FlyQuest and Cloud9. We had TK Nguyen on earlier to introduce his team, GAM Esports. So let's put you on the spot. Cloud9 being introduced with their roster with Jack.
Oh, okay. You realize I'm on jet lag. Throw me under this bus like this, but okay. You just want to go through the whole roster?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. So Thanatos, he's been with us for 1 year now. So he's got a year under his belt, and when you have a rookie come on, you kind of you expect like a certain trajectory of growth. And, his summer of last year was a little bit slow, but we really saw coming into this year that it was picking up. And I would say he's ahead of his trajectory where I expect him to be as a player with 1 year. Going into Blabber, like, he's my mainstay. He's been with me forever. I love that guy. I think he's the GOAT of NA. So we all know him. Then going into Loki, our true rookie. I think he's 19 years old now. Again, you have certain expectations on a bar, bar you expected to be at as a rookie. I think he's actually exceeded my expectations, so I'm very proud of the work he's been doing. We got Jesper, who's returning, but he left as a support, came back as an AD. I think he surprised everybody in his levels, but he's absolutely crushing it. And Vulcan, he came back to us, like when he was on us, he absolutely crushed it. Then he had a couple of years that weren't so great, and a lot of people are starting to question his ability, but I think he's proven everybody's a top support in our league, so I'm super proud of Vulcan.
While jet-lagged, everyone, C9 Jack able to give us the insights on the roster that you know and love for Cloud9. Going to be very, very fun to see them do battle here against FlyQuest, the team that we've seen them go up against and now are really kind of leading the line here for the LTA North. What makes FlyQuest so difficult to play against in your mind when you see it from your lens?
I mean, they are a very experienced team. Yes, they have some young players, but they've been playing together over a year now with that same roster. So they really know how, their strengths and weaknesses and play to their strengths and weaknesses. And I think through this year, we really struggled against FlyQuest at the beginning of the year. And you can see as the year went on, we got more and more competitive with them to where I think we nearly almost, had them in the last, almost at LCS finals, LTA North finals. I think at this point, it's like a coin flip on who's going to win. They're a great team, but we're great too. And so I think we'll see what happens on stage, but I believe that we can win.
Yeah, it was a best of 5, game 5 split decision. That's how close that one was. Valdez.
Yeah, I was just curious, you guys didn't quite make it to MSI, but you got to see FlyQuest, kind of the representatives from LTA North over there doing quite well. Was that inspiring for you guys? How did you feel about the team and Inspired as well, doing so well over at MSI?
I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, I love watching him play. I thought they were doing really well. I was disappointed that they weren't able to go further. I think they definitely had it. But it's good to see, I think, our region as a whole leveling up.
All right, well, Polska Grom for Inspired. We also have Busio standing by, who has a little bit of Polish heritage in him, so let's send it on over to him, standing by for an interview.
Hi everyone, we are here for the Cloud9 versus FlyQuest match pre-interview with Busio, the support player. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, hello.
Amazing. So, you guys just exited MSI with a very impressive record in my opinion, because you guys were able to go all the way to Game 5. So, tell me what the reflection's been like since arriving home.
Well, we did okay. Our goal honestly was to beat an Eastern team, and we fell short, so we just rewatched the games and we're just trying to do better.
Okay, and also I know on Twitter you are quite active with the type of photos you post, so do you have any tips for the audience on if they want to gain muscle or if they want to get that body,
Oh, I mean, thank you. But yeah, just go to the gym and just eat healthy, yeah.
Okay, eat healthy, eat green, just like FlyQuest. Thank you so much, Busio. I'll see you on stage, and back to you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Played it off well.
Thank you very much, Kitty, there with Busio, who's just been kind of growing as a support. Jack, you've always had an eye for picking young talent and being able to cultivate that talent. FlyQuest now being able to do so with a couple of players. What is usually an attribute or something you're looking for when recruiting a new player?
That's a really good question. There's a variety of things that I'm looking for, as well as a lot of resume checking, like checking with either past teammates, past coaches, and see how that goes. And if you kind of check off like, hey, this guy's playing solo queue. He seems like he's a very serious player. His former teammates like playing with him. His coaches liked playing with him. Then you have your one-on-one interviews and kind of understand what those goals are and do they line up with your team's goals? Because not every player is going to fit into every organization, and Cloud9 is kind of unique the way we work. So there's all those boxes I need to check, and if those are checked, then that's a good gamble.
All right, about 2 minutes before we head to stage. So, Medios, when you look at this matchup here, I know that you might be looking at it with, a little tint.
Unbiased here. Unbiased here.
But unbiased here. Go ahead, give me what you're looking for in this series.
Careful.
Yeah, hopefully Jack's not listening to this.
We had the EU and A dynamic, and now we've got the boss dynamic.
I'm always going to root for Cloud9. You know me. I think they're extremely good, and we've obviously seen a lot more FlyQuest. They were at MSI. They're a really good team too, but I think C9, they're just very aggressive. We've got Thanatos top lane, who's just an incredible laner. very, very good at the carry style champions, which I think is like super hard to be good at, kind of Zeus Keen-esque in the way he plays. So I think that's a really big asset to the team. And I just think their team play is really strong. So yeah, you know, I think they got it.
Yeah, I think legitimately, like Cloud9, they were close in the finals up against FlyQuest. There were multiple angles there. I think there is a way for them to take this victory, and it's a best of one, and anything can happen. And FlyQuest, you know, they had to play all in MSI, and I'm sitting next to Jack, so I think Cloud9's going to take this.
Who do you think is going to win, Jack?
That's tough, but I'm going to have to say Cloud9.
When it comes to how they win, there's you've obviously owned the team and ridden along all these different rides every time they go to an international event, where it's a unique situation where Cloud9 go from being the favorites within domestic league when it used to be LCS into LTA North, then going international and then having to kind of be an underdog and figure out ways to win. When it comes to that kind of strategy, not that you would tell your coaches, whether it was Reaper at the time or Lemon at the time, would you rather do something cheesy and try to get a sneaky edge in draft, or would you rather play standard, see where you're at, and win that way?
I mean, it kind of depends on the team you're running at which event, right? I think in the past we had to be kind of cheesy sometimes to get our way through draft. But I think, like, honestly, I love being the underdog, and because I think it does something for the team, or brings them together, and they're all really supporting each other, and it's kind of like it's you against the world. So that's what's really special to me about like international events, when people don't may not be believing in you, and then you're able to get really tight as a unit and get through it. And then when you get the wins, they're super special.
All right. Jack from Cloud9, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. About 90 seconds away from tossing to the stage. So who is going to be the MVP of this game? We have our Sony MVP that we will name at the end of the day. I have a feeling it's going to come from this match here. So, Medios, who you got?
Well, it's probably one of the junglers, I would guess. You know, when you see these two teams play, it's like Blabber versus Inspired to me. They're both insanely good junglers. I think that Inspired has had a really good year just lately. He's extremely consistent. He's one of the players you never really expect to see him feed. Whereas Blabber is one of those players that, in my experience, he was always the hardest jungler to play against, like out of anybody. Very hard to predict. He can do some explosive plays. Every once in a while, it kind of bites himself, but yeah, you know, I think they're just really good junglers, so probably one of them.
I'll go for Thanatos, you know, from the the LCK
I love these guys.
region, you know. We've already seen some top lane dominance. I think he can bring it back here in a best of one.
All right, well, okay.
I'm going to get him on
final one. Yeah, get yours in.
It's Thanatos' day.
All right. Thanatos' day. We'll see if that's the case. We have the flag bearers for the LTA North going head-to-head once again in a best of one. Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Let's get to it. The final match of the Group A.
The initial stage of our bracket has almost concluded. One more team will rise, the other will fall.
This next all-North American matchup has history. It's the same rivalry with new stakes in a best of one with big implications. Fancy, what do you think? Should we bring out our next two teams?
Think it's time.
It's NA's finest, FlyQuest.
The iconic squad was absent at MSI but refuse to be denied another chance at glory.
It's Cloud9. Who will face off against G2? One of these two teams takes the upper bracket, the one drops into dangerous territory. Let's begin this one with our wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, gents. And the grand final rematch and a best of one here for the LTA North is exactly how we're going to finish off this group stage before we go to our qualifications, our losers brackets, and we start deciding some names that'll be going home in only our first day. And something that'll be decided as well. I'm here alongside Orcs, and I got to say, I'm looking forward to it because NA versus NA is a blood rivalry that I need to see happen.
Yeah, and you know, if you go down the losers bracket, we'll also get LTA against LTA.
Oh no!
Furia. We have this is, and then we have just G2 in the mixer in this group.
True.
I do think though, even though obviously there's a second chance if you lose this match, the difference if you're the first seed to qualify from the group versus the second, it means that when you go to those quarterfinals, the difference is whether you're facing up against Gen.G or T1 or against BLG or AJL. And you'd much rather avoid Gen.G or T1 in those quarters. So you definitely want to come through as that first seed. You definitely want to go through the winner's bracket. There is a lot on the line here. And it's been a while since we've seen Cloud9. You know, last time we saw them was 2 patches before our current patch. They've had a lot of time to practice, a lot of time to develop. Jack talked about it a little bit on the desk there, about how they got some good scrim opportunities while teams were in Vancouver, which is a big benefit because often if, you know, there's an international in between and it's somewhere else in the world, it's hard to find when teams are on break. You may not get that opportunity to practice, but they had prime opportunity to sort of improve. And you know, obviously FlyQuest did as well when they were playing in MSI and put in some good results.
I mean, we have more efficient data on FlyQuest as well. I love that you bring up the scrim point because, yeah, for C9, there were very good quality teams that I know would be coming to them and being like, hey, we don't want to scrim anyone who's live on air. We don't want to scrim anyone who's, you know, live at this MSI. And C9 are probably the best next competition after that. Going to Fly quickly, though, I mean, they had a pretty decent tournament, almost knocking out BLG, almost getting that Game 5. It just came down to a couple of crucial mistakes. That out-of-bush experience down in bot hurt my soul. Watching...
I feel like it's...
Masu. God damn
It's a repeat of last year when they had that series against Gen.G, and it's
true.
It's so amazing, but it's also so frustrating because it's that almost again. You know, taking Gen.G to 5 games was huge, and the fans... I mean, it's heartbreaking again that they went through a similar experience, but it's also crazy how close they keep getting. And, you know, the hope is that this time they can find that opportunity. They can find that way, chance to take it all the way. I had the chance to speak to Bucio yesterday, and he was saying, this time, this tournament, they want to take down one of the Eastern teams. They want to take down one of those teams waiting in the knockout stage. They want to beat them in a best of 5. They do need to get there first. And Cloud9, their first opponent on the way. They are looking at that Kai'Sa as a potential early pickup here.
That is just a constant Bwipo hover, though. And Masu obviously loves this pick too. Azir is up, and I'm going to give Quad something pretty stable here in this BO1.
Yeah, quite often leaning on things. You know, we often see him targeted. That was something that happened in the BLG series when he was up against Knight. Heavily targeted for his pool.
Yeah.
We saw like the Cassiopeia, we saw the Azir take away, so we'll early prioritize that. Instantly looking towards that Renekton for Thanatos. A lot of confidence in that pick. We did just see Broken Blade run away with that one.
And the Trundle slammed right after it, probably assuming that, hey, with the Azir, you'd love something like a Sejuani. Now that's maybe out the window. Remember as well, C9 had the Talia on 3 here. Orcs, if they choose to run that in for more of a kill lane with individual CC.
It also means that it's very hard for Bwipo just to pick a tank into the Renekton, you know, now that the Trundle's on the opposite side. Looking at the Gragas going to come through, so, you know, could see that going in the top lane, can obviously go more AP builds, so the Trundle's going to have its value, but can be flexed into a lot of different areas.
True, and that's also true.
But I think the Gragas can stave off the Renekton pretty well, and then Inspired looking towards that Nocturne, a lot of control, and also kind of hard for the Trundle to disrupt. Instead, goes for that Poppy. So a lot of peel, a lot of disengage. So far, I'm looking at Cloud9's composition. You got to struggle to close distance a bit on that Azir. But with that Talia coming out, very popular into the Azir. We saw this all the time in the LCK. When Azir was picked, Talia was the response to some great success. And both teams picking what we expect to be the top sides, but that Gragas still could be a flex, I'd say. Out of all the picks here, I mean, I guess the Poppy could as well. Could be that Poppy support. So a little bit more flexibility for FlyQuest with the picks they've taken.
Let's see what C9 think, though, because it could be an option here to start thinking about some of those support bans. Yeah, maybe Gragas solo lane, and as you said, Poppy stays in jungle. With that flexibility up in the air, Cloud9 are just going to put it where they can see it.
Evo vidimo. Američki derbi, Cloud9 me zanima šta će raditi. FlyQuest je već pokazao su dobri. Tako da za njih samo respekt. Ne znam previše o C9-u, ima ovih starih igrača.
Ko su Loki i Thanatos? Video sam da Thanatos nešto hajpuju. Mislim, Loki gotive mitologiju. Igrači C9, to je definitivno.
Ne znam, iskreno ne znam ko su. Ću pogledam.
I mean, you would love to maybe have the center yourself if you're in FlyQuest position, but I don't think you'd be able to get
Loki, Korea.
On that blue side.
Hanwa Academy, Hanwa Challengers, pa Cloud9. Thanatos da mogu da pogodim Korea. Da, Korea. Damwon Challengers.
Point and click engage is kind of down unless you go support here on 4.
I mean, we often see Nautilus picked as, I mean, even if it's Poppy in the jungle, Nautilus is often one of the supports who does better into Poppy, because even if she puts the W down,
you still get it.
Still connects,
and with the W, you get enhanced range from W, right? That auto attack, things down.
I do like the Ezreal though, because into like Shroomer Shuffle, into Gragas Engage, in a Poppy, these picks I don't feel like have as much effectiveness into an Ezreal compared to the picks. Also for Sven, this is a pick we've seen him played since before he was even called Sven. Oh, the Jhin though, you know, playing a range, playing a distance. I mean, the Trundle Pillar pretty good at interrupting if you can get in range, and obviously it does have a long range, but you know, this is playing around at a long range. You know, the fact that you have the Jhin, you have the Azir, you can really just start to shred this Renekton, and I think Thanatos early picked this with a lot of confidence. This doesn't feel like a fun composition to play that Crocodile into. Oh.
No, hold up. Yeah, right. You don't get too excited, man. We're just going to wait and see.
Oh, yeah, we'll hold off for a second.
What do you think? A Vayne top? Karma would enhance the lane presence, and it would mean that it's going to be Poppy in jungle.
Najviše ko zna šta meri draftuju.
Koliko me smara više kad vidim Vayne Haverovan, uvek se primim na kratko. Top lane nećemo gledati, znači Vipo i Galio, Vipo i Gragas i Thanatos i Renekton će biti sleeper matchup. Tim što se Karma polako vraća u metu. Ovo je jako dobar takeaway, jer dobar je pairing sa Jhinom, a dobar je pairing i sa Ezrealom, tako da im oduzimaš jedan pairing, a ti imaš dobar pairing.
To je istina.
Jel Brown možda open? Da možda pairuješ defanzivno nešto, iako budeš nalupan u lane-u posle, može dosta lepo da obesmisli Karmu. Može i bar da bude priča, iako mu to nije najbolji matchup. Je li ovo lokovano?
Mislim si trunku behind, 33 sekunde na timeru, Bard je lokovan.
Izvini.
Lagano.
Čekaj. Aha, moram da refresham stream, izvini. Bio sam 20 sekundi behind skoro.
Sve lagano. Ne znam, mislim, jedina stvar u današnjem danu je što, pošto je best of 1, faktički gledamo non-fearless League of Legends, što znači da će se pikovi jako ponavljati. Sreće pa su drugačije regije, pa i drugačije stvari, inače bi tek onda zaglavili na istim pikovima.
I think the West still said, hey, look how close you came. Not only against Gen G earlier on, not only against, you know, the East. Sorry, Ox, I'm blanking last year, right?
Malo možete Amerika protiv Amerike odmah direktno ovakvi pairing, ali šta se radi. Bitno da je double elimination, pa nisu nužno suđeni da odmah eliminišu jedni druge. Mislim, FlyQuest je igrao fino van poslednje serije možda, ali recimo da su Kvadi Masu malo, jel da, Kvadi Masu su ostavili najslabiji utisak, pogotovo onaj Trajbuš, stajanje van buša, Masu play je bio vrlo depresivan.
Rematch of the LTA North, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest.
Ajmo da ima. Amerika vs. Amerika, kažem, opet se dosta znaju ove dvije ekipe, tako da bi trebalo da bude
Ocean Drake as well.
It's so serene, isn't it?
Yeah.
Relativno sport game opet, što ja ne volim, ali šta da se radi.
Yeah, it's clean. Someone has ripped. They clean the water each time. Like it's not like old,
Ćemo da
like
vidimo.
Gragas, you know, feet walking through.
Bipo šta će raditi, verovatno neki full AP build, mora da ga čize, ne može Bipo da builda nešto relativno normalno.
No, that's when it's dirty. That's when no one's cleaned it.
Oh, right. I was going to say if it's like an ocean soul, then that
Igra Gragasa, lagani full AP i to je to.
Recycles the
Bard
water.
Spellbook usio Eri.
Things you think about, isn't it?
No.
I see Hillbilly Gragas and I think, man, that guy he got dirty feet. Like he's gonna wash that in the river, but people might drink that water, man.
This is what you think about, Jake. This is a look into your mind.
This is the important fact.
Yeah.
Well, good to know. We sorted that out. Any burning questions before we get in this game?
Do I have burning questions for you?
No.
So many.
In general, for me.
So many. But I don't think we have time for them.
No, damn. What a shame.
Yeah. What a tragedy.
Ok, gledamo sliperski mid lane matchup zapravo. Možete to, na botu će biti najviše priča, mada bi Jin i Karma trebali da imaju više prioritija, jer...
You talked about it in draft a little bit. And get the ball rolling, that's what you want to see. Clear 6.
Karma bi trebalo da blago buli autoje Barda. Dobar je to matchup. Mislim dobar, solidan. Mislim da je Bard, da je Vulkan možda mogu da ode na Guardianu Karmu, da bi se više lakše štitio Pouka, pogotovo što bi mu taj Resolve 3 lepo koristio. Ali očigledno da je Spellbook toliki prio. I po tome koliko je razlika u matchupu vidite po Bardovom double startu, gde potpuno pušta level 1 priority svojim protivnicima. Izgubio sam, nisam vidio šta se desilo top lane playu.
Ja sam gledao švedski od Barda. Interesantno da stakuje opet na isto mesto.
Kad stakuješ na isto mesto, oni bi trebalo da se displaceuju jedan do drugog. Ne radi da ga dogodi se to uvek, zavisi ako je do zida ili nešto, ali često budu displaceovani jedan do drugog.
Ali samo tu stavi zašto ne mogu tu da zgaze, pa kao nije ni... Ne znam, mislim... Jer ja bih kao bar malo odvojio da slučajno ne zgazim na 2 odjednom. Ali kao zanima da li ima neki razlog generalno zašto je baš spojio sve.
Ponovno što sam ja gledao, pogotovo od boljih Bard igrača od mene, da ti uđe u prste da samo double tapuješ double kad imaš 2 nastavkova na shielda i oni se placeuju. Jedan se placeuje tamo gde si kliknuo, drugi ide sa neke strane od tog instant, pa to je to, jedan pored drugog.
Ok, kapiram, dobro, to ima
ne daju mnogo značaja o tome.
And Bop is, you know, actually that's a tune, so both of them don't make sense.
Bop feels like over the top, like on the head.
Oh yeah, that is a bop. But if you're hitting someone with your belly, that's a... I don't know what that is. People can't see me right now, but I am attempting it.
Probably for the best.
It's probably good.
I radimo watch party, o čemu pričaju ovi stari na kasti, još bolje. Ovo su mi na našem 10. game u studiju.
Da.
Popi ako ga udariš u glavu, ako ga udariš stomakom, onda pokušavaju da provale, kako se kaže kad nekog udariš stomakom.
To smo bukvalno misa. Kć i bum.
Da.
I feel like when you have a Talia on one side and you have a Poppy on the other, the side lanes always need to feel threatened.
Yeah.
You know, these two picks are two of the best picks in the game for like finding opportunities to dive the sides and challenge the sides. And so both teams are just looking for those windows where if someone makes a mistake, if the wave's at the right time, you can look to punish.
Nisam gledao finale NEL. Ako je neko u chatu gledao ili generalno, možda ako si ti Rale gledao, Fly izdominirao to ili kao bilo napeto?
Depending on lanes, we'd see like, 3.5 minute, 4 minute swap. Last game it was kind of fast after
that. Pogledao sam, ali se ne sjećam.
It's pretty late in comparison.
Yeah, it feels like this is a bit more normal, so for now, Thanatos is just going to hold on the wave. Vulcan is on the move. The power of having a Bard is, especially with an Ezreal, right? Is Ezreal so self-sufficient and
Sećamo se prošle godine pred Worlds da je poslednji put kada je igran bio ovaj duel, da je FlyQuest pobedio na onaj Vinion backdoor, sećaš se?
Da.
No, toga bi trebalo se sećaš.
Thanatos chill.
Look at the wave. The wave's going to push up against Fly. It's a horrible spot for Thanatos.
It's such a bad spot, and it's a good swap from FlyQuest because you'd much rather have the Gragas in the 1v2 situation.
True.
The wave was in a better spot, of course, but also just the Gragas can sustain. He has decent wave clear. The trade-off is you're giving the Dragon over, but this is absolutely worth it for FlyQuest. And now, Lucio just, he wrapped
2 puta 3-2. To je interesantno. Mislim, od onog smo videli od FlyQuesta na MSI, ja sam pomislio oni daleko najdominantnija ekipa u svojoj regiji.
Waiting, Thanatos doesn't have to burn the flash, but the TP might have to come out now, and Inspired's also in the top lane.
Yeah, Lucio can actually interrupt his reset.
Chooses not to take the turret shot for it. TP going to be burned, but TP to where? Bot to match.
Yeah, so we'll go down there, but did not have a fun time for this past couple of minutes, trying to hang out there. Cloud9, might find something here.
It's a good pillar as well. Inspired's on the wrong side of it. He shoves Blabber, but not into a wall, but Sven is going to Arcane shift in. Inspired takes a heavy chunk, but the slow from Busio and a Deadly Flourish is good zoning. C9 simply just get a bit of pressure, but it's not going to lead to anything else.
I mean, when you have a Poppy and a Karma, the double speed up, it's so hard to really hold Inspired accountable there.
Oh, it's nice. No barrel roll set up, so not really that much burst there. Bwipo just gets a chunk again.
Yeah, good amount of damage coming through.
Thanatos did just back and TP in, so...
Dosta game. Zašto se ekipe znaju, to je problem. Problem je kad se ekipe znaju.
Yeah.
That'd be horrible here for the Croc.
Not a fun spot.
Jer onda u suštini ću uvijek igrati tako da...
happy to sort of put this pressure down onto Thanatos. The swap coming in is really
Ono, znaš protivnika, znaš kako igra, znaš šta trebaš da radiš u njega i onda je cijela partija samo jako usporena.
And I guess we'll see how things play out.
Spotted on a ward. They're going back to the normal 2v2. And it's just going to be in the top lane, of course. There's a wave in a nice spot for the time being for C9.
Yeah, there was a window there where they could.
Pogotovo ako su bili toliko close, mislim što ja iskreno nisam ni znao.
They opt to sort of make the decision. No, we've given up Dragon. We want grubs. So they keep their bot lane in the top side. So we'll definitely see FlyQuest putting focus towards that.
So fun and interactive. I mean, I shouldn't complain. It's better than watching tanks v tanks, but to be fair, Sion these days is actually one of the most fun champions to watch.
I feel like Sion just breaks the rules. That's one of the tanks have, you know, with the trading he goes for.
Oh my god, like, his damage early is just not okay.
Do you remember when he just got reworked and his raw, he maxed his raw of the Slayer and it just did so much? You just fire minions to people.
True.
You play like snooker.
His chunk for like 200 damage or something ridiculous. It's like it enhanced Karma Q and you're thinking, where's his damage coming
Jin
from?
Karma.
Not to play against, it's horrible to play against.
Nemaju toliko prioritija možda, ali... Meni se malo čini kad imaju više kontrole. A da nisi siguran zašto Inspired nije tajmovao da...
He was so goofy.
Champion has gone through a ride, I'll tell you that much.
This feels a little interesting to me. The fact that they kept the bot lane top, they've not just swap again, not contesting the grubs at all. So Cloud9 are just going to take these, and they've kind of had a lock on these objectives. All things considered, I think Cloud9's super happy with this.
Yeah, bringing the game back into some kind of favoritism after what happened early to Thanatos. 3 grubs. Really nice here. Quadnet even going to walk towards them. Busio now clearing out vision. Yeah, not a contest in sight.
And look, at the end of the day, right, Thanatos is still pretty close to farm compared to Bwipo.
Yep.
This isn't a matchup you're going to stomp anyway, playing Renekton into Gragas. 2 objectives in the bag already.
It's a later contest though for enemy.
Ko ne volim da gledam Karmu, nije da ne volim da gledam Karmu, samo mislim da je jako čudan heroj. Što kad pogledaš kao otvara, ima Double Emptom i Fairy Charm.
Da, malo je drugačije zato što ima Karma je najbliže što možeš da dobiješ između Enchantera i Mage-a i to je ceo problem. Što Karma nema toliko veliki supportive kit, u smislu ima jedan ability koji može da buffuje, koji daje shield i movement speed. Kao to je to. Njen W Evo je i dalje self-centered, njen Q Evo je i dalje self-centered. I njoj treba ability power kako bi heroj radio, što ti samim tim i garantuje veći damage output.
Mislim da je također veliki problem činjenica da, kao što si rekao, njoj je sav utility u tom jednom spelu. Nije da on ima malo utility-a, nego je sav utility jedan spell. I onda jako često vidimo, recimo, Karma engage-a fight, baca mantra, shield za AOE move speed i onda kad treba da se shielda sa igrač nema jer si bacio mantra shield za move speed, na primjer.
Tako je, ok, dobro si objasnio. To jeste, primjerom si predstavio ono što tebi da kažem.
Tako da to je nešto što je malo unlucky
Mene
kod Karme.
više, znaš šta mislim? Mislim da su oni hteli da, šta je s Karminom mesto u ovoj meti? Mislim da je veliki deo Karme u ovoj meti to što je jedan od heroja koji ti garantuje priority. Kao Karma je lane bully. I lane bully je na supportu, na midu i na topu. Svuda je lane bully.
To je fair.
I generalno ona je jedan od ultimativnijih support lane bullija. Također jako dobra stvar kod Karme je što može da se igraju engage supportove, jer šta? Ako engage na tebe, baciš mantra double, healaš se 2 puta za 100 ili više i baciš shield na sebe. I ispilo bosića engage. Karma je fenomenalna za lane. Ovo govorim isključivo u lane-u, gde te isprati samo neki damage input AD carry-a. To smo vidjeli Karma čak i da ranuju Guardian. Mi su u zonu ok, sure, ako engage-u na nekoga, mi imamo dovoljno pila sa Guardianom da preživimo damage output. Ono što me buni, što bih volao da mi objasni neki od high-low supportova je zašto ranujemo healove na botu. Ali ok, verovatno Ignite nije više ono dobro.
And they will get that dragon in pocket. So good moves there from Whippo. Does be in the TP, but make sure that Thanatos can't go for himself.
Ja nisam, znaš i sam da nisam heal enjoyer. Ja volim da moj support ide na ruke, ali I guess ako igraju sa spellbookom možda nije toliko bitno, one mogu da pokupe kad im baš treba koji god agresivan summon žele.
Went all the way top. Yeah, we'll see if the flash really gets punished later on. Loki not able to get too much damage down there onto Whippo, but does bin that summoner. Oh, very earlier than you thought. Quick response, yeah. Thanatos has himself a Ruthless Predator upgrader, kept Whippo in place. Puts that body slam out, but he knows there's no way going through. The pillar's up as well. The bop away.
Lepo. Kolega, šta si rekao? Ponovi.
Šalio se. Inspired je goat.
Vipo da pošalje na PayPal za rešio moje preživljavanje.
Inspired je goat.
Just to a flash there, you know, if one of them had flashed it, could have finished off Whippo maybe, but then more members of FlyQuest were coming, so maybe you flash and then you end up getting caught out as well.
Samo se nastavlja se saga Inspireda koji je samo doktorčina najveća.
You know, you and I watching MSI, we were watching the same games of Inspired. Inspired was insane. I think one of the...
I guess you could say his play was pretty inspired.
I know. You're gonna go there.
Ja, ne. Ok, izgleda da ima neke sličnosti između komentatora. Svih. Postoje univerzalne stvari, a to je da ćemo svi da bacamo ono dead jokes.
To je trut. Ali dobro, mislim, jedino što, znaš ako, njima se to prokuje prvih 3 sata programa, znaš. Nama treba jedno 5-6 sati kasta da prođe da bi nas udarili.
Mi skelamo.
Da. To je činjenica.
Apsolutno.
Best jungler of the tournament, how about that? Exhaust onto Whippo. Now he's going to get teleporters back up. Bliver's got the pillar, but he takes a while to die. How long will Whippo survive with the bomb around? C9 split away, and it was just Fen coming in with his TP. I thought maybe FlyQuest were going to come up from the rear, but they just let him die. Nothing up on the bot side yet, though, to capitalize on.
A little bit overzealous there from Whippo. I like how you made that outlandish statement as the fight started, just so it stays. It just rests. Yeah. Everyone can be like, what is this guy talking about? I don't need a reply. I don't. You know, you're the one who made the statement. You know.
Well, I also said that Nort got auto attack range off his W before.
Thanatos dobija dole plate-ove. Ako Vulkan nađe Inspired, ovdje može Thanatos može još... Aha, ne može 14 minuta. Vulkan je bio najveći specijalac u C9 Levelcu, tako? To je Teddy se beše bunio, jel da?
Ja mislim da da, ako se dobro sećam da...
On je bio najveći tragičar.
At least you know your weaknesses. You know?
I can get on them before anyone else does.
Honestly, I fault myself for not correcting you, so I apologize.
Maybe I said it like this, so just you know, so no one hears it. You know, one of those things. You know, you get in conversations with people and you say things under your breath. or like someone's name. You don't know someone's name. You're like, oh, hi, Larry. It's really good to see you.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah. And the thing that you're not confident on, you say it so subtly, or yeah, you replace another word in front of it, just so you don't seem like an idiot.
Yeah.
That's constantly me. I forget people's names all the time, and yeah, I do like a, hey mate, good to see you. Oh man, so good to see you.
Wait, you said that to me when I you.
Yeah, but I remember you, Dan.
Oh, okay, that's close.
People that I have constant interactions with, don't worry.
Wait, why did you look at your wrist when you said that? What have you got written there?
Everyone from the crew's name. Oh, Flash inspired. It's good time to set him up though. Blubber flashes away and the part ulti stops from Vulcan.
Dobar ulti.
But the shove in. Quad.
Nice. Quad.
Isolated, and as Blubber drops down, nowhere to run for the support. Now another engage inspired got Loki up against the wall, and here he will stay. FlyQuest 3 brisk kills, but 3 impactful at that.
Inspired getting so much value there with the Poppy, able to slam them into the wall. The cleanup's big. Quad as well.
Inspired odlično igra. Mislim da je Poppy, po god ljudima možda zvučalo čudno, ali Poppy je stvarno odličan pick za carry junglere, jer je zapravo tempo based heroj.
Vulcan able to do that, but they didn't really get too much value on top of that.
There's kill threat here. Bomber, Dominus. Barrel's doing a lot of damage here with Rod of Ages, and Quad is getting the turret. Top lane meanwhile.
Mislim, tu se slažemo skroz, nema šta. Može da nadmete takav tempo ako znaš šta radiš i bukvalno sama da iznese game kroz akcije koje praviš na mapi, tako da full legit claim.
Baš je tempo based heroj. I mnogo volim dobre Poppy, da vidim. To mi uvijek enjoyable. Janko si igrao dobro Poppy, recimo.
Istina. Mislim da i FlyQuest nakon, mislim, jedno što je palo na pamet je malo će biti jetlagged, ali kao, mislim da nakon MSI-a sebi su dokazali koliko su zaista dobri, mislim da ono mentalno ulaze kao, znaš, nakon ekipa protiv koji su morali da igraju na MSI-u, šta im je Cloud9? Kao Cloud9, ono važi. Tako da mislim da im to malo daje mental edge, iako su fizički možda malo u lošoj poziciji, pardon.
Rears its head. Herald's going to be dropped in mid. The ride going to be taken. FlyQuest say no. Forget the dragon. Let's teleport from Thanatos. Tempered fate. Okay, let's wrap around. And can you get the turret? It's a little bit too far.
Yeah,
instead, but I think Inspired's just going to... Yeah, Herald...
Probao je da baš baci full Tokyo Drift, ali nije pesmu pustio u pozadini pa nije uspeo. Svi znaju da pesma dodaje plus 50% drifta.
I thought they changed it.
I thought at one point I thought they did too, but everything changes every patch. So look,
man, they change these things too much.
They changed the change. Oh, but still, you're right. I mean, it'll lead to turret going down, a bit of damage from the claws. So
they changed the change.
Turret out of the back of it.
I thought they changed it, so they change it back again? Because I thought they changed it where if you like didn't hit the wall, it then charged anyway.
I think if you hop out and it has to, you have to get a turret, and then I think it charges again. I look, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what Shelly's all about. I don't even know what that thing is, bro. It looks like a crab that,
it's
like...
a Rift Herald.
No, it's a, I know it. Shut up. I know what it is. But, bro, it looks like something that's had too much of, like Ribena or something, you know? You remember that? You grew up on that. It's like the purple...
Ne, izgleda da su i kasteri po jetlagom.
Kako soli prst.
Pa 100% ih udario jetlag, to je priča. Znači, imali su 2 dana da nameste spavanje, nisu ustali. Nisu efficient koliko ja i gospodin preko puta.
Nisu, ne znaju.
Ne znaju kako se nameste spavanje.
Evo go, ali ovaj pita šta je Shelly, ovaj kaže Rift Herald, ja nemam.
Ne, to je meni peak MSI-a bio, na koji to traci trčiš na moje.
Da, mislim.
Mrtav vladan.
To je bukvalno,
mrtav vladan kao i stopa.
To je bio taj trenutak,
Fenomenalno.
Busio with a Shirelius.
Kaže šta je Shelly Rift Herald.
He's able to four-shot walk up with an Enchanter, his Tempered Fate flash. As I speak about him, he breathes and loses the summoner. A good little pick there, attempted by Vulcan.
Yeah, a little bit greedy for the wave there from Masu. The thing is, as a Jhin with Ghostblade, with a Karma near you, it should be very hard for a bar to ever hit ult on you, but Busio was a little bit away from
hard for a bar, okay, Rime.
Like, hey, I want to walk up, be there for me. If he got shielded, he wouldn't have to flash.
Tipo interesantan build.
Unfortunately, some a bit good play from Vulcan. In fairness, And he's now looking for Bwippo, maybe?
Ne vidim uvek turbo često.
He's just always moving around, trying to find a pick. Bwippo, 1 versus 2. Vulcan puts his thumbs in the air, but Bwippo just doesn't care.
He's got the Winter's approach now. I feel like he's just... It's not even just a fact.
Ove namjerno sad rimuje ili mislim ne mogu da izvolim.
Ne mogu ni ja. Ne, mislim, ovo mi je poslije poslušalo kao da se slučajno dogode.
Moguće. Ko previše često čujem 2 rime za redom, onda sam u fazonu, ok, možda ima i neki interni izazov, možda se dogovorili.
Fighting for his camps, and Spider Bleed gets the bigger one as Massive looking to fall shot, hits Sven instead of the turret, and this mid turret consistently under siege. The range again, the poke is starting to matter more and more here from FlyQuest, while Quad's just going to get top wave. That and can't start. Thank you very much from observers. FlyQuest curtain call going to be pulled up. That cancels the recall almost. Vulcan just in the way, and now the curtain call's down. Bwippo is moving in, so they can siege again.
I think Cloud9 doing a good job of defending this mid tier 1. You know, they did it before with Vulcan's ult to stop the Herald. Getting the TP there, just to try and hold it up. Trying to, especially against an Azir, I think that's where it's really problematic when it goes down, because he can just walk forward. When he gets mid prio, slam his own.
Bili, ja se nadam.
And I think Cloud9 really don't.
Mislim, iskreno bi najviše volio da bude Hanwa Tivan, ali ja sam ono jako baje što se toga tiče, ono, ali to bi bilo meni najviše fan.
I meni isto.
Ono, Zevs protiv Dorana u finalu, bilo čega je samo hype.
Jeste, definitivno.
And continues Fly committing 4. We like our Nayrams here, don't we? Well, just bring some more people. We'll get to 30 minutes. There's going to be 5 there.
You know, I've heard so many times we say like the Korea Rams, like Korean A-Ram.
Oh, yeah,
but like, you know, this is back to the roots, you know?
This is where we all started, isn't it?
Yeah, where it all began.
This is what, you know, OC server, we used to have to play on NA. You know, back in the day.
Lepo quad contestu je gornju reku zapravo. Spreman da disengage instant čim dobije informaciju. Mnogo lagano mi izgleda FlyQuest.
What a skin. I love that skin.
That's a good skin.
No, it's a great skin.
Okay, sorry, it's a fantastic skin, you're right.
It's phenomenal.
Imagine giving Australians who love the pool and the beach,
you know,
giving them pool party skin. Good one.
I had an account in the US.
Right. Yeah, oh, flash, hang on. Explosive card Sven. He arcane shifted first, but then he flashed after Bwippo committed his own.
Good punish. I had an account in the US that was called Zogs.
Ne baš najčistiji od Bwippa, ali dobro.
And I only played pool party Ziggs.
Nice.
That's a great skin. It's so good.
Na kraku ništa našao je flash.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Best part.
Yeah.
It's a therapeutic champion to play, isn't it? You just farm all game until you nuke people, like it's crazy.
I love that champ. But yeah, Thanatos takes a tower. That's the punish for Bwippo moving up. But he does bring the flash on Sven, so we'll see if they can potentially find something from it. It really has turned into that. And A-Ram, both teams just trying to find something out of these mid lane towers. Dragon is up and available though, so that's the objective to look towards. It's only a 1,000 lead for FlyQuest though, considering there's a bigger lead before. That's kind of slowed out. We've seen Thanatos able to build up a little bit of a lead on this Renekton.
I dalje sport game, nešto se komentariše partija jer je 3-1 i 23. minuti, ja gledamo 2 NA ekipe, tako da to vam samo govori koliko je ovo chill, to je spora partija. FlyQuest je uhvatio momentum i sad je Ezreal došao do Muramana i sad samo čekaju da malo prođe taj deo partije gdje je Ezreal najjači na mapi i onda opet mogu da igraju.
But I will say, when we look at Cloud9, we look at the items, 2-item spike on this Ezreal, this Talia, this Renekton. They feel confident and they're starting up the Dragon as a result.
The quad's TPing in, so C9 are not going to get this willingly. And FlyQuest looking in, but the wall's in the way. Poppy ult misses here, but
dobar ulti, inspired. Dobro. Masu nije flash unlucky.
Taman sam napomenuo kako neće se bio kad je Ezreal najjači i oni su bili u fazonu.
I kad Masu nema flash.
Really well played there from Cloud9. Target selection is great, and Thanatos finding a phenomenal angle onto this Jhin, not giving him the opportunity to do much of anything, not giving him the chance to get that ult off her now. They're looking towards the Arakan. I don't think it's possible for the contest. We can see Inspired running over, but I think it's just going to be gone.
And quad TP down for that. FlyQuest lost a lot. They're going to look for mid turret, but Thanatos to clear this wave out. Quad's just going to stick around because he does the damage. He's picked up all three.
Quad je uzeo kulu za ovo. Mislim i dalje je playable za, pogotovo što outscale-a FlyQuest.
Right when they needed to.
I will say though, the Arakan, they only got 16
I tekako da je njima playable.
But here, so we see a lot of focus from FlyQuest. The ult doesn't connect. They try and punish Blabber, but the ult from Vulcan...
Način na koji se igra Bardu, odnosno način na koji se igra Karma, čini Karmu da ga outscale u pro playu. Jer Bard mnogo često outscale na skupe iteme koje kupuje u solo queue i u solo queue bolesno scale, ono zapravo i damage ozbiljno scale-a sa nekim Liandrisom i sličnim stvarima, a ovdje mu samo scale-aju itemi koje kupuje, malo mu scale-a taj utility u smislu heal-a, koji nije nešto pretarano veliki, oni opet imaju igračku na grafici. Svaki teamfight damage im je kao da overall damage tokom gema pokazuju.
Je malo zbunjujući.
Ako je Vipu radi 19k prošli fight, ja sam bicikl.
Ralen bicikl.
What are you thinking about? That's you can't say he's thinking.
That teamfight damage seems quite. I think that might be game damage because
that's got to be
18,000 damage in one teamfight.
That's like the Jackie Love Zeri game on the world record.
Ok, provalili su, respect.
But yeah, I mean, Gragas doing a lot of damage in a lot of these trades against the Renekton, but now Cloud9, gold is even, but they're up in those dragons.
Provalili su da je grafika malkice pogrešna.
You don't think Bwipo hit that many barrels?
How many barrels would he have to do that much damage?
Probably about 70 barrels. It was a 5-minute team fight, guys. It's been a 26-minute team fight.
I don't think Cloud9 has enough health for them to do that much damage.
Look at that
Ja sam tu za 30 sekundi.
Ajde, lagano. Koji je tempo partije, propustit ćeš ništa, verovatno.
Let's not talk about it.
We should zoom in on that.
But and then they kind of felt a lot of confidence going into that one with the item spikes they had. And also, I think Bard is one of these picks where even some of the great Bards, right? You know, Kerry has a Bard skin. We've seen him have some games where it just wasn't hitting. It's a pick you have to have so much confidence. Even if you're a player who's typically confident in the pick, you can have a flub, right? But Vulcan's been getting some good value. You know, he got the flash from Mastery. He then punished him in that fight by connecting the ult. It's not easy to do on a champion like Jin who has so much movement.
He might do it again. I mean, Master just walked in. Great. Great binding. The cosmic binding keeps him in place, and FlyQuest just thought they were going to walk willy-nilly into C9.
I mean, it's a decent disengage stun, but I was hoping the seismic shove from Loki would come through. I was hoping for something more.
Perfect.
But, you know, they make the decision disengage, still a good stun. And FlyQuest unable to find something more there.
Well, we A-ran for a little bit longer. Baron is up, sitting and waiting, but a minute 20 until the big objective, which is going to be that fourth dragon for C9 if they can take it away. Bwipo's going to fight Thanatos in the meantime. Busio might be caught out. He's backing here. There's the Weaver's wall, and maybe again another cosmic fighting for the setup, but the shove doesn't connect. Meanwhile, Inspired keep the verdict away.
Što izgledalo kao da je Renton pitao. Igrao sam. 2014. sam to izbacio s turnira jednog. I onda je plakao. No troll. Legitimno je plakao na turniru. Bilo je jako smiješno. Mislim, bilo smiješno jer su bili toksični, ali nije ni bitno.
Vratim se, dragi obožavači.
Dobrodošao nazad.
Both teams looking towards that. I think Quad, his flash being down, a little bit of a hit. Thanatos has lost his as well, so one summoner down on each. I think the Empress Divide should be up and available in time, though. We'll see how the setup goes. Infinity Edge was just picked up.
I just saw that, yeah.
That's a significant spike. Now Quad, this seems...
Oi. You see the angle, because the explosive cast goes in the back of his ear wall. Holy.
Thanatos made it close, yeah. Force that flash. Now Vulcan in trouble.
He cleanses, but he's bombed it away. And Bwipo, he's now in the middle of it all, though.
Not the other rosteri.
There's Croc waiting for Dominus. Spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, good ward from Bushi. I thought he was going to face check into him. I'm like, level 11 Karma would not last long there. Gives the cover. Bwipo's now playing defense. Dragon's getting low.
Waiting for Vulcan's ult. The Tempered Fate could change everything here. It's 6k onto the Dragon. Blabber gets a hefty chunk though. It's Quad in the back again.
Bwipo je u onako poziciji iskreno ne može da joina fight uopšte. Mada ima flash, on u svakom momentu može da flasha
gives away Cloud Soul right into his back pocket. He flushes over the wall to survive. Meanwhile, top players have been battling.
Ne znam koliko je Cloud Soul big u ovoj situaciji. Ne igra Velja. Ovo je takmičenje samo za tier 1 timove.
Koliko mi je
Evropskih timova, samo lec timovi.
Koliko mi je čudno što su obojili ovog zadnjeg Drakea kad dobiju Soul. Mislim, smisleno mi je...
Ne bi ni primetio da mi ti nisi rekao.
Da, to ti kažem, ne bi provalio. Ali je jako, jako čudno. Kao kad dobiju Soul četvrtog zmaja, oboje u boju zmaja. Što nema smisla jer Ataka više nije na tom baru, ali ajde.
Da, Blebar ne može da kontesta. To ne može samo da ušita, a nema flash. Prandar je uvijek u nezgodnoj poziciji kada se radi objektiva, on nema flash, jer kao mora da ušeta u njega.
Which means he can stay alive for the dragon, but so many tools are burned. Loki flashes in for the shove, doesn't manage to find it, doesn't time it right, and gets punished immediately. The follow-up's there on a Vulcan. The fight is over. The dragon secured.
Ne znam baš zašto je FlyQuest flipovao Soul. Nije li moglo bolje? Mislim kao isplatilo im se na kraju, ali pitanje je koliki će use od Cloud Soula moći da dobije C9.
FlyQuest can do with this Baron.
No to je istina. Da li vi šta LR mogu ovdje teško? Mogu protiv Furije možda, ali i to napeto iskreno. Mislim i dalje postoje nivoi.
Levels.
Tako je. Mislim, ne znam koji je najveći Nemesisov uspeh na internacionalnom takmičenju.
Za nije finale.
Ali jeste? Ne znam, zato i pitam.
Jer on je igrao u Fanatiku koji je igrao finale.
Sad ćemo da ima.
Evo, ulazim ja.
Sve pokazuju ove nove losatone statove.
Da.
Himself outside of it. The third one connect from Masu as FlyQuest find more kills and Bwippo dying now has no effect.
I feel like Loki's just trying too hard to
Ne, izgleda nisam u pravu.
forcing too far forwards and it's just ended backfiring so much. They had that first pick, right? That's enough. You slow down FlyQuest pace in the Baron.
Thanatos going forward to camp back. I think that the bait and look at quad deep.
Nisam u pravu, nisam u pravu. Ima. 5 do 8 mu je najbolji plasman na Worlds.
Da, 2020.
I 2019.
Thank you to Thanatos.
Da, 5 do 8.
2019. osvojio Lec. A ko je igrao mid godine pre? Kada su oni... Ček.
Slovensko državno prvenstvo.
A Caps je tada igrao, da, bože. Aj sam. Caps je tada igrao, da.
Managed to dodge away, but that could have been so much worse. I feel like that could have been game ending if any more mistakes were made there for Cloud9. And I think Loki just needs to calm down a bit. This game isn't over yet.
Yeah.
FlyQuest have gotten a lot from that. And Quad, you know, the player who struggled the most, I feel, against BLG, really having a massive redemption right now. 6-0-2 on this Azir. 360 CS. So far ahead of... You know, I mean, you compare it to like Bwippo, and he compared to lane opponent is 40 head.
Da je Quad ovako igrao na MSI-u, ko zna gdje bi im kraj bio.
Da je masu ušao u buše.
Ima i toga.
2,700 gold ahead of Masu, who's the second most in the game.
It's not surprising, is it?
Samo da je masu ušao u buše.
Keep getting donated to him and sitting with the needlessly large rod before those last double kills.
I da je Quad odigrao jedan game Zilana pre onog gamea.
Sad već puno tražiš. Sad već puno tražiš.
The one thing is for C9, it's going to be an early Elder fight, and fighting against an Azir as a 5v5 right now doesn't feel good. It's inspired. Just took no damage. Loki got a shove back. The Ezreal ain't going to cut through him. This Poppy is now starting to become a true tank.
The combination of the upgraded Merc Treads and the Kaenic Rukian, the double magic shield, means that, you know, full Talia combo just doesn't do anything, especially this kind of anemic Talia who just doesn't have the damage. Now, Thanatos getting some pressure in the side lanes again, but Whippo responding in the bot side. And it's FlyQuest with complete control of the area. Can Cloud9 even find their way in?
Well, I know one thing. If they do find a way in, they have to subjugate Inspired or Whippo, either one, to find themselves a target out of that front line. It's up to Blabber here, who the angle is not going to be found because, again, the poke is too much. Look at Sven.
Moguće da razumijemo
Just a couple of soldiers, and that Ezreal is
Ini, ovo je četvrti game, ima 8 gameova, tako da još 4 gamea ima. Tek smo oko 8 gotovi, tako nešto je projektovano za...
Aha!
Za večeras. Da, i to što kažeš. A vidjet ćemo, pazi. Sad se malo ubrzali, tako da ima nade.
Nema nade da bude gotovo 8, nema trika.
Dobro, fair. A, možda.
Ima još 5 gameova.
Ali još 5 ili još 4? Ovo je četvrti game, zar ne?
Četvrti?
Ja mislim da jeste. Jeste, ne? Hanwa pa GAM pa G2 pa sad oni. Jeste.
Znači još 4 gameova.
Da, a mislim da će imati...
Možda imaju ugao.
Možda im ugao, možda im.
TP's gonna come in, they want to end now.
7.5k damage in one fight, by the way, and it wasn't even a big fight from the Azir. Thanatos going to buy some time. He's got some healing. It feels nice, but as soon as Quad is here, that G8 is going to be tackled. Quad, he flashed in. Thanatos is going to take Blast Cone to Neverland.
He saved the game, but
he does.
Elder's gone. So even if it doesn't end right now, Elder and Baron, it might as well be over. You know, that Cloud Soul in pocket for Cloud9, that Arakan, this kid earlier, isn't really going to match.
Jel imamo mi raspored gameova do kraja EWC-a?
Nemamo...
Ne nužno gameova kao ko igra, naravno da nemamo, nego kao kad se igraju, kad se šta igra.
Da, mogu ti pošaljem.
Bio bih ti zahvalan, treba mi za vikend da vidim kakav je raspored, šta planiraju za subotu i nedelju.
Samo da znaš, malo je... Se nadam da nisam frizao, šta nisam. Malo je ispisano čudno, isto je kao MSI pa izgleda čudno kako je ispisano. Ali kapiram da možeš se snađeš.
Aha. Znači to isto ja mogu da nađem.
Da,
to je legit, dakle.
To je legit, samo je čudno ispisano. Znači imamo danas 8 best of 1, sutra 2 best of 1, 2 best of 3. Preko sutra, ja mislim da je 2 best of 3 i onda je sve ostalo...
Čekaj, dakle, subota i nedelja su po 1 best of 5, jel?
Ne. 20, pa zato ti kažem, pogledaj, third place match i finals ti isti dan, samo je odvojeno napisano, zato ti kažem da je čudno ispisano.
Ali, to su 2 best of 3.
Ne, best of 5 je finale. Piše iznad gore.
Aha, third place match je best of 3.
Tako je, a finale je best of 5, to je jedini best of 5 ovog turnira.
I siguran, pošto je stavljeno 3 sata između... Jeste, ne, u redu si. Znači, to je nedelja, a subota je 2 best of 3.
Subota je 2 best of 3, tako je, da.
Okej.
Da, 5 dana. A moraju da završavaju kreći i BL, znaš, pa nemaju puno vremena.
Jasno.
It could be a free pick. Even this Poppy can do it. Up against a couple of autos. There it is. Gia gonna be popped. Weaver's wall. Defensive maneuver. Quad is on the wrong side of it, but he doesn't get it.
Jedan basic od Quada, gledao.
Inspired just killed Thanatos off our screens while Vulcan stepped up into one simple soldier. But he may as well be a super soldier at this point. FlyQuest. Another target to be taken down, and they're just playing with their food, aren't they?
Yeah, Elder's almost down, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. The Baron's still up and available. Ult's going to be cancelled.
That's nice. Tempered fate, but Masu has a false shot, and Loki can't step up.
Dobar subject je da preživi.
Getting zoned out as Masu, but the Nexus turret will take it, and take it all. Quad.
Ode Elder, pa dobro.
And the rematch of LTA North is a
završilo se. Isto, prvo mesto. FlyQuest dobija.
You know, he was targeted heavily. He had to go up against Knight when he was playing
Pola
PUBG.
gas.
It was a struggle, but he made it clear that he was the main character in this match. FlyQuest with a really strong performance. Inspired as well in the Poppy, had a lot of good early plays, and they will go through to that
Mislim,
upper
vrlo
bracket match
je
against
ovo lako
G2.
bilo za
G2 need revenge.
FlyQuest kada pogledamo, iako su morali da trade objektive i svašta nešto da rade i dalje su na kraju bili ubedljiviji.
At least it is another grudge match for you.
Yeah, I feel like we're having so many grudge matches today, and
Kod je sinančale cijele godine. Možda ima i toga. Ljudi, mi svaki put završavamo sada 4. best of 1. Ostalo su nam još 4. Kako do sada napreduje, pauze su sve kraće, tako da možda sada možemo da očekujemo i 15 minuta. 20, realno.
Pauza realno minimum 20, da, 20 minuta. Sljedeći game, sad ćemo da proverimo da se ne ogrešim, ali bi trebao da bude G2 protiv FlyQuesta. Tako da... U stvari banger, da, G2 Fly sljedeći. Ne, da se ne ogrešim, sorry. Hanwa KOI, my bad. Hanwa KOI je sljedeći game. I onda ide G2 i FlyQuest, tako da eto, imamo i raspored partija. Hanwa KOI bi trebalo da bude relativno brzo, ali eto, možda Evropa može da se opravda. Idemo svako na pauzicu, tu smo za neki 20 minuta.
This is your Amazon winners interview with Whippo. You've started off EWC on a really strong note here, and it was up against a rival. Do you enjoy wins like that even more?
I mean, normally I guess if we were playing back home, but playing an international event, and I mean, that was the most NA game I've played in a while, so I mean, I was a bit disappointed, I guess.
Tell me why you were disappointed.
I don't know, I was just like farming and nothing was happening, and then I made a mistake, and it just didn't matter that I made mistakes. I feel like the pressure of playing internationally against the best teams in the world is like, if I perform the way I did against, you know, say a BLG, T1, Gen G, like, I'm going to lose the game. And that kind of pressure is what makes it exciting, is like, you really feel like you need to be on your A game at all times, you're super alert. I felt like here I was just like waddling on the side lane, playing a little bit drunk, you know, like living up to the Gragas. Yeah, I don't know, I just didn't feel that.
That being said, there's plenty of time to grow into this tournament, right?
I mean, not really. That's the fun of it, right? Like, it's game after game after game. We're going to go up against G2 and then immediately get thrown into the playoffs format. So there isn't that much time. I don't think I played like awfully or was trying to lose or anything, but I definitely need to step up my game if we're going to want to be top 4 at this tournament, which is what FlyQuest is aiming for.
G2 up next. You could argue that you've got their number after a phenomenal performance against them at MSI. How do you feel going into this one?
It'll be exciting to see if they've changed anything, because I definitely think they need to. I think G2 is a very respectable team. I have, you know, immense amounts of respect for Caps especially, and I hope that they were able to learn from their mistakes at MSI, because I don't think they played like their usual self. At least, I'd hope not.
Look, it's early days. You've just said that you want you and your team to go all the way here. Just have a quick look at this. You fancy that? How much do you want it?
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. I like that. I mean, it'd be awesome, obviously, to win.
Well, best of luck, and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
with a victory, FlyQuest move on over Cloud9 on the back of a big performance by Bwipo and the squad. A big win here for them as they're able to move further on in the qualification. We'll see them in just a little bit. Welcome back. Degon here alongside Medios and Valdez. And unfortunately here for Medios, Cloud9 not able to put it together.
No, did not go their way that time. I think that, you know, FlyQuest went for the early Azir and Cloud9 tried to punish it. I thought they had a good idea with like Renekton and Trundle early on, but FlyQuest just managed to slow the game down. Azir scaled really hard, and yeah, they just weren't able to pressure hard enough early. They did get the soul, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, for sure, it was a very sleepy game. It kind of felt like we were sitting back watching Jhin and Karma just kind of sit in lane and farm. Same with the Azir and kind of farm. And there was that one fight that C9 had over around the Drake where like Thanatos was coming around and they had the nice Bard ult on top of the Jhin. But that was really the one opportunity they had. Outside of that, I feel like their execution wasn't the best. Like there were answers and there were ways in for them, but they couldn't quite hit it as clean as they needed to, and Fly were just the cleaner team this time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you heard it there from Bwipo when he was talking to Ian Chambers. It was a very North American game where a lot of farming, a lot of inactivity, something happens and maybe it punishes you, maybe not. I mean, kind of he felt pretty disappointed that was the way it went. I mean, it must feel the opposite side for Cloud9 where it went that way and you still didn't get a victory.
Yeah, I assume they were pretty disappointed with that one. I think for the fans, it wasn't the most exciting game we've seen. It was pretty slow paced, but that was kind of FlyQuest's idea, I believe, with their draft. You know, when you have Azir, he's not that strong early game, and then Cloud9 answered with a really strong top side early, but I think FlyQuest just did a good job with their laning and their swaps and lane assignments and whatnot to just really prevent C9 from kind of getting any.
He doesn't need a fucking
building.
headset. He just needs.
So we did have this fight here. I did not go C9's way at all. You know, Inspired found a really good stun angle on Blabber. They ended up getting 3 kills immediately, which got them the Feats of War. So, yeah, you know, good win for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, especially on that fight, like Inspired just kind of, he went in there, he saw the angle, and C9 were kind of, you know, it wasn't the cleanest thing, right? They were trying to get in onto the Rift Heralds, and that's the kind of fight where you really need to snowball after early leads. You were winning in some of the lanes. You had some angles after pretty interesting swap that we were talking about a lot backstage, the lane swap that we saw from FlyQuest. But at the end of the day, you know, just some good execution on that team fight from FlyQuest.
And as it got a little bit later, we had one more big fight on the top side of the map that we felt like was the decider. It had started with Bwipo getting caught, and we're like, uh-oh, 4v5 for FlyQuest. Will they be able to turn around? They're able to do so here in this replay.
Yeah, it started well for C9. You know, Bwipo kind of got caught, instantly died. But then C9 got a little over-eager here, over-chased a bit. I think Loki ended up getting caught on the wrong side of his ultimate, got grounded by the Poppy W, and went for a big catch, but didn't work out. And FlyQuest managed to run away with this one.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about jet lag. It did feel like Loki was going a little bit too far. You know, there were some overextensions, I'd say, from both sides. I think that was what Bwipo was talking about when he was calling this a bit of an NA game.
Well, to ask a little bit more about the NA game, let's send it on over to the reigning NA champ for LTA North. Busio is joining us here. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Thank you. Doing pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a run, but let's start here in this specific match. Like, how does it feel to defeat Cloud9 definitively in a best of one?
I mean, that game was something that felt low. Like, we had the right idea about what we were doing, but we are looking a little rusty, a little jet lagged, and the execution wasn't always there. So I think the game got very messy for no reason. But, you know, we had the right idea, so we'll take it.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to do that to Cloud9?
Sorry, Medios.
It's all right. I'll forgive you in time.
Okay.
Yeah, Valdez, what you got here for Busio?
I mean, so it was very NA. It was very not the cleanest. I thought you guys looked decently clean, to be honest. There were some big mistakes, obviously, but overall, you did feel like the better team. Now you are going to be going on to face off against G2, I believe, in the brackets, the upper side of the brackets. Are you guys confident to go there? I mean, you've had some really close best of fives against some strong teams in recent times this year. Do you think you can do a best of one against G2?
Yeah, I mean, we 3-0'd them at MSI, but honestly, they were close in some games, so it's best of one. Anything can happen, but I think we'll win, yeah.
How does it feel going back to best of one after doing Fearless for so long? Because does it change your approach too much, or does it just kind of feel like you're going into game one of a Fearless series?
It definitely feels weird. Even just playing like a singular game rather than a best of, it just makes it maybe like a slower game. Like, you notice this game was mega slow, and it looked like a lot of people were afraid to fight, and that's maybe just because it's a best of one, you know, like one mistake can cost you the whole game, rather than in a series, it's more about just like playing well as a team overall, while you need to be very clean in a singular game.
Well, one guy who wasn't afraid to fight here was Quad. He had himself a hell of a series, especially going up against Loki, like this budding rivalry in the mid lane, both of them coming from the LCK system. How'd you feel like his performance was today?
He was strong the whole game. I was pressing tab, and my Zero was always at least half an item ahead of the Talia, so that made just our game plan pretty easy. That's probably why you didn't see we were too desperate to do anything. We just had to take our ground when we were stronger, and that's what we tried to do, yeah.
Yeah, the artist formerly known as Solka getting the better of the former Hanwa Life Esports Academy product. It was, in those team fights, it just felt like Quad was aware of what he needed to do and kind of sat back, whereas Loki tried to step up and make those plays, wasn't quite able to, and it felt like a lot of pressure on the side to be able to do so here.
Yeah, I mean, Quad went absolutely insane that game. We were looking at like the individual gold differences between players, and he was up, I think, almost 6K gold over Loki toward the end of that one. So yeah, definitely monster Azir game. One question I had for you, back in the green when we were watching, there have been a lot of lane swaps, especially, you know, in MSI, and you guys had another one this game where it seemed like you were ahead bot lane, but then you swapped as Dragon was spawning to go top, and then ended up giving C9 over the Dragon. Is that, like, as a viewer, it doesn't always make a lot of sense why teams swaps. Like, what are the reasons that lead to those situations?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like the first layer is just we're strong versus their top laner, and our top laner is strong versus their bot laner. So that's one reason to swap, but that's the pretty obvious one. Then the second layer is more like looking at wave states. Like, if we swap top here, will we get a freeze? Or, for example, if you're going to lose push top and lose push bot in this scenario, then you might as well go top and stack a wave so you're at least have push somewhere. So it really just depends on the situation, and teams are swapping for different reasons at every time, so you kind of just have to pay attention and see what they gain from it.
All right, any final words here for the FlyQuest fans supporting you and ready to see the rematch here with G2?
Yeah, thank you guys for watching, and hopefully we do good in the next game.
All right, Busio, everyone, congratulations on the victory. We'll see them in just a little bit up against G2. Don't go anywhere. We'll set up our first qualification match into the knockout stages when we come back. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance for everything they carried with them.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Valdez, the Valdanalist, to break down this matchup between the LEC and the LCK reigning champs. That's right. We haven't had an LCK championship since last summer, which means Hanwa Life Esports are the reigning champs of the LCK up against Movistar KOI, finally getting over the hump and getting themselves their first LEC championship under this banner.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a run it was. And I am quite excited for this game. I think this should prove to be a banger because these are two teams that are not afraid to contest each other. These are two teams that are not afraid to fight. And these are two teams that really dislike giving things up. And I think that is bound to create a very fun atmosphere on the Rift that hopefully results in some really good fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Hanwa Life Esports roster here as Valdez gives us his take on the earlier matchup we got to see. Maybe a little happy gaming in the top lane.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeus is, there's been a lot of talk about jet lag today, and I feel like every team is dealing with it, including HLE. They were actually on the same flights as you and I, Digon, and Ox as well. Or not you, Digon. It was Atlas. Sorry, another guy who's also working here. But yeah, they haven't been here too long. Zeus was having a lot of fun, and he is a guy who's not going to give stuff up. He will try to go all in the lane, even if he doesn't need to. And I feel like HLE is a team that deserves that amount of respect. Not just Zeus, but like Peanut can do crazy things when he feels like he's much better than the team. And to be honest, I think they should be the heavy favorites coming into this one. And I do think that KOI have a lot on their hands here.
Yeah, and I think what it's gonna come down to is honestly like the support jungle. I think that is the lane with that most high impact, or the lanes with highest impact, just because how crucial Elyoya and Alvaro are for MKOI's kind of play style and how they kind of like to impact the map and play fast on both side lanes. And I feel like going against someone as routined as Peanut and someone with as strong skills to engage as Light, I think this is a quite tough matchup for them.
Yeah, my hope here is that we have an equal game state as we get to some of the team fights, as we take a look at Hanwa Life's team fight earlier against CFO around the Drake, where it just feels like I want to see both teams at their best with the hands. Like, I feel like we're going to see who gets a lead, who doesn't. Zeus is going to continue pushing waves. Merwin's going to use his magic to try and counteract that. But if we get to a state here at a Drake or at an objective where it's relatively equal and both squads will get to fight it out, I think HLE will be able to do it, but I also know that MKOI aren't shying away from those impactful moments, which is what makes Jojopyun so good.
Yeah, one thing I was a little bit surprised by in this first game is that I feel like CFO didn't really challenge Hanwa Life that much. Like, the early game state was pretty good. They were able to punish Zeus a lot, that's for sure. They got the early gank, they forced him into an awkward spot, but when it came to the team fights, it was just lights out. Like, Hanwa Life showed a lot of respect, and I think partially that comes from the way that CFO did play at MSI. Now I'm worried for them going up against KOI now, and KOI, where it's like, do they show as much respect? Well, I mean,
what are you implying about this?
They do he does this all the time, where it's like, oh, it's some random team, lower stages at the LCK. Let's just do whatever we want and like not show them that respect, right? And I think they've done that a lot. They even did it against T1. I think they didn't have their best day at Road to MSI, and I think that came back to bite them. So I am a little bit worried for HLE in a best-of-1 scenario.
Well, I would hope they're delusional enough to disrespect KOI, because if they do, I think they're gonna get smacked on the forehead by the team, because I think, like, it makes me happy to think that you might think they might disrespect them, but I really think KOI at their core play really fast, and when you play really fast against a team that disrespects, that's when you get really big leads.
Well, to hear their insights against KOI is ZAPRATI standing by right now with an interview.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-game interview between KOI versus Hanwa Life. By my side is the mid laner, ZAPRATI. So I wanted to ask, you guys are up against KOI for the next best series. So who do you think is going to be the main focus that you guys are going to lock down for the game?
일단 제카 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 다음 상대로 이제 KOI를 만나게 되셨는데 KOI를 상대로 좀 어떤 선수를 좀 주로 공략하시게 될지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희가 이제 첫 번째 판 끝나고 나서 대기하는 도중에 이제 KOI 경기를 봤었는데 또 이제 KOI 미드 선수 조주펜 선수가 잘하는 것 같아서 네, 제가 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I have watched the KOI games after our match against CFO, and I saw Jojo Pyun was very good at his play, so I think I have to definitely stand up for that.
And I wanted to ask ZAPRATI, did you know that Jojo Pyun calls you Zika? So I wanted to ask, is it ZAPRATI or Zika? Is he wrong or right?
이제 조조편 선수가 제카 선수를 이제 즈카라고 부르는데
네.
이게 맞는 건가요? 즈카가 맞는 건가요? 제카가 맞는 건가요?
저는 처음 들어보는데 즈카라고 부르는 거를 제카라고 부르는 게 맞지 않나 싶습니다.
Actually, that's the first time I get called Zika, but I think Zeka is the right word.
Thank you, Maddox. And finally, the debate is over. It is ZAPRATI. No other versions matter here. I feel like the guy who named himself will know what he's named.
Should have known.
We should have known. Who could have known it was ZAPRATI? I don't know.
Not Jojo. Clearly.
Not Jojo. Speaking of Jojo, let's take a look at Movistar KOI's lineup here. It will be that matchup in the mid lane. Jojo Pyun against ZAPRATI, Merwin, Elyoya, Supa, and Alvaro rounding it out on the bottom side of the map there.
Yeah, I know Supa has talked quite a lot about Viper regionally. He thinks he's one of the players he looks up to a lot and one of the players he likes to watch, like most people do in the world, because Viper is like probably one of the best AD carries to ever touch the game. But I know this is a matchup that Supa looks forward to a lot just because of how much he has looked up to Viper and now finally gets a chance to play against him on the world stage.
Yeah, I think for me, just kind of looking at that, Supa is a player who can rise up to the top, whose floor is pretty high as well, but getting the opportunity to play against these types of opponents is, I think, how he gets to even that next level for him and his duo, Alvaro.
Yeah, for me watching this game for KOI, you know, obviously Jojo Pyun had that one really awesome team fight. I do feel like he wasn't challenged all too much in this game. Like, he did look good, don't get me wrong, but up against ZAPRATI, glad we know the pronunciation now. He should be facing a much more difficult opponent. So I'm really excited to see how he'll do, because obviously he's shown a lot so far.
Give me your Sony MVP of this game. I know that you shouted out the jungle support matchup, but who do you think it's specifically going to be?
My Sony MVP is going to be Alvaro, which I think is the best European player we have right now. Not player, okay, but support.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
At least support.
Whoa.
I think this guy is a super talent. He's super talented. He has great engages, and he sees the game so lucid, so clearly, and he's really, really, really good.
For me, I think it's going to be Peanut in this game. You know, generally, I said it before, like, if he doesn't show a lot of respect, he can kind of fall off. But so far at this tournament, he has shown a lot of respect, at least to CFO. In the one game we've seen, if he's on his game, he takes care of teams that he is better than, of junglers that he is better than, and I think he's going to pop off this game.
That sounds like he's not going to pop off, or what? You just made the argument that it's not going to pop off.
No, he will.
No, because
he's going to show
better than him.
respect. Does he show respect to CFO? He'll hopefully show respect here against MKOI. I really hope he does.
Okay. Yeah, again, I think both these squads have a lot to prove here to try and make it past, obviously, the sadness of not making it to MSI for Hanwa Life Esports, and then the performance for MKOI, knowing that they're capable of more, I think, on the line here. If you win, you move to the knockout rounds here at the Esports World Cup, and both these squads want to do so here, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a tough month as a European watcher, a fan of LEC. We've been the laughing stock of the world, and I think a win right now would be crucial to regain our stance on the world stage, and I believe MKOI can do it, and I think a win against HLE is bound to happen.
And Valdez, for the LCK squads, it's always different because it feels like when they come back to the LCK, steel refines steel, and they have an opportunity to now show how sharp they are on the international stage.
Yeah, they had a little time off. They didn't get to go to MSI and get that practice, but you know they're going to be wanting to prove themselves here up against MKOI.
All right, Hanwa Life Esports trying to right the wrongs from several months ago. MKOI trying to bounce back from MSI's results, but now they have the chance to do so here against each other. Both can qualify, but only one can do so right now. It is MKOI, it is Hanwa Life Esports for a spot in the knockout stage.
We've made it through the first wave. And now as the group stage intensifies, it's all about taking that next big opportunity.
And our teams that picked up wins here today have made it to the upper bracket and just one win away from getting into the quarterfinals. And it's not just about momentum.
It's not. It's also about club championship points, getting a bigger share of that $2 million prize pool, and of course, obtaining the smoothest road possible towards this, the ultimate goal, the trophy.
And now it's time to introduce our next teams. And for the first team, from LCK to EWC, they've been looking for a deep run here in Riyadh. It's Hanwa Life Esports.
The LEC champs started strong on the stage, and they are hungry to prove they belong among the world's elite. It's Movistar KOI.
A spot in our quarterfinals hangs in the balance. Who's taking it? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now it is time to see who is going to be joining all the rest in the knockout stage. Is it going to be Movistar KOI, or will HLE continue their dominance here at EWC? I feel like if tournaments aren't called MSI, HLE are looking pretty good
so
far. Yeah, this is a good sign for the bounce back.
It is. I think we saw a clutch performance from JoJo in Movistar KOI's last game. Remember, both of these teams actually had a relatively losing position in the early game in their first series, and they were able to turn it around with some really cool team fights. I feel like the way that Movistar KOI did it was arguably more impressive with JoJo's really awesome three-man with the ult on the Yone, how careful he was, how slow he played that. Hanwa Life Esports, the reason why they were in a deficit was because they overplayed their hand, they were too aggressive, and it was Zeus in particular who was making some very bold moves, let's say. I think we'll see maybe a little bit more measured of a Hanwa Life Esports moving into this one. When we were watching Hanwa Life going into that Flying Oyster match, we were like, okay, it's been a while since we've seen this team. They came off of a really rough streak. We didn't have that much information about current form. We do now. And I think now we can pretty clearly say, based on our first matches we've seen these two, Hanwa Esports are massive favorites, but they still need to tighten up some of that early game.
Yeah, I would agree. And I actually think it's really interesting because I think the problem started on the top side of the map for both of these teams. I think Merwin, even though he did like, what, 45% of his team's damage at the end of the game, he still allowed an ambassador to just go like kind of even in lane against him on the Aurora, which is not necessarily how that one is supposed to go. And then like Zeus died 5 times, so I think that that is going to be where a lot of that cleaning that you were talking about is going to need to occur. And let's see whether that is going to start in the draft as well. As wow,
and even though
HLE banning the Yone, like they've got Zeus and Zeka.
And they also banned the Vi, which Peanut was able to play earlier on, and
Evo nas nazad.
Qualifiers, but I think even though it's not
Gledamo draft, Hanwa i KOI, trebalo bi kao što smo rekli da bude relativno ubedljivo za Hanvu, ali ko će ga znati, sve je moguće. O, malo mi je zvuk stao, ne znam zašto mi je zvuk.
Ja sam mutiran. Vidjet ćemo da li će Jojo i Mirvin opet uspeti da prevagnu game i da li ćemo opet da vidimo situaciju sa nekim problemom u draftu, da smo komentarisali onom iz Forčan koja je na kraju ispala ne toliko relevantna.
Ok, dobio sam mali glede zvuka, mislim da sam sad fiksao.
Ne refrešujem ovo jednom za svaki.
Da, morao sam ja da refrešujem jer mi je zvuk kasniji u odnosu na sliku. Zato sam zaboja na sekund.
Just makes things a little bit difficult because I feel like they have to go hand in hand. They still managed to get their hands on the Prince of Demacia though, as the Zinzao is going to be locked away, and there is the Gwen as well, so double circles, immunity circles are pretty strong there, Wolf.
We can just see the Rumble picked up on the opposite side of the matchup for Zeus that he played earlier into the Gwen now. This is kind of a face-up early Gwen in this draft that allows Zeus to feel very comfortable with the Rumble that pairs incredibly well with Pantheon. You just lock someone in place, drop an equalizer on them, and burn them to death. And it also allows, I feel like, for a pretty easy pick-based composition to come through here for Hanwa Life. Like, Zeka can play Annie again, could also potentially just see something like that Ari. Looking for a little bit more consistent damage and weight here, though, a different identity.
Ovo je EWC i da, upravo si, MSI se tek završio, ali odmah ide EWC.
Znači, lete s jednog dela kontinenta na drugi.
Tako i samo si igra, nestaje se, tako da... Jedino što eto, danas su sve best of 1, pa onda gledamo isti draft, manje više skoro svaki game. Što je samo stvoreno da nas podsjeti koliko trebamo da cijenimo činjenicu da gledamo Fearless.
Of a, back-to-back for Dom 1 Gaming at the time.
So many Ezreals have deemed to challenge Viper's Varus in lane. We saw it as far back as first stand. And, Kalist was trying it. It has not found a lot of success internationally to try to challenge this guy. With the mid-prio, you're going to lose the bottom lane 2v2s that could be quite tricky without a range support. So a bold choice here for Supa. We'll see if this does work out ultimately in the end. It's a very safe pick, especially into the Pantheon and the Rumble. And so now picks, obviously, that we're thinking about here are that Global Rise, right? The Ahri, the Nico that works incredibly well with the Varus is what they're going to look at first here. But I think that Ahri definitely needs a look.
Yeah, it's sort of gone up in priority. That being said, like, as soon as the Ahri is banned away, then you just pick the Rise. Like, maybe they're like, well, we can't ban both of them now that we've banned the Nico. Let's focus on support. Let's not let Delight have his Rakan, for example. Let's not let Delight have his Alistair, for example.
Znači, vidite šta će ovdje se izdogađa. Mislim,
as of course you could still pick it away.
Kažem opet, draft sličan kao što bi trebao da bude. Uvijek će se pikati najjače stvari, a pošto Fearless ne funkcioniše u best of 1, gledamo iste stvari, Varus je ostao otvoren, tako da to će biti fan da vidimo Vipera na tome. Sve ostalo bi trebalo da bude relativno pikove koje smo gledali u prethodnom gameu.
Varus je često bio banovan na kraju, MSI, da?
Da, jest.
To je recimo interesantno. Varus onako ima fluktuira mu priority u meti.
The Rise could now, to a certain extent, match the rotations of the Pantheon with Realm Warp. It's not as simple as it sounds, but it is helpful in a lot of those skirmishes inside lanes to be able to match that when you know, there's a strong side lane champion in the Gwen too that you can pair with. So the Pantheon tries to
Mnogo mi sviđa draft koja. Imaju i early game, i late game, i magic, i physical, i mid, i bukvalno sve imaju.
This is a pretty classic one. Oriana just kind of
No lebi draft.
the rise just a bit, and so they are just going to lock that one away. A lot of power on this patch as well. We've seen Oriana find a fair bit of success, although not necessarily today. And that is Delight's Rel. There is so much engage here for HLE, and so much layering of CC and AoE damage. Chains of Corruption and Equalizer together are so incredibly devastating.
I think they need a little bit more engage here, even though they would like to, I think, play in the bottom lane matchup, a ranged support here. I just don't think that's realistic. Rakan makes a lot of sense. The Poppy was banned.
Wolf,
yeah,
there you go.
There you go. I mean, Poppy was banned early on in this draft. You have a lot of mobility. You could follow up on the Jinzhao. You could follow up with Realm Warp really well. The thing that if I took the nameplates off, I actually think I like MKOI's draft better because they have a Gwen that has really strong power with this Rise to follow. The side lane pressure is really good. The Ezreal is safe. But I wonder about the execution here because when it comes to Hanwa Life Esports and their early game here, they have a favorable matchup in top lane, played perfectly by Zeus. They have that range with the Oriana into the Rise, a very strong matchup there, and then the Varus into the Ezreal, Rakan early on. It's the early lane prio I'm most worried about, where Hanwa Life may just be able to snowball the game a little bit out of control with Peanut having that prio. But I think if MKOI could stabilize and get through the early game pretty well, this draft is really nice for them. I think it's really well-rounded.
Yeah, I actually think it's really interesting because, Wolf, if you took off the nameplates and I asked you which one of
Bravo,
these teams
kolega
is
Kasteri.
HLE,
Slažemo se.
Sve se slažemo s kolegama Kasterima.
it is a very HLE
Zanimljivo mi je što ovoliko high tempo EWC, uvek mislim, ne znam, malo mi je hype što gledamo toliko različitih mečeva, ali malo mi i ubije hype. Evo sad već recimo gledali smo Amerika protiv Amerike, pa sad gledamo koji protiv HLE-a, a već smo malo pregledali koji protiv Gama i onda čudno je nekako.
And this is a guy that just went 0-5 and now he's angry. And I imagine Merwin's not going to exactly have the easiest time there towards the top side of the map because this time it's Zeus that's wielding the flamethrower into the Scissors Lady. And we know how that goes even if this guy is playing the Gwen. So it could be a rough time. We'll see how they're going to be able to band-aid it as Jojo looking locked in, and he absolutely was last time around. The savior of Europe, we'll see whether he can do it again, get to the knockout stage. Imagine that. Going through HLE, that is a confidence boost if ever I've seen one to really start your run in the main event of EWC. Let's get onto the Rift here as we look to promote one of these teams, keeping that key real safe instead of risking going down towards elimination.
That's right, going straight to knockouts would be a huge boon. We're so lucky that we get to see Zeus play twice the same. Like you get both sides of the same matchup essentially here. Like we saw him play Gwen into the Rumble. Now we get to see the Rumble attempt, and that's fun to see because he's confident on both sides of the matchup. And they pick the Gwen first, and it's the same summoner.
Rumble bi trebao da je okej u Gwen, ne?
The exhaust, so really a test of Mirwan's mettle here.
Da, ali mislim da je
second game for him at EWC.
Kako to beše ide?
Cryo, though, I feel should
Moram da pogledam, taj matchup ima nešto čudan vidre i znam da je drugačiji nego što sam ja očekivao.
Očekivao bi da Gwen dobija Rumble-a, a svaki put kad smo videli Rumble je dobio Gwen. Ja mislim da je tako neka priča bila, ako se dobro sećam.
Battle junglers here for the early game, but right now it's all about who has that prio, because the jungle is not able to quite work as well unless their lanes are able to come and help them. We'll see who's going to be able to get that leg up in this matchup.
Sećam se, specifično pričali o tom matchupu.
Trying to wind up the clockwork as we can see.
Jer nam je bilo čudno
da,
zašto je...
Ovo je fine Rumble za matchup. Ovo je fine Rumble matchup.
Very late knock-up onto Alvaro there, but does have a little bit of a heal from that Gleaming Quill.
Znači Rumble ima šta, 50 koliko?
Really favors Hanwa Life Esports. Viper decides to use the Q to help clear these minions so they can get level 2 first. And even though Alvaro does have a little bit of a heal there, does get caught by the edge of that crash down. And this is really looking good for the side of Hanwa Life. See, that ends up being a pretty even trade of the minions across the board here, in fact, with all the damage they're putting in.
Spamming Q as well out of this Rakan really is a lot of healing these days. I remember when that Q button was basically useless and you should never press it.
Yeah.
Until it stole a Baron that one time. But now, you just keep hitting it. This is something that Orcs really loves to talk about all the time, but you keep hitting it, and you're going to have a fair bit of sustain in the lane.
It's not my favorite ability, but
the Raptor.
It is certainly, it adds up.
Yeah.
It's not the most satisfying one at times, but
yeah, it's not for the damage, definitely, but for the little green circle, that feels good. Jojo taking a bit of damage here, but able to offer a fair bit back as well, as we can see. A little bit of a cheeky rune prison, as there's the level up. Level 3 pretty good here for ZAPRATI, who does eat the last remainder of Jojo's mana.
Yeah.
Jojo able to get some decent push here in this lane, has that last Q to finish that one up, and a very fast cheetah recall, try and get that tier as early as possible.
Like, it's just going to be a pretty even reset here in the mid lane. Everyone comes over here, gets some vision of where Peanut is. Will cost him, though, a little bit of control as he's kind of caught awkwardly in the river at the moment.
Yeah.
And then TP will come in. Nothing crazy going to amount from
dajte nam top, hvala.
But you can see here it's really uncomfortable to get back to lane.
Sad mora da baci exhaust, da.
Actually has to use the exhaust here, as the grand entrance does catch Viper. A little bit of damage off it back, but no blight. Going to be
Izgledao za petting i samo dump.
So we're going to be all right.
I think it goes without saying, but for those who didn't know or didn't notice yet, it is obviously going to be lethality Varus in this game.
Yeah, it does the comet thingy coming from the sky.
Yeah, and he is very well known for his lethality Varus. But really good trades and good laning here by Supa and Alvaro has really, subverted my expectations here. As we see the TP has already come through. Peanut wants to punish.
No, just teleported in. They do manage to
Ja mogu da gubi oni, ne znam šta rade. Šta rade oni? Šta rade oni?
Nemoguće da ću umreti.
And that was can I do how do I do a real life?
On njemu još...
like in my brain.
Jesi nabudi li njemu exhaust bio na cooldownu od malo pre?
Ne znam, ali Peanutov je flash bio up, mogu je da flasha da preživi.
Možda nije mislio će da umre, ček.
Tako
je, znači Mirvin je izgubio exhaust u trade. Tako je, Mirvin je exhaustovo prethodni Rumble overhit, zato su tebi da ga dajbuju, ali daj nije prošao.
You could go for that type of play, but you need to drop the turret aggro faster and just try to push. I don't think you can go for the play, actually. I'm really trying to salvage this for them, but no, it's just...
It was a full health Gwen under turret. And yes, if they manage to kill her, it's a massive advantage, right? Because he just used teleport. You're going to be able to, like, take
even
the whole wave.
If you get him, like, 80% of his health, he doesn't die. But then, like, he can't stay and he has to back, and it's horrible. But it just did not eventuate that way. And
Peanut, like, had flash as well and just, like, didn't flash
use it. Yeah.
I think he thought that maybe he was okay. Like, the calculation was just a bit off. I'm not entirely sure, but I was, we were watching that and it was like he was hit by a, what are those things that go really slow? Steamroller?
Yeah.
Kind of like in Austin Powers, where he's just standing there with his arms up and he's like, no, for like 10 years. That's what it kind of felt like to me.
It did feel kind of like that.
Well, it's the flash forward. Jojo actually taking a lot of damage as well, but ZAPRATI will be taken down, and that is 2 on the board now for KOI. These early games from HLE have been not so great.
I mean, they had the lead in prio in both mid and top. Bottom lane obviously got turned around because Supa and Alvaro played the lane really well. But now it's just kind of a disaster here as Hanwa Life keep dropping the ball in their solo lanes, and I mean, now they have only a slight farm lead for Peanut. That's all they have in this game, and it's unforced a lot of these errors. So just quite bizarre here.
Dobro, on nije baš očekivan od Hanwa Life-a, ali dobro. Ono što mene najviše brine je činjenica, čekaj, sad ne slažemo se, koji outscale-a.
Čekaj da razmislim. Da, mislim da. Lethality Varus, da, koji outscale-a.
Ezreal je veći bully od Lethality Varus u late game-u. Jer dobijam mnogo više cooldownova, imam veći hyper carry potencijal. Manji su mu cooldownovi. Jel' tako? Ili mi se ne slažeš sa tim, pošto meni to malo nije baš najčistije.
Ne, slažem se, znaš šta je point? Ezreal mnogo više igra od Varusa. Varus kao ako meta stoji, on možda rotira cooldownove, radit će više direktnog brz damage-a. Ali Ezreal ima više movementa, ima self-peel, ima čak i cleanse da se ghost ove partije, dosta velika stvar. Jer ako ti se Rise flasha i baci ti flash EW, ti si mrtav na Varusu. Dok Ezreal opet ima kako da outplaya. Tako da. Dođe je živ. Elioan ima 6. Dobro, to je samo trade onda.
And that is going to be feats of warfare also.
Ovo su porta su teleportovali, ovo je presmešno, pogledaj. Ti Light i Alvaro koji stižu.
Spellbook ugao.
Spellbook meta je samo presmešno.
They just wanted more out of that than what they got. It's crucial that Zeka got the kill. I think that's more valuable than Elioya picking up the counter kill there on the other side, but a bit sloppy, a bit forced here, and it seems like the biggest enemy today of Hanwa Life Esports has been turrets.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say themselves, and I would have agreed with that one as well.
You know, I am saying that, I'm just saying it in a nicer way. As we will see the TP to come through here for Zeka back in the mid lane. We have Grubs spawning here shortly, as they do come up right now. Swap of Supa back towards the top side of the map. Merwin will have teleport soon. I think we're going to have a bit of a skirmish over this one. Zeka still doesn't have his ult and doesn't have Cryo here in the mid lane, so MKOI actually feeling pretty good about just starting this up right now. Delight, very aggressive. I mean, not sure about this one.
Yeah, he does have that shield, but that's going to wear off, and that's a Rune Prison onto Zeka. Dodges the Q. That's going to feel a little bit better as MKOI, they're still just getting to work.
Možda Redemption turnir za Evropu. Double elimination je best of 1, da, double elimination je best of 1. Tako da, moraš da pobediš 2 best of 1 ili da izgubiš 2 best of 1.
But that was really risky there on the top side for no reward. It could have been worse, but at least we do trade objectives.
Hanwa je dalje igrao. Viper je mrtav. Ma džabe. On ima Ghost. A ne, nije mrtav, okej.
Alvaro having to get out of there. There is the command attack, and flash away from Elioya is not going to be enough.
Pakao su loše odigrali ovo. Pakao su loše odigrali ovo. Mislim da su morali i Alvaro i Elioya možda odmah i da flashuju čak. Pa dajde, Alvaro čim nije flashalo tamo, vjerojatno ima flash gore. Da probaju da flashuju i da...
His shockwave still has it, will self-cast it.
Ali si čuo za ovaj shockwave?
Nažalost.
Ovo ti je ono da te boli stomak, pa se zgrčiš.
We wanted to threaten Supa there and push him out. Yeah, so this chains of corruption into Delight actually getting the crash down over the wall. Plus the...
Nešto Viper mora da basicuje da bi dobio full damage na Varus, iako je Letality dalje za pure DPS treba da basicuje, ali svako koji malo griduje.
Okay, might as well go back in because I'm also dead here to try to buy space for Supa to get out.
Yep, wanted to also see whether he could kill Viper, at least put him to the test.
Yeah.
And Viper passes, but you know, you miss every shot you don't take. As Moen now into the mist. Zeus having a pretty good time. Level 9 is, of course, a big power point for the Rumble, getting all the points into your queue. As now Viper is going to have to try and kill Jojo Pin before he's dead, and he's not going to be able to make that one work. There's a Realm Warp. It's an interesting maneuver. Viper is very dead, guys. We're just making sure that Jojo gets killed, and he certainly does. And in the meantime, Elioya is also dead. Moen also going to suffer the same fate by the looks of things.
Šta je ovaj game?
That's how you tank up a turret. As I thought that maybe the turret was still interested in him. It wasn't. And that is just going to be HLE getting a trade up. It is a trade up. This is a bizarre game. HLE tidies up the first 7 minutes of the game. They're looking real good.
Veoma zbunjujući razvoj partije, neću lagati, samo greške i napadanje na sve strane.
It was still a good play on the Viper there on the top side. If you look at where the gold is, though, across the board now, like Zeus' start was pretty rough, but now he's quite large. He has a 20 CS lead against his opposition. This Rumble is big. And, I mean, plays like this, you got to respect the global of the Pantheon when you've just shown your rise topside. They know there's no counterplay. They know they can dive you here. And yes, you know, there's a turret here, and Merwin plays this well.
Ovo bilo baš
They're just going to get Delight.
najbolje što je Mir mogao i na kraju izvukao nešto.
As Jojo
Jojo ima Mercs. Phase Rush i Rise-ov kit koliko mu sve omogućava.
There's a great knock-up onto Viper as well, who's once again suffering. Alvaro will take another shot and is almost taken down. Does survive with about 100 as Delight's moving in. Peanut as well. And Super, I don't think is getting out of this one. There is still some CC available, I'm pretty sure. Shattering Strike, that's a great cat and jack, but that
to su dva summonera off na Ezu.
is there for the flash Q, takes down the Ezreal. Another one on the board here for HLE as they move that gold lead to about 1.2k.
This game has all just been about drive-bys. Like, did you get the kill? Are we going to really hard force? Oh, didn't quite get it. Oh, you got punished. And in this case, it required a flash there from Peanut, but got Supa's flash and cleanse. So now it's a summonerless Ezreal, so you feel pretty good about that trade for sure.
I want to go back to what Finn was saying as well on the desk, because I think he hit the nail on the head. And that was both of these teams just want to fight at all times, no matter what. It's like it's not about like which objective is available. It's not about like what can we get, is there tempo here or there. It's about is there a champion and can we kill it? And the answer may just be yes.
Phase radi stvar, mislim da mi zvuk opet malo laguje, morat ću probam da ga rešim kako znam i umem.
Dosta tih, tako da ne mogu baš dobro se pažnje na njega.
And call it like the Rift's equator, so to speak. If anyone's past the equator on your side of the map, these teams are trying to go for it, right? Like Viper was like on the edge of the equator, like.
Dobro, iskreno, koji je odličan early game? Ajde, koliko možemo kažemo da je koji ima odličan early game protiv Hanwa, koliko možemo kažemo da Hanwa grifuje early game ovdje? Simo mi ne izgleda apsolutno ni nešto.
Da, zvuk.
Ovdje je Light jako dobro držao agro. Čekaj, jel ga ti gledaš u OBS-u ili preko linka koji si mi dao?
Ja ga gledam preko linka koji si... Zvuk je preko linka koji si dao, a OBS je... Čudno je kako namešteno ovo. To je kako moram da namestim, zašto mi nisu dali proper feed. Tako da u suštini gledam preko linka i zvuk vučem preko linka, ali s dva drugačija sorsa koja se s vremena na vreme malo desinkuju.
Jasno, pošto ja nemam pravo sa zvukom.
Da, ti gledaš i slušaš na istom linku, da.
Yeah, he's just getting this whole turret for free, basically. Got so many plates down there, as you guys could see. Was able to pick up 3 in total, and Peanut's just going to get this dragon, and the cross map just doesn't exist. Like, it's a push from JoJo onto this top turret, and he is putting a significant amount of damage onto it, but, you know, I just feel like this isn't worth an exchange. This Rumble is getting so huge, whereas it's just like a third of the turret that JoJo picks up on the cross map. And the fact that there's a global jungler on Hanwa Life side and the split pusher has the global ability on the side of MKOI really does hurt you in these types of game states, and Hanwa Life are playing the map really well.
Feels like a bit of a turnaround from what we were seeing in the early game as the shockwave comes out once again. Delight is here as the Realm Warp is going to be able to get JoJo out of there, but Peanut was waiting. There's a quickness as he gets charmed up, knocked up as well, and the turret is there. Peanut just made a foolish turret here of MKOI.
O, koliko ovo bilo dobro, vratio ga je u tower agro sa čarbom i tek onda ga nokapovo u tower agro. O, koliko ovo bilo fino.
Cenite lepih support playeva, razumem, jeste bilo dobro.
I sad sam pogledao opet na streamu našem jer kasnije par sekundi savršeno.
And the rest is history. Zeka may be dead.
Zeka ima flash.
Zeka gonna have to try and get out of the way of that one. Does flash. As now Milon, he's got the exhaust. The turret is just not going to help enough. Here as he just dabs on Zeka. Really beautifully played. Milon, he was a little bit of a question mark in their last game, but not this time around. 2-1-0 now on the Gwen, and he's going to be a big problem later on.
Harold is going to go over to the side of MKOI as well here without a contest from Hanwa Life. They're going for a late one to try to punish.
Don't know about this one, but Viper is moving over. Zeus is in position as well. Equalizer goes down. The red carpet's perfectly positioned as Elyoya going to have to flash away as a result of that one.
Bazi zašto radimo watch party? Jer smo duo cast 10 sati programa, tako da mislim da kastovanje ko kastovanje ne bi baš zvučilo ni nešto nakon prva 2 gema. Tako da radimo klasičan watch party, slično kao što Kidriel recimo radi na svom streamu.
Essentially walk it off. To go back to this play here on the bottom side. As everyone's scuffling top side here, Zeka just TPs into this one, eats a ton of damage. And, I mean, they need to work connects. And he has the exhaust, as you mentioned, for the follow-up. But meanwhile, Viper exhausted.
I've seen this one before as well. Chains of Corruption is going to come down. He needs to
Znamo da
dodge
će
the
Viper
next
opet biti
cube.
pick-off.
Super was rooted up, and so isn't able to actually get that one in position.
They've learned when Viper hits the Chains of Corruption defensively, you just stop chasing.
Yeah, as Jojo doing a lot of work here as well. Alvaro moving himself up. Phase Rush going to get procced here as Zeus will get himself out with just a sliver of health. That will mean even more priority goes over towards MKOI here, towards the top side of the map. And 300 goals.
Ne, ovo je Esports World Cup. Znači, nije Worlds, klasičan League of Legends Worlds, već je EWC.
My concern is that the lead for Zeus has just completely fallen off, right? Like, the fact that Marona is able to get that kill bottom side is second of the game. They're going to get this top turret pretty shortly here as well. You have to think, maybe not on this wave, but it is some standing gold he can pick up in the Gwen. Supported by that Ryze Realm Warp in the side lane is going to be such a bigger threat than this Rumble. But I feel like map control can become MKOI so quickly. So I was talking about earlier when I said nameplates off, I like their draft more in an even game state. We hit 17 and a half minutes in. It is that even game state. And let's see what they could do with it.
Sure, da, može, olimpijada za, recimo. Recimo da je olimpijada za e-sport, na neki način.
And while Viper has had some great moments defensively here, we haven't really seen that poke land yet in a 5v5. We haven't seen a traditional 5v5 just yet. But I think that when we go into those 5v5s, I favor MKOI's setup.
Da, samo sa malo manje prestižnom nagradom. Znate šta vam je ovo? Kao olimpijada, fudbalska olimpijada, recimo. Znate kako medalje s olimpijade za fudbal ne znači više od, recimo, evropskog ili svetskog prvenstva u fudbalu. Isti princip vam je ovde. Kao cool je kad osvojiš, ali Worlds je mnogo važniji trofej.
Even with the lethality build in the late game is absolutely terrifying. So it's understandable that they are going to put their focus there. They do have now the push control in this mid lane. They're looking forward to this Chemtech Dragon that's going to be up in 40 seconds.
It's a two-item Gwen here before Zeus has hit his two-item spike, and going to get control over this bottom wave here. Elyoya does get spotted here on the top side of the map, so that's going to give Hanwa a little moment of reprieve. See what they do opt to do for Zeka, who's backing and has TP.
Tako je, u suštini pare, da. Pare su kao glavna stvar, glavni motivator, mislim što jest.
There is a ghost used by Viper, throws out the Chains of Corruption. A little bit of a yellow Pete back in 2012, little maneuver there as it throws to Narnia.
Looks like, you know, the game plan to kill Viper just has not been a great success so far in this game.
Dobro, kako zovu ekipe na EWC, realno je...
Absolutely something that they achieved is now the fight is on. The flash forward from Delight as well, who finds the engage. Shockwave only onto one, but that one is very dead. And the re-engage not going to be an option. The Grand Starfall comes through as Peanut. Maybe a little bit of an overextension is never mind. Merwin getting in amongst the thick of things. But the flash out from Zeus is too good, and they're unable to take down Delight. The snap of the fingers here from HLE, and they find their target. Peanut throwing some buttons around, not going to be able to get super there, but...
Ovo je bilo neizbježno u ovom gameu. U nekom momentu da HLE samo svipuje fight.
Yeah, I mean that flashed over the top of something as well as he went in. It's basically owner from World.
Oh yeah, it's you know, we all know. Once again, Delight turning the game around.
Da, roster ovih ekipa, ljudi, vam je manje više, to jest ekipe koje igraju manje više iste ekipe koje su igrale MSI. Jedina razlika je što je plus Hanwa i plus Cloud9. Što ne menja nešto relativnu snagu turnira, mislim.
MKOI looks to try to turn, Delight just says no, and Elyoya is unable to crescent guard until too late, and he's dead, and then Supa is just pushed out of the fight as well. You can see there's no recourse here anymore. It's just way too split up. Hanwa Life Esports getting the jump there with Delight. Has a perfect KDA, nearly 100% KPs. MKOI gonna look for the Otacon?
Over the day as well. I think Delight's died once, and he's got most of the assists as well. So like most of the kills that have happened here for HLE. Another equalizer, great position once again for Zeus, but it's not a full commit. Chains of Corruption comes through, they get some roots, and Alvaro finds some charms as well. True Shot Barrage doing decent damage. That is Peanut finding the steal. As Elyoya, he's angry, but he just gets Magnet Stormed and destroyed. They'll sacrifice their Varus, but it looks like HLE still happy with the fight. They get the objective, and they're looking to get even more. The three-man knock from Alvaro is decent.
Alvaro ponovo, a zašto Supa konstantno igra? Polako Supa, polako. Mislim da je Supa previše igra preko zida.
early, and he's going to need to really do some drifting, and it's not going to work as the ace comes through. And unfortunately, he's just not enough Vin Diesel to get out of that one.
Well, we came out of a replay, so I'm not entirely sure the exact full setup there that MKOI had for the Otacon, where they thought they had an angle there. They obviously were faster grouped, right? You can see it when we jump into this replay. But Hanwa Esports are just they're just one step away, right? And this is not enough damage to burst an Otacon down this early into the game. The equalizer is pretty high value here. And you can see at this point, Supa's pushed off to the side. He can't really offer any poke. And then Zayas just kind of walks in. And then obviously Peanut can just put his shield up here, look for the 50-50, gets the steal. And Merwin is chasing Viper, who flashes away. Yes, Viper is out of the fight and dies, but everything else is just so
ne AD carry samo tužan rol.
Kako ga je randavno
Bacio je flash, bacio je ghost i dalje umro od lika koji nema ni jedan mobility summoner spell. A bacio je 2 da proba da ga preživi.
Malo je tužno kad te lik rundownuje predmetom koji se koristi u igri papir, kamen, makaze. Baš je depresivno.
Nije gas ni malo.
Of course, no one's keys are in danger after this game, but they get closer and closer if you do lose. So they do have to be a little bit careful, but I guess you can relax somewhat. Just glad that spirits are up, as we can see. HLE now moving towards this inner turret, towards the top side of the map, and it really feels like they have garnered a whole lot of control as they move to just over a 3,000 gold lead. Alvaro goes in, and Peanut will take a fair bit here as Super does have that 2-item spike completed and a cheeky longsword on top of it. So the Ezreal is still somewhat scary, but the red gold leads, Wolf, have gone away.
They certainly have. You know, we saw a bit of an extra split push there for JoJo in the bottom lane moments before, but, you know, this is now answered by Zayas here. They defended pretty well. You know, there's no Baron or anything like that, but it's not HLE starting to break open the map completely. They have some deep vision that had to be cleared there on the top side, but it's a good job there clearing that away by MKOI as well. And I think there's one fight left for MKOI in this one. You know, one real try.
Oh dear.
After that, I think it might just be lights out, though, if they end up botching it. As HLE are being relentless with their pressure, they're going back to clear that vision I was just talking about there on the top side. And setting up for
ne znam što način Mirvin još igra, sad cijeli ovaj plavo raspada ovdje. Ali opet koliko se zino možda radiš takav i Herod, ako ne uvatiš Snowball, samo nisi toliko jak.
Baron and Dragon are spawning at the same time as well, and like you were about to say, JoJo is there towards the bottom side trying to put some pressure back.
He has to do stuff like this so that he can pull Hanwa Life's 4-man away.
Oh no, the Mega Cone of death, as JoJo does get the flash off and gets the equalizer and just realms his way out. Never mind, he was never in danger, he was fine.
Out of his survival here. I mean, he had to use a lot, and there's not like a you know, an Orianna that's too pushed up in the top lane or anything that they can punish. You know, Zeka's just chilling, and so, you know, he pulled Hanwa down, put the pressure away from their side of the map there, the red side of the map where they were taking that vision away, but it ultimately means very little. It means they get a little bit of vision around the Baron pit. And, you know, JoJo survives, that's a small win. He's actually so far away from his Rod of Ages completing. It's going to be a lot of experience he picks up when it does, but yeah, I don't know if there's a real fight here for MKOI. They have the better prio right now. Hanwa are not going to trade for Baron. They want this soul.
Well, they're going to see what MKOI are up to here in the river. Zayas also moving around for a flank angle as JoJo gets some vision down. Zayas not wanting to face check, but still in position to get an ulti off and does have the flash to try and get over that wall. Peanut looking for a bit of an angle, just going to break that blast cone to not allow any of that funny business. True Shot Barrage not going to quite connect.
Dobar, True Shot Barrage da dobije informaciju, bar gde se ko nalazi i sad znaju protiv koga i kako se biju. A Zeus zna šta se dešava sa Mirvinom. Evo sad nije dobro za KOI. Ok, sad je dobro. Mirvin polako gubi ult, to je malo problem. Opet je Alvaro, ali Alvaro je možda najbolji individualac u KOI. Opet insane engage, opet insane disengage, opet izašao out, njegov tim je malo izrifovito.
Al džabe, da.
two are on the floor here for MKOI, but they do deny the soul.
If it was a more even game state, some of these plays from Avaro
Mada mislim da ovaj Soul nije toliko relevantan.
Might be right, man. This guy's real good.
But I mean, the setups are so good. His CC has been phenomenal. He's had so many multi-knockups, big charms. But the follow-up distance in there, so they're playing for the 50-50, right?
Lepo je rekao i naš kolega Caster ovde. Mislim, Alvaro stvarno jako lepo igra.
Ma, Alvaro je najbolji support u Evropi. Pazite, roll, cleansa, engage, disengage, instant. Možda je Jojo Baron što je teo supiti da ovaj auto. Opa, da je Alvaro. Opa, grafika za teamfight damage radi.
That one was being held in the last fight, so it didn't have it available. And so HLE now with a purple buff and looking very, very strong, moving towards these side lanes,
and
trying to get that pressure on.
You know, it starts to feel like you have to draft the obituary because with Baron buff here and the amount of map control that Hanwa Esports already had, it just becomes impossible to play out looking for vision control anymore, looking for side lane pressure with this Ryze Gwen. Now, Merwin, once upon a time, we could talk about what this Gwen could do if left unchecked with a Realm Warp on top of her. You could force a lot of cool fights, but now she just is catching waves. The same with Jojo, of course, who's now 2 minutes away from finishing that Rod of Ages at 29 minutes into this game.
Oh, man.
It's it starts to feel a little bit hopeless unless Hanwa Esports just kind of base check or overextend. Their opportunities are limited. They really are.
Yeah.
Itemization-wise, I mean, look at Orianna. I mean, sitting on, about to be a death cap here, full stacks on the Dark Seal.
Maybe this is the time where you can find an angle just before that Hat of Doom comes in for the Orianna, because that is going to be where things
Ne znam koji ugao traže. Krug je trenutno za njih. Pitaju će da završi kroz bot ili će da...
Tamo nađe dobar idej. Kako su lepo snowballovi sa Pantheon, Varus.
Pa ljudi, pa ne znam baš kako je to imalo smisla. Ne znam li mi je neko rekao da Orianna ulti pokriva Ryze ulti radius. Ako Ryze ultaš u protivnike, samo će Orianna stavi loptu u centar i klikne R.
Ali ovaj game.
As HLE diving Nexus turrets now is a little bit of an
Very Alvaro.
Supa, ne mislim, ovi su svi low, ali Supa baš nema neki wave clear. Alvaro, mrtav, Supa, mrtav. 21-8, dobro, mislim, ajde. Realno niko ne očekivao će ovde koji da dobije Hanwu, tako da imaće i dalje šanse da se vrate nazad u...
Osvim solidan ugao.
Bar u main event, ne?
Pazi, da, ali mislim igrali su jako lepo lige protiv Hanve, tako da ne možemo da ih krivimo potpuno nešto. Mislim da je Hanva samo izuzetno dobar tim koji eto nije otišao na MSI, ali i dalje jako blizu levela T1-a i levela Genjija. Tako da svako treba se plaši Hanve, mislim jednako koliko se plaši i T1 i Genjija.
Hanva je otišla u playoff, to jest u knockout fazu, I guess. Sad ću samo da vidim tačno ko igra, kaže seed A1, B1. To znači da Hanva ide na BLG ili na AL. Valjda. To jest da, na jedno na ta dva. Ili na BLG ili na AL. Genji i T1 su prvi seedovi svakako, ali... imat ćemo pauzicu, pauza verovatno 20 minuta, ne znamo još, ništa nam ne javljaju. A sljedeći game je Fly vs G2, tako da biće interesantno, iskreno ne možemo da malo ne navijamo zamere tu jer ono Bipo Inspire protiv Evrope je uvek fun. Tako da odosmo na pauzu 20 minuta i vraćamo se nazad sa gameom broj 5.
But they still have a chance. They're not eliminated just yet. Yeah, not just yet. They can still fight for their lives and for their key as well. But now we've got Fancy standing alongside with Zeus for the interview. Let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are back on stage with our Amazon winner interview. We have Zeus here after an amazing win. So, first of all, I do want to ask, you guys have done very well during the year. You might have missed MSI, but you've been able to come back here with a clean win, and now you're heading to the quarterfinals. Is there a particular team that you're looking to face?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI를 진출을 실패하셨지만 그래도 이렇게 또 EWC에 또 오게 되면서 좋은 성적으로 또 이렇게 8강에 진출하게 되셨습니다. 이번 플레이오프 때 상대하고 싶은 좀 팀이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 MSI 진출하지 못하게 된 것은 저희가 실력이 좀 부족해서 못했다고 생각하고 그래도 전년도에 T1이 우승을 해서 저희가 이제 나갈 수 있게 되어서 굉장히 운이 좋다고 생각했고요. 그리고 이제 쟁쟁한 팀들이 많이 있는데 이제 뭐 한국 팀이나 중국 팀 다 꺾어야 우승할 수 있다고 생각해서 다 꺾고 우승하고 싶습니다.
So yeah, missing MSI was our own fault because we didn't perform well. And that being said, T1 won last year. I think that's the reason why we're here at the EWC. So props to T1. And that also reminds me of our challenges towards the playoffs because I think we need to beat all the top 4 teams in the MSI. So that being said, I want to face every single team and just win it all.
Well, can't wait to see what happens in the quarterfinals, but you did win the trophy once last year with a different banner, and now you're looking to prove yourself with this roster. How would it feel for you to be able to lift this trophy again?
마침 또 작년 우승 얘기가 나왔는데 그래도 작년 우승 멤버시고 챔피언이시잖아요. 그런 의미에서 이제 또 다른 로스터와 다른 팀으로 또 이렇게 우승에 도전하게 되시는데 이런 우승을 하시게 된다면 좀 어떤 의미가 있을지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 작년에 우승을 했었던 당시에도 정말 힘들게 우승을 했었기 때문에 올해도 우승을 하게 된다면 매우 힘들 것으로 예상이 되고요. 그래도 하게 된다면 그냥 너무 기쁠 것 같습니다.
Yeah, since it was very challenging last year as well, so I think this is going to be also a big challenge for me this year. But still, that being said, it will be also exciting when I lift the trophy.
Absolutely, can't wait to see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fancy, with the translations by Maddox. Great to hear from the God of Thunder himself on the Rumble, toasted the opponents here and able to get the victory over Movistar KOI. And we got Finn here taking a deep breath. Shouldn't feel too bad here. It's Hanwa Life Esports. Yeah, this is a great team.
I don't know, I feel like they had it after that early game. I feel like MKOI came in swinging and I feel like they did so many good things, but time and time again, sometimes they get a little bit sloppy defending the place of Hanwa Life, overreaching a little bit too much, and I feel like they were their own enemy because I feel like MKOI could have had it, and that's what makes it so frustrating.
This is a story we've seen so many times where like a Western team will come in against an Eastern team like Hanwa Life Esports, and they'll perform really well in like the first 10, 15 minutes and be like, hey, they're bringing it to them, they're playing really well, and then they make like 1 or 2 mistakes here and there, and then just the consistency of Hanwa Life Esports just smacks them down, and the team fighting was insane. We'll get to some of the highlights later of like delights and gauges and stuff like that, but you can't afford to make any mistakes against them. But big props to MKOI. They made it interesting for quite a while. I think that HLE had a bit of a slow start, but also they were trying to be proactive, and MKOI was like, no, we actually take you down. So it was pretty interesting for a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah, I like the fact that I think it was Atlas that called it out, being like, the plan to try and kill Viper was not working for MKOI, and then they would just accept a peanut kill, a couple of peanut kills there early on, but then eventually at the team fights, it was too close to equal, and then things didn't quite work out.
Yeah, monster game by Delight, I would say. Like, his engages, like I said this 2 years ago, I said it last year, and I will say it again. I think Delight is one of the best, if not the best, engaged support in the world. And I feel like when he gets stuff like Rel, stuff like Rakan, he just finds these angles out of nowhere, and he always makes sure his team is set up really well in the team fights.
Yeah, right here, Alvaro tries to get the engage, does not get it, asking for someone for a battle dance, and Delight sees it right away.
I mean, it's just insane the angle he finds. Like they were saying on the cast, I think Wolf was breaking down the replay where it's like, it doesn't look like he's looking for that angle, but the instant that it forms, he sees it and he just turns the play on its head, and the follow-up is immediately there. Like the crispness of the follow-up as well. You know, obviously the flashy play was from Delight, but the fact that everybody immediately presses their buttons right on top was really cool to see.
What is something that you like to see built upon by MKOI after this loss?
Let me think about it. I do like their draft. I mean, I didn't really like the Rice pick, but I like the rest of the draft, and I like how proactive they are to cross map. But a lot of the times when MKOI was making, like, they had a play making topside with Alvaro and Jojo, and then they had Elyoya to defend bot side to make sure Mirwin doesn't get Dovin. What happens then is that Mirwin and Elyoya splits up for a short bit, and then HLA insta-punish and kills Elyoya, and then sadly Mirwin follows as well. So I feel like when they defend the plays of the opponent's team, they need to be way more coherent. They need to be playing on the same screen, doing the same play at the same time, to make sure those creative plays by Alvaro to like attack side lane doesn't get too punished.
Well, here's one more time that they were making plays on the same screen over at the Otacon at 21 minutes.
Yeah, and look here, look at the rumble ult being used, and here MKOI feels very pressured to turn the fight because they feel like they're getting chunked, they're being approached on, and then Alvaro turns the trigger, but the Pantheon E eats up so much of the damage, and he's just been taking so much damage from the Otacon. He has lost so many resistances. Mirwin tries to make a Herculean task here, trying to finish off the Orianna, but I think when all his teammates are already dead, it's a little bit too hard for him to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of him that was very fed, right? The rest of the team was doing okay for themselves. They weren't that far behind, but when the fight gets broken up that much and your main carry is out of the fight for so long against Viper, who was like doing okay, but he took Mirwin out of the fight essentially. It wasn't on purpose, but he baited him very far away, and then the actual core of Hanwa Esports got so much done over the Otacon fight, even without the rumble ult.
I feel like you can appreciate the idea from MKOI and dropping the Herald as well to try and put multiple different variables in the decision-making way of Hanwa Esports, but they chose right. They got themselves the victories. We take a look at the updated bracket here. It is Hanwa Esports moving to the knockout stages, so LCK will get all 3 seeds on in as expected. So congratulations to Hanwa Esports. Movistar KOI will have to wait until tomorrow to see who they will face and if they will be able to qualify. They do have one more chance, and in just 2 more games in Group B, we will see CFO against GAM for their tournament lives. However, in just a little bit, we now have our Group A qualification, which is going to be a very interesting one here. FlyQuest up against G2, another European matchup here. How do you feel?
After watching the games today, I came in today a little bit defeatist. I was like, man, I hope we don't repeat the mistakes from MSI. I always want to see my teams play well, you know. Now, I'm up here. I am on cloud 9. I am the one flying across, above the clouds, and I think G2 is actually coming in as my personal favorites after seeing them both play earlier today. I thought both FlyQuest and C9 looked a little bit too jet-lagged, maybe. I feel like they were really slow and a little bit clunky in their setups, and they weren't really proactive. Meanwhile, I saw a G2 that was revitalized and a Broken Blade that's finally playing as we expect him to. Like Broken Blade, he is this creative strong force in the top lane and has been for G2 for so many years now. And the fact that he had such a slump during MSI was unfortunate, but if he's in this form, I expect him to be able to go toe-to-toe with Whippo and overforce him.
Final thoughts, Valdez, before we head to a break to set up that matchup?
Yeah, I do feel like G2 did look strong, but I also feel like Furia didn't really give them much of a challenge. You know, it did feel like G2 looked great, but also you have to consider that, you know, it wasn't really the biggest match for them as Furia. They are a better team than what they showed in that 1 best-of-1. For FlyQuest, definitely messy as well, but I think it's going to be close. I would still favor G2 actually in this one. I think they should be able to get the win, but I don't know. FlyQuest is a really strong team, and they beat them in MSI as well.
Not enough North America bias here on the desk, so we're going to take a short break. Get Meteosani in here to defend FlyQuest, which feels weird after FlyQuest beat Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Medios for another matchup. NA versus EU. It is FlyQuest against G2 in our qualification match. Again, winner of this will move on to the knockout stage. Loser still has a second chance in the second chance qualification match. But you want to get it done now, Finn.
Yeah, you don't want to go down there. In best of ones, you don't know what's going to happen. So getting this win for G2 will be quite nice for them. Not would, will. Notice my word choice there. I mean, I think just like the less variants you can get through it, the better for you. Like, you don't want to end up in a elimination best of one. You don't really know how that could go. So taking this victory right now would be paramount.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be too overconfident. G2 did win a game, you know. Congrats to them. It's been a while. But I still think FlyQuest is pretty good. I think G2 did get Pantheon in their win, and that champion seems pretty strong. He's been doing a lot of winning. I don't know if FlyQuest will let him have it.
I mean, it's just hard for me to take FlyQuest serious right now, just because like they had to play against NA team, so I can't really take much away from their victory there. So I don't know. I think G2 probably has it.
All right, let's take a look at the lineups here. For G2, it is the ones that you've come to know and love over 2025. Broken Blade, Skumon, Caps, Hansama, and Lebrov. And again, we had a lot of eyes in the top side of the map due to the MSI matchup, the Warwick gameplay. Broken Blade was Gigo, but Broken Blade put those fears to rest with a dominant performance.
Yeah, I think in MSI, it was a lot about top lane that we were looking at. But when I think about the MSI matchup between these two teams, my worry lies a little bit with Skumon. Because I think Inspired in that series against G2, he was just on a tear. He was playing so well. and he was just everywhere on the map, getting everything done, just reading the map so well, always being one step ahead of Skumond. So I really hope maybe if Broken Blade can keep his form up as he did against Furia, maybe he can help Skumond a little bit to kind of get through those rough stages of the game.
Yeah, G2 definitely looked better, especially Broken Blade. You know, he faced a lot of criticism in MSI. He kind of had not his best tournament, but he had a great game against Furia just earlier today. And so I think it's something FlyQuest definitely has to look out for. And like you said, I feel like the jungle matchup is still going to be very, very FlyQuest favored. And in their previous series where FlyQuest won 3-0, they put a lot of priority into getting Inspired a good jungle matchup, one that he could just bully early game, and basically just control where Skumond can go, control where his team can pressure, and you know, just get individual leads as well. So I think that's definitely what FlyQuest is going to look to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to this G2 roster, you have to find a way to get some early leads here, because we know how Inspired can run away with the game if they get ahead. And we talked to Broken Blade earlier. The goal, a side goal for G2, is to prove that they can beat an Asian team, a team from the East, and to do so, they got to get a win now. They can only play the opponents in front of them. First match against Furia, now with an opportunity against FlyQuest. And standing by right now with Kitty is Broken Blade for deeper insights on this matchup.
Welcome to the second round. We have G2 Broken Blade by my side. You guys are going against FlyQuest. First of all, thoughts, opinions, thoughts. What are you going to expect out of this game?
Excited. We were kind of hoping to play FlyQuest anyways, because they beat us last time. So now we have a chance for revenge, which we are going to take.
And honestly, be real, between you and Bwipo, who is better at yapping?
Well, I think we might have to have a yapping contest at some point. I do think his yapping is very natural, you know, he can, but I think I can contest him very hard there, so maybe we have to battle ourselves outside of this game in yapping session, you know?
Yeah, you guys can yap outside of game and then inside the game. I wanted to ask, so what do you think makes FlyQuest so competitive right now? Because they've had this really big resurgence from the last 2 years.
I think they are very good at swapping their pieces around the map, especially in the early game between top and bot lane. They do it every game, if you notice. They did it against us as well. We kind of got caught off guard. The duo lane, they like to freeze the wave a lot. They like to deny a lot of creeps. And for me as a top laner, that's not nice, so I have to avoid that today. I'm gonna do everything to avoid that, so.
All right, praying for BB's lane. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty. I love it that she had to make sure that Broken Blade was being real before she got the thoughts and opinions and thoughts of Broken Blade, both inside and out of the game. But always good to hear from Broken Blade and the insights on his opponent in Bwipo, who is just a charismatic leader. He is the one that drives this team forward. He is the one that sets the standard for FlyQuest.
Can he really out-yap Bwipo? I don't know if that was a little bravado or if Broken Blade is truly a yapper, but if there's one thing Bwipo can do, is it is talk. Like,
I mean, I will say that I'm a little bit delusional about Europe sometimes, but I think Broken Blade's delusion there was a bit too far. Like, you're not out-yapping the Yapmeister 3000, but I will say that after what I saw today, Bwipo looked a little bit shaky. Like, okay, Broken Blade praised him earlier today as a very smart player, but the Bwipo I saw today against C9 was a Bwipo that, sure, he was strong in the game, but he made a lot of individual mistakes. He kept walking in, kept getting caught, and I want to see G2 kind of hone in on this. I want to see if they can try to catch FlyQuest during their setups, because I think FlyQuest is a team that when every cog works well, that's when they are working hard machine. I know what I'm going with there, but when FlyQuest don't get their proper setup, that's when they can sometimes fumble. That's when sometimes they get too over-eager, and that's sometimes where they fumble.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, right, just kind of making sure that they're pushing the right amount and not biting off more than what they can chew in terms of the engages, in terms of you know, pushing the tempo. It's all right, you got the tempo lead based off wave state, then head on down, maybe take a Drake, don't push it after that. And you could hear the thought process in Busio's interview as well when we asked, hey, what are the reasons why you swap lanes when you have priority on the bottom side of the map, Drake is up, and they think about the lane state, they think about where they are in terms of the game state and their champions, and it sounds like it's the right type of questions to be asking for a team that wants to find international success, that wants to find, be able to play against some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, from what Busio told us, it almost sounded like you just swap. You know, there were so many conditions, and it was like, if any of these conditions are true, you swap. So it kind of feels like, because that's what we saw at MSI, there was a lot of swapping, especially early on, even at times where it didn't totally make sense to me. But I guess if, you just want to get some sort of advantage, deny their top laner. And I think also just the element of surprise, because like Broken Blade was saying, they weren't ready for it. They weren't used to it. And I know for a long time, those kind of macro things, that if one team understands how to do a swap correctly and the other doesn't, you can fall really, really far behind from that. So it sounds like G2 is going to be more prepared for it this time, and, maybe they'll have a better answer.
A little over a minute before we head on down to the stage. So, Medios, I'm going to you first. Tell me how FlyQuest gets this done over G2.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too tough. I think they just get inspired on a good jungle matchup. They get everyone else on comfort. And, we saw it 3 times last week, or 2 weeks ago, however long. I don't know.
Look, I know G2 has better solo laners than FlyQuest, and I know G2 are very clever on the map. I know G2 is going to take this game. Why? Because they will play these side lanes masterfully. They're going to unlock caps, and he's going to run circles around Quid, and he will be so this is going to run into a wall and get smacked. I think also G2 has just taken so many lessons. As you said, these swaps, they won't get these easy leads anymore like they got at MSI. I think G2 has really evolved.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out in just a little bit. We were ready to send you to the stage, and we've got a little bit more time here on the desk. So hang tight. We'll get you there in just a little bit, and all the information once we get updated ourselves. Let's go down to a matchup that you want to see here, Medios, like just head-to-head. Obviously inspired, going up against Skumond is one that I think is FlyQuest's favorite, but what is one that you're afraid of here when in terms of for G2 side?
Oh, I think obviously G2's biggest strength is going to be mid lane. I think Caps, he's just such a good player. And one thing that I think kind of went wrong for them at MSI is potentially overvaluing the TF. I think, it's funny when you listen to all these pro teams talk about Twisted Fate and Callista, the champions that just didn't get a single win at the entire tournament. Everyone's kind of coping, being like, well, the champion's actually not bad. It's just, XYZ reasons.
Yeah, bad state, it's played by the other team.
Yeah, bad losing teams. It wasn't a good situation for it. But I think, you could kind of use that argument for any champion ever. I think some champs are just not as strong as others, and I think TF was kind of overvalued, and it didn't work out very well for G2 or any other team playing it. So I think if they move away from that and put Caps, on champions he's more comfortable with, champions that can, snowball lane and carry team fights, it'll go a lot better for them. So I think Quad's got a pretty big challenge ahead of him going up against Caps. So yeah, that's definitely something they need to watch for.
And Finn, same question to you. Now you got what lane or matchup are you most worried about for FlyQuest?
Yeah, I already spoke a little bit about the jungle, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I also think that I am so impressed with Mazu in team fights. I feel like he has such a big presence as the game goes on. And for me, that is something that I don't want to allow him to get into that position. I want him to attack Mazu early, so he's he doesn't end up in those positions when he's even around 30 minutes, 25 minutes. That's when he is so dangerous. So I really want him to try to shut down that early, because in laning phase, I have more faith towards Hansama. But once the game goes on, I actually think Mazu has a slight edge there.
High praise here. High praise here.
He's
for
very good.
The EU-sided fan. We have the fallen kings of Europe trying to find their way back to reclaim their crown up against the reigning champs of North America. FlyQuest versus G2, a budding rivalry between the Atlantic. They do battle here at the Esports World Cup for a spot in the knockout phase.
Another crucial quarter-final spot is up for grabs, and it is between two regions with recent history.
It's NA versus EU once again, but this time it's personal. They faced off earlier this month at MSI, and the result was very dramatic.
The winners of that one called it a statement. The losers, a bad day in the office. Whatever it was, it's time to run it back in a best of one.
Absolutely. So let's welcome our first team. And this team, they've sent their North American rivals down to the lower bracket. Can they do the same to their European foes? It's FlyQuest.
A win here locks them in among the greats. It's one of Europe's most iconic clubs looking to step up into the quarterfinals. It's G2. Buckle up for our last upper bracket battle of the night. Let's get into it with our casters who'll call the action.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those introductions. And man, a rematch this quickly is not something we generally see after a team is knocked out of an international tournament. This is an absolute treat to see whether G2 can grab some revenge.
Yeah, looking for redemption here for sure. And, you know, FlyQuest played a pretty unique game leading into this, right, to go to the upper bracket here. Very slow scaling Azir gameplay. I do not think that G2 are going to give them the opportunity to play that champ again. I don't think the Pantheon is going to be seen in this game either. I think both of those champs are going to hit the ban list, probably on red side. But how the draft develops is going to be quite interesting because I feel like obviously so far in this tournament we haven't seen Caps' champion pool fully unlocked, something that we know over the course of his extremely long and successful career he has such a massive list of. Maybe that could be an angle here in this draft, because just letting Quad sit back and scale slowly to a 5,000 goal lead I don't think is on the cards here for G2.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the game plan on G2's side, and I think that especially in that best of 5 that they played against FlyQuest earlier at MSI, I felt like almost every draft was just a bit wrong. When I was looking at it, when we were watching it, it just felt like something was missing. And you can imagine that they have retconned that extensively since their last look-in. And of course, like blaming draft, that's cope, all that sort of stuff, absolutely true. FlyQuest played way better on the day. But I think that there are certainly some adjustments as far as the champions picked that is going to be pretty important to look at here for G2 as well, going into this matchup that is still very fresh in their minds. Of course, it's upper bracket. No one's going home after this one, but this gets you into the knockout stage immediately, and you don't need to even worry about your key getting destroyed in the next matchup.
To be able to go to knockouts through this matchup, to do it in G2's way to prove that they are the stronger team, they've done it twice, or rather in FlyQuest's way, to do it twice the same way. For G2's case, to get revenge, to do it, to go, would feel so good. And, you know, moving into this, it's a best of one, right? Strategies, tricks that these teams might have up their sleeve are going to be quite valuable here. Pantheon's gone, right? Yeah. I imagine the Azir will be that final ban here alongside the Varus for the side of G2, unless there's a counter pick that Caps has in mind. If Quad's just going to first pick it, they're going to look for that scaling Azir once again. I feel like it wasn't about the Azir as much as it was about the game state and how slow that one was played out. But still, I think it's a ban worthy of respect. And instead, they'll just ban the Talia.
That's super weird, because I'm thinking that this is just a definite Azir lock-in. They are hovering Kai'Sa for now, but I don't think that is going to be the first pick. Priority on that is not necessarily that high. And if it ain't broke, just don't fix it. I would recommend just locking in that Emperor of Shurima and letting Quad do it again. That is precisely what's going to happen.
And I don't think this is an accident or a mistake necessarily. I think Caps has
just
something
lock
prepared.
Akali again. Yeah, Caps just going to lock Akali again. We'll run it back.
Silas, question mark?
Yeah, no, it's Akali Nefiri, straight out the gate. Let's go.
They don't have to show their hand here. Obviously, they can look for a bigger prio jungler. They're just going to slam the Annie, though, instead. So can go for the Annie Xinjiao.
I'd like Annie Wukong for something.
Annie Wukong, also good. Annie Viego was a common pairing, but I would not prefer it in this particular draft.
I think Annie Poppy also makes a lot of sense just because the Azir has been locked in already. Inspired looked great in their last game on that champion, and it felt like that had that sense of inevitability as Skimont hovering his signature pick in the Nunu just for a moment, but will be then locking away.
Čekaj, me čujete možda?
And that's
Čujete, čujete, ja?
managed to get through the draft that we didn't quite mention because they're used to it just being taken away or snapped up first pick every
Evo
single
nas
time.
nazad. Game broj 5 za danas.
A pick like the Xinjiao in team fights, but the pick potential this comp already has with the Annie setup is really strong.
Ovo je onaj čuveni Azir Nidali komp.
Aha.
Nisi čuo?
Onaj nabaciš ga na koplje.
Tako je, i onda baciš Azira i onda on šurima šapu. Onaj setup za Azira komp, čuveni, kako ne znaš. Kako ne možeš da razumeš? Rumble, dobro, Rumble, ovaj kombo. Star koliko i vatra. Star koliko i Rumble ulti radi damage, ajde.
To sam kao vatra, Rumble, imalo je smisla, imalo je smisla.
Da, razumete? Karma banda, Karma očigledno samo postaje highest prio ikada. I ja sam ubeđen da je to zbog lane prio. Odakle je FlyQuest iz Amerike? To jest LTA, to je sada Južna i Severna Amerika zajedno, bez Brazila. Brazil ima svoju regiju. Znači ono što je nekada bio ostatak Južne Amerike, odakle je dolazio tipa... Jel Pain bio odatle ili Pain bio iz Brazila? Pain bio iz Brazila.
Brazil, Pain, da.
Znate one druge ekipe?
One druge, one dole, da.
One. Te. Zašto se ne igra toliko u novim meti? Znaš da Nikola nemam odgovor na to? Pogotovo što se uvijek igra s nekim drugim buildom. Neko igra full burst, neko igra nešto pola-pola, rijetko ko builda Rayla, iako ja mislim da je to najviše broken. Kao, laka je za egzekuciju. Nema toliko loših match-upova. I stvarno, Eni je najosnovniji control mage, recimo. Mada malo i burst mage, zavisi kako buildaš. Ali tako bi trebalo da bude sa svim control mageovima. Ali Caps je meni katastrofa na Eni. Mislim katastrofa.
I think that the Draven that you mentioned, the more I think about it, the more I like it. Because they do have just a lot of damage from like level 6 onwards, right? Yeah. In this composition.
You just snowball.
Yeah, you can certainly facilitate getting some of those resets, or at least some of those adoration stacks cashed in. But that is going to be the Rakan, the lock-in first.
Da, sviđa mi se kako nas podsjećaju zašto ne volimo non-fearless.
Kalista Renata works really well for FlyQuest now, though, with the lock-in of this Rakan.
I think you just lock Jinx. I think you try and deny Xayah Rakan by locking like something like a Jinx, or instead they're thinking.
Oh, it does, you know.
Jhin works well when you have this front line.
Four letters starting with J.
I mean, Jhin is very strong for both.
Alistar,
right? Let's see the Alistar to get locked here first. And they're thinking about that
Xayah, jel tako?
a little bit more.
Jel tako?
Xayah, da.
Ne, kolega, MF, bre. Kako smo zaboravili?
Očigledno, da, očigledno MF.
Očigledno MF za maso.
Očigledno MF fulling each comp, da.
Tako je, ovo je vrlo obvious MF. Dobar matchup će možda dobiti na botu ukoliko tako odluče. Da, znam, Xayah mi je dalje bolje od Jhina.
Xayah i tijekave, tako da.
Da.
Like a Zeri, I feel like is not out of the question here for Hansa.
Možda žele da igraju Xayah.
Could be an option. I just see Rakan.
Možda su fuzonu Hansama nije dobra Xayah.
I think that they're probably just going to
I don't like it though.
I like it less, but I mean it's just what's going to happen. As the good old lovers
Hansama čovjek koji igra ono Kogmova kad ga niko živ ne igra. Ne vidim zašto samo ne bi uzeo Xayah. Lakše je za igru od pola heroja koje Hansama igra na kompetitivu.
I think Fly has almost zero damage, and I'm really worried.
So I agree with you, but I think the damage that Quad will have later on can make up for it. Especially with the front line of this Renekton and Sejuani. I like FlyQuest draft way more Because when I look at the draft of G2, it's got a serious range problem. You've got a lot of engage, and yes, Jhin is relatively immobile, but you have to get past the Alistair. You got to get past the Sejuani, you got to get past the Renekton, and this Xayah has an ultimate that can get you out of dodge, can get you out of the Renekton maybe, can get you out of the Sejuani, but you're going to be sitting on top of those Sand Soldiers in a team fight. You have no range, and FlyQuest could just sit back and fire away with this Jhin, and that's where I get most concerned. I think for the side of G2, you need to be constantly forcing fights. You have to have vision.
Šta kažemo ovdje? Za koga navijemo, ko nam je favorit?
Ja navijam za FlyQuest, to se zna. I favorit mi je FlyQuest, what do you mean? What do you mean, kolega? Kako je to retoričko pitanje bilo?
I guess.
Jeli, Miloše, šta je bilo ovo?
I guess.
Show me.
A ne znam šta ti kažeš.
The I've decided that you're dead button in the Vi. That's
I've
why
decided
she's so
you're dead button.
permanently
Dobro.
banned most of the time is because you just so very easily get to decide when you want to kill someone, when you want to fight.
I mean, I think these comps have completely different identities, which is super exciting. Yeah. You know, you have the late game Azir, the range versus I'm running at you. It's a question of can
Ako krenem da vam pevam u nekom momentu, to je da sam pustio sebi tihu muziku u pozadini i mora da treba mi vremena da se naviknem da ne smijem da pevam u programu. Tako da, nemojte da mi zamerite.
Ne, nešto više, to je ono... Ja insistiram.
Da.
Ma da.
Zapravo sam shvatio da, pošto ja slušam muziku 16 sati dnevno, da zapravo ne može da me omete. Jer sam navikao da mi je u pozadini, kao ne smeta mi dok pričam, ne smeta mi dok slušam tebe, ne smeta mi ništa, jer je tiha. I onda kao zašto samo umjesto background noise-a koji je tišina i game ne bi imao ono kastere i preko da mi peva neke lepe pesme.
Istina. Podržavam.
Dobro, za mene je čak i okej da mutujem kolege kastere, zar ne? Da se oni neće ljutiti na mene.
Ma da, možda.
Ali ti si u obavezi da me obaveštavaš da kažu nešto što će da me zanima.
Da, to sam teo ti kažem, eventualno ja ću ti preneti ako nešto lupe.
Hvala ti. To je jako važno. Mi imamo sreću tu, pa nas druge kolege ne slušaju da mogu nama to da rade, ali mi druge kolege slušamo.
Yeah, this is very interesting actually. Is Cap's going to be moving forward.
Nažalost nismo videli mi Fortune od Masua. Ne znam što da vam kažem povodom toga. Izgubio sam.
I meni nije jasno zašto nisu uzeli MF.
That's an Atlas useless stat for you, everyone. You can have that for free.
We'll see a control of the bottom side brush from Masu and Lucio as Broken Blade is continuing to try to fish for these harpoons. We'll finally land a second one there. But let's see what happens with this level 1. Masu. And they hit that first shot, and I guess it won't really matter. But sometimes you get in that brush, and things change in the lane.
Yeah, and this I feel could actually just go really G2 favored. It's not exactly the most power. Of course, Jhin in lane is actually pretty strong, but level 1 Alistair is probably not what you want.
Ali ni Raka ne igra level 1 u lane, tako da je fine.
As Quad and Caps fighting once again. I feel like this is such great news for Quad though. His Azir was so good in the last game and he just gets to continue on down that same track. We'll see how he's going to do against Caps instead. Of course, different opposition. As I don't even, did Quad and Loki even play against one another at all?
Yeah.
Because I know that, you know, when Quad was Sulker, he did spend some time down in Challenger.
I think they just missed each other. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think they missed each other by a year. As Loki was a bit of a later come up there on Hanwa Life. As down here in this bottom lane, like you said, the Alistair level 1 a little bit weak. LeBrov's, you know, doing some great sustain. Also gonna get that bouncing grenade.
Realno da je Xayah bila dobar pik i za FlyQuest i da su i dalje uzeli Jhina, sigurno su očekivali da protivnik uzme Xayah. Tako da za ovaj matchup enemy botlane mora bude spreman. Sam zanimljivo šta očekuju od njega. Ne mogu da ga stompaju. Ne bi trebalo ikada da mogu da budu solo killovani. Mislim 2 na 2 situacije. Tako da jako me zanima. I zanima šta će Caps da builda, pošto smo videli mnogo eni, odlično.
Izvini. Bacio im Power W na kripa.
Kako to nisam vidio?
And not going to quite silence himself just yet, but managing the heat really beautifully. And Whippo is just not allowed to head
BB pets.
Yeah, it's really well played by Broken Blade to punish the failed stun there. Unfortunately for Whippo, knows he probably got caught on cam with that one. It happens.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen, but it does happen to the best.
He did counteract it though with the emote very nicely as the double fold comes down here towards the bottom side. The Blade Caller not quite connecting onto Masu, but the heal is still going to have to be employed here by the Fly bottom lane as G2 fighting this one pretty aggressively. Broken Blade continuing to try and keep the pressure up as in goes Whippo. This time he's going to be able to find the stun. Permafrost coming down as well. I think Whippo is going to, sorry, Broken Blade is going to be absolutely fine, but still down to 200 health, might be teleporting early.
Da bi postanovo njegov umjesto Krip u ranijem trade, on bi ovdje manje više imao kill, ali ajde. Događaju se greške.
And Skewmond is lurking. It's not going to commit any further here. Does get that control ward up, but
a lot of vision that Whippo is going to be dealing with here towards the top side.
A lot of the early game between these squads has been a little bit of hands checking, a little bit of aggression on both sides. But if you look at the gold lead, I mean, it's 0-0, right? We don't have any big plates going down or anything like that, but it's a pretty significant lane lead across the board here for G2. Caps has a significant one in mid lane. You can see that, you know, Broken Blade was able to stem the bleeding there with the attempt from Inspired. He's just chilling, had a massive lead, had denied a ton of farm from Whippo. And these small advantages do stack up.
Yep, we got a bit of a lane swap coming on through here. As Midios was talking about before, sometimes there's like a million different reasons as to why you swap, but when in doubt, swap is kind of what I got from it. And that is what G2 is going to do. The
Dragon is dostane za XP-a koji ja nijem s Han samom, ali to je riski.
Is going to mean that that adds a little bit more power to the potential souls that we're going to see in this game. Only one Chemtech soul so far today is absolutely fine. Good work there, Orcs. Thank you for not inundating us with too many of those. As Busio coming on over, saying yeehaw in the mid lane because of the cowboy skin. So many times it is just the cowbell.
Yeah.
Right? Because like that skin is so cool. I mean, there's also like the war one that you know, Lehens and Beryl like to use, but we don't see the cowboy quite as much, and that was an old favorite. So I'm glad that we're bringing it back. Thanks, Busio.
Whippo trying to bait here is successful.
Ovo može bude, ne može. Bipo dobio 6. Ne dobio 6 iz ovoga kad je šerovano. A ne, ovaj, ja sam navikao da je ovaj timer kraći, gle koliki je, ne timer, nego ovaj bar, gle koliki je ovaj bar, da levo, bret.
And there's the Emperor's Divide. Cap selecting not to use the flash yet.
Clean.
And there's not quite enough damage on the table, so it doesn't actually have to at all. A 2v2 here.
Čekaj, jel Busio nije mogao da baci?
Quad and his cow.
Am I crazy? Busio not headbutt there? He was gonna headbutt.
Flash Q W I onda da ga sigurno ubijaju. Ovako holdovo W sve vreme.
Maybe he did use it to get on the pole and I just missed it, but either way.
Ok, dive na Masua. Hansama. Uff. Dobro je, nije dead. Q. Okay, clean.
Oh man, he thought he had the damage there on that fourth shot. I mean, that's all you have to hope for, right? He was able to just heal up barely with that pot to survive long enough to look for it, but this early in the game, he just did not have the damage there. Ultimately does die, using his summoner spells to try to trade one back. That's a huge lead that Hansama already has, you know, in terms of the 80 carries, and with him dying there, that lead will continue to grow. As it's the laning leads I mentioned earlier that continue to snowball here. It was 500 gold, and now with that kill going over, it's 1,500 gold here at just below 7.5 minutes in. As still looking for that kill onto Caps. Yeah, and he's just gonna ride out the storm.
Yep, cute little headbutt pull there from Busios. We've got some portal combat here.
Tedza ima bolje iteme, više farma. Si Masu odigrao kako mogu da odigrao ovdje, I guess. Labrov je jako pametno ušao bukvalno u radijus tog nokapa, pa onda nokapovo da bi ima manje vremena Masu da flashuje.
I think Labrov would have died without the heal as well. It was pretty fancy.
Masu wants to go and get that fourth shot, but like you said, the heal is required. Very close, not enough. Void grubs are going to spawn here as G2 look to take these out. They have so much control over this map right now. Caps is unable to join, but I just don't think there's enough FlyQuest here to deny.
Yeah, a bit of battle in the mid lane just to try and bully Quad away. But you can see FlyQuest still going to look for it. Master does have access to that curtain call like you were talking about. And Quad has the inside track. Finds the Empress Divide as well, but Broken Blade has made his way over the flash out.
Ovo na midu je interesantno, ali mislim da je Quad i dalje mrtav, zar ne? Nije valjda da ima dovoljno damage. Još tankuje, bravo.
As G2 grabs their second kill of the game.
And they get all the grubs as well on the top side of that fight. Caps is even going to pick up an extra plate for his trouble. And the lead here is just exploding for G2. Hold up, though.
Yeah, this could be one as they layer the CC real nicely. Lebrov still able to get himself out, though, and Hansama is free hitting. Inspired can't do anything.
Okay, Evropa, G2.
And G2, I think they
took that
3-0 at MSI pretty seriously. And personally, as you could understand,
they really look like they're ready for revenge here. As
Top, tako je Delko, play se desio na top.
Hansama's hit by the last one there.
There's the flash forward.
Znao sam će Busio da flasha.
Da, bro.
Da, Busio je mrtav. Ne znam zašto je ovo radio. Jedino ako su mu dali info za ne vrem. Ako su loš trakovali timer. Ja razumijem da je bilo flash Q, na flash Q si teže reaguje. Na flash double Q se reaguje. To reaguje Sign s pola gasa, na tako Sign. Ovo to 2013.
Da, ovo je to, pa sam već reagovao pre nego što je bacio spell.
Tako je, prediktovo si. To se tako zove, kad reaguješ pre nego što neko baci spell.
Hvala kolega, ja zaboravio.
Okej, ko prca se FlyQuest.
A Vipo ne ide na neki alfa build, to mi je krivo. Builda neke bruiser iteme na bruiser heroji, ne znam šta radi.
Doesn't have ult. He's going to flash, try and get himself out, but he's caught with the last bit of the knock-up here as the heal going to be utilized. Out goes Lebrov, and Bwipo will be absolutely fine.
Interesantan pokušaj od Labrov.
And he's looking a little worse for wear. Still,
I mean, he didn't die, so I mean, absolutely not dead.
Yeah. Absolutely alive, very alive. Is Lebrov not as alive as it turns out? Busio is going to be able to grab that one with a trample. And as we were singing the praises and saying words like insurmountable, the surmounting begins.
Yeah, well, it's a bit messy down there as a commitment on the Bwipo does fail. He flashes to get the slice and dice away, and then they stick around just a little bit too long there. Lebrov ends up being the one who bites the bullet there. As you can see, the gold difference over time by S&B here, it does shrink quite substantially. You know, we were looking at a 3,000, now we're looking at just a 1,500 here, so basically cutting it in half. That said, still a great position here for G2. Yep. And, I mean, we're moving into this mid-game where Hansama has a very, very strong position. They still have the point-click CC with the pies.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the FlyQuest are moving up. As we can see, Broken Blade in so much trouble. The Glacial Prison goes down. Not even close.
Solidno.
As he just cuts him
Sad je bio malo počeo da nam dana, iskreno.
Unfortunately, Masu is very well aware of the fact that since nobody was helping out topside there, he might be the next target. Is just going to let this wave crash into the turret and say, I'm not going to lose my life for this.
I mean, do you know what? I can feel Meteos backstage just like stroking his beard. He's like, no, it was never that G2 favored. Don't worry about it, guys.
It certainly, you know, is the lead is shrinking
just a little bit.
Sure.
Dobro.
Now, with that
Heal za move speed.
Just make sure he's able to
Au,
moguće da mu je slomio kolena.
Dobro, baš ga je prelomio na movement, što...
Moguće da mu je ovo uradio. Ovo je kao Ronaldinho skin u... Da, zato što nema ulti, bacio ga je za chase. Ej, no way, Busio igra svoj najbolji game u životu. Preživeo je. Nije zaslužio da preživi.
Nije.
What do you mean?
The big story that we weren't watching was the fact that Masu, like I said, he had to walk away from the turret because he's like, well, I'm not going to die. But he did just walk away from the turret and give up several waves, and then also lose his turret and couldn't farm the entire time. Yeah, so the Jhin really didn't like how all of that went to pass, unfortunately. As this gold lead here for Hansama is the biggest in the game by far at nearly 2,000 at this point. And the Xayah is ready to team fight.
Yeah, and I think I'm ready to get back on my original opinion of Jhin, which was that I just didn't like him very much. I gave him a bit of a pass for MSI, because he offered a fair bit of utility, right? If you add a lot of extra carries to the rest of the map, you do need your 80 carries to take the backseat. Not in this game. I don't think this is the game where Masu wanted to be on something like the Jhin.
I think the Jhin is an issue when the rest of the map is starting to fall apart and you're kind of left on the wayside by yourself.
You're right.
And I do think that when we come to team fights later on, because he's so far behind, he will look useless unless things change in a big way. I mean, because he's massively behind right now. It's going to be tough for Masu to kind of prove my point about the range and the way this team fight composition can work. But right now, if you're a Jhin anti, you're feeling pretty good because it just isn't looking like with this game state he's going to be able to do a whole lot. The lead here for Caps is pretty significant as well. And so getting to that game state for FlyQuest, the late game where they can come back into this one, it feels so far away.
Inspired ga kola jako.
Imagine, you know, a 35-minute game state where suddenly Quad is really hitting and they can fight the way they want around those big curtain calls from Masu, and Inspired is setting up big ultimates. There's a few opportunities here in this mid game, like for example the Herald that's spawning here for a big team fight win before things get too out of hand. But the window is certainly closing as G2 once again pulling into a significant lead now, nearly 2,000.
Well, Inspired is just going to be parked here in this brush. Labrov going to try and stop Lucio from getting in, but he still finds a two-man.
Skimo mora da flash out, mislim da ne stiže, da. A, joj, Inspired. Masu mora da flasha za njim, odlično. Čisto. FlyQuest ovo dobio u late-gameu, pa nije nemoguće. Mada ne skilluje najsjajnije ikada. Ali skilluju dosta lepo. Dosta je even scale u ovom gameu. Sejuani blago outscale ovaj, Azir blago outscale Annie, Rumble outscale Renektona. Rakan i Alistar su tu negde, možda Rakan blago outscale po nekom overall utility, ali Oyster je dosta koristan s ultijem. I dalje G2 nalazi ono što im treba.
Oh dear, yeah. Caps wants to get that auto, actually finds the Incinerate over the wall, and down goes the cow. And G2 back on the horse once again, or the cow, or whatever animal. There's a lot of animals, to be perfectly honest. It's like a whole bunch of animals in a Jhin on the side of Fly.
I mean,
Broken Blade is going to get a ton of damage to this turret as well as he crashes 2 waves into it. It's a long way for Quad.
Kravama, životinjama, iskreno je this point bolje da ih ne čuješ.
You might actually just get the whole thing, frankly. As you go back to this play, this was from a while ago, where Inspired was hiding here. They do end up getting the root here onto Skumon. And then the ult here from Inspired actually goes on to Caps as they get a little bit greedy, hoping they could get both, and that's what I was concerned about, but Masu gets that final shot there. The 4th shot will be enough damage.
Jhin polako skela, nije to... Nije to loše.
The ult from Hansama buys enough time, he gets knocked up, it gets the charm here to allow Hansama to get there. Triple knockup, and then blocks the shots here coming from Masu as he opens up the curtain call. Look at this, flashes to avoid the first one, then charges in with a knockup attempt here to stop Hansama from getting hit by that extra one there.
Def od Labrova.
Guy is just playing supportive for his 80 carry.
Yeah, that was a cue the Celine Dion in that moment. It was absolutely beautiful. And this time, not actually needing to sacrifice himself. So really nicely done there from the G2 support. And as we can see, the result is a 1.4k gold lead for Hansama on this Zyre. And I'm looking at it and I'm feeling like the amount of late game damage potential out of this Zyre is going to be absolutely obscene. And what it means on top of everything else is the fact that you can eliminate these neutral objectives so incredibly quickly. And that's where things get really scary here for FlyQuest. Now, they're going to have to really be on top of the vision.
This dragon here, it's the first Ocean dragon of the game, as we have Ocean Soul here, is completely under the control of G2. And this is where things get a little bit tricky for FlyQuest because they want to sit back and scale. They want to just say, Quad could TP in, but maybe just leave him on the side instead. They need to use this dragon wisely. And I think trying to force a fight here is probably not going to be it. Trying to get that top inner, though, could be a good thing if they can slow this down.
Labrov's on vision, but he's able to grand exit out of this one. Deadly Flourish not going to be enough to hold him in position, and that is just going to be a little bit of an attempt, but nothing really committed as
to ne flash. Lepo odigrao Bibi.
Iskreno nije uspjelo se dogodi Quadu. Ne može solo kill Rumble sad, pogotovo kad imaš flash ulti. Loki nije ni outplay, samo je pogođen jedan slow, još ima Merx. Ne znam, možda nije imao prvog playa.
Nisam siguran, nisam vidio.
Prija. Ali bi ovo stepao posle ovoga. Mada ovo pravi brda prostora na midu G2. Da, još se Joan je uzela, ovo je irrelevant. Nije irrelevant, Bibi je umro, ali...
Sve znaš, sve znaš.
Sve znam. Ne čujem kastere, pa moram ja da nadomestim malo te energije, znaš.
Pošteno, pošteno.
I mean, it's not a bad play to kill Broken Blade there, but it just doesn't feel like it's worth. But that was the only play they could make, and they were at least able to get that much, but
the answer was too good.
It just doesn't change the state of the game. In fact, the state of the game continues.
Ne znam, Zaje prejak još kad uzme Infinity Edge, to je manje više to.
And, you know, where do you go from here? You had that one chance to use the dragon to try to get the inner. And going to that moment here, this is Broken Blade who's like, well, I was going to come over, but I guess if you're going to stay, I don't have TP. Drops Equalizer on him, has his heat charged here for the full maxed out Q damage, and then flashes the Emperor's Divide. And gets him
to super flash.
And cooks him. So Quad
ovo je onaj flash na 5 pinga, bukvalno.
Da. Ovu solo Q probaš i uvek te vrati ult.
A ti si ubeđen da si kliknuo? Rekli su meni neki drugari koji su igrali na manjem pingu ranije, da kao sa nekim heroima tipa Renekton ima neki kombo koji ne može, neki animation cancel koji ne može da se izvede ako nemaš manje od 10 pinga fazu.
Dobro da to zvuči kao svaki top lane igrač koji ima bilo koju formu cancela, znaš kao, ovaj moj kombo mogu samo da radim ja i Faker na 6,5 pinga, ali na 7 pinga ne radi jer input buffer, delay, ovo ono, znaš. To ti ono flexaš bez flexanja u suštini.
Broken Blade this time might actually die to a champion that wants money.
Yeah, perhaps. Skumon going to come down, but Broken Blade is in a lot of trouble. He does get pushed back kind of a way that he wants to, but Masu was there as well. There was no way out here, and I'll make that one a 2-4-2.
Yeah, Broken Blade has been playing a little bit fast and loose on the sides without enough vision to support that. And
would you call it a side lane, or would you call it like, it's like almost FlyQuest base?
Yeah.
It kind of was there. But still, putting on a lot of pressure.
I mean, these are the types of ways. I mean, it's going to take like 3 or 4 more plays like that for FlyQuest to get back in this game, but that is exactly what you want. As Humon's here, Bwipo needs to get out of dodge. Does have his Q charging, has ultimate. They're not going to commit any further, but the amount of time that Quad has been able to, despite the deficit here, despite him being 1-3 in this game, sit in a side, is really the only thing that's giving you any hope if you're FlyQuest. Like, trying to contest this certainly is an opportunity they're going to look for.
Well, about half health on this Otacon for now, as they are looking to just try and get that turn. The Unbreakable will come through from Busio. That's going to keep him alive.
Smite, lele.
He's able to lock that one up, and now the curtains have been called.
Bešte napolje. Ma dalje dosta ulti je bačeno, možda imaju ugao s neki mani catch. Hans, ok, sad nema ugla, bežite kući, Hans samo ima 600 healtha.
Even if he has ult there, because he used it obviously in that last play bottom side, it's just now coming up, but even if he has ult and tries to flash for it, Hansama could just ult him and just be like, alright, I'm chilling, nice try. Desperate plays,
Što ne piše Goldie na overlayu, ne? Opet su se vratili na doba matematike.
Quad sit in that bottom lane and maybe take out an inner. That would have been the better play, but he TPs in and they're unsuccessful.
Ne piše gore, piše dole.
He was burned by sitting in the side lane top side last time by Broken Blade. This time he's like, well, I'm just going to TP in and look for it.
Čekaj, gdje dole piše, ja ne vidim. Nisam spavao.
Pa mislim, ne piše overall gold, ili piše međusoban gold.
Ok, da, ok.
And he is just dead, and now a teleport comes in from Bwipo. There's a little bit inopportune. And now Inspired gonna have to get himself out of there. There is a blast going to allow Bwipo to escape, but Inspired may not be so lucky. Him and Bristle are able to escape though. And G2 unable to get their fangs in there.
Šta je ovo dole? Dragons, još šta su prikazali, nekog pikselizovanog Azira.
I think Busio should...
Yeah, Busio should
Propo pokušaj picture-a.
He does. Skimon coming on through there as they do manage to get the stun. That is the unbreakable will back off cooldown now.
Kese na Alistera.
Jel ovo je veliki bar broj damage urađenog, da, jeste.
Ja mislim da da.
To je zapravo real time sabija. To je cool.
On je iz Bosne.
There are going to be a lot of low health bars here, and I think that's what FlyQuest wanted to pounce on and pressure. But
Sabira.
Back up again,
Nema
right? I
veze.
think that starting this draft is
nice. Nisam spavao dovoljno. Definitivno nisam spavao dovoljno.
Fired nowhere in sight here as well. He does finish hysterics, but he doesn't have teleport. He cannot join the fight, so that is going to be
Hans.
point picked up. As another Mikhail is going to be utilized very nicely. As never mind, it's actually a cleanse. Still, Hansamar at full health. The curtains have been called.
Čega zove Hansamar. Evo, ne čuješ kastere. Pričao sam baš o tome kako svi engleski kasteri dodaju R na kraju. Na kraju svega nepotrebnog. I onda je Oriana, Tristana, sad je Hansamar.
Je zanimljivo.
Jako čudno.
We can't fight here, let's back away. Okay, now we're grouped on Dragon, they can't do anything. Checkmate, we grab Dragon, we kite away. Thanks for the ult, Masu. Like, you're not going to be able to get anything from us here. And they know exactly how much they can walk that fine line of taking the Dragon and kiting away and not getting punished, even with the Azir having that ult up. So, FlyQuest are keeping themselves alive in this one. It's just a 2,000 gold lead. You know, the lead has actually gone over in the mid lane to this Azir that spent so much time in sides. And he has to be the win con here. We've said this about Quad so many times, so much on Cassiopeia oftentimes in the past, but on this Azir, just like in the previous game they played earlier today, he has to be the win con. He has to be that supreme late game damage.
And on the other side, it's Hansama, right? And you mentioned a 2,000 gold lead. That is his gold lead.
Nije ti palo na pamet da je to Sahira koji zna sa brojevima.
Ima i toga, ima i toga.
A to ti nije palo na pamet.
Onda je Sabira.
Ovo ti kažem.
When that soul spawns, the potential soul here for the side of G2, Baron spawning in just 10 seconds time, that range advantage will be significant despite a gold deficit. So you have to play these out clean as G2. So mistakes could cost you big. Because even with a 2,200 gold lead here for Hansama, if you can't close the gap, you can't hit autos, it doesn't necessarily matter. And if they start to lose map control, as they are a little bit here in this mid lane, that's maybe an angle for FlyQuest to get back in. I feel like FlyQuest down, but certainly not out
Hansama je od 1 BF i 625 ili 65 gola od toga da vina game.
Threatening a potential Baron is very smart.
That's what they're going to look for. Lippo with a bit of a wrap around as they don't have a lot of information.
Stići toga možda i ranije. Lep pokušaj Busija.
But it doesn't quite get the angle that they're looking for. Skimon is going to get Mikhails to get out of that CC. It's a big pulverizer.
Oh, ja, Busija. Čak da si
Managed to get the Featherstorm out of Hans. He's killable now as Inspired looks for an angle but doesn't quite get there as the Blade Caller was already in the air. They protect the President, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to hold on to control of the map. And Fly are looking for this Baron.
I think they have enough damage to start this up 100%. Gonna get that teleport out of Lebrov. He does have unsealed, so he can just get right back into the fight.
Broken Blade could be in trouble as Whippo unable to get through the wall. That was a bit of a sad one. He has a Pengu ready, so once again the emote game is good, but they're not going to be able to
Nama ostalo još 2 game-a.
Not confident enough with the teleport for Lebrov. They know
Dobro,
he has
ne bude
unsealed.
praktički pauze, gotovi smo dosta.
A bit split, like you said, chasing there, looking for the kill.
Ima nade.
Just flash moments before, and they do end up losing control of this. Lebrov, he is recon, so probably fine. Caps just lurking, man. They're trying to bait so hard.
Yeah, he's like, Caps is like, I don't need a reset. I can't afford my next item. The Void Staff's not ready yet, so I'm just going to make sure that they're not going to get
Broken Blade again. But remember, Flashless, this guy's gotten caught so many times.
Well, I mean, there is a teleport from Quad, so he can actually be here. Emperor's Divide goes down as Inspired going to be a little bit late, but now without Emperor's Divide, the teleport is free.
He's going to match
Quad
it.
is going to have to try and follow him as they've started the Baron. It's down to 50%. Remember, Hansama's got 3 items. He does so much damage, and there is no Inspired to be seen. This
kak Inspired na midu.
And G2 are going to take that one down. And Quad
Busija nema flash, nema ništa do engage-a.
On treba još 3 sekunde živi za ult, da.
The exit after the heist is often the most difficult, but it looks like they're going to be allowed to leave.
And finally, Broken Blades side laning. The threat of trying to kill this guy ends up being a boon for the side of G2 as he escapes and they get Baron.
Oh dear, they're still going to look for another fight though, as we can see. The equalizer goes down just to kill Bwipo, who flashes to get a stun onto Caps, but it's not going to really do anything. The unbreakable will from Busio is going to keep him alive for the moment, and Quad is the one that they're scared of. As Lebov gets interrupted as he tries to go for the engage, but Quad cannot really get there to get these auto attacks down. And they will be able to find Inspired, and down goes the Azir before he can do anything at all.
Ne uliče.
G2 are just
Okay, je ovo game?
Look at his damage, 7,000, there's so much
28 minut. Ali veri me tu.
A ja mislim da možda...
Ne, mogu.
A Eni i Rakan su otišli, da. Gdje je bio ovaj G2 na MSI-u? To je pitanje.
Pa dobro, ovaj jedan game, mislim... Treba igrati ovako redovno, to je cijela poenta.
True, true.
But I think FlyQuest were wise to try to take that fight in the choke point, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it. The wallets are heavy here on the side of G2. They will get the Ocean Soul. Is this moment for a second, you're like, oh, they use a lot on Bwipo, you know? Like, even the equalizer is on a single target. It feels like maybe this is the angle here, and I think FlyQuest are feeling the same. Quad's in this position, the Tri-Brush, where he can do so much damage over the wall with the Jhin, but just watch Hansama. He's chilling, and as they decide, okay, the Jhin ult is gone, they go back in, Hansama's untouched. As we're going to jump out of the replay, he just sits there and does 7,000 damage for free.
It was absolutely ridiculous, and now he's going to do even more damage, as that's Inspired's health bar worth of damage there.
To se FlyQuest baš raspad ovaj game.
Out of dodge, or does it? As the cease and desist comes on through, they're looking to try and dive this one. Skumon, I think, is dead. Yeah, he is. So maybe a little bit overexcited, but that is just jungler for jungler. G2 going to continue pushing forward with these minions that are all buffed up by the Baron.
Yeah, Bwipo's going to try to trade this bounty inner turret for the inhibitor. I think this is a wise call coming home to defend. I think would have done very little. He does have TP. He's going to pick up a ton of money here and a lot for his squad with a bounty. So they get something back, but I mean, G2 have all but broken the backs here.
Speaking of broken, is the blade towards the bottom side. He is able to run pretty quickly. Now it's a top lane battle as the ulti comes through from Bwipo. He's just trying to keep Broken Blade in position. The curtains are going to get called. One shot is actually going to connect here as Broken Blade is going to get cut down with that Cull the Meek.
One shot gets
another kill, or at least Quad does.
Yeah, one shot's enough to actually help secure that one. I mean, Quad... He is really hanging on.
Brate, 45 sekundi, sad nemaju ništa na mapi.
He's about to have his death cap. Doesn't quite have
money. There is a rapid fire cannon now on Masu. He's got 3 items.
Yeah, I mean like,
there's 4 items on Hansama.
I do feel like if you're even vision, everything's set up on both sides, the range advantage is a problem for G2. And some of the over-aggressive plays, like what we saw from Skumon earlier, it can be a problem. But the big issue here is Hansama's damage. So if you can't kill this guy, and he just gets to auto, it doesn't matter how big your Azir is, because you'll never be as big as this Aya right now. But this is a problem that Skumon goes too far forward here, does end up getting punished. Broken Blade gets TP'd on and dies. This does really take a little bit of the wind out of the sails.
Ovo je samo Freeven, ovo je pobjeda i next game, bukvalno. Ali ovo deja vu? Ovo je replay. Mislim nije replay, ali replay. Inspired bukvalno ući na istu žbunu.
Now the equalizer's going to have to be walked over here by Masu if he wants to get out. There's the cease and desist. The follow-up is not quite
Misli da mu Kula pomaže, on igra carry-a, zamisli. Ne radi to tako, ne radi to tako.
And Bwipo is once again on an island by himself, doing what he can to hold back the waves and waves of minions.
Yeah, I mean, this is significant because it means there's no way to threaten the end. With 2 down here, 3 down rather, I should say, for FlyQuest. He may get punished here. Doesn't quite have his flash back up. The blast cone is denied. He should die. Yeah. This does buy a significant amount of time here for the rest of the team to respawn.
That was something.
Yeah. But I mean, this is like the meat grinder that is Hansama. Sejuani can't be an auto attack range of this champion.
It was the same play.
Alistar can't be an auto attack range of this champion. He is actually like
Mega čudan je u suštini.
I don't know what that is.
Mislim, G2 se mučio da zatvori game protiv Furije.
If there were like 3 fountains next to each other and you walked into all 3 of them, they all overlap. That's what Hansama is doing in this game.
It's like you're playing the easiest levels of a tower defense, you know, and it's like the first wave. It's looking dangerous. As Quad also just going to get jumped on here by Skumond, who doesn't quite have the same answers as the rest of his teammates with his flash on cooldown. Did have the ulti, but isn't actually going to employ it.
I mean, this
doesn't have the ult now.
This is significant because they have the mid push here with the super minions, and now Quad doesn't have ult for a potential Baron take. Baron's up in 30 seconds. I think G2 could just do their due diligence here, put some deep vision up, and look to start this Baron up.
Da, G2 će zapravo baš da se muči generalno da završi ovaj game, izgleda.
Auto it down so quickly and just sit there and go, well, you don't have engage, you don't have a great way to stop this. Good luck.
Ja mislim da bi T1 te recimo bi već 2 puta završio game u posljednjih 5 minuta.
Da, skoro sigurno.
Onda u 28. mi sad malo prije kad su catch-ovi na vidu.
I feel like is never gonna happen. It's a dream within a dream. It's inception.
Yeah, and they're going really like deep into the dream state as well. There's the flash forward look from Lebrov. He's collecting all of them with the charm and the flash away from Master, but he's still on top of the equalizer, so there is just nowhere good to go. Finally, a grand entrance is going to miss, but Inspired is not going to be in the same situation. He does have to flash, but it's not going to be enough.
Samo ubi Caps Inspired, da, bravo. Znači da je tu preživao.
Fusio now just going to get thrown around like a rag cow. And Hansama is very legendary in this game. The Empress Divide is back up again. Skumond is going to go down to his GA, but G2, man, we were asking the question about revenge. This was absolutely
osveta Evrope na Deneom.
Here in EWC, and they'll be moving on to the knockout.
It is what it is.
Ako ništa, feels good.
And we saw that shot of Hansama deleting the Sejuani, the Alistair, and just grinning ear to ear.
Videli smo dobar G2 koji ide u winners bracket iz ovoga. Jel' tako?
Tako je.
Ne, koji ide... Au, koliko mi je loše. Koji se kvalifikovao ovim mečem.
Kvalifikovao se, tako je.
U...
Quarterfinals.
Da, ali protiv ne znamo koga.
A1, B1, BLG ili AL. Jedno od ta dva i dalje nisu... Možda kao namjerno neće...
BLG ili AL, tako je, da, pravo si. A pobednik druge grupe ide protiv GNG ili T1. Mi imamo još 2 gema.
Tako je. Pričat ćemo malo više o tome, ali da i pobednik i druge grupe ide isto na BLG i AL, jer to su drugi seedovi. A ovi koji se drugo kvalifikuju, oni idu na GNG i na T1. Jer su GNG i T1 seed 1, seed 2, a Kinezi su seed 3 i seed 4. Malo su to seedovali drugačije. A sljedeća partija možda Raletova omiljena, CFO protiv Gama.
To će biti fešta.
Da, i nakon toga za kraj dana C9 i Furia. Tako da eto, imamo još 2 partije. Idemo na pauzicu, 20 minuta, pa se vraćamo sa gameom broj 6.
What a performance from this guy, what a performance from G2, your quarter finalists here. Last time you went up against these guys, they dominated you 3-0. That was at MSI, not even that long ago now. How much was that playing on your mind, and did it drive you coming into this matchup here?
I mean, for sure, we had to take our revenge against them. They really played very well against us in MSI, and we had to really figure things out as a team. And I think we're in a good momentum. I think we are learning a lot as a team from this MSI, and coming up to this EWC, we can be stronger.
Speaking of momentum, you are now 2 wins today going into the quarterfinals. You are warmed up in Riyadh, no pun intended. Do you think that gives you a bit of an advantage over the seeded teams in the quarterfinals that haven't already played here?
For sure. When you get to play on the stage before, get used to what's like the table and stuff, the headset. For sure, it helps to get used to it. So for sure, have a little advantage there.
And you were smiling and enjoying every moment of what was a phenomenal game from you there. Are you expecting to just keep getting better and better on this stage?
Well, I think I did well. I think my team did super well. We were playing really much as a team and felt like we were always going for the same place. So I can expect us doing more of that and be playing even better than that.
Now, before this show is over tonight, after our final matchup, we will do our quarterfinals draw. Now, you can either face off against AGAL or BLG. That will be determined later on, but if you could pick right now, who would you pick and why?
I'll probably pick BLG because I feel like we have to beat them. They beat us all the time before, even in the MSI, and I just want to take the revenge against them as well.
Just want more and more revenge. I love it. This has been your Amazon Winners interview. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your win and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. It was great to hear from a victorious Hanwa as they win the most recent battle between EU versus NA. FlyQuest staying close for a little while until just G2 showing the class that they're at. And BB's smile right there is the same size as Finn's smile right now here on the desk. I know you can't see it, but he's grinning from ear to ear.
Oh, we're so back, baby. We are so back. What a stomp by G2. Broken Blade on the Rumble, Hanwa on the Saya, doubting or like shutting everyone up that doubted him, saying he can't play Rumble. Okay, he didn't have the strongest game. He died a little bit here and there, but he picked it and he won with it. So yeah, that's that.
Yeah, very good job picking Rumble. I think G2 now has about as many wins as they had at MSI.
Okay.
Nah, it was a good game by them. They definitely showed up, and they managed to do what C9 wasn't able to do against FlyQuest, which was, you know, draft the early game champions and punish the Azir. This Azir looked way different. He wasn't nearly as fed, way less gold, and he just kept getting killed. So yeah, I think G2 had a good game plan and they executed on it.
Yeah, and also something I touched on before the game was that I really wanted to see Hanwa try to dominate the laning phase, and I think after that early game dive onto Masu in the top side, he really had the wheel and he was turning it left, right, and center and just driving all across the rift and just farming so much, getting so strong on his Saya, and made it so difficult for FlyQuest to even phase shift their own jungle. He was there.
Yeah, definitely a great pick to be slippery, to have a lot of attention on you, but be able to matador it with such proficiency that led to G2 getting the victory. Despite some scary moments as they were looking to close out, but they're able to get it done. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here. We start off with the first one on the top lane, and it was the dive save. It was the communication between the squad to make sure that Hanwa was able to get away here.
It's beautiful by G2 to like leave no man behind. A lot of teams would just leave their, or like tell their AD carry to leave this tower, drop that wave, you are fine. But all of G2 come to rescue him. All of G2 come to save their little boy AD carry and make a heroic entrance. Another heroic entrance right now is Skumon, who's joined us after his game, and he should have an honor for that game, defeating NA.
Yeah, also taking my job here, Finn. Welcome, Skumon. Congratulations on the victory. How do you feel?
Thank you. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. I mean, I didn't have the best game. I was kind of not always in the place with my team. I didn't feel like that much connected in the early game. But, I mean, yeah, definitely happy with the win. In a way, we got our revenge. Obviously, like, it's pretty sad that it's only best of one, but we take it.
Yeah, congrats on the win. How did you feel playing against Inspired today? Because I know that in your guys' last matchup at MSI, you know, he had a really good series, but today you got the best of him. So what did you change? Like, did you adjust anything going up against him today?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, in the last best of 5, I just got gapped really hard, to be honest. Like, it was definitely probably like my worst series I ever played in my life. Like, I really just I didn't show up, and I felt really bad after that series. And yeah, I mean, for sure, some adjustment on like I rewatched and reflected on like how I played and how we played, and trying to see on how I played like all of my mistakes basically. And yeah, I mean, I just took the best out of what he did and took some good lessons from our games. And yeah, I mean, obviously again, I didn't play that great today, but I'm still happy that at least I wasn't 5k behind.
2 wins. I think that's still pretty good. It's scoreboard right here. You just got to point at getting the wins going in the right direction. We have a second highlight here for you. This was after you guys take Baron, start get corralled. Why don't you talk us through what some of the comms were in this moment, if you can remember. I know there's a lot that happened today, but if you can remember.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, this was a bit stressful moment. I mean, like we saw Sejourné on the bot crab with a TP, and we just decided to rush the Nash, and it was a pretty good call. It was a bit sketchy, like the smite, me and Lavrov with the spellbook, but we get it done. And yeah, I mean, like this fight was really good look. We knew like he wanted to push the next wave, so it was nice finish by us. And yeah, I mean, like after killing the Alistar right now, it was a bit scary, but we just like went in and just killed them because we just had some confidence.
That was a beautiful punish there on the Sejourné showing bot side. And really like clever TP by BB to just get out of there knowing Sejourné wasn't in range to stop it. So really nice call. You spoke a little bit about your MSI journey and how you feel like you reflected on it a lot. And I just would like to know, like, what was the, like, what, if you could say one takeaway from that tournament that you really took to heart, what would that be?
I would say like take more ownership and responsibility during the games, because obviously like as a jungler you kind of know like what you need from your laners and like how you see the game going, right? And I got punished a lot, even though I kind of knew what was going to happen, but I didn't really take responsibility on asking like some wards or like just some little details by my laners that could have helped me in some tricky matchup. And yeah, like I just got punished really hard. For example, on my Vi game against Wukong, I just knew like he can just level to invade. I didn't really just put any single ward, so it was kind of obvious that it just came in, and I fell behind a lot from that. And yeah, I mean, just take more responsibility during the games, and yeah, just have a better communication overall.
Yeah, I kind of just really want to ask, because it's such a unique position that you're joining an established roster with one of the greatest players ever to play in the West, one of the most stable and consistent top laners across EU and in North America. That's where you interact so much. Is there a level of, hey, those are the seniors and I need to listen, and now they're like, no, you got to tell me what we need?
I mean, for sure, like in the beginning, it was a bit like this. Obviously, like I'm coming from ERLs and I just play with Scavs, Broken Blade, Hansama, and even my coach is right. You just gotta respect like the players. I've been watching them for so many years, and obviously, like you listen a lot to what they say, especially in the beginning. And yeah, I mean, right now it's like more 50-50 in a way, right? Like everybody respects our opinion, and it's just like a good relationship between each other. And yeah, like if somebody is like making some mistakes, or like we just try to learn with each other and make ourselves learn as a team.
Medios, any final questions here for Skumon?
Yeah, one I was curious about is we got to see your Nunu at MSI.
Yeah.
Kind of a rare champion, not something you see in competitive too often, and I know you like hovering it a little bit too. So is that just like a pocket pick? Is that a champion you really like, or you know, what's your story with Nunu?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I used to, when I grinded to Challenger, when I rolled up to jungle, I was just a one-trick Nunu, so I just kept playing it, and I just kind of got Challenger with it. So, I mean, I know the champion really well. It's definitely like my most played champ ever in my life, I would say. I think so. And yeah, I mean, I kind of hover it for fun, but one day, you never know, I will just pick it. Obviously, like the game against GAM wasn't the greatest, but I hope that I will get another angle one day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Skumon, any final words here to the fans? Because I feel like it's not only fans of G2, but fans from Europe, fans from the West, because so much of the interview, showing the spotlight, goes to those vets, but here's your opportunity to address them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I want to thank all the fans that supported us during the past tournaments. I know that it's been pretty hard to, just like keeping your head up and while watching our performances. We didn't really show up in the last international tournament, but I'm pretty confident that we can, with this win, we can have a lot of good momentum and show you guys some good performances. And I'm really looking forward for our next best of 3, which will be against an LPL team, I assume. And yeah, I mean, thank you for every people who keep supporting us, and I hope to show some good gameplay.
From one-trick Nunu to quarterfinals G2 here. Thank you much for joining us here, Skumon. As we take a look at the bracket, I know I said that was the last question. Who do you want to play? Earlier, Hansama said BLG, but you got AL there as well.
But can you repeat the question, sorry?
Who do you want to play, BLG or AL?
Who do I want to play? Good question. I mean, to be fair, probably BLG because of the history with G2, right? And we also got smashed 3-0 in MSI. I also think that we've played kind of poorly this series, and I'm pretty confident that we can win against them. So Probably BLG, but obviously, like if you can play against L, I wouldn't mind as well. It's like such a strong team, so it will be nice.
Thank you very much, Skumon. There you have it. It is G2 making it on through to the knockout stage. That draw will be done later tonight. But before that, we've got our elimination matches. They start now. It will be GAM Esports up against CFO. Don't go anywhere. We'll break down that series in just a little bit. One more time, it was G2 over FlyQuest. They are in the knockout stage.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. For everything they carried with them.
Why did Annie flash like that? Oh, wait. This is CFO players. Oh my god, look, it's Rest and Doggo. Rest, what you been up to, man?
我在看比赛。
He said he's watching the competition. Who do you think is going to win between G2 and Furia? 你觉得谁会赢呢？
我觉得 G2 会赢。
好呀，那 Doggo 呢？
也觉得 G2 会赢，因为他们阵容比较好吧。
Doggo said he also thinks G2 is going to win because their comp looks better. So we are currently at the player lounge where players can have leisure time while they are currently resting between games. So I wanted to ask, what are your favorite activities to do at the player lounge? 就是你们在这里的休息室有没有遇到什么好玩的东西呢？
有那个物理治疗师吧，觉得蛮特别的。就因为平常只有在我们基地才有，然后居然这边也有，蛮酷的。
So there's a massager here, and usually we only have it at the gaming house, so it is quite cool. Doggo 呢？
跟他一样吧。然后我觉得这里食物都是可以自取的，然后想喝什么就自己拿，也不错。
Doggo also really appreciates the massager that we have at the player lounge, and also he thinks the food choices is lovely and that he's able to grab anything that he wants to eat and drink. Back to you guys.
It's a battle of the LCP. GAM Esports up against CFO. We got to see the CFO players chilling and rested for their battle. Thanks for the interview, Kitty. Digon here alongside the Vald analysts, Brendan Valdez and Medios, to break this one down. This is our first elimination match. Match number 7 out of 8 in day number 1 of the best of ones. And this is the most brutal because just like days yonder, when Medios was playing to make it to Worlds, it's best of ones, and once you're out, you are out for the rest of the tournament here.
Hey, you're just out. I mean, it could be one best of one loss where you didn't have your best showing. You know, you just came in, you were a little bit slow, and then you just didn't play well. And then you were in the elimination match, and you go down here, and then that's it. It's just 2 best of ones, and you're out. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that's the way the format works. You got to make it at least 1 win through to give yourself that chance. And we'll see how they do, because this one should be close. I mean, the two top LCP teams have been very close throughout their careers this year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of what makes it challenging too is just having the energy going into this match, because they played so much earlier today. And sometimes when you have to play early in the day and then you have a break and then you got to play again later on, it can be hard to sort of lock in once again. So I think that's going to be a big hurdle for these teams. And yeah, you know, obviously huge stakes on this match. You know, it's one game to see if you continue or not.
Yeah, and last time these two teams met in the LCP, it was the grand finals, a best-of-5 that went the distance. So the gap between these two teams, very small. The familiarity between these two teams, very familiar. We have the added extra wrinkle of CFO being one of the high-profile organizations doing a 6-man roster and swapping out the top lane. We know that GAM Esports can swap out the mid lane. There's a lot to watch for. We don't have the rosters yet, so we don't know. Are they doing the swap? Is Driver coming in? Is Rest coming in? Is it Emo in the mid? We'll find out. But what we do have is an interview with the bot lane of CFO. Doggo, take it away.
Hey everyone, I have CFO Doggo by my side. Welcome into the pre-game interview. You guys are going up against GAM for the elimination series. So how do you feel right now?
欢迎 Doggo 来到我们的赛前采访。你即将要面对的是 GAM 这个队伍，然后你现在感觉怎么样呢？
等待为时已久的败部吧，然后希望我们能有精彩的发挥。
I can't wait for this match, and I hope that we can do well in this game.
And for GAM, I know they have been longtime rivals for you guys in the LCP. So can you please let us know what is the main focus that you guys are going to be having going into today's series? Like which player you guys are really going to pay attention to?
我知道的话，在 LCP 赛区，你们和 GAM 其实是一个很长时间的对手吧？那在今天的比赛中，你们的关注点是哪些？然后你觉得哪位选手是你们会比较专注于对抗的呢？
其实我们在赛段期间，我们都是一直注意对面的上野吧，因为他们的上野联动的非常的好。然后我们也需要 BP 注意一点他们比较多的什么夜群那种英雄吧。
I think our focus mainly is with the top laner and the jungle in our region. So I hope that we can do well in our BP and our meta for this upcoming game.
Amazing. Looking forward to your game against GAM and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for the interview, Kitty with the interview, and Doggo for his insights. I think that's a great point. Top and jungle meta, Kiaya, probably one of the best in all of the LCP. For CFO, they've got two guys that they feel comfortable swapping back and forth. And then you look at the jungle, Junjia, who's been one of the best in the LCP. And then Levi, the captain, the leader, the heartbeat of all of Vietnam League of Legends, and has had some of the biggest upsets in the history of League of Legends international play. Update on the rosters as well. CFO have subbed in Driver for Rest, so it will be the normal one plays and the other plays, so Driver on in. And then Emo has subbed in the mid lane for Aris, which Aris, I think, had a pretty tough showing there, Valdez.
Yeah, I just think that it makes sense. You know, Driver's kind of the guy who is very reliable. He plays the tanks in the top lane. You can kind of just shove him up there. You're going to get somewhat of an even lane state at least. It's not going to be very volatile. And same thing for RS. We heard earlier from the CEO of GAM where he was like, you know, RS, he's one of these new up-and-comers, but he's still not 100% adjusted to pro. So I think this is a good maneuver for both teams.
Yeah, I think that Driver definitely had a better showing at MSI, in my opinion. I think he's probably the stronger player. That being said, I know there was a series where they opted to go for Rest in Game 5 because Driver was having some issues with nerves. And, I mean, that's a huge part of being a pro player, right? And especially in a match like this, it seems that Driver's, you know, choosing to overcome those nerves because it's an elimination match. You really got to win this one. So I think it's cool they're putting him in. And as far as Emo over Ares, it seems like GAM's mid lane has kind of been a troublesome area for them. But, you know, being from the same region, I assume Emo has quite a bit of experience playing against Honkyu, so maybe that'll give him an edge.
Yeah, I think it's unique now that at first stand, it felt like CFO could swap either one out, and you're like, okay, they're both doing pretty good. For GAM, it feels like, which one has the hot hand, and let's try to find that one. So maybe Emo is the one that can come up big for GAM Esports here. When you look down up and down this matchup, where is the lane matchup, or I guess role matchup that you're looking at first?
I would say, for me, whichever role is not being rotated out, I feel like, or maybe I phrased that weird, but I think whichever role has the 6-man roster is going to have trouble. It seems like, you know, Kiaya is a really, really good top laner, and I think either Driver or Rest will maybe have some trouble with him. And then the same goes for mid. I think HongQ is a very talented mid laner, and both Emo and Ares have kind of been struggling on the international stage so far. So I think that's kind of where both teams are going to try to leverage. And we saw in CFO's game earlier against Hanwa, they were putting a lot of resources early toward trying to like get Rest through the laning phase. They were ganking Zeus a lot, and it was actually pretty effective, but it just didn't really ever get to a point where Rest was able to like, get ahead in the matchup, despite, you know, a lot of ganks put top. He still was kind of getting pressured most of the game, so I don't know if they'll go for a similar strategy and try to, you know, cover their weakness, or if they'll try to do something else, like, you know, get maybe mid or bot ahead.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good point, and I think that the jungle players are going to be critical for that as well, in terms of either trying to get those weaker lanes through, you know, helping Emo kind of get across the line, or if it's Driver who's having a little bit of unfortunate issues against Kiaya, maybe you try to help him there. I was pretty impressed by Levi and the way he was able to play in their last match, so maybe he can do something, but Jinjia is always a tough opponent as well.
Yeah, those decisions are so fascinating to me because not only of the players themselves, but the coaching staffs. We have Archie here for the side of GAM, who started out his career back with Saigon Jokers, had the opportunity to play on the international stage there, then have been one of the original members of the GAM Esports back when, before they were Gigabyte Marine, they were Boba Marine back then. On the opposite side, one of the greatest players in all of the PCS region in the form of Chowie. He came to NA for a little while, had some success, and now these two teams do battle here for their tournament lives at EWC.
Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. If you are just tuning in, firstly, where have you been? You've missed some good stuff. But in reality, you've picked a really good time, because this is where the cruel nature of this tournament really kicks in.
Our next teams woke up in Riyadh this morning with big goals, but now it's do or die. Losing your first opening match has serious ramifications.
Yeah, in this format, it means danger. One more loss and it's all over. Your key crushed for the world to see, and you're on the next flight out of here.
So let's welcome them to the stage. For the first team, it's Vietnam's finest return to fight to stay alive. It's GAM Esports.
After a tough start, they are back, desperate to keep their key in one piece. It's CFO. This is how we do it at EWC. The beautiful brutality of this tournament is about to come to life. Let's cross over now to our casters.
It is the LCP Grand Final remade. Like I said with North America, this one turns into a best of one, and this is elimination time. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Orcs, who he and I together are going to find out who's going home. The first team in league to go home from the EWC, and who gets another chance, a chance against KOI, to see if they can go through.
I mean, it would just feel so bad to go home already. Day one, you barely arrived, already having to go home.
Yep.
And to be the first team, I mean, we will send 2 teams home today, but to be the first would be rough, and one of these teams, unfortunately, is going to face that fate. So we'll see who it is. These teams definitely no strangers to each other, which obviously gives the advantage, but it's an equal advantage to each other.
Sure.
And we'll see how that comes into play.
Evo i mene.
Talking about it on the desk, Emo coming in, and likewise as well, Drivers coming in. Now, on the side of CDBC flying Oyster, Driver played the majority of MSI. And Driver looks like right now he is the top laner in better form. Better, I would say, with carry matchups as well. So it's interesting again. All holds bar, it feels like CDBC want to make sure that they started off strong. And there you go on your screen. Emo, as I said, on this Driver versus Kiaya, that's going to be a good one. As Sion taken away. I mean, his Sion as well at MSI was insane. So granted on that ban.
And this side, Rumble, Varus taking off the cards.
Ovo će biti jedna ozbiljna fijesta. Gledamo dve ekipe koje od ove godine igraju zajedno u regiji. Prvi je završio CFO, što nije običajno za GAM, uglavnom oni završe prvi, kad su igrali u Vijetnamu. Ali očigledno da ima da je malo drugačiji odnos snaga kad igraju svi zajedno u ligi.
But definitely want to lock in that mid lane pick here.
Maybe priority 80 carry that's left up. I mean, today I feel like we get solo laners quite nice and early. You know, things like the Rumble as well. Even though tank options taken away. The Azir is a good ban because today we've seen some pretty almost game-changing Azirs.
Yeah, that first one from Quad, pretty big.
Yeah, second one was different, but I feel like the game state was kind of impossible to play. So
shows the potential, you know. Doesn't always come through.
Feel it. It's like you started
Morat ću testiram opet zvuk, da li ima delay ili nema, ali trebalo bi to okej.
Dobro. Hit reaction, ovog puta igra Driver.
A mislim da je to fair.
Ali recimo nisu blindovali top i dalje na Red Side-u su. Ja moram da stavim na pauzu u slušalice da se puni. Nisu navikle da rade ovoliko dugačak program, pa su se ispraznili, to jest ispraznit će se. Nadam se da neće usred game. Lucijan rano prio za Artemisa, da li ovo znači da gledamo Namima, da nismo gledali toliko često Nami i Lucijana? Zajedno gledali smo često Lucijana i sa Brownom, recimo. Hope je imao onaj briljantan game na Lucijanu kada je uzeo kvadru na midu. Da, evo ga Brown. Brown mislim da je jedini hero koji je na MSI ima 100% win rate, tipa 8-0, tako nešto.
And leave their bot lane. They could just take a top laner now, and then, you know, it's kind of splitting bans towards the bot lane.
Ne, zato što su Kina i Koreja izdvojene potpuno najjači regioni na svetu, sami. To razumeš? Imaju svoju publiku i svoj brand, ceo i dovoljno ljudi koji ih prati sami za sebe u svojim državama. Imaju stream na svom jeziku i na engleskom jeziku. Imaju watch partije, čini mi se.
A i mislim također još jedna stvar je...
Dominate radi LPL, watch party, Kid radi LCK.
Ubio bi competitive integritet. U smislu, ako ubaciš Koreju i spojiš sa ostatkom Azije, u jednom trenutku cijela Azija više nije bitna jer LCK će biti Azija.
Verovatno. A dobro, pokrašće se tu i neka realna ekipa iz LPL-a.
pretty quickly.
Pa da, ali opet ono, generalno GAM CFO ne bi postojali, bili bi 17. u toj ligi.
Maybe Rise, maybe next to get rid of some of the semi-global threat that comes from Pantheon Rise.
Yeah.
Where else could you go?
I mean, Aurora Band's not terrible either.
We don't like a Wawa.
You know, sometimes we see Ari's decent into Talia. Gonna take with a Yorick though. Something we've seen as much of, I'd say, recently.
I'm trying to think if is it fishing for anything? Maybe it's just because Gragas is horrible into Yorick. Might show that the Gragas is top. I know Gragas really suffer. They get walled in on cooldowns and early.
T1 nema ni GNG. What do you mean?
To Yorick, you know.
But he's not.
T1 i GNG i isto kao AL i BLG čekaju u upper bracket.
Yorick blind is not really blindable, you know.
Tako je, oni su već prošli.
Hang on, hold your horses, cowboy. Look at you getting up, you know.
A ima smisla da su odmah prošli jer su oni igrali finale MSI i onda bi stvar legit imali ono dan i po da igraju, što je nerealno.
But if you get at the later stages, this is a really hard comp for Lucian to play into because at some point his wife just outranges him so incredibly hard.
Hate when that happens.
You can't win against your wife.
No.
You've learned that lesson.
Your wife always wins to the end, that's true.
And the Talia Unraveled Earth. I mean, this comp that CFO has really, I think it's hard for the Lucian to play into. The Gwen though, I do like that comes out for Kiaya. Obviously, pretty strong scaling option. I've seen her have some good success. And the Silas, you know, the lane matchup could be a little bit tougher. So it looks like might go towards the Aurora. I've seen Aurora have some fantastic value.
Any to follow up on something like the Pantheon?
A T1 igra sutra, tako da...
Yeah, I can obviously lean towards bot side, get the Lucian head, lean towards top, maybe set up for that Gwen, who has a lot of scaling behind her.
Been a long day when we can't name.
GNG igra sutra I BLG igra sutra, T1 igra prekosutra.
So the Seraphine...
Enchanter? Surely not. Do we need follow-up engage?
There's options.
Seraphine does offer that longer range engage as well. You talked about the wife being a problem.
Okay, they go for the Alistair. I think this is a much safer option.
Yeah.
Still, the lane can be a little bit risky. Playing Alistair into like Lucian Braum. There's a lot of power there, and also if you like, if they aggress onto and then Alistair tries to peel, sometimes you can get locked into a situation you can't get out of because of the Braum passive. So it's a lane that Doggo and Kyrene really need to just survive, but they'll sort of be rewarded if they get through the laning phase comfortably. I really like CFO's composition. I think if they get to the late stage of the game, they should be super comfortable. They have the center, they have that long range, a lot of disruption for the Lucian and these shorter range tools on GAM to make their life hard. But I think, you know, there's strong playmakers on the side of GAM. If they can get the ball rolling, they can set up this Lucian, they can set up this Gwen. There's a lot of people to stack that Braum passive. I honestly wouldn't even mind seeing like an early level 1 invade or level 1 plays. When you have a Braum, when you have a Lucian, when you have a Pantheon, and Annie, I think level 1 you have complete control over. So I think they should start the game off aggressive. It's the best of 1 as well. That is like the best environment to make things happen before the minions hit the tower.
And as you said, I mean, getting the ball rolling in the early part of the game, I think quite simply, if you're talking about range and you're adding scaling elements into it on the side of CDBC, GAM need to do what they do best, and that's play a quick game. Now, coming into this, they've only had the start of the day. Of course, individually, both teams starting off with a loss. And MKOI a little bit closer to the Hanwa Life one. CFO lost to HLE. GAM lost to KOI a little bit earlier.
I to je to, ovdje koji izgubi eliminisan iz EWC.
And we will have our first eliminated team. And the key gets crushed. If you haven't seen it, it's cool. It's about to go down. The key is about to go down, you know. And one of the keys is going to go down.
A Maximus samo je njihov pristup radu u odnosu na sve druge regije.
Yeah. But have I been there to see them get crushed like here? No.
It's intense.
This will be my first crushing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hope you're ready.
Oh, yeah. Orcs told me another story backstage about, you know, he was lying about what else got crushed. I was like, oh, man, you scare me. All right, well, Orcs, don't worry. I'm talking about crushing my heart because one of these teams going home. LCP Finals, rematch, best of 1. It's CFO versus GAM. You wouldn't crush my heart, would you?
I mean, hearts one of these teams is getting crushed. That's the thing. So, you know, feeling love towards one of these teams, if you're a fan, your hopes and dreams might be crushed after this one. I mean, to go home after day one, it's so rare to have like a tournament format that's so punishing, so swift. I mean, there's obviously tournament formats where it can go wrong quickly, but it's still often recoverable, you know?
True.
And it's just such a quick turnaround. And now, going up against, you know, the team you've played so many times domestically, to see what they can do. We do see a bit of a level 1 invade coming out.
That's what you wanted to see, didn't you?
But it is just establishing that vision. I feel like more could have potentially been done. Credit, though, to CFO for having a bit of a defensive line to not let something happen.
Also, without the Brom,
high wing.
You're right, that deep vision maybe punish, instant flash away.
I think he should have been dead. I'm going to be honest, because I think they could have applied the passive before they got vision of them. So Elio's Q didn't actually hit before he flashed. And I think once the passive is down,
gledamo dosta istih pikova kao i obično, jer kažem, nema... G2 je gotov je gotov. Sad gledamo CFO GAM, nakon toga C9 i Furia, onda smo gotovi za danas, tako da...
Particularly when the level 2 is hit by the Lucian and the Braum, you want to put the hair down. And especially if you can find all-in windows.
Maybe a little bit like that. I'm just waiting to see...
It's pretty hard at level 1.
I mean, he does absolutely nothing, doesn't he?
Without the dash
da.
But as soon as you have that dash, that's where you have the pressure.
Waiting to see if Levi just does a 3 camp and then maybe looks for an angle. There's good vision in River. As Driver just disengaged, bops away Kiaya. But also to see if that flash can also be punished. If Levi can do something here. If we want to talk about bot and see how bot kind of envelops this early game, I feel like Levi needs to be a big part of it here, whether he's 6 or not.
I mean, with how the lane goes, it's unlikely you'll see a punish soon because the lane's going to be pushing in. So Kyring kind of just going to be sitting on the tower. And you have to be cautious when you are short range when Alistair's on the tower because, you know, he can combo. You obviously don't have flash, like flash headbutt, knock in a turret. But if you get comboed next to the turret and there's a route afterwards, that can be scary.
Oh, yeah.
But for the time being, I think just this pressure in lane is good. It's the start you want to have.
I opet dve ekipe koje su iz iste regije, samo će da igraju Giga Spora. Ne znam rado da ti je riknuo dosta dobro sluške ili...
Moram sam malo da rešim nešto, ne zameri. Mislim nešto u smislu tehničkom. Ali trebalo bi da izdrže sluške do kraja gama. Ako ne izdrže, držat ću dobar mikrofon, a pustit ću tebe i program na monitor. To je na kraju među rješenje koje sam našao. Svakako mislim da ovaj game, kao što je Sana malo prije napomenuo, verovatno nećemo gledati nikakvo ludilo iz prostog razloga što se ove ekipe dosta dugo znaju. I kao ovo je verovatno najnapetije što ćemo dobiti danas. Baš zato što, ma dajde i C9 i FlyQuest se...
Now they are looking for a potential dive here. I mean, as a Pantheon, you have so much burst when the Gragas is low, but this is not an easy dive to pull off regardless with how low the Gwen is and with it being a Gragas, so maybe just offering that cover. He was spotted on that ward, and I think Driver is just...
Smart.
Yeah, this is a good move.
He's just not letting the wave crash either. So, yeah, it's good that Levi just backs away. Maybe there is an option on bot. Pings are going down onto Krugs as well for the respawn as a deep ward place for Junja on his recall as well. Just towards that Raptor camp to see the crossing, if there is any more information as to his next path towards topside. But Levi right now is just going to continue farming up so that he can sprint it towards 6. And we have a stable, pretty slow early game. And when it's elimination in any tournament, you kind of get the same thing. Good coverage from Kaiwing, by the way.
I mean, especially elimination, but especially when it's an elimination best of 1.
True.
It becomes so much more tense, you know? There's no second chances.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well with these two teams, you don't really feel the need to feel each other out, right? They have a good read on each other.
TP, by the way, is going to bring a bit of attention. Flash from Elio.
Okay, Kaiwing je mrtav.
Problemu, ali ovaj TP je mnogo spor. Zašto ljudi portuju dole i dalje? Ne varam da imate Fernan tu, Sena...
Što je Kja bacio TP
dobro? Sena je gore, a nema TP i to je ceo problem.
Yeah, good moves. They knew the flash wasn't available for the Alistair. They committed there from Ilio with the flash himself, getting the passive stun, and able to clean that one up pretty quickly. So good moves, good proactivity.
Let's go over to Levi as well, and if I want to kill on anyone in GAM, I definitely want it on the captain.
And the thing is as well, because you burn those 2 flashes on Drive and Junja, I love when teams play around those summoner cooldowns. So Kaiwing's going to get his flash, but now you have 2 more targets he could potentially set up from. And this skirmishing power, this CC setup is so powerful from this team. We'll see Elio here looks for this flash Q. The follow-up is there.
Ovdje je moralo drugačije. Iz više navrata i driverova engage je baš bio desperate jer je kasnio. Mislim da ljudi i dalje psihološki se nisu navikli na to koliko TP kasni i samo je nevjerovatno. Jer koliko ja znam, jednostavno ovaj early TP stvarno ne bi trebalo da može da se koristi da se stigne bilo gde osim na lane, kao za tempo, za wave. Za backu TP na drugi lane pri swapu i to je to.
Maintaining distance and not getting caught out there.
Što znači meni se to previše događa, mislim niko da sam nešto top min, ali razumem igrače, stvarno je naviku si baciš TP i dođeš tamo, međutim baš pravi razliku u ligima.
We talked about how the Gwen can obviously run away with games, but this is already a monstrous lead, monstrous advantage over this Gragas. Yeah, in a very comfortable spot, and this is a sort of win con you really need in a game like this.
There were 2 people that stood out for me at MSI. One was Kiaya, the other was Elio. And so I mean, Elio's engages were fantastic. This game's going to be obviously a very different role, but Kiaya has just been that top laner consistently for a while on GAM that has kind of got the talent to pull out something special. Quick little burst right here towards mid. It's going to be what Annie does as usual. Emo good side step backwards as well as Tivus tries to burn down Hongq. About 45 seconds before Grubs and before the potential of that dragon.
Yeah, both objectives going to be up at the same time. Often we see dragon already taken by this point, so does potentially leave the prospect of like a trade with them taken at the same time, but we'll see. Ninja is moving down towards the dragon, but there's a ward there. Levi's close, so actually a little bit risky from to start this one up.
Teleport especially from Elio with his unsealed spellbook. Means that Junja could be caught napping here. I mean, Levi has level 6, but he's going up towards his top camps. Elio's trying to get some vision, Kaiwing Hongq covering, and Gamma just saying we're giving it up for the time being, but it's not like anything else is starting here as teleport also burned from Emo.
Yeah, I think just the fact Lucian hadn't bought, Emo have to reset, and although he TP's in a little late, they opt to go for the trade. He's going towards those grubs.
Ovo je lagan mnogo early game za GAM overall, jer mislim da Xin toliko nema gde da forsa. Čini mi se kao da malo, ali teško je setupovati Alisterov engage dosta obvious, dosta nije, Alister nije toliko dobar setup u lane-u. Mislim da Italija matchup ne bi trebalo nešto mnogo da se razlikuje, Italija mnogo više voli da ona dobije setup za njen kombo nego da ona bude setup za nečiji drugi ability, tako da mnogo je lakše ovdje Liviju da igra, jer Live može iz jednog Q-a od Brauma, jednog ultija od Gwen i, dobro, ajde, jednog engage od Annie, koji se mnogo lakše pogađa od Talinog, da se razumemo, da napravi nešto. I pritom flash double je prilično broken. On instant CC.
I mean, at least Gragas is one of those champions where
he's always got something, right? Even if he's down,
he always has CC, but also, I mean, looks like he's going to similar build. I mean, not the exact same, because Butler had like the Rod of Ages, Winter's approach.
Yep.
But it looks like he's going the Rod of Ages. You get a bit of AP behind him. You can just clear waves. You can be quite defensive. It's easy to like play in a defensive way.
Ne znam, u poznavanju dve ekipe vidimo jako sporo sve Kjaja. Ajoj, promaši ult. Driver je žive zbog toga.
Da, driver je out.
Sad Junja ima oba, da.
Možda ne budete morali čuti na...
The whole map is winning for CFO.
That's such a big dub for CFO there. Junja able to clean that one up. Driver only just surviving the Sentinel, able to save him. He was so low on HP when that smite came through on the back end. And you know, he gets gold from 2 assists, gets to push the wave, and he's feeling really good about it. But now, his jungler is just monster fed.
That's a 400 gold play, and Driver didn't even get any of the kills. He got both assists.
I mean, look at the gold lead now. Kiaya's only 100 gold up in that matchup, so you're feeling so much better about that situation. We'll see the replay.
Same timing.
I think ends up going for the play, kind of knocks him back, slows him, and then he's just trying to kite and buy time. knows his jungler is coming. The Pantheon ult comes in, but it's a little off. I think the Pantheon ult was lined up better. They could have just insta-killed Driver.
Yeah.
But so much damage is done so quickly to Levi. And I think
Ja iznitovo ult da nije failavo ult, bio bi lagan.
With the W as well. And then here the flash. Had to get 2 autos because of the healing to clean up, but yeah, really well played.
Insane.
Ja, Džunđi je uspio da nađe ono što mu je trebalo u tom momentu i to je to.
Yeah, again, you'd be cheering. That's a huge swing of momentum.
CFO i dalje fajn, ali kad gledam overall scaling, tu sam malo više zbunjen isto. Gwen outscale-a, Gwen je hyper carry kasnije, Sena dosta lepo radi u ceo tim Gama jer ima ogroman range, a oni nisu baš najjači s range-om. S druge strane, Gwen može prođe kroz to nekako. Isto važi i za Pantona kulta na glavu, Eni ako flash ili nađe fog. I nikad ne mogu da percipiram koliko dobro Talija scale-a s ovim buildom, jer nekako pruža utility, a opet je mnogo naporna. Radi mnogo damage-a. Nema šanse, nice.
Driver tries the same play again, but this time does clean up the kill. Junja's there to answer back, and now 3-0. And Junja's always been that player. Even when he joined the LPL initially, he was known for being super high-low in Korean solo queue, always top ranks, and very mechanically gifted, very strong individually. You give him 3 kills on a champion like Xin Zhao, and he can take over games. I'll go with a good sidestep there.
Goes because of Unsealed Spellbook, brings back the heal for Elio. We're going to look at a replay though, because yeah, as you said, Kiai this time was able to get the damage down.
So the difference is, because he used his Q there, this time when he ults, he doesn't have the Q to slow, and because he hits the wall, he's a bit closer. So the first time that play happened, he had more distance, he slowed him, he wasn't able to follow up. And Junja, it was close, honestly, but able to finish him off. Always got to be a bit cautious around those Gwens.
Passive healing's always nice.
Još te pošto mnogo scale-a.
Phage picked up off the back of that. 800 gold lead at 100 CS now too with those kills on top. I mean, Junja's massive, and we haven't even seen the power of Xin Zhao Tali yet. We haven't even seen like a full-on skirmish. It's just been some of these lane ganks as CFO are now bringing some of those pressure points down to the bottom lane with this wall from Hongq looking to get a start.
You see, CFO already have that dragon in pocket. Mountain Drake would be nice to pick up. They are setting up, but this looks like it's definitely going to be a contest from GAM. Neither top lane has TP, so just going to be a 4v4. They're looking for Junja.
Crescent Guard comes out, but after the flash from Elio, he's got nowhere to go. They lay it up, and they've got numbers advantage. CFO, it's a 4 versus 3.
Ne znam šta je
Movi radio. Jako dobro polepajemo. Mislim, ne znam zašto je bio tu, ali iskreno lepo su ga našli sa celim CC chainom, početka do kraja.
Ali mislim i flash preko toga, flashovo se iz 4 čoveka u 4 čoveka, kao bio je mrtav 100%, igra Eni. Ako si već izintovo bar sačuva i flash, nema razloga da intoš 2 put za redom.
In the mid lane, Dragon's going to get picked up here for CFO as well. And it's only a 1,500 gold lead, but it's feeling really positive for CFO so far.
And again, it was GAM who started this game off really well. It was the bot lane that started going, quite well again. Kill went over to Levi, but it matters not when top has just shifted complete gears. Look at the gold difference. Tells a really stunning story of how GAM has lost their grip on this early game. A 2,000 gold lead now for the first seed of the LCP, and this was a 5-game series in an LCP finals. A lot of people saying that GAM did so much damage, and the gap that was VCS and the LMS then became PCS, now LCP. Obviously, both teams are rather. It closed up quite a lot, but again, CFO, there's a reason they're the first seed. I think the biggest thing is that the story we haven't even sold yet is the range we talked about in draft, where Doggo is just chilling and slowly but smiley scaling towards what is going to be a late game center again.
I mean, the fact he already has this big lead, he has cleanse as well. The big threats in this game really are those stuns from the side of GAM, the Braum, the Annie, the Pantheon.
That all in, yeah.
You have that cleanse. I would love to honestly see Kaiwing go towards Mikhail's. Looks like he's going Locket first, which isn't bad, but I think Mikhail's has a ton of value too. Cleanse just get burned there. That is positive from GAM. We'll see if they can actually make something off. They are looking towards this Herald.
Now,
we'll see. Junja is over the wall with a blast cone there.
And both top laners have TP. Back's going to be burned. Kiaya has to actually back his health bar, doesn't support it. So if there's a turn here, CFO has to Gragas in first. Stopped in the corner of your screen. There's that teleport finally. KOI starts the engage. A response TP, but a seismic shove. Elio is caught before the fight even begins. They jump in with Junji in the
Jedan, Kajving, živ.
Ovo je dobar fight za CFO jako. Samo ako uspiju da... Koliko se naleko damage. Išao na Honky is not fight, to jest Talia is not a fight kao hero, tu sam više impresioniran, nešto je Honky.
Such a huge fight there for CFO, so much value from the center, huge ult that got shields on everyone, so much damage. The Alistair soaked so much with, I mean the ultimate was a little bit late, but soaked so much in the start of the fight, and it just felt like GAM never really got onto the targets they wanted. Doggo didn't have cleanse, didn't even need to use his flash, and he was just free hitting that whole time.
It's going to be not first turret, but second turret taken top as well, and that Herald finally goes through. Bit of extra souls for Doggo. And I'm sure we're going to get a replay right about now. But KOI starts this off before that TP even starts channeling.
Yeah, and actually you get a trade of stuns, so Emo uses his stun, but on the Alistair ults here, and they're trying to finish him off, but then Senna ult comes in.
Da, ovdje je bio... Ovo mi je čisto rezultat fajta kad olimate Alistara. Jer Alistar prvo izlazi iz jednog CC-a, to mu garantuje da lenda CC na vas, a ulti mu daje ogroman damage reduction. I onda opet dolazite u situaciju da fight traje predugo. To je to.
They're all in close range, and Doggo is already building up a bit of range of his own. Quite a relevant fight for the center, even this early on.
Especially with how the fight was, with everyone was kind of in a line for a lot of it. Senna gets so much value, and I think with the fact that she didn't have cleanse, you needed that backline access. It never came through. He didn't punish Doggo. Every time he gets a cure for
Ne znam, iskreno, GAM ne izgleda kao ekipa koja je prva u svojoj regiji kako igra, ali nezgodno je malo, ne znam, ovi six-man rosteri čini se da više škode nego da pomažu, iako ih ja volim.
Ja iskreno ne mogu da se... Ja iskreno mogu da se složim sa tom. Ne mogu kao... Volim ih i ja možda, ali... Nemam pojma. Zavisi ko je igrač i kako i to slično. Ovako ne vidim baš mnogo smisla. Pogotovo što gledajući LoL sve više i više, uzmite za primjer Dorana i T1, koliko je samo veliki problem što se jedan lik tek sada joina ekipi. Zamislite koliki je problem kada jedan lik ima 50% skrimova, drugi ima 50% skrimova. Znači nijedan nije na 100% matchinga sa ekipom.
Tako je, da, to je fair. To je lepo rečeno.
If you're in range to attack them, they're in range to make your life hell.
But you know as well, like for a Talia, running into Talia's space, as I'll pause on that, the driver's going to be caught out. Explosive cast gets Emo away, but he'll just come back in, and this is a nice pick, but the kill probably needs to go this jungle to this mid lane up. Gonna go in the end to Levi. Nice little shutdown as well, but
sve mi više smisla ima da imaš akademiju i onda kao ako se neko iz akademije pokaže predobro da pustiš da bude u main rosteru, ali da bude perma u main rosteru. Tako da i dalje imaš taj trenutak da neko tretenuje poziciju igrača, ali istovremeno taj ko igra legitimno igra.
Isto tako da ako se neko pokaže, razumeš, ako se recimo driver pokaže loše 5 gameova za redom, ti onda staviš resta malo da igra. A ne da, ja imam osjećaj kao da njihov početak svake taktičke pauze između dva gamea u seriji, prvo bacanje novčića koji igra top. Pa onda game plan.
Pa mislim, vidio si na MSI-u. Ono, svi pričaju o sljedećem gameu, a rest se zagreva game 2 pošto nije igrao game 1. Kao nije sa ekipom. Bukvalno sam sedi na bini i klikće dugmiće.
To mi je katastrofa. Mislim, jedino, ajde, mogu da razumem...
That's how it's very healthy. It is indeed. KOI turns into engage. Artemis flashes away, but there's the Weaver's wall. Elio on the wrong side of a seismic shove. Planned, but not forgiven as stunned up he is. Pantheon ulting in, but they're under a turret. Remember, CFO might look unhealthy, but GAM have to be careful. They step forward, they get one. That's great, but the shove back again.
Sad, ja.
Oj, driver. Nice.
To an oblivion. Levi, the last to go. And I see a crushing defeat, a crushing key for GAM that's about to blow.
GAM, it felt like the hopes were getting up on that play. You just saw the looming threat of that Gragas.
Pitaš meni i Sign uvijek je bolje ono što vozi.
Uvijek je bolje što vozi, da.
Beautiful angle on the back line. The Herald's going to come down. I'm going to pick up a tier 2 mid as well. And also the Arakan in the top lane that has just spawned and at this point with this lead CFO.
To izgleda je CFO samo sa razlogom dobio regiju. Mislim, vidjelo se i, pazite ljudi, CFO je ekipa koja odvela T1 u 5. game.
It feels like there's one of these situations where they came down for the dragon
Pored CFO, jedina ekipa koja je to radila je GG, ako se dobro sećam, mislim na MSI.
They're committing so heavily, this shove back keeps them invested, and then Driver gets that huge angle with the engage, and immediately GAM know they've overstayed. You know, the reason the fight felt like it was going good was because there was a member missing. They found that hidden member.
Such a nice engage from Driver as well. You bring him in for the big moments like that. And so yeah, no words to spruik that one up. Well, I think Doggo scaled a little bit earlier than expected, and I think CFO, as you said, it's very hard for them to lose this lead. Now Driver target again.
Šta rade, ja?
Getting the shy treatment, and
Ali Emo je level 12, svi su level 12, zašto njega ne mogu dobiti? On njega ne mogu dobiti. To je level 14 Gragas sa 2 itema, od toga 1 Radiant. Dobro, sad mogu da ga ubiju ako se on okrene.
Što mogu da uzmu za to?
Yeah, I mean, they'll just... it's one of these things where you can't fault them for going for a play like this, because what else are you supposed to do? But it just doesn't really achieve too much at the current point. But still, GAM haven't given up yet. They're still trying to make things happen, still trying to be proactive. Look at a little bit of damage on his tower.
Pazite, postoji i ono što ljudi zovu kriptonit, kao recimo AL BLG-u.
Over the side, Doggo just hovered because he wanted the 400 gold, or the 363 to be precise. Maybe it was because he...
Nisam, ugasio sam da slušam kolege kastera i ne obraćam svakako sve vrijeme baš pažnju na to što pričaju čak i kad ih slušam.
Come out of centers, but third item is on the way regardless. Doggo's definitely got a lot of gold he's sitting on right now as
Jer je također s njim igrao 5, moguće.
Get himself an IE, get himself a third item on this solution so he can jewel the hell.
Ali treba biti u ekipi, u poolu sa AL-om i Genjiom.
To jest.
Maybe Chemtexol, but you love Chemtexol, a minute 45, and it's coming up.
Yeah, totally. Thanks. Yeah.
Is it still your least favorite?
I mean, they did buff it. I feel like in a comp like this, where you have stuff like the Gragas and the Zinzao, it's not like there's zero value, but you know, I think GAM are happy that it's a Chemtexol and not like a Hextexol, because then the game would really be super cool.
Oh, true.
But you know, it still doesn't feel good.
It'll work. Explosive card.
This is all they're doing in this game.
Attack Driver.
Just kill Driver.
Okay. But he's out this time. Needlework was used. Driver's ulti.
After that engage, it's on site. It's on site.
And you just see, they're grouping up top, and CFO now going to get their resets in. They're going to find third items across the board, really?
He doesn't know the danger that he just dodged in that situation.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he sensed it.
Za 50 sekundi solo fight, pa tu možda eventualno vidimo nešto malo odlučnije.
At that point as a top laner, you know, you're just like, they're coming for me again, aren't they? And he's still up 500 gold. And he's down 50 CS.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking that good.
Rapid Fire Cannon just came in for Doggo as well. You know?
Yeah.
We talked about how Lucian wasn't going to win against his wife. This is where he's lost.
Dude.
He's lost the argument.
He's more than that with the rapid fire.
He's sleeping on the couch tonight. That's all I'm going to say.
Right,
nešto menjaju. I ovi menjaju resta, driverovi menjaju.
It's going to be Doggo's paradise. 80 souls, by the way.
Ema, sva pautuju, tako da...
He's in the doghouse.
He's in the doghouse. That was a good one, actually. That's good. I'll let you brew on that a bit more, because I think you make more out of it. Yo, we got full vision control. I don't know how they walk in. I guess like that, they just commit. Onto Driver again, they see it, but the wall behind them now.
Driver je živ.
Yes, he is. He has to
ali sad je pitanje. Svi, Sena.
Ovo je jako dobro, ali Senin ulti je odličan.
Da.
Samo pitanje koliko Sen ima DPS-a. I dalje ne mogu da procenim. Ovo je sloj huge. Elio mora da flasha, oni su dalje mrtvi, taj flash je loš, oni su svi mrtvi.
Jate mi se rip, jedinog Bam preživao.
Ne može ništa ni da trade, oni mogu end kroz bot, 24 minuta ne mogu. A pazite ljudi, promjena se resta u drivera i obrnuto. Mi i dalje sa sigurnošću ne znamo koja je njihova poenta toga. Dakle, Sajna i ja znamo o čemu se radi. U smislu, znamo, Sajna i ja znamo kao pretpostavljamo, na to sam mislio.
Da.
Znamo ono šta je njihova glavna razlika. A glavna razlika im je da jedan češće igra Vixa i drugi češće igra Carry Heroes, neki strong side. Ali mi ne znamo njihove interne razloge, možda je ovaj se nekada osjeća loše, kao što smo vidjeli recimo da je Driver rekao da se nije osjećao dobro, pa zato nije igrao. Sećaš se toga? To
Da.
Možda je Driver bio startni top laner i bio u fazonu, ali vi možete nađete još nekoga. Kao da se menja sa mnom kada se ja ne osjećam sposobno da odigram ili slično ili tako.
All the rocks around him, yeah, he was just cooked. He's not even on the couch anymore. I think he's, yeah, you're right, he's outside. He's in the doghouse. It's been a great game from, I mean, honestly, I feel like Junja's had an insane game.
Junja's been so good on this Zinzao, and I feel like Zinzao's one of those champions where it can be a bit feast or famine, you know, and definitely can be a pick where sometimes it feels like you're just pressing your ult so you don't get immediately blown up. This has not been that, you know. I feel like mechanically he's been playing it well in those earlier skirmishes. He's been in the right place at the right time, and now he just feels a
Soul, mislim.
You know, it feels like they're not even trying to kill him because they know they'd have to invest so much.
Kad sam pokušavali da ubiju Gragas i preživljavaju na 0 healtha, kako će tek sad biti?
Final touches, CFO. That's how they enter the base. It's how they clean this one up. It's 8,000 gold lead. It's going to be 10 with Baron. There's a couple of standing structures. That outer turret, or rather inner, I'm seeing on the left side of my screen there.
To je, ne da, oni gube game sam. Evi TP vestova. Bukvalno se TP završio, Baron je umro pre toga.
Wife first the husband, the ulti flies, and Honku just comes in with the Weaver's Wall. Now Levi running for his life as Doggo outranges him. Look at him! Unstoppable, unbeatable, and CFO are unmanageable in this best of one.
Mislim, pazi, ja mislim da je jedina druga opcija bila da čekaš, ali mislim da igrači zama znaju da je kasno, kao flipamo. Flipamo da tražimo vision, flipamo da engageamo, flipamo da probamo stilamo, šta god pokušaš, kao negde uvek možda flipaš.
Ne, Driver je pričao specifično za njegov game kada je Rest igrao Orna. Imaš intervju na... Ne znam da li na Sheep Esportsu gde je bilo. Baš sam čitao taj intervju, zašto meni nije bilo jasno zašto je Rest igrao Orna. Za taj specifičan game pričamo.
Kvadra, okej. Ne, mislim da će da mu jure pentu za Junjiju na Xinu. To bi vjerojatno bila prva Xin penta ikada.
Da, od drevnih dana kad je Xin release verzija je bila stvar. Dobro, mislim, lep game. Na kraju, eto, što se vremena tiče, tu smo negde. Imamo još jedan game danas i taj game će biti Cloud9 protiv Furije, da vidimo da li Amerika može malo se opere. Mislim, faktički...
Da, to će biti zanimljivo.
Uvek su bili mnogo jači od Južne Amerike, tako da u teoriji bi stvarno ovdje ulaze kao ogromni favoriti.
Da, pogotovo što već znaju ekipu, tako da, mislim donekle.
Da, to je...
Donekle znaju roster, to je... Otprilike, ne igraju sa njima u regiji, ali tu su. Tako da eto, idemo na pauzu, jel tako? I povidimo se u posljednjem gemu dana.
Tako je. Pauzica, 20 minuta, vraćamo se u finalnom gemu, tako da ostite s nama, tu smo za 20.
It was a 3-2, it was close. There was moments in this where it felt close, and yes, eventually they did run away with it thanks to Junja, fantastic performance, but even so, a bit of a heartbreaker. Going home on on day one, sorry, it's got a sting. And that's just competition. At the end of the day, it's ruthless.
Well, CFO will have a date with Destiny in their own way as well, right? Because, I mean, they're going to verse MKOI. And at MSI, CFO were the ones that knocked MKOI out. So Europe is once again at this point where we just don't know what's going to happen. That'll be coming tomorrow, by the way. MKOI versus CFO again. We're just drafting, I mean, Orcs is, because he writes the script, right? That's what this guy does.
Yeah.
But we are just drafting revenge matchups from the last international for people to take out their, you know, their anger, their frustrations out on each other.
and adding the key crushing, the extra element.
That's the thing.
The icing
right?
on the cake.
Yeah. Well, I'll be waiting for that. Well, who knew Oysters can fly? You know?
Well, we've known that for a while. We've known that for a while.
We have, but every time they win, we're reminded Oysters can fly.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is kind of the result we were leaning towards. I think CFO has been so strong, and you know they were the favorite team domestically. But even so, I think if GAM had gotten the upset, I think that definitely was possible. I do think the draft gave CFO some big advantages, but also just the way they played on the day. I think Junja in particular really showing why this guy has been so respected, why he was playing in the LPL periods as well. Yeah. Doggo on top of that, you know, Senna was pretty flawless. And even when Driver got targeted early and started to fall a bit behind, you know, was able to stabilize, make things happen for the team. Yeah, my heart kind of breaks for because his Gwen performance had that early momentum. Yeah. But those skirmishes went wrong a little bit, and it just kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, Junja smurfed it with that skirmish top, and I feel like, I mean, all I can say to you is I feel like today maybe the strong 2v2s are a bit of a bait. The center lanes have been good today, but we're going to throw it back to the desk before we get to our last game later on today. And Doggo apparently actually is standing by.
Welcome back to the stage, everyone. After a stellar win from CFO against GAM, we have Doggo here for our Amazon winner interview. My first question to you, Doggo, is that you've been a star player throughout MSI and throughout the entire run for CFO in this season. Do you think that adds a little bit of pressure on you to help the team win?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛。然后你其实是被称为一个明星或者是领袖选手，在你们队伍里的。不管是在你们的赛季这个赛季，还是说这场比赛来说，你觉得这会不会是一种压力？
首先我不觉得我自己是一个明星或是那个领袖啊，因为我的队友也都非常厉害，所以就没什么压力。
I wouldn't call myself a star player, honestly. I think all my teammates are playing really well during this season or this match.
Absolutely. I mean, you're selling yourself short. You've been doing amazing throughout the whole season. But I do want to ask you, you guys have been in international titles for a while, you specifically, and now you have a shot at winning EWC. What does that mean to you?
就是你们虽然也参加过很多国际比赛，但是之前可能一直没有拿下什么特别靠前的名次吧。但是这一次你们来到 EWC 有这样的一个机会，你是怎么看的？
每个比赛都尽全力嘛，然后希望我们这一次可以比我们的 First Day 或是我们的 NSI 成绩还要来得好。
I would just give the best shot for every game and international games I participated and hope that during this EWC I would just perform better than the previous international games.
Well, you know what's special about EWC is when you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. And you're about to do the first ever key crush for EWC 2025. Are you excited?
就是因为你知道我们是有这个压碎钥匙的环节，而且你即将是要成为第一个队伍去就是压碎这个钥匙，你有没有很激动呢？
之前就只有在影片看过，然后自己来压碎的话就还蛮有趣的。
I've only watched the crushing key session in like film clips and stuff. I feel really excited to do it on my own.
Well, yeah, you get to do it on your own. So please join me at the key crusher because you get to do what EWC is all about, crushing your opponent's key when you win an elimination match. So please go ahead and I'll let you enjoy this moment.
And when I say done, it's okay.
But that one?
Yeah.
You could see that it pained Doggo to crush the key of his fellow LCP team. However, it must be done. It is part of the Esports World Cup. And Doggo, although maybe a little regretful having to do it, when it happened, he did not flinch. He is a true competitor that loved it every minute of that.
Well, you know what to say, leads must be pushed and keys must be crushed. And he did it beautifully.
That rhymes. That was really good.
Thank you.
Is that how they say it?
It's been a long day, okay? I mean, that was a really exciting game, though. I really enjoyed, like, a lot of moments that game. I think there was so many exciting fights, and you can really see that these two teams know each other by heart. The fact that they've played against each other so many times, and they just knew exactly what was coming their way. And I think today, CFO was just a little bit more on the money.
Yeah, they were, and the other thing that bodes well for them is not only did they have a lead and they took control, they also had a couple of highlight plays. I feel like that's something that's been missing from today. Not every game had the standout moment that you're like, oh, that goes in the clip at the end of the day. There was just some that were procedural. There was two here for CFO, and it's both our highlights. Let's take a look at the first one, the Herald fight early on. That was just the one where like, ooh, everyone lined up here for the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice fight, actually, because they played it so patiently. You know, they had their tanks in the front. The Senna play from Doggo was absolutely excellent. He hit pretty much everybody on his team with the shield. He saved his Alistair just barely, and it was kind of a fight of attrition, you know. It took a little while, and there were a lot of low health bars, and that wasn't a super flashy fight, but if you look at the minor details of, like, Doggo's positioning, the timing of the ult, and stuff like that, it was really impressive from CFO.
Yeah, it was like the most value Senna ult I've ever seen, because all the shields kind of got value, and it hit like 4 people with the ult. I don't think I've ever seen a Senna ult do that much for a fight, because the fight was really close leading up to that, and that was just like the culminating moment that really solidified CFO as the winner of that fight. And I mean, in general, I feel like CFO are always playing so well, like together. They're always in the same play, and I think this fight, you can see that they're all kind of weaving in and out to really maximize their health bars and get as much, squeeze as much water from the stone as they can.
Yeah, they definitely did that. And then finally, we've talked a lot about the top lane and the swapping in between Rest and Driver, and now Driver has his moment on the Gragas here after an early engage by GAM.
Yeah, and here we see the wall coming in. Brown did not block it, so he's stuck a little bit, and this makes GAM think that there is something to get here. They go all in for the Alistar, but they're just buying time. They're biding their time for the Gragas to come in on the flank, look for the flash bomba, and annihilate all their health bars. What a beauty. That is the moment you live for when you play Gragas, and I think Driver's gonna go to bed tonight a happy man.
I think you could get into some play-by-play casting. That was pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
That was very nicely done, Finn.
Oh, thank you.
That's from the LCK play-by-play caster right there.
Oh, it comes only down.
You considering any... Beautiful. No, it was a great fight. It was a great fight. I think that GAM got very baited in, and CFO handled it very well. There were some moments where we were like, maybe GAM come back in this game. That was kind of one of them, but the second they get bombed by the 3-man body slam into the cask, it was just kind of over from there mentally.
Yeah, let's put a bow on it here for GAM. They've had a great run in the LCP. They then have the opportunity to play the best in the world over at MSI and do so one more time here. Not too far off the pace until this game against a team that they're very familiar with. What do you want to see from them building up as they head back on over to their closing split?
I mean, the one word I think about when I think about GAM, it's just like tenacity. They always work their way back. Like, despite the lows they sometimes face, they always come back to these international events, and they always give us something to be excited about. And I want to see that once again, and I know it's going to happen. I know GAM is going to go back to Vietnam, and they're going to start practicing hard, and they will be back here for Worlds, I imagine. And I just want to see them build on what they have. I want to see Levi go further, and I want to see a player like Yaya achieve a little bit more, because I know he has what it takes, and I think he's one of the best top laners to come out of that region ever.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket as we now have eliminated our first team here at the Esports World Cup. A very brutal format, but you got to show up and you got to perform. CFO, after an early loss against Hanwa Life Esports, bounce back against their region mates in GAM Esports and now have the do-or-die moment against Movistar KOI tomorrow in the qualifying match, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one. I think, you know, based on MSI and based on the fact that, yes, CFO did lose today, but it was against Hanwa Life Esports. You know, can we really take too much away from that? It's kind of hard to say that any of these teams would have done well against HLE. So I feel like, for me,
I know Finn's right next to me right now. I do think that CFO do have the slight advantage, but I think that MKOI have also shown some decent stuff as well.
It's completely valid to say that they have the advantage. I think looking at the MSI performances, CFO was the better team at the tournament. Thankfully, we're not at MSI right now. We're at EWC, and I'm excited for a new revitalized MKOI because I think they took a lot of good learnings from that tournament. And I think what we saw today was a MKOI that went toe-to-toe with Hanwa Life. And I think when both these teams played Hanwa Life, right? And I think we saw a little bit more life from MKOI. Just looking at that, that's kind of everything we have to go on for now. And I think I'm optimistic towards MKOI's chances in this game.
All right, so we bid adieu to GAM Esports, but don't worry, blokes and rats and everything in between. One more series left in our long day of matches. It is the LTA North against the LTA South. Furia versus Cloud9. We'll set you up for that one in just a little bit. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, everyone. It is our final best of one of the day, and it is an elimination match. It's Baiano's Brazilian boys, Furia, against Cloud9. Midos not here to represent the NA here, so I guess Valdez is going to have to do it.
Hey, you're more American than I am. So
all right, sure.
You can take this one, Digon.
I'll do it. Okay.
Well, so, Digon, what do you think about Cloud9's chances in this match here today?
Yeah, I think they'll be good, but actually, we're going to talk about Furia first. Let's take a look at the Furia lineup here. The LTA South representatives who did some damage over at MSI, weren't quite able to get over the hump, but looking to try and bounce back against their LTA North neighbor here, Finn.
Yeah, I think here we're looking at a bounce back, hopefully, from because I feel like they didn't really show that much in the earlier game today, and I would love to see them try to play more as a unit. I mean, especially I think Guigo didn't really live up to the hype I kind of set earlier of the day, because I think he had some really good moments at the MSI. Maybe it was just an off day against or off game against BB, but going up against Thanatos, he really has to be on his A game, because Thanatos, he's not a weak laner. He will punish you in lane if you don't actually, if you're like sleeping.
Yeah, I really feel like top lane is one of our most stacked positions at this tournament for sure. And Squeego right now, unfortunately, did look like the weakest. Just, it was a rough game. Like, he took lethal tempo Jax into Renekton, and then he got bullied, like, from beginning to end, right? So he really didn't show anything, and I think that he's much better than what he showed. And it's going to be a key part of this win if they're going to get it.
You know, that's kind of interesting, because I think in the mid lane, you know, it wasn't the greatest performance there by Loki. Might be an area where Furia are able to punish. But now for a deeper insight, let's send it on over to Guigo, standing by.
It's do or die between Furia and Cloud9, and by my side is the top laner for Furia, Guigo. So this is the first time we're gonna get the LTA North versus LTA South rivalry for the Esports World Cup. So can you explain to me what the biggest difference between these two conferences are right now?
I would say like they are a little bit ahead in terms of actual game knowledge, let's say, but I think it's still a pretty even fight, and I hope we can win against them.
Amazing. And I spotted with my eyes, you have this nose tape on you right now, and it's been very trendy for a lot of players. So please explain the science behind this.
It's actually kind of OP, I feel like, because it opens up your strings of the nose, so you actually breathe much better. And I don't know, it works for me. Doesn't work for everyone, but for me it works.
I'm definitely going to look into it. Thank you so much, Guigo. Best of luck on the stage, and we'll see you soon.
All right, Guigo doing a battle up against yet another Titan in the top lane here in Thanatos. Let's send it over to our top lane connoisseur to see what he thinks about it.
Yeah, I like that he brought the nose tape. Maybe he can sniff out some stinky American Inters here.
Oh my God!
I think the top of the matchup, though, he won't sniff out any Inters. I think Thanatos was my standout performer in that FlyQuest game. And on the Renekton, he looked so comfortable, just having so much impact in those fights, finding really crucial flanks to really give his team some leeway despite them being behind. So I think it's very important we get Guigo on a comfort pick. I want this guy to be on a matchup he feels good about, because I don't think he looked that comfortable in the Jax Renekton matchup. Then looked that practiced. So maybe, yeah, just make sure he gets a matchup he's comfortable in so he can actually transition that and make things happen.
As we take a look at the Cloud9 roster, Valdez, let me get your thoughts here. How they can bounce back after a tough loss against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that, you know, they played poorly. I would say that FlyQuest played pretty well. There were certainly some moments where we were all talking about how it felt like Cloud9 could have taken more advantage of their aggressive composition, but they kind of just ended up having to sit back and let FlyQuest just scale to oblivion, and Quad was like 3-0 with a bajillion gold. So maybe being a bit more proactive, maybe trying to play a little bit around some of their strong solo lanes, like Thanatos, who we mentioned, try to get them ahead. You know, we already saw that Guigo apparently has a innate weakness to Renekton, at least in that matchup, so maybe you can try to utilize him a bit in those solo lanes.
Yeah, and I thought when I looked at Cloud9's draft in that game one, it was quite a challenging draft to execute. They had like, their jungler was a Trundle and their support was a Bard. And I mean, sure, you have the little fun combo there where Trundle puts the pillar and you stun on the pillar. But in general, that's a comp that kind of struggles to start fights when you want to. Because all you can do is walk at your opponents and try to bite them. And they can just walk that away and get out of there, you know? So I kind of want to see Vulcan on more of an engage role. Or I want to see Blabber on something that's really skirmish heavy, really aggressive. Something like a Xincha, Pantheon, Vi is what I'm looking for. And just give your players a little more tools to start fights. Because I feel like against FlyQuest, they were passive, but also because their comp was really difficult to really force things.
Yeah, I think it goes back to reiterating this is a best of one. We probably should be seeing a lot of the same champions over and over again in draft based off of the type of composition you want to play. And usually Bard is a little bit further down when we're talking about Fearless. Usually in, you know, maybe game 4, game 5 of a best of 5, a pocket pick out here. So liking what you're setting up here, Finn, for Cloud9 on their way to success. As you see the players warming up, loosening up, getting ready. Kind of crazy that one of these two squads not going to be moving on, and you saw the key getting crushed. One of those very difficult moments that you got to deal with. If you go to a tournament, you don't get a single win, and you get your key crushed and get to, you know, like, keep that one if they wanted to here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult. Like, it's kind of hard that GAM don't get a second chance. I mean, I guess technically did get a second chance. It's sad that they didn't get a third chance here at the EWC, but yeah, I mean, it's all down to the wire. We're not going to get to see a lot from one of these two teams. And, you know, on paper, for me, I feel like Cloud9 should be favored, but we saw Furia, like, they looked pretty good at MSI. They were able to bring G2 to some fun matches, and they are absolutely better than what they showed. And I don't want people to say, oh, well, Guigo looked bad. You know, it doesn't seem like they're here at this tournament. I do think that they could pull out an upset victory here. It's best of one. We always say that anything can happen. Cloud9, they just got to keep their heads straight and say, well, FlyQuest are strong. We're better than Furia. We should be able to take this one down and just try to bring all those things we talked about in the draft actually into the game, because, you know, it is very tempting to play the fun stuff, but maybe just take a page out of Delight's book and just play Rel, or just play Rakan, right? Just play something that makes sense. It's easy to execute if you're not on your best game, if you're feeling a little jet-lagged, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, even though NA being a for-fun league, like, as you say, you gotta still draft serious champions, right? Okay, it's too easy. It's too easy.
I like how you say that, because I ran into Coach Reaper, one of the greatest coaches in North America, outside, and we're like, hey, so what are you picking? What are you drafting? He goes, we're drafting Timo. So no secrets there. You're right. You have to take the draft a little bit more seriously here. Obviously, they didn't do that, but the Bard pick,
I mean, it's not about being serious, but I think you gotta give your players some tools to make things happen. And if you're not that comfortable, if you're not Genji, basically, what I'm trying to say, don't try to draft those comps that just require absolute perfection on the map.
So no Bard for Keria then, or?
I mean, I like he has to pass. Okay.
I guess so. Yeah, again, we've got those teams waiting in the knockout phases already. And after today's matches, this final match, we will have the draw, despite the fact that we don't have two teams locked in yet already for the quarterfinals, because tomorrow's matches will be those qualification best of ones for Group A and Group B to see what the second team is. And then we will start the quarterfinal matches already. So definitely a little bit more to stick around for after this final Cloud9 versus Furia match. I'll get some info for you in just a little bit, how close we are to throwing to the stage. But Valdez, you already hit the point on it real hard. It is a long day. You've traveled on in. For the Cloud9 guys that got in recently, I feel like if you're Furia, this is such a great opportunity for you to catch them off guard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, mostly straightforward compositions. There has been a little bit of weirdness here and there, but it's been mostly, okay, we're going to play Pantheon, we're going to play Talia, Azir, stuff like this, but maybe this is the moment to pull out some of the weird stuff and try to catch Cloud9 off guard. I do think that NA, as a region, is one that is willing to pull out the weird stuff as well, so maybe, you know, they can't do too much, but I do think that Furia have some stuff in the tank, and I would like to see something a little bit different, especially if they're not feeling totally on their game today.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the longer these days go, as speaking from a player, like when these days went really long, you could really feel people's focus drop a little bit. I remember, I think I played a series that was like a 2-hour-long pause, and then we remade the game. And that game that we remade, that was a monstrosity of a game. That was not good League of Legends, and I feel like this is just proving that these players are human. And when the games go like this, when the day goes these long, maybe you can actually look to adapt to that and try to draft champions that are a little bit more on the go, that punish these mistakes a little bit harder. Pick those early skirmishers. Like, my mind goes to these globals, like Pantheon Nocturne, but also champions like Lee Sin, where if you just get some early kills going, you can really take over and snowball the game. There's of course, like, this is overly simplifying it, but I'm just saying there are angles you can look for in this manner.
Yeah, I think if you're the better team, you expect to be the better team going into it. That's what you do. Have Cloud9 pick the more dominant snowball-y lanes and then snowball your way to victory to try and crush the key of the opponent as we take a look at it one more time from Doggo, just so casually, nonchalantly pushes the button and oh, no, that could be my key.
The way he looks at it and the way that the camera goes back and forth from his face back to the key to his face, he's like, yeah, oh. Look at his eyes. He's like embarrassed. I don't know.
He loves it.
I don't know. He's like trying hard not to show too much enjoyment. Meanwhile, he's like loving it. Look at how focused he is. He's so focused. Ugh.
And the new addition to this year, it's the actual pop at the very end, right? Well, it was like right there. It basically was right there. All right, we'll see in just a little bit. Finally, Furia, Cloud9 do battle one more time. Let's send it on over to the blokes on the stage for the final call out.
There is no easing into this one. Once again, a team is one best of one away from going home.
No more warm-ups, no more second chances. As we've already seen, you lose and it's game over.
Absolutely. This is where reputations are tested, styles clash, and someone's EWC run comes to a sudden end.
You win, you survive. Defeat, your precious key is pulverized. Should we bring out the teams?
Let's do it.
They are known around the world and they are putting it all on the line in Riyadh. It's Cloud9.
And their opponents, they must be bold or it's back to Brazil. Welcome, Furia.
Right. One final key shall be crushed tonight. Who will win? And watch on as it shatters. It's time to find out.
It's our final game of the day, and it's LTA versing each other again, but this time South versus North, Cloud9 versus Furia. Only one of these teams was at MSI, and the other came narrowly close. We've talked about it a lot today. We've had a lot of fun stories as myself and Orcs will be with you for this final game. Oh, Orcs, you're a classic. You're a bit sus, people say, but you're all right, I think. It's been an all right day.
I'm all right.
With you. Yeah,
After
you're all
all
right.
the time we've known each other.
You're all right.
You finally decided I'm all right.
We're blokes, you know, like, and you're British.
You know what, Jake?
I'm all right.
You're not half bad yourself.
See, that's a compliment. That's from in British term and jargon. What do you call it? That's all right. That's good. Where would you like to take us first? What are you thinking?
I just think both these teams, you know, Furia, I think both their series they had in MSI, even though unfortunately didn't win, I think they showed up, you know, for those series. I think they impressed. And I know they'd love to get a win and continue their run here. I think for Cloud9, they didn't have the ability to show up because they weren't at the tournament. And this was their chance. This was then, hey, we are at EWC. We win at MSI. This is our time to show. You know, Jack talked about with our desk what they did in scrims in Vancouver, and they wanted to show that on stage. They weren't able to demonstrate that up against FlyQuest, right? They got beaten by the team who beat them domestically. It'd feel really bad to lose against another team in the LTA and then go home.
Yeah, it really would. It's a lot of pride today. We've talked a lot about it, but it really is, especially when Furia have a lot to prove that they deserve, you know, not only to beat MSI, but deserve to stick around here. The winner of this has to verse FlyQuest, so it's either going to be a rematch or it's again going to be LTA versus LTA. It's just about which version it's going to be. We're about to get into game. Best of ones, they talked about draft on desk, and I'll tell you, they're right on desk. Like, it hasn't been that adventurous, but that's what best of ones give you. Best of one gives you the best version of draft, and there's been, you know, a lot of center. We've had Lucian Bromman last game. Like, we've had pretty standard stuff. What's been the most wild we've had today? Do you remember?
I don't think anything's been that wild.
Just been like B1 drafts. Sorry, game 1 drafts.
You know what they say about fearless best of ones?
Yeah.
They're just best of ones.
Fearless best of ones.
Yeah, so, you know, we haven't really seen teams go, and again, the format's punishing teams. There's no real push to go too crazy at this stage of the competition. You play what you're good at, you play your best, you come in with your A game, and that's what teams are trying to do and need to do, especially in this match. You don't have a second chance after this, and have to keep winning on the back of this one.
And just a reminder, tomorrow, MKOI and Fly, their matchups where they obviously fell to the losers bracket, but they're still in a qualification match waiting for, well, I mean, MKOI have CFO, which is going to be a very funny rematch from MSI as well. And then FlyQuest will verse the winner of this. Those will be the first 2 matchups tomorrow. And then tomorrow as well, Orcs, from what I can see, we have Genji and BLG debuting at EWC. Those are best of 3s. As Digon said, after this, we'll have the draw. So I'm excited to see what our matchups are going to be, especially since, you know, Genji and BLG, like Behemoth, is like next level.
Well, I mean, Genji and T1.
Well, okay, Genji T1 and next. Okay, thank you, LCK Caster.
No, those are the ones who got top 2.
I know, but like,
so they're seeded higher.
Okay, well, AL's next level as well. No?
Well,
I know they're seeded higher, but they're all quarterfinals. Come on, bro. Use the cast level.
Well, no, if you actually,
I know BLG didn't go as far. I know that.
It's even seeded. It's seeded in a way where, you know, the ones who got out of the group first will go up against the.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Let's go to pick and ban.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay. Yeah. No. You know what? You're right.
Look at the seeding, it's important.
I see
it's
the
relevant.
seeding.
I brought up this point earlier, you got to pay attention.
Yeah, I see the seeding, all right.
Yeah, for anyone who's not got the bracket in front of
better than LPL, I get it, guys.
They perform better.
I evo nas nazad. Finalna partija dana, 7:54, pauza opet malo duže nego planirano, ali... Dobro, šta je tu je? Šta je tu je? Sina in Furia, Sina in veliki favorit, ali realno Furia se nešto pita. Banovali su Jacksa da pikaju Renektona opet i da Gvigo izinta.
Ne čuješ me?
Da.
Ne čuješ me ili me čuješ?
Da, čujem te, da.
Aha, okej, izvini, pošto sam rotirao, mislio sam da me nije ugatio mikrofon koji inače koristim, domaći mikrofon.
Pa jeste, čuje se.
Nego zato što sam ugasio da bi punio slušalicu. Svakako, kao što je rekao moj kolega Sale, sve u redu. Gigo jeste grifo u prošli game, da. Ali, mi verujemo u Pitaru kod Gogija i da to nešto može da se promeni.
Pairing is everything here. We just saw Zinzao pop off and Pantheon Vi are both gone.
Opet, ali iskreno smaraju ovi best of one-ovi. Moram da priznam da smaraju best of one-ovi.
Pa da, sve isti pikovi. Mislim, samo se menja redosled ko šta uzima, bukvalno.
As we know, Wukong has really good pairings, but usually paired with something like the Annie, as Ambessa. Try and get scaling option. I'm not sure about this.
You know, we saw this matchup a lot in the LCK. Often didn't go well.
Better.
Yeah, I think Zinzao, I don't know if you remember, there's a Zinzao match today where Zinzao popped off. Genjo was playing it, got a quadra kill.
I think I remember
Pretty
that,
recent.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, but instantly, I mean, this is such a strong top side.
Yeah.
The double melee with Sejuani You know, very good at proccing those passives. Really a lot of skirmishing power between them. And especially a lot of people talked about Cloud9 solo lane has been so strong.
Sejuani, Gwen, ovo je heavy top lane skirmish. Sejuani je dobila 2 melea, što njoj insane odgovara.
Skirmishing power, is it enough? And the Ambessa, I feel like, you know...
Ambessa u ovo nisam neki fan, ali okej, što god. Ako je Gigo, ako Gigo tako kaže.
Ja sam mislio da ću uzeti Renekton na blind, C9, ali dobro. Svako se ponavljaju pikovi dosta jako, mislim jedino što se neće ponavljati stvari koje su banovane kao što je taj Eni. Ne može da bude pikove očigledno, ali opet jedva čekam da se vratimo na... Teo sam da kažem best of 5, sjeti se da je samo finale best of 5, tako da čekam da se vratimo na best of 3, I guess.
Ali dobro, i best of 3 je bolje nego... Ovako 8 best of 1 smo pogledali 8 sličnih serija, možemo budemo realni skroz po tom pitanju.
To je istina, to je istina.
Not really able to make too much impact in that game, but definitely a lot of power. I feel like, honestly, Xayah has a lot of value here.
Yeah.
In this situation. Also, like, you know, I feel like sometimes, like Rakan could be a good pick for Furia, like the Xayah Rakan, and I don't really like playing Rakan into Talia.
Ok, Lucian i Niko. Bardi Karma, kakva support meta, Karma, Bardi i Niko. Sam Snow svakog support igrača. Release the Tiger, Furia. Ne znam šta im je to, kao... Aha, zato što su, ali ovo nije tigar. Ili jeste tigar?
Furia jeste.
A vodaju mi...
A realno je kao neka puma čupava tigar, to je to.
What do you think is just too risky? Maybe they want more utility, more range,
Ooh.
scaling, mix of scaling plus lane bully.
Corki's been a bit of a favorite for Cement.
Corki je fine. Corki je iskreno fine. Kad god smo ga videli na MSI
U mojoj školi je moj kolega učio životinje, ali tigar i puma su isto.
Znam, ali veruj mi, ovo izgleda kao čupava puma, ništa se ti ne brini.
Leopard, gepard...
Nisu isto, ne, šta?
Ne. Nego, meni je ovo najsličnije nekom leopardu.
Vidi, ne, Leopard je mršaviji malo, Leopard je naš ono više...
A Leopard je na katu, jel?
Tako je, Leopard je na katu, a naš ono Puma i zbog boje, jeli, i to sve nekako, pošto je crni logo, ima više smisla da je neka Puma, ali opet Puma nije, naš ovde, zbog ovoga izgleda malo čupavija, Tigar ima dužu dlaku. Ne, bukvalno sam završio ovaj zoološki fakultet Karaburme. Molim lepo, ja sam direktor njega, Kara me gleda u fazonu šta pričaš.
Zoološki fakultet na Karaburmi, ako niste znali.
Tako je, Zoološki fakultet Karaburma. Šta kažemo, C9 ili Furia?
Kažemo, ajde Furia. Ja sam mrzitelj C9-a čisto zbog TSM-a, pa kao mrzim C9 i CLG kogod da je kotendao titulu tih godina. Iako verovatno serija koju ću najviše pamtiti u životu, pored poraza finala TSM-a protiv CLG-a, kad je Stix igrao Tristanu, petom gemu, TSM i Mortals. Mortals je imao savršen split, otišli su recimo 18-0 tada, u to vreme, da ih je bilo 10, a mislim da sam ubao tačno. I vodili su 2-0 i TSM ih je reverse sweepovo. Ja sam morao da nađem koje je to finale. Ja bih trebalo sam bio 7. razred osnovne škole. Što bi trebalo 2016. Ajde... Izvinite chat. Sad sam ušao u NALCS, da, i tražim redom, da. Sezona 16. Immortals je otišao 17-1. A ne, ovo je traumatična godina. Da, Immortals je otišao 17-1, TSM je jedva prošao 9-9. Mislim, nije jedva prošao, nego je prošao kao poslednji. Od top 6 je išlo dalje. I TSM je kroz Winners Bracket izbacio... C9 izbacio Immortals koji je prvi i izgubi 3-2 protiv CLG-a, to je na tu priču. To je prvo. Ajmo sad dalje. Da, ide dominacija, potpuna dominacija TSM-a. To je onda ta godina, jer su dobili 3-0 Immortals. Možda sam nešto pomešao.
We got this.
Jo, bože, koliko je tad LoL bio insane.
Not Sephia, or Sephiroth. Sepia.
Sepia?
Tuckolo je pauzu.
It's Sepia.
Ja sam legit, znači ono, ostajao budan do 6 ujutru i spavao sat vremena i u 7 ujutru išao u drugu smenu, razumete? U prvu smenu u školu.
Hashtag
zbog NLCS-a. Ja, ne. Nisam valjda to uradio. Jesam. Ugasio sam feed. Nisam. Jesam. Nisam.
A, dobro, naći ga YouTube link. Imaš na Discord.
Fajn.
Bangers and mash? Bangers and mash? Yeah. Prawn? You call it prawn, don't you?
You can call it shrimp.
No, you can't call it shrimp. Because it's not what it's called. It's called prawn. What else? Come on. We're not getting out of this pause till you call me out. I've told this technical pause is for me.
All right, you know what it is, right? I went to Australia not too long ago.
Yeah, you did actually. That's what makes this worse.
And I went to like a wildlife area.
Yeah.
You could see a bunch of the animals native there. And you know what they had? They had a dingo. And right?
Yeah.
It was a dog. Okay?
Yeah. But it was a dingo.
No, it was just a dog. And you know what I'm convinced happened? Someone came over to Australia. I'm like, oh, we have those too. Those are dogs. They were like, nah, mate, that's a dingo. You're just pulling people's legs. It's like that drop bear thing. It's it's a dog.
We didn't start that. The drop bear thing did not start from us.
Oh, yeah, and whatever.
On the dingo, I've just told apparently there's a monitor issue of some kind for Furia's for Toots.
Ok, monitor issue za Tutsa.
While that's being sorted out, dingoes
Aha.
are like, they're dangerous dogs, okay? And they're not just dogs, because my wife has a friend who...
nažalost, ova pauza ne znamo koliko će trajati, jer, kao što znate, Dragan, Zoki i... Kako se zvao posljednji? Kako se zvao treći?
Nije Sale? Srećko?
Stefan? Nije Stefan? Kako se zvao posljednji? Čet je se neko, seća neko. Taj tim za tehničku pauzu je ostao u Americi. To je američki tim za tehničku pauzu.
Fair shake of the sauce bottle.
And now you've just done my work for me.
Okay, well, but I had to bail you out because otherwise we'll never get out of this pause. Fair shake of the sauce bottle is like fair go of it, you know?
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, fair shake of the sauce bottle. Our Prime Minister once upon a time used to say that.
Didn't one of the Australian Prime Ministers like just disappear one time?
He went for a swim and he never came back, I think. I think it was that Bob Hawke? I don't know. No one from chat to really help.
I'm learning law.
No, Bob Hawke is the guy. He would. He's a legend. No, one of them went for a swim and never came back. As you can see on Fury's side, by the way, there's the mountain. Not the monitor. Harold Holt. Oh, thank you, production. Oh, I've got an Aussie in my ear. That's why. Okay.
Pričao ministru koji je otišao da pliva i nikad se nije vratio. Čisto da znaš, Role.
Ok, hvala ti.
Nema na čemu, znam da bi želeo da čuješ to. Siniša.
Siniša. Nije Siniša bio.
Oh, and I've just unveiled the dingo.
Bio je Dragan Zoki i još jedan.
It's not a conspiracy, they're dangerous.
It was a dog.
It's not a dog. Okay, it's kind of a dog, but it's like, hang on. Dingo, are dingoes dangerous?
Ja sad vrtim po starim LCS rosterima i znate koliko je lepo. It feels so good.
People often become familiar, aggressive. Dingoes have bitten visitors severely and are capable of much worse. Yes. Look,
this dog.
It looks like a dog.
Yeah.
It's in the category of dog. You're right. You're not wrong. Dingoes. Yeah. Okay. But they're not. They are, but they're not. You know.
Okay.
What else?
I'm glad we got to the bottom of this. You know, I've been thinking of this a while, and I didn't know how to bring it up to you, so I'm glad we could get to the bottom of it. Yeah. This is. I thought it would break your worldview. You know, I thought it'd be.
All right. I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one for free.
Okay.
They're koalas.
Yeah.
You know, people think they're bears, but they're not. They're marsupials.
Well, that makes sense.
Like the same as a possum.
Yeah.
Yeah. But people look at them and they think they're bears. So they're marsupials, so it means they sleep. They're meant to sleep during the day and then be awake at night. Kind of like gamers.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
Wait, so our gamers marsupials?
Gamers are marsupials, yeah.
I'm glad we could get to the
Ja
bottom
sam
of
te
that.
shvatio da je TSM propao, tačno kako smo mi počeli da radimo Worlds.
I mean, I shouldn't say we.
Či mi smo prvo radili Worlds 2020... Worlds 2022?
My life has just been stable of like, I go to bed at a normal time. I go to bed at...
Pite godine je TSM počeo da propada. 5.13 i 6.12.
I have definitely, like, but as you get older...
I onda od 2023. 8.10 i isto 8.10. Ispali na početku. I 2024. ih nema.
I'm actually...
Pa igrali su previše Worldsova do tada.
Hoće kažeš smo mi krivi, zašto raspo TSM.
As he turns 41, let's remember C9 and Furia had a bit of a tech issue. And I'll remind you that Tutz's screen was actually swapped out from what we could see. And now we're
Eto, zamijenili su mu monitor. Vi koliko je bila kratka pauza, bravo, bravo, odlično, odlično.
Dobro, pazi, cilj je menjanje monitora.
Brzo su zamijenili, pa brzo su rešili nego bateriju u mišu, iskreno, mislim, to je respekt.
A nemoj, taj tim je dobar inače. Veruj mi. Dobri su momci.
It's going to be dangerous for C9. So it all comes down to this.
Senna's been having a good day.
Senna has had a great day, actually.
So we'll see how that goes.
It's maybe evident because there haven't been many bot lanes that have been able to punish. You know, like Senna's come through the laning phase a bit too easily, even in swaps. You know, do you agree with that? I feel like, I mean, you could argue that maybe there's been more happening in solo lanes, and maybe that's why. What do you think?
I mean,
you don't have to agree with me all the time, you know. I'm not the smartest guy.
I think it's difficult. I think the lane matchups in general have been pretty robust, you know. Seen a lot of Senna notes on Alistair. It's kind of hard to
do anything.
Have a matchup that's too favorable, you know. Like you could pick, I feel like if you pick like a double range matchup into that, you know, it's like one gank and it could fall apart, plus you have to sustain another Senna. And, you know, like you have the Rel here, but what is Rel supposed to do into Alistair, really, to get the Corki close enough?
Yeah.
And all Senna has to do is just kind of survive in this lane, and you feel pretty good about it.
True. There's a lot of sustain in that lane as well, like Alistair passive, what is it, 5-7 minions, healing, Senna piercing darkness, it's...
Zanima kakav ovaj matchup još možda bude na midu. Osim toga da, pošto i ono gledamo sve ređe, ali eto, George danas kada igra je prošlo dobro. Fajn je on za tradovanje, malo će se muči, ali kao ništa strašno. Sa Fleetom i Rizolom secondary i D-Shieldom, pogotovo u Italiju bi trebalo da je okej, Italija nema toliko base damage-a.
Da, trebao bi da bude okej, ko što si rekao. To je onaj klasičan combo, preživljavam puk. Osim baš da ne popije 3-4 šava u scatter, to jest u klikere fajnci. Thanos je već dobio batine na topu, što je jako veliki problem, jer nema potova više. Tako da njega Gvigo ovdje samo je vino top. Kako je on toliko izgubio health uopšte? Ja sam se... Ne bi smio da bude toliko low.
Ovaj botlane matchup mi je uvijek čudan zato što pogotovo taj engage, Senna je kao dobar bully kad je na supportu, ali lekuje damage kada je na AD carry-u i to me toliko zbunjuje. Kao super je bully kada ima AD carry-a protiv sebe, pored sebe, ali kada je ona glavni damage source, onda nije baš toliko super bully. Samo mnogo mind confusing za support igrača kada gleda Senna na AD carry-u sa engage supportom pored.
Has actually already made his recall, so he's got the large belt and will pick up his grubs, not grubs, you know what I mean, sorry, long day, gromp. And I feel like, I feel like after that push in as well, that nice reset, Thanatos now going to be walking up, holding onto his TP as well. There should be some attention, maybe given top here after Wolf spawn, but it is hard to get up there. I mean, all that security and vision, like, Blabber's not going to be able to get anywhere near.
No, it's a good insurance policy, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, Blabber wants to play around his solo lanes. He wants to make use of that passive. And very hard to do when they've got so much vision down. I think it's good moves from Tadu just to, you know, it did potentially threaten the prospect of a dive, but Thanatos reacted well, but the vision's just going to give the insurance for his top laner.
Što gledamo kako Talija baca kamenčiće na Ion jer se ništa ne događa. Jako malo dajvova, mislim, to je malo i pokazatelj koliko su ove top 4 ekipe samo ispred svih ostalih. Kad pogledaš da šta smo vidjeli danas u 8 gameova, jedan dive i to je ono na topu što... Ano, ne do bog da se ponovi. Mislim, ako to možemo zovemo dive, da, kad su bacili dive ispod TP-a i samo su izgubili čoveka. I to je Hanwa bila što najgore.
Sent away because of the seismic shove. There is a knock up to follow suit though, but Loki just doesn't have enough to work with. Blaver's now on the way and he's going to do some damage into Tattoo though. There's a permafrost, there's a flash and a follow up from Loki, but out of range. Toots now in a great spot. Seismic shove and Tattoo just forces them through. That's 2 flashes for C9, only 1 for Toots.
Yeah, I think Toots played it super well. The seismic shove on the ult from Loki, really important to keep him safe. And then it felt like Blaver was super patient, but Toots was even more so to survive on that one.
Dobro, sada ništa ne vidimo, neverovatno. Meni je malo krivo što nijedna ekipa iz, mislim kao LTA je samo dobio predstavnike NALCS-a. Sad me zanima da vidim...
Vulcan would just walk it out. Meanwhile, top side, Thanatos, he's level 6. Tattoo is looking for an angle in. Wave's not the worst, but it does deny the cannon, so... I mean, Giga, that's twice that's happened here where he's had control this way.
Sezona 2025. Da, pazi, finale ti je bilo... Znači, izvini, polufinala su bukvalno bila FlyQuest TL, 100 Thieves C9, razumeš?
Da.
Aha, ali ovo mi se čini kao da je... Čekaj, brat, koliko je confusing.
Dragon will be secured.
TP flying.
Oh, yeah.
And that is Gigo coming in as well.
He has ult still.
Only will get the swap, you're right. That, with the flash available as well, he can get into range. Jojo just needs to get around. A little bit late though, he matches...
Aha, nije baš tako bilo. Da, jeste, tačno tako bilo. Dakle, četiri predstavnika 100 Thieves C9, TL i FlyQuest su bili iz North dela i South dela EA, Lev, Loud i Pain. I onda su se podelili u bracketu da u single elimination bracketu da u četvrtfinalima svi igraju best of 3 međusobno. Svi su dobili 2-0 osim TL koji je dobio 2-1 EA. I to je to. Znači kao bilo je najantiklimaktičnije moguće, ali oni igraju... A zašto je Furia igrala sa njima i dalje? What?
Like the base Sejuani damage as well, that might come in handy too. As all in, helping out as you can see.
Vidi, Furia, Pain i Loud su igrali, onda su ispali tu pa su valjda prošli verovatno kroz Brazil. Oni igraju istovremeno.
Da, ne znam što su tu radili iskreno, to je malo zbunjujuće.
The 2v2 is pretty even where the wave state is, but you can see pings are getting spammed down. After mid got cleared, Loki wants to move, Toots is already there behind.
Da.
Start up grubs and we'll see how Tattoo gets in.
Što ne znam, iskreno ne znam. Mislim, kažem, meni baš nisam pratio, tako da sam, baš nisam informisan što se tiče NA. I flipovo Toots, Korkija van, Sena ulta, ali nije ni bitno. I ode Real. Tatu, molim te, 2 basika si cancelo već. Mada do Visiona je bilo, tako da je fine.
Disassembled that fight so well.
Yeah, committed immediately. They knew it was a flashless Corki there, able to find the connection with the Weaver's wall.
Izvinite chat, ja sam se zavozao u League PD, mislio sam da vas sve zanima. Jer kao pričito sam vezano za ova 2 regiona.
Man, 3 grubs, 3 kills. Like Furia, early game is going brilliantly.
I opet ja zbunjen o tome kako se na scale-uje na AD carry-u sa statikom i RFC-om.
Tattoo jumps back in, his Crazy Guard comes in handy, the Fate Sealed misses and Blaver's gonna die first. IU's behind, hitting from behind and hitting well. Toots gets a seismic shot back and once again I see a Zinzao with an early double. Loki, the range, is gonna find him and IU just needs another auto. There it is, a 6-0 start and over the wall. Gigo's looking for the 7th, flashes, sees Thanatos. The flash will be matched, but Furia are furious.
And such a miscalculation there from Cloud9. This is the first initial play. A little bit scuffed at times. The seismic shove takes him out of the center roll, but there's just nothing Sven can do when he's trapped in like that. And then it's a split fight from there. Vulcan isolating alone, so they clean him up. But the thing is,
Mislim, solidan je Furia na early game, ali ovako su igrali i ranije, zar ne?
Osim danas,
vidjeli smo, mislim da, kao, kad kažem ranije, mislim samo na MSI. Da kao, vidjeli smo ih već da u early game, pogotovo Gigo, da napravi neku razliku. Mislim, ovdje nužno nije on bio uključen uopšte, ali kao, njega smo vidjeli često da napravi neku razliku u lane-u, to malo snowballa i onda kasnije na draft bude, na makro neki ili na draft bude nešto onako, ne planira da zvijek. Mislim, 6-0 start svakako nisam očekivao, ali...
Now has an insanely 1,300 gold as the lead, and we were just talking about just talking about a Zinzal who got ahead in the early game and ran the business end of the rest of it. We're there again. Gigo's the same, and this center is well and truly ahead. 0-3-0 for Sven. This early game is a disaster for Cloud9.
It's in such a rough spot, and especially when a champion like Zinzal gets hit. I mean, we saw it last game, we've seen it again.
Yeah.
But the Sundered Sky makes him so hard to deal with.
Slaviša, bravo!
Jeste, bravo Džinzo, bravo.
Kao moj vodoinstalater, da, zato sam mu dao ime, zaboravio sam. A kako ne znaš čuli priču kad je meni Slaviša dio dole u garaži nešto curelo i zove ga drugar i pita ga šta radiš i kaže evo me na poslu i on kaže šta radiš na poslu, kaže pa koji uvek gledam da curi voda.
Slaviša je naša duhovna životinja.
Help this turret from falling down further.
Slaviša je legenda.
Yeah, more and more plates going over. Blabber's in the vicinity. There's some backup moving through, but they're not going to be there in time to really do anything other than just defend the tower. And that's the thing, it's not like anything is happening across the map, you know? If this play was happening and maybe Cloud9 were getting some, you know, plates top or some pressure somewhere else or a kill, sure, but they're kind of just trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. But they're still losing out in these plays. 4,000 gold lead now for Furia. 4,000 gold at 12 minutes.
It's not even the worst of it because as Fate Seal comes out and Loki gets hit under turret, I see 44 souls in 12 minutes. Like, IU is ahead of the clock for sure, and it's pretty bad when you see a center that's probably going to get 60 souls by 17, 18 minutes. And is already this strong. Dragon's going to be started here by Tattoo. First one went over to Cloud9 while Gigo just got himself a turret plate and topside as well. It keeps growing in good news here for Furia for the Brazilian side.
Furia, boga mi, lomi Cloud9.
Obviously Cloud9 got that one earlier, but
Some 300 diff u džungli. Čini se da kad Gigo igra dobro da Furia samo izgleda veoma jako.
Mislim da mentalno imaju.
Da. Možda je on kao shot caller, šta znam, pa kad njega shutdownuješ, samo cijela ekipa se raspada.
Vrlo moguće.
I mean, there's elements of the composition which scales well, right? You know, we talked about it before, like the, you know, the Yone and the Gwen.
Yeah.
But you're into a Senna, and if you're playing for time against a Senna, that feels terrible. But right now, with a 4,000 gold lead, this early in the game, it feels dreadful. You kind of just need to buy some time and farm up, because when everyone in the enemy team has like full items and you don't have full items on your side, it's just so hard to compete. You need time, and you need to try and just stop giving away advantages to Furia right now.
50 by 14, that's right now what I'm seeing from IU. Not to get caught out on mid-wave though, he's stepping up to Sven. He gets some good soul trading once again. And I think that's the one fear I see, is that for IU, what we saw a lot at MSI was him getting caught out on mid-waves with Jojo. They definitely felt like the weak part of the team, so just to make sure he tracks his jungle pathing is into Sven. Look at that. Oh my god.
I mean, the problem is he's playing so aggressive.
But I guess he can.
But he can, you know? Like, this is a situation where you might think, well, maybe if you're playing this aggressive, you'll be punished. But he's so far ahead, they're not in position to punish him. You can see Vulcan hanging around, just trying to cover Loki, but it just feels like they're in such a defensive position right now, which they kind of have to be.
There's Thanatos being drawn in. Gigo has his ult, he's gonna burn it. Jojo's
Thanatos mislim da ne može da umre ovdje, nema ni dovoljno damage, on ima 2 staka ultija. Ovo nije dobro.
Previše nemaju anti-heal za njega.
Ma da, ne mogu. Gledajte, Steel Caps ide i već ono, nakon engage-a ima još 2 staka ultija.
Da, mislim bez Ignite-a tu ne dobijaju kill.
bit scary that even with the ult from the
Ne znam li Jojo mogao da bi rolo.
1 point and ultimate the first round.
Kontam da bi rolo da je mogao.
Pa nema spellbook.
That much the tower being built up so much.
Bože, nema spellbook. Kako ti kažem, video sam plavkasto i uzeo sam zdravo za gotovo da je to spellbook.
Da, fair. Pogotovo što se Glacial ne vidi skoro nikad na Alistaru.
You know, these feel like little wins for Cloud9, but anything, they need anything right now. Anything like that, they'll take.
I mean, people had big expectations, like C9 might be second seed of LTA North, but this would be a big bow out in the tournament. Only 4K gold lead, game's not over yet, but Furia getting more and more. The Herald going to be taken here, and IU is just sitting mid. I mean, look at him, 53 souls. Again, there is a chance this guy gets the 60 even before the 18 minute mark at this point, if he gets some heavy trading in the next couple. But regardless, Herald's taken down, out of top side. The next goal, this should be taken easily. Loki's giving respect over because he knows that his jungler's nowhere nearby yet.
I mean, Georgius has kind of been everywhere in this game. And now he's in the top lane, doesn't find an angle into Loki, uses that Unbound Soul, but just the pressure is constant, and I think Fury just haven't really made any mistakes yet, which is what makes it feel almost more frustrating for Cloud9.
Oh my god, and the damage as well. Fate still gets in the way. Here's Blabber to help out. Permafrost going to help as well, and a bit egregious. Ulti still up and available, but shut down before he can use it.
Okay, veliki shutdown.
Found a window in, a bop away from Jojo. His ulti helps negate the damage, so it becomes a 1-for-1. It's Vulcan over the jungler. But Fury still got what they came for, and they came for this turret. They're not leaving without it.
Just as I say, haven't made any mistakes. There we go.
There's a mistake from Tattoo.
Tattoo, a bit of a flub there.
Flash and ulti available as well.
Yeah,
like
got CC chained. Kind of thought he'd have more for window, maybe to heal up with Sundered Sky before he had to ult, and it ends up backfiring. Decent influx of gold. There's a big shutdown.
Hopefully we Yone.
But Fury still got that top lane tower. So, you know, it's something they definitely needed, but they need more.
When you're that far behind early versus the center, you're probably going to take it, aren't you? 57 is the count. I got it wrong, guys. Probably not going to get towards 60 before 18. It's obsession, isn't it? It's kind of like a dopamine.
Stay away. He could definitely get 3.
It's a dopamine hit, though, like having that many, isn't it?
You could high roll in a wave.
Oh, yeah. Or Sven just jumps up and you get one from him right now.
I don't think he would do that.
Come on. Look at him. Look at him. Look, wait. Pretend you're walking away. Static shift first. Then, there's one. And then watch this. Wait, Orcs, wait. Orcs, oh, he didn't get that one. Did he get a soul from it?
Got another? He's one more. Where's he going to get it from?
Come on. 1735. Oh, wait. If only wards dropped them. Wait,
but I can't.
Oh, Scuttle counts, right?
There you go.
Oh, 60 at 1747.
That's pretty good.
That is
Sven je 0-3, ali kao ajde, ima dobar CS, možda može da naskila. Ono što možda malo muči Furiju je činjenica da postoji šansa da daju dovoljno vremena C9 iz prostog razloga što im samo još 10 minuta im treba za solo. Tako da C9 ima 10 minuta da sabere ovaj game nekako i da smanji ovaj lead od 4000. Da li će uspjeti u tome, nemam pojma.
Pa naši dobar fight shutdownuli su Xina, tako da i to im je bar nešto. Dobili su malo golda, Xin realno opada, to smo vidjeli i MSI, ne mogu sjetim koji jungler je bio, koji isto se nafidu na Xinu pa je posle samo opao Xin. S druge strane i Gwen i Quarky i Yon svi scaluju baš besno. Tako da mislim da zna C9 da ovo nije gotovo, ali... Mislim, očigledno da ne izgleda pretjerano dobro.
Bro, when you're playing Volley Bear or like a Vi top, anything's possible.
Why are you playing Vi top?
A Vi top is so much fun, you gotta be joking. Well, I mean, Valve plays it against Ambessa matchup. I decided to play it against any matchup.
Oh, so you're...
And there's a reason why I don't
think Valve now, are you?
Sejuani će biti tanky, ali kako Xin je napravio toliko early game-u da kao nije ni važno.
I don't think I am.
U ovom matchupu, nažalost, Sejuani mora da kontesta, pogotovo sa 2 mela, mora kontesta topside kvalitetno. Okej, oni žele play, žele tier 1 dobro i ovo je neki progression game-a.
I love the setup though that Furia have, you know, you have Jojo with the control and that side bush. They have the threat, they don't need to use it, but it just really puts the pressure on, and just really pushing that lead some more. About a 5,000 gold lead at this point. It's not really blown up much more than where we were before, but you can tell they don't really feel the pressure when you have a pick like a center on your team. You're just kind of like, yeah, we can just keep gradually building up the lead, gradually stacking up those souls. I know you love talking about.
I do love soul. You've read me well. Read me like a book. By the way, Vulcan just barried because he wants his flashback. Nice to see Unsealed Spellbook again. I tell you what rune I miss the most? Omni Stone. Do you miss that? That was so troll, but it was so much fun.
You know, I feel like that thing was so cheesy.
It was. I have Grasp now. I have Electrocute. You get like Dark Harvest, and like I'm slowly stacking it.
It was also just, it was kind of bad, you know?
I mean, it wasn't great, no.
I feel like everyone really misses this Kleptomancy.
Oh, yeah. So much better than First Strike. As Vulcan caught out, that was a great lens. Crash down, disengage, but Tattoo wants a little bit more. Jojo forces Vulcan's flash, but the chase continues. With the heal up, a seismic shove as well. This is deep, though. The all-in going to be given over to Cloud9, but again, Tattoo's ulti.
Kako su lepo Tatu i Jojo ovaj skomunicirali da obojica polepšuju. Evo ga Giga. Veliki Gigo. Giga.
That's the sort of play where if it wasn't such a big lead, you know, committing so deep, so heavily for a support, maybe could backfire, but they're so far ahead, so confident, the skills land, and Furia able to take another decisive teamfight win.
You think they might be going too far forward. They move into a choke versus C9, but C9 can't pull it off, and Orcs, I can't believe I'm saying it, but C9 are so down in the dumps right now. It's a 7k gold disadvantage. And all these outers continue to stand. Fury defending well, while Senna is dealing with the top turret.
Ojoj.
Okay, only just.
Ojoj, ovo je već malo ilegalno da se dogodi, pogotovo kad ima shutdown, pogotovo i ovo. Ali ajde, kao uzit će Atakana. Iskreno, da budeš solo killova na stadionu, baš nije ga svodite, samo ne treba pogrešiš. I daš i onu shutdown. Baš je posljednja stvar koju želiš.
Only 10 flowers.
Let's get a solo kill. There's still some hope. Actually, that's because Cloud9 has 29 medals.
Yeah.
Guys, that's the win con. Just farm every single flower on the map.
And they're worth... Odo keeps telling me they're worth 300 gold for the big flower.
That's kind of crazy.
That is crazy if true, but...
You haven't verified?
No, I don't know.
You can't do the math.
I just listen to Odo and whatever he says goes.
That's good advice.
Yeah, it is. This, Fate Seal didn't do much, but... Oh,
Wow.
that Jojo...
Uvijek mi se dopadne tako kad imam sinkovano dva igrača sa crowd kontrolom. Thanatos jako želi kulo jer je shutdown, a sada je i Blaber tu. Ovo je kritično za Furiju, kritično za Furiju, kritično za Furiju. Ovaj game im se toliko zakomplikovao. Ovaj game im se zakomplikovao. Ne, Gigo, ne ti! Dobio shield sa cooldowna. Gigo gubi. Ovo je... Jel ovo sajne i Rally igraju 1-1? 1-1 u drugi nam besi, pošto taj heroje dva mnogo igraju.
Meni se čini, iskreno.
Okej. Umeđu vremenu tier 2 je pao na topu.
Are trying to get mid in the meantime, and they will. They will take this. They're back in this game.
They haven't given up yet. They've closed the gold lead quite significantly. Only 2,800. Lowest it's been for a long time. A big influx of gold in the back of those plays. Thanatos with a huge play on the top side. And Sven and Vulcan find an opportunity too. Kind of crazy, actually, how much they were able to get on the back of that. You know, when we'd kind of been ready to say, hey, maybe this game's done, they are not ready to go home yet.
It was a 7k gold lead for Furia. As you said, down to 3 now. Let's look at the replay again. This was the top lane. Thanatos committed his flash after this.
And this is what we were talking about. This combination of like the Gwen and the Sejuani so strong. Sliding in with the ult, hitting both of them with that ult there. Yeah. Focusing the burst onto the player. And suddenly, Tade just doesn't have the cooldowns left. Tries to turn it, but the snip comes through. Big influx of gold.
Big to Thanatos as well. He got the double. And he now has a lead over Gigo. Look at mid as well. Lead over Toots. So C9 solo laners who we really built this game around have come to life, and Blabber steps up when he needs to. 15 seconds till Baron. And remember, with all the damage that comes out, true damage and magic damage combined, C9 have a quick Baron. They've just got to commit to the pit, and that's the fear that Furia will be able to get that snap engage to catch them in their tracks.
Yep, I think something to be said is that IU 82 stacks, right? 3 items now with the rapid fire cannon, still has both summoners.
True.
That is a problem. These fights have got.
Znaš da mislim da si ne okrećao?
Veruješ u skill?
Nešto verujem u skill. Previše mi nepouzdano deluje Furija, kako su bacili ovo na jako bezazlene načine su napravili to što su napravili. Dobro, ovaj Thanatos u TP je katastrofa. Katastrofa. Ok, at this point Furia kao zaslužuje da pobedi. Zašto C9 ovo što je uradio je jako... Znači ovaj fight je bio jako loš. Dobit ćemo replay, ali... Prvo, Vulkan je overcommitovao, Thanatos u TP je stigao ili prerano, ili na vreme, ali drugi nisu ispratili kada stiže. Kada TP-aš u flank, ceo tvoj tim mora da bude informisan i tajmiran na taj play, ali moment kad ti, ako kolujete da TP-aš u backline, da ste spremni da bijete i ti TP-aš back, to više nije tvoja odgovornost, odgovornost je tvojih sa igrača. Ajmo da izvrtimo sve iz početka da bi vam objasnio. Blaber ide gore, šta god. Oni ga nešto isteruju iz džungle, Jabu, Jojo engage i ovaj fight izgleda fine. U ovom momentu kada se porta gore, Vulkan ne sad da engage-a. 3 sekunde kasnije kada Thanatos stigne, izveni Loki, ne treba da hodaju nazad nego unapred. Jer ti se teleportovala Gwen. Miloše, podrži me, jel sam lud ili nisam lud?
Ne, pravo si skroz. Mislim, ne znam. Fore što i dalje mislim da ove ekipe ima da budu talno dom kasnije, ali ovo miti pozitivni jeste. I tužan Sven, koji mislim da je svestan. Mislim da i oni znaju kada grifaju, ali mislim da pogotovo u ovako nekoj situaciji da igraš kao turnir koji je toliko bitan, nema baš mesta za diskusiju unutar same partije.
But I think they're looking to get a bit more in the meantime. Trying to push in the jungle. This is just over a red buff. Jojo engages.
Fighting this. Smite goes down. Look at where Loki's
Loki. Jesi vidio ovo? Jesi vidio ovo? Da.
Loki's taking an assassination as Taru jumps in, getting in the way, but it's a turn.
A imaju i ovi svog Lokija, zove se Goki.
Goki lagani. Gigo je samo... Gigo.
Ja nikad sam motivio Zvana kao igrača i to je to samo.
Isto ni kao osobu, šta?
Out of range of Sven. It gets close to C9. Had a couple of good kills, but they're still so far behind. The fight goes to Furia.
That's the problem. They find a great pick on the center from Loki, able to find that 80 carry, but this Ambessa is so strong, so much AoE, just shreds through the rest of Cloud9. Still ends up being a teamfight win for Furia. I will say though, considering how far behind Cloud9 are, this isn't the worst outcome.
Look at Loki here.
Yeah, he finds such a phenomenal angle. So confident, just over the wall with the blast cone, commits, able to catch onto the center, gets the damage. But you see so much damage has been done here with the AoE. The Ambessa connects in, just churns and burns through so many targets. And then Sven just has to kind of disengage from the situation.
Dobro, ajde, ovo je dobro odigrao, ruku na srce.
Sven does get out alive in the end, but yeah, Tuts is doing so much. You talk about that AoE, that's the Talia. Both mid laners are really burning the midnight oil, aren't they? This elimination now comes down to the next dragon. Suddenly Chemtech Soul, but it is going to be a full 5v5 for it, Orcsy Poo.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, considering how strong this Ambessa is already, you can't give Gigo this Chemtech Soul.
And Gigo, Magnustorm, no, he's jumped in. He's going to ulti out, unstoppable. Center ult helps out as well.
Okay, Vulcan rundown klasičan.
Again, that's a 5 versus 4, and Fury going to bring in the Weaver's Wall. Look, they're separated. C9 can't get out. Blabber, seismic shove over. Doesn't connect, but a double already set up from Jojo, and Cloud9 are once again getting rinsed by the LTA South.
Looking to end now, and Gigo making it clear that his performance up against G2 at MSI was not a fluke. This guy has been on fire in this game, having such a strong show-up on this Ambessa pick, doing so much work here.
Getting so close, as you said, against G2.
Ne, samo je otišao dovoljno na head i to je to.
Run away to pick up their soul. They will not push their luck. They will take the donation and move ever so close to continuing to end this game. As we look at this dragon, there's going to be no contest whatsoever.
Da, mislim da je ovdje gotovo sad zbog soula samo, zašto mislim da je unplayable. Jer ovaj soul boostuje Senu previše. Prvo, Sena više nije toliko ne može više toliko se njuka, a drugo prehila kad si ispod 40% healtha. Prehila. To malo pravi problem.
Another wave as well. It's great, isn't it? I mean, Sven is just going to space himself, but he's dead. They keep running into all this AoE, and I gotta say, C9 must be so triggered by these stones. Like, every fight, running over this zoning.
Oh, I thought you meant like the confidence.
No, not his stones. The Talia rocks.
I mean, this all from Gigo here just to buffer the CC from Loki. You know, he's just committed to going in. The CC setup from Tadu there as well.
Dakle, samo grifa. Mislim,
nisu, sign up. Ti znaš da stvarno u posljednje vreme ne volim mnogo da pričam gluposti, u smislu da prozivam nekoga, a stvarno nisu dobri.
Nisu.
Stvarno nisu dobri. Kao žao mi je.
Sven je otišao 1-7 na Korkiju. Ne ideš 1-7 KD carry. Kao 1-7 KD carry ne ideš. A da ti jungler nije umro 14 puta i support 10 puta.
Ne, okej, da. Evo upravo to. Znate kad? Ako su te 607 puta dajvovali.
To je okej.
To je u redu. Tad si u redu 1-7.
Jer kao ugode ti najviše umireš, kao da imaš najviše smrti kao da carry u svojoj ekipi, znači da je nešto pošlo nehumano loše, ali nehumano loše.
Ne čak i kod tebe, ali u cijeloj ekipi.
Da, u cijelom gemu, da.
Čim ste vi toliko, čim vam AD carry ima 7 smrti, ili ga neko nije protektovo, ili on nije razumeo šta treba da radi, ili neko nije na istoj strani nečijoj, negde.
Da, ovo je blago rečeno kritično. I ne vidim ni kako se vraćaju, mislim. On čak i ima...
Izvini, brat u chatu naš, sad će da se impresionira što znam da mu pročitam ime. Vojšček Kraštek. Kržaštek.
Recimo da je.
Slično kao Vojšček Ščesni, samo nije. Mislim, zove se isto kao golman Juventusa. Zato sam znao da pročitam. Inače, da li stvarno misliš da ja znam kako čita Vojšček?
Možda znaš, nemam pojma. Možda si učio poljski na Duolingu u nekom trenutku, ne znam ja.
What are those C9 fights? Yeah, C9 fights are really critical this game. We are a bit clueless too.
Sven. Ja legit nemam pojma.
Polako. A Thanatos i Loki su ih opet, pazi, Thanatos i Loki, dva lika koja najmanje znam od svih ovih, su ih najduže držali u gameu. Thanatos oni 2 na 1 gore i Loki što je solo kilo tuca bot na botu.
Šu, kako je nefer Jun. Kako je nefer heroj, mislim, okej, umreće svejedno, ali užas nefer heroj.
Evo radio, gledao sam, oči su mi bile na donjem delu fajta.
Ni kliknuo je E i desni klik na Aju-a i onda je čekao da Aju umre. A bukvalno šta se dogodilo. Jao, Zven. Jao, dešna kripa W za kill. Jao, ovo je bilo malo bezobrazno, iskreno, malo bezobrazno je bilo.
Ljudi, nisam čuo, ja znam da prepoznam specifičnu boju Sanjinog glasa, ovo je specifična boja Sanjinog glasa.
Da, ovo je bilo uživanje. Kratak trenutak, ali je bio jako prijatan za mene, znaš, da neko tako BM-uje Zvena, da baci E na kripa i da ga ubije s W. Lepo, nema šta, lepo.
Jeste Andrija, bravo. Zaboravljam da se transfer dogodio. Da je, još sam ga gledao cijele prošle godine. To je to, ljudi. Danas smo gledali 8 gameova. 8, malo.
9,5 sati streama. Malo li je?
Ozbiljan grind. Ozbiljan grind.
A kad smo kod grinda, treba se i teretana grindati.
continue and potentially make it to that knockout stage.
True, they've got a date with Destiny against
Ajde kolega, samo prioni tome.
Ostavit ćemo...
Vi se gledate sutra od 11 sati, verovatno.
Tako je. Sutra 11 se akcija nastavlja, 2 best of 1 pa 2 best of 3. Ostavit ću naravno intervju da vozi u programu pa ću onda ugasiti, tako da ljudi moji hvala vam što ste pratili nas i uživali. 10 sati LoL akcije, sutra krećemo opet od 11, tako da se vidimo tad, a do tada veliki pozdrav.
I know pumping numbers. People get sick of us talking about MSI a lot. Obviously, it's the most recent data, most recent international, but it does feel like similar performance. I will say, Ayu and Jojo really stepped up today. You know, a much better performance at center, played cleanly as ever. But Toots, just like he did it up against, you know, up against Caps at MSI. I feel like we're getting a similar performance here.
I feel like in this game, everyone was playing well. You know, I think Jojo in particular really impressed me on the Alistair. I think everyone was having pretty solid moments, and you know, I think Loki on the other side was able to find some good picks on Ayu, but it's too little too late.
Well, Toots standing by, our winners in Furia. It's time to crush another key.
It is indeed. We all love the key crushing, but before we get there, let's have a conversation here. This is our Amazon winners interview with Toots. Furia send Cloud9 home. Did you ever feel like you weren't going to win that? It felt like you maintained control throughout.
I think there was like a few timers, like maybe 1 or 2 timers that we messed up some. We didn't play like on our terms, and that gave them a chance to come back. But I think after that we put ourselves together and we managed to win. So I feel like we're in control for the game. Yeah.
Big victory. You know, you're big in your region. How big of an opportunity do you think this is to showcase how good you can be on an international level?
Yeah, I think playing international is always a fun experience. I think that in Brazil, people don't really trust that we're good at league, but I think we're here to show that we are good and we can beat these teams. So I'm very excited to showcase this for the next few days.
Listen, I cannot wait for you to crush the key, and I've got a couple more questions for you. But is there anything you want to say to your Brazilian fans watching at home in your native tongue?
Yeah, sure. Bom, pro pessoal que tá assistindo a gente, que tá torcendo pra gente, pode ter certeza que a gente tá dando o nosso melhor. Ontem tava todo mundo exausto e mesmo assim a gente decidiu treinar porque a gente sabia que isso é importante pra gente, então a gente colocou uns joguinhos aí pra gente poder tá em sintonia como time e tal. E pode ter certeza que tá todo mundo dando sangue aqui pra gente ir bem, então pode contar com a gente amanhã também.
Obrigado. Right, the next question now is a tough one because you've got a tough journey ahead. Tomorrow you face off against FlyQuest. If you do manage to beat them, you will come up against either Gen G, who just won MSI, or T1, who won EWC here last year, and Worlds, of course, one of the greatest teams of all time. That's a daunting prospect, isn't it?
It's always going to be a fun experience. I think I didn't know we were going to play these things if we won, but I feel like as like being in Brazil, I feel like these opportunities are the ones you really can't miss, you know. So we're a bit delusional. If you're going to Gen G, if you're going to T1, we are gonna think that we can smash them, you know. So it doesn't matter for us who we're gonna play against. We're just gonna play our game, and if we're good enough, we're gonna beat them.
That's the confidence we love to hear. Are you ready to crush a key here at EWC?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a long time, not gonna lie.
Well, your time is now. So come down here, Toots. C9 are about to be fully eliminated from this tournament with a key crush here. I'm going to step out of the way and let you enjoy every single moment of this.
Thank you, Ian, for that interview. I have C9's Ven with me after we just saw their key getting crushed. First of all, thank you for playing the tournament. I want to start this interview with, you have been with C9 for a while, but this is your first international tournament as a roster with C9. What do you take from this experience?
I think we have to work more on our physical condition. I think a lot of people here were very tired and jet lagged from flying and traveling, and I think our focus wasn't very good today.
Absolutely. So let me just talk to you about you for a second. You've been known as an ADC player, and then you swapped to support, and then now back to ADC. Walk us through your thought process there.
Yeah, I mean, I found some short-term success as a support player, but I didn't feel like I could ever be as good as I was at ADC, and I felt like it wouldn't feel right if I ended my career as a support player. So,
yep, completely understand. So, what's the season is going to be like for C9 moving forward, as you still have more tournaments to play?
Sorry, what?
You still have more tournaments to play as C9 as a roster. What are you moving forward to?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta go back to LA and rest up and be ready for summer split. Split is very important. There's only 2 world spots potentially for the LTA North, so it's important that we get one of those. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Fancy. Always good to hear from Sven, despite the fact that they fall. And appreciate his time after a tough game there. You've seen the last little bits of that Corky life. That happened to him a lot in this game. But really, it's time to celebrate for Brazil and all of LTA South, all of Furia. Vaila Timão, Vaila Furia. Congratulations on the victory. Again, a huge win for Furia as they get themselves the first LTA South series win in the cross-conference matches, LTA North against LTA South. No one won their series. Only one game was won by GAM Esports, but now they get to eliminate Cloud9 in this one. Just such a huge win here for Furia. Felt like Cloud9 just had no way on into this one.
It's just proof you can never underestimate anyone, and Furia were absolutely the better team in this one. You can tell from Sven and what he said. He's like, their physical condition wasn't great, their focus was not there, but Furia's was like laser focused. They were playing excellently, especially early on in this game. They were just so dominant, and that kind of ended the game kind of early on. Felt bad for C9 from there. They didn't really have a chance, but big props to Furia. They look like they've got a lot in the tank here.
I don't know, I feel like Furia just looked so hungry the entire game. It's like they saw Cloud9 and they wanted their blood like so badly, and they took all the fights in the river and they just kept going. You saw Tutu always trying to go deeper in those fights.
Yeah, again, it was a great game by Tutu. You can go down that roster. Everyone had a huge one. Let's start off with the big couple of fights that put Cloud9 behind, and it felt like it just wasn't a good decision. You wanted to let go of the grubs, not quite able to. Blabber getting caught on out, and they just got picked off one by one.
Yeah, great wall here from Toots, separating the Sejuani from the team and making her have to queue out of the entire fight. When your Sejuani don't have Q, she can't really peel, and Sven was just left completely exposed for Tutu to devour.
Yeah, and talking about focus, like coming here a second time to try to get one Void Grub, right? And it just wasn't the right decision. They didn't quite have the vision to know that this was the right choice. They got outfought in this one as well, down a member. So for C9, it was rough. And Furia were like, hell yeah. I think Ox was saying on the cast, like, Tattoo, he was ready for that fight. He's like, please come and fight me now. I'm a Xinjiao who's 2-0 and just got a bunch of grubs, and he's got red buff. Like, yeah, you want to fight? I've got ult. Let's go again. And it was just one after the other. That was kind of what I was saying earlier. It was like this game was kind of done at this moment.
Yeah, so after that moment, it was 6-0. And I was on the stream with Bayano, who is here co-streaming the event, and everyone was like, uh-oh. At 6-0, there's a possibility of a scoreline that lives on forever in Brazilian lore. Of course, we're talking about the 7-1. And for a brief moment, another kill went on over to Furia, and then quickly another kill went on over to Cloud9, and then Furia got another one. But the 7-1 did flash for half a second, and then all of a sudden, Cloud9 found a pick down on the bottom side of the map. And all of a sudden, they found 2 more kills on the top side of the map. And things started to get a little scary for Furia and all Brazilian fans watching around the world. Bayano is in the chat saying, guys, is this really going to happen? Until finally one man with his ults made the plays. Yes, Guigo just coming up huge here to settle things down and make sure Furia came up big in the end.
Yeah, and this fight is just starts so unfortunate for Cloud9. Your Rel has to W out, has to flash out, doesn't get a lot of things done. And you see they're trying to salvage it. They're trying to really get something on the back end of their support dying, but they are just too strong. The team of Furia here, Quigo going into the backline through the Sedrani, finding all the damage and just sweeping them down the floor.
Yeah, again, a huge game there by multiple